The hot wind felt like it could dry a person out. Xiao Qi shooed away the crows surrounding her and slowly moved her frail body to lean against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. The good news is she was still alive. The bad news is she had been transported again. First, she arrived in the realm of immortals, but unexpectedly failed her trial at the last moment, and now she found herself in an ancient world with no spiritual energy as a villainous supporting character in a book. Memories long buried in her mind began to surface. This place was called the Moon Kingdom. She couldn't remember much of the book's content, only that her original self was from the same village as the main character, a lucky girl. During a time of famine, her original self got separated from her family and attached herself to the main character's family, following them for food and shelter. After the main character fell seriously ill, she became a lucky star, bringing good fortune, so even during the famine, her family had enough to eat. However, the main character's family didn't want the secret to be discovered by her original self, and the main character disliked her original self for clinging to them like a parasite, finding her incredibly lazy. They wanted her to leave, but her father had previously saved the main character's father, so they couldn't bring themselves to do it. But they also couldn't stand having someone so lazy and greedy around them. Thus, the main character and her older brother plotted against her original self, making everyone believe she was lowly and wanted to climb into the older brother's bed. Her original self was driven away by the main character's family, who looked down on her and tossed her 2 wild vegetable cakes. As a result, her original self despised the main character's family and sought out disaster victims, hoping to tarnish the main character's reputation. The main character was captured and was about to face trouble when the male lead swooped down to save her. Her original self was then exposed and was stabbed to death by the male lead. Xiao Qi pressed her hand against her bleeding abdomen, her lips twitching. What a coincidence! Her original self had just been killed by the male lead. According to the original plot, she should be out of the story now. But forget about being out of the story. She never agreed to that. What do you mean lazy and greedy? The grass shoes the main character's family wore were all made by her original self. As she explored her original self's memories, a pill suddenly appeared at Xiao Qi's fingertips. She took a small amount of powder and put it in her mouth, and the bleeding from her abdominal injury stopped, with the wound healing quickly. Even though she had traveled to another world, her medicinal herb garden had come with her. This garden was something she had gained in her previous life, filled with many rare herbs, including some that had become extinct in the cultivation world. In the garden, each rare herb grew in a different environment, creating a small world with mountains and seas. The garden had special rules, allowing the herbs to grow rapidly. As long as she kept some seeds, she would never run out of herbs. In her previous life, this allowed her to practice freely, quickly reaching the level of a top alchemist and then advancing to a higher stage of cultivation. This time, the herb garden was untouched, and even the various pills and magical tools she had stored inside were intact. Everything she kept in the garden was of high quality. The lowest pills were of the 8th grade, and the lowest magical tools were of superior quality. Anything of lesser quality was stored in her storage ring, including everyday supplies. This meant that, with her current weak body, she could hardly use anything from the herb garden. The rejuvenating pill she had just used was a 6th grade pill, and she had only 3 of them in a bottle stored in the garden. Even so, due to her body's condition, she could only take a bit of powder, otherwise the strong effects would be too much for her to handle. Licking her cracked lips, Xiao Qi produced a bowl that was pure white, resembling jade. A fine magical tool had now become a drinking vessel. After drinking a bowl of refreshing snow water, Xiao Qi felt incredibly refreshed. However, the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down at her. In broad daylight, she had been struck by lightning. Although she wasn't seriously hurt, it still hurt. Smelling the burnt scent coming from her body, Xiao Qi was stunned. Why was she struck? Was it because of the superior magical tool? Thinking this, she shook the magical tool in her hand, but there was no reaction from the sky. Frowning in thought, she took out the 6th grade rejuvenating pill again. This time, the lightning struck faster. Just as it was about to hit her, Xiao Qi tossed the rejuvenating pill into the garden. The lightning missed her. Sighing, Xiao Qi lamented that the level of this world was too low. Not only were cultivators weak, but even the limits of martial artists were pitifully low. Even a 6th-grade pill could attract lightning. Although 6th-grade elixirs are treasures that people in the cultivation world fight over, they aren't so precious that they attract lightning. Feeling frustrated, Xiao Qi bit into an apple with a crunch. The apple contained some spiritual energy, making it tasty and beneficial for ordinary people. In the medicinal herb garden, there were many kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs that she couldn't use, but some ordinary spiritual plants and fruits were fine. Perhaps it was her family's talent for planting. Besides spiritual herbs, she also grew many spiritual plants and fruits, even various grains. She collected and planted them herself, growing a wide variety to satisfy her cravings. After eating another peach, Xiao Qi stood up. The view was desolate, with hardly any greenery in sight, and all the wild vegetables along the way had been dug up. In the distance, there were disaster victims who looked like walking corpses, filled with despair and numbness. She needed to find a place to settle down. Now, she was in a mortal body and couldn't keep sleeping outside. The most important thing was that she had never raised any animals in her medicinal garden space because she was afraid they would disturb the spiritual herbs. This meant there was not a single animal hair in the space, and she had no meat to eat. Moreover, the garden space could only carry her consciousness and could not be entered physically. She vaguely felt that her crossing into this world was not a coincidence, and this world was unusual. Perhaps if she uncovered the truth behind it, she could leave this world. After all, it wasn't suitable for cultivation, and once she reached a higher level, the rules of this world wouldn't allow her to stay. Even taking out a 6th-grade elixir could attract lightning. Of course, before that, she needed to return the favor for the sword the male lead had stabbed her with. As dusk fell, the air grew cooler. Xiao Qi found a secluded corner, ate 2 peaches, and began to try to draw energy into her body. For her, who had already undergone tribulation in her past life, this was not difficult. However, the spiritual energy in this world was thin, and it was challenging to draw energy in such a barren place. She had spiritual stones in her space, with countless high-quality spiritual veins, so she wasn't lacking in resources. But until she successfully drew energy into her body, she couldn't use the energy from the stones and had to simply set up a gathering array. A quiet night passed, and Xiao Qi was still a bit away from successfully drawing energy into her body. Over the next 2 days, she traveled during the day and practiced at night. Finally, on the 3rd day, she succeeded in drawing energy into her body, discovering that the original owner had a single-winged spiritual root. At the same time, a terrible smell filled the air. Xiao Qi used a cleansing spell, and she was instantly clean. However, her clothes were too tattered, and there were no spare clothes in her storage space. Wearing ragged clothes, Xiao Qi continued on her journey. As the sun above grew hotter, she casually found a secluded tree and rested behind a dry trunk. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a fresh, juicy peach. The spiritual fruit contained energy, and after eating it for several days, her health improved, and she was no longer as thin as before. Now she was almost as thin as a stick. But eating too many spiritual fruits had become a bit bland. Xiao Qi focused her mind on her space and harvested some spiritual rice. Each grain of this rice was 3 times larger than regular rice. They were round, white, and shiny, resembling pearls. The advantage of the spiritual garden was that whether it was spiritual plants or herbs, even if they matured without being picked, they would remain in perfect condition. After all, some herbs are special. If they mature and are not harvested within a few hours, they quickly wither and rot. This situation does not occur in the spiritual garden. Perhaps she was not on the same path as the main group. There were not many disaster victims around, and Xiao Qi deliberately avoided them, so there were almost no people nearby. She planned to cook some spiritual rice to eat later. Even though she was not afraid of the disaster victims, she did not want to cause a commotion over food. Just as she was about to eat her second peach, a figure suddenly ran toward her, accompanied by an excited voice. "Is that really a peach? It smells so good. I want to buy your peaches. Name your price." The newcomer was a sweet and lovely girl, and when she smiled, she had two small dimples on her cheeks. Her skin was fair, and she was dressed beautifully, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding disaster victims. At that moment, she was staring at the peach in Xiao Qi's hand, her joy evident in her eyes. Just then, a man approached from behind her, dressed in fine clothes, possessively pulling the girl into his embrace. Not far away was their carriage, surrounded by many maids and guards. "You little glutton, you can't wait even a moment," the man teased, gently rubbing the girl's nose, then casually tossed a silver ingot in front of Xiao Qi, looking down at her. "This silver is enough to buy the peaches you have." However, Xiao Qi remained silent at that moment. There was nothing special, but when these two appeared, she suddenly remembered a long-buried memory. It was about some fragments from an old romance novel. The woman in front of her was just like the sweet and naive female lead, Bei Yuege, and the man was the male lead, Qi Sili. Like a certain famous detective, they seemed to bring trouble wherever they went. Of course, that didn't happen often. Most of the time, the story revolved around the male lead's experiences, which felt like peeling an egg and leaving only the shell. Why did a little lucky star female lead show up first, and now a sweet and naive female lead? Which book was she in? What kind of world was this? Where did all these male and female leads come from? When Xiao Qi came back to her senses from her thoughts, she noticed that the smile on Bei Yuege's face had faded, replaced by red-rimmed eyes, on the verge of tears. "Ollie, forget it. She doesn't seem to want to sell to us. I don't mind not eating." Bei Yuege turned away sadly, while Qi Sili stared at Xiao Qi with a dark expression, as if he would do anything to get what he wanted. What kind of madness was this? On this path of fleeing, the male and female leads acted like they were on vacation, completely unconcerned about being robbed. In the eyes of the refugees, the male and female leads were protected by guards, so they couldn't be touched. But could they really not harm a weak woman like Xiao Qi who was all alone? If she sold peaches without the ability to protect herself, she would probably be torn apart by those refugees. Just as the sweet and naive female lead was reluctantly saying goodbye to the peaches in her hand, Xiao Qi called out to her. "Sell them. Price goes up." In the realm of cultivation, she had looked down on gold and silver. But in this era, she was willing to apologize for once ignoring their value. As soon as Bei Yuege heard she was selling, she turned around in surprise. "How much silver do you want?" Upon hearing this, Qi Sili frowned, his sharp gaze locking onto Xiao Qi with a warning. He could spend a lot of money on peaches, but he would never let Yuere be taken advantage of in front of him. If it weren't for Yuere being there, anyone daring to raise the price in front of him would have been in big trouble. Xiao Qi pretended not to see his threat and kicked the silver he had thrown on the ground back to him. "Is this little bit of silver all you can offer? Aren't you embarrassed?" Xiao Qi was smiling, but there was a clear hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Qi Sili was momentarily stunned, but then anger surged within him. That was 5 taels of silver. How could she think it was too little? How dare this lowly commoner look down on him? Just wait. A cold glint flashed in Qi Sili's eyes. "A peach costs 10 taels of gold, and I have 2 here. Do you want both? If you want to act rich, then go all out." "What? You. Bei Yuege was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Even though she wasn't short on silver, she had never seen a peach sold for such a high price. "You are clearly trying to cheat us." Bei Yuege's eyes filled with anger. This person was too wicked, clearly raising the price because they saw they had money. Her tears, which were about to fall, now dropped due to her frustration. Qi Sili gently hugged her and comforted her. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Qi with a fierce glare. Xiao Qi ignored the couple's drama and quickly finished the peach in her hand. Seeing Xiao Qi take out the last peach to eat, Bei Yuege panicked. Can I just pay for it? Bei Yuege bit her lip, feeling extremely wronged as she took out a gold ingot. You are so cruel, clearly taking advantage of the fact that I can't afford it right now. Just thinking about paying 10 taels of gold for a peach made Bei Yuege uncomfortable. That's 10 taels of gold, enough to buy a whole room full of peaches. After tossing the gold over, Bei Yuege angrily extended her hand. No wonder Ali said these commoners were not worth pity. Now she saw it was true. Xiao Qi glanced at the gold on the ground, unfazed. You are right, so now it's 20 taels of gold. 50 taels of gold. Xiao Qi continued to raise the price, making Bei Yuege tremble with anger. Just as she was about to argue with Xiao Qi, Qi Sili stopped her. Be good, go back to the carriage. I'll talk to her. After coaxing Bei Yuege away, Qi Sili threw 2 gold ingots on the ground. Some people are afraid of having money, but not being able to spend it. He didn't feel sorry at all. After all, this money would eventually return to him. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, unconcerned, picked up the 50 taels of gold, and then tossed her bundle on the ground. Money for goods. Whether I have a life to spend it is none of your concern. TSK, 50 taels of gold. In the cultivation world, she wouldn't even glance at it if it fell on the ground. But in modern times, that's over $1 million. Over $1 million for a peach? It would drive anyone crazy. Seeing Xiao Qi dare to throw the peach on the ground, Qi Sili's eyes darkened with anger, but he held it in, knowing he couldn't act in front of Yuer. It would scare her. However, in his heart, Xiao Qi was already a dead person. After Bei Yuege and her group left, the surrounding disaster victims immediately surrounded them with eager eyes. Even without food, the 50 taels of gold were enough to excite them. With gold, they could buy some grain from the traveling merchants. Soon, a relatively strong-looking man rushed forward. However, before anyone could react, Xiao Qi had already grabbed his head and swiftly cut his throat. The dagger struck down heavily, completely severing the man's head. This dagger was a high-quality spiritual weapon, even though she couldn't activate it now and had to use it as an ordinary dagger. Its sharpness was unmatched. She tossed the man's head into the crowd, and the disaster victims, who had rushed forward, scattered in fear, their greed replaced by terror. The male and female leads seemed to bring misfortune wherever they went, causing death and bad luck. While watching them in a story, one might smile, but in reality, it felt unlucky, especially when it involved oneself. It was clear that they should stay away. But it was obvious that wasn't possible. Qi Sili was someone who would seek revenge for any slight. Xiao Qi disdainfully shook the blood from her hands. Yuer, don't be sad. Have some peaches. On the carriage, the servant had already washed and cut the peaches into pieces, and Qi Sili patiently coaxed Bei Yuege. Bei Yuege sniffled a couple of times before obediently opening her mouth, allowing Qi Sili to feed her. Wow. So delicious. Ollie, you should have a piece too. As soon as the peach entered her mouth, Bei Yuege exclaimed, her earlier displeasure instantly forgotten. The juice burst forth, and the sweet aroma exploded in her mouth. She had never tasted such delicious peaches before. Qi Sili took a piece for himself, savoring it, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Anything that could enter his mouth was a rare delicacy, including fruits. He didn't even care for the tribute sent to the palace. But he had never tasted peaches this delicious, 100 times better than the tributes. Qi Sili instantly realized these peaches were special. If he could find the source, it would surely bring him a considerable profit. Even though he didn't lack silver, no one would turn down more. Since you think they're delicious, I'll have my people ask where she bought them so we can buy more. Okay, but you can't give her any more silver. That woman is too greedy.
Bei Yuege parted playfully.
Qi Sili kissed her forehead and smiled in agreement, the atmosphere between them growing increasingly intimate. The sound of waves rose in the carriage, but the guards outside were already used to it and remained unfazed. The moonlight was cold, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Xiao Qi stopped at the foot of a mountain. She had seen this mountain range when she first arrived, but it took several days of travel to reach its base. Compared to the desolation in the distance, there was still some greenery in the mountain. Many people fleeing from disaster disregarded the dangers of the night and rushed into the mountains in groups, hoping to find some food. However, they were somewhat rational. They only dared to search the outskirts, as venturing deeper could easily lead to encounters with wild animals. After years of drought, people were struggling to survive, and the wild animals in the mountains were not doing well either. If they met, the animals would surely fight for food. Xiao Qi did not rush into the mountains, but sat on a rock, as if waiting for someone. After a moment, a figure in black approached silently. "Miss, I have come on orders to ask where you bought your peaches." "Of course, I won't let you suffer any loss." The figure in black had a decent attitude and took out 5 silver notes, totaling 500 taels of silver. Xiao Qi smiled and accepted the notes. "I bought them from an old man along the way. I'm not sure where they sell them." Seeing he couldn't get any information from Xiao Qi, the figure in black politely thanked her, but the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and lunged at her. Just an inch away from Xiao Qi, his movement abruptly halted. A gentle breeze brushed by, and blood began to seep from his neck. The figure in black stared in disbelief, slowly raising his hand to touch his neck. He felt no internal energy from this woman, nor did he see any weapons in her hands. How did she strike? In the next instant, blood erupted, and the figure in black collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Qi searched him and found 5 silver notes and 2 taels of loose silver, along with the sword he carried. Adding to what she had before, she now had 50 taels of gold, 1,000 taels in silver notes, and 2 taels of loose silver. Indeed, killing and looting was a quick way to make money. She stored the silver notes and sword to her space, and then headed up the mountain, firmly remembering the name Qi Sili. It is only polite to return a favor. Relationships can be troublesome, so she decided to eliminate the source of her troubles completely. As for whether the male lead could be killed, or if he was protected by fate, that was not her concern. In this world, there is no one who cannot be killed. If there is, it must be that the method of killing is wrong. After walking for a little over half an hour into the mountains, Xiao Qi hadn't seen even a rabbit. Just as she turned a corner, she spotted 2 men holding a struggling wild chicken. The 2, who had been chatting and laughing, immediately became alert. However, when they saw she was alone, they relaxed. Now that Xiao Qi's health had improved and with the enhancement from spiritual energy, she looked decent. One of the men, thin and monkey-like, noticed her in the moonlight and couldn't help but feel a surge of inappropriate thoughts. "Hey there, all alone?" The thin man rubbed his hands together, eyeing Xiao Qi with a lewd gaze. Xiao Qi smiled and stopped walking. Before she could speak, the scar-faced man beside the thin one slapped him aside. The thin man fell to the ground, holding his swollen face in shock. "Boss, why did you hit me?"
Ugh.
"How dare you call me boss? Didn't I tell you to behave yourself?" The scar-faced man spat on the thin man's face and then turned to Xiao Qi with a flattering smile. "Miss, I'm sorry. This coward has no filter. Please forgive him." Xiao Qi remained silent, still smiling, and extended her hand toward them. The scar-faced man hesitated, but reluctantly handed over the wild chicken.
Boss.
The thin man shouted in protest. They had worked hard to catch that chicken, and they hadn't eaten meat in days. Why should they give it away, especially to a weak woman? Holding the still flapping chicken, Xiao Qi turned and walked deeper into the mountains. Once she disappeared from sight, the scar-faced man sighed in relief. He turned to see the thin man looking unhappy and slapped him across the face. "You idiot! Do you know you almost got us killed? Do you even know who she is to act like that? She's just a woman. You gave away the chicken we caught for her." The thin man complained. "I'll deal with you later. Just know if you want to die, that's your choice, but don't drag me down with you. That woman is not someone to mess with." The scar-faced man had seen how Xiao Qi had dealt with Wang the butcher. That woman was dangerous. Together, he and the thin man couldn't even handle Wang, so how could they possibly confront her? She could take heads without hesitation. Who would dare to provoke her? Seeing that the thin monkey was unresponsive, the scar-faced man felt a chill in his heart. He knew he could no longer get involved with the thin monkey. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would end up. In the mountains, Xiao Qi was lost in thought while holding a wild chicken with its neck twisted. How should she roast this chicken? Her cooking skills were actually quite good, but she hadn't cooked for a long time. In her previous life, she had a strong desire for food, but everything around her was taken care of by others. To please her, several chefs were hired who were skilled in various cuisines. Thinking of those chef skills, Xiao Qi slightly pursed her lips. She missed her chefs. With a flick of her fingers, a gust of wind surrounded the wild chicken. Soon, the feathers were plucked clean, and the insides were removed, leaving the chicken perfectly cleaned. She skewered the chicken on a branch and waved her hand, causing many dry twigs to be swept up by the wind and fall at her feet. With the chicken ready and firewood gathered, it was time to start the fire. Xiao Qi instinctively snapped her fingers, and a puff of white smoke appeared. She had forgotten that she was just a beginner in energy cultivation and couldn't summon the fire energy around her. Although she was currently only attuned to wind, she could still learn to use spells from other elements, but it would consume more energy. Unfortunately, she realized that cooking without a stove was impossible. Accepting her situation, Xiao Qi took out a dagger, found a suitable branch, and sharpened one end. Since she didn't have flint, she decided to start a fire by friction. After preparing some dry grass, she waved her hand, and the sharpened branch began to spin rapidly in the wind, quickly igniting the grass. The fire was ready. Once the campfire was going, she set the chicken to roast. From her space, she picked some chili, pepper, cumin, and ginger to make a simple seasoning. It looked good. There was no salt, but she had seawater, well, salt, and mineral salt. Getting some coarse salt was no problem, though it was unrefined and a bit bitter. It would have to do. Actually, she couldn't settle for just anything. She decided to refine it a bit. Xiao Qi chopped some bamboo and managed to refine the well salt enough to be usable. Once her skills improved, she could use alchemy to produce fine salt. She had planned to cook a bowl of rice, but realized she didn't have anything to cook it in. There are some elegant spiritual tools that look similar to pots, but ordinary fire can't burn them thoroughly. Xiao Qi had to fill bamboo with spiritual rice and throw it directly into the fire. After a while, the wild chicken and rice were finally cooked. Looking at the only meat she had in days, Xiao Qi happily took a bite. Xiao Qi frowned slightly. She couldn't swallow the meat. Her cooking skills shouldn't be that bad, so it must be the chicken that was the problem. After finishing the spiritual rice in the bamboo tube and forcing down a chicken leg, Xiao Qi really couldn't eat anymore. Should she throw it away? But that felt wasteful. She hated wasting food, but she hated bad food even more. At that moment, she suddenly felt a strong desire to go into the city. There should be plenty of good cooks there. Just as she was stuck between eating the roasted chicken or throwing it away, she noticed a figure approaching in the distance. It was an extremely thin little girl, struggling to pick wild fruits from a tree. They were close to the deep mountains, which were much more dangerous than the outskirts, especially at night. The mountains were home to various wild beasts and rugged terrain. One misstep could lead to a fall off a cliff. Even desperate men wouldn't dare to come here at this time. How could a little girl have such courage? The little girl picked quite a few wild fruits and continued walking. After a short distance, she suddenly lost her footing and began to fall. What looked like wild grass was actually a cliff dozens of meters high behind it.
Ah!
The little girl clung tightly to a vine, but it seemed like she couldn't hold on much longer when a big hand pulled her up. "You little girl, how dare you run here in the dark? If I hadn't passed by, you would have been in big trouble. Where are your guardians?" Zhang Chong sat on the ground, panting. If he weren't so hungry, he wouldn't have ventured into the mountains. Thank you, sir. Here, take these." The little girl nervously picked up the wild fruits that had fallen and handed them to Zhang Chong, her hands trembling from fear. She had witnessed her former good friend being sold by her father to a man. That man had eaten her. Surely this man wouldn't want to eat her too. Zhang Chang glanced at the wild fruits and waved his hand in disgust. I don't want them. They're sour and will only make you hungrier. Hurry and leave. Don't go deeper into the mountains. If you fall again, no one will save you. Darn it, I want meat. I can smell it. It smells so good. Just thinking about the wild chicken that had slipped away made his heart ache. That cursed skinny guy. He shouldn't have hung out with him. He was really hungry and seemed to smell the aroma of roasted chicken. As Zhang Chang closed his eyes and sniffed hard, he suddenly realized something was off. Oh no, it really smells like roasted chicken. Zhang Chang opened his eyes wide and saw a woman slowly walking toward him. When he recognized her face, he jumped up in surprise. What a coincidence. How did I run into her again? Miss, I'm leaving right now. Zhang Chang carefully backed away, afraid of upsetting Xiao Qi. But Xiao Qi just threw something at him. Here you go. Zhang Chang instinctively caught it, and to his surprise, it was more than half a roasted chicken. Is this a stroke of luck? Really for me? Zhang Chang was confused, not understanding why Xiao Qi took it away one moment and then gave it back the next. Xiao Qi didn't respond and turned to walk back into the woods. Zhang Chang looked at the little girl beside him and then at Xiao Qi's retreating figure. Taking a deep breath, he took a bite of the roasted chicken. Who cares? It's meat. After a few bites, he tore off the remaining chicken leg and handed it to the little girl. Everyone gets a share, eat up. Zhang Chang didn't care what the little girl thought and continued to enjoy the roasted chicken. It was delicious, it was meat. The little girl stared for a moment, swallowing hard, and finally couldn't resist taking a bite of the chicken leg. Tears fell onto the chicken leg, and her eyes were already red. Xiao Qi found a tree and stayed there to practice all night. When she opened her eyes again, it was bright outside, and there were many shadows in the mountains, groups of disaster victims searching for food. Even if they couldn't find anything, they could at least eat some leaves to fill their stomachs. Xiao Qi jumped down from the tree and continued deeper into the woods. There were no prey on the outskirts, but maybe she would have better luck further in. This mountain was not small. She had heard there were many tigers inside, and she had heard a lot of animal sounds last night. As she went deeper, she didn't see another person. The mountain was overgrown with weeds, and she couldn't tell if the next step was a path or a cliff. Suddenly, Xiao Qi heard some noise. In the distance, she saw a wild boar charging toward her. Before she could react, the wild boar ran straight into a large rock and collapsed. Is it waiting for an easy catch? Then a tiger burst out of the trees, clearly chasing the wild boar. The wild boar weighed about 200 pounds and was very fat. When the tiger saw Xiao Qi approaching, it immediately went on the defensive, arching its back and glaring at her fiercely. Xiao Qi didn't mind. Under the tiger's watchful gaze, she pulled out a long sword from her space and quickly removed one of the wild boar's legs with a few precise strikes. I always share when I find something. Since I caught you here, taking one leg isn't too much, right? The tiger couldn't understand her words. It only knew that its prey was being taken away. With a low growl, it opened its large mouth at Xiao Qi. Tigers aren't known for reasoning. Xiao Qi raised her hand and gave it 2 strong slaps. With the boost of her energy, the tiger was knocked against a nearby tree. I'm trying to reason with you, and you want to fight me? After giving it a good beating but not killing it, she tossed the pig leg into her space and walked past the tiger. The tiger, still wary and a bit fearful, watched as Xiao Qi walked away before returning to its prey to enjoy its meal. What's pride worth? Eating meat is what truly matters. After wandering in the mountains all day, Xiao Qi collected many herbs and planted them in her space. These common herbs would help her make medicine later. Since she was living in the human world, she needed to earn money. Additionally, she caught 2 wild chickens and a silly roe deer. She cleaned the deer and chickens, then set a section of her space to pause time, placing the meat inside. This area could serve as a storage room. Later, she could designate another area to raise fish and shrimp in the river, seafood in the sea, and other edible meats. The space was rich in energy, and meat nourished by this energy would surely taste better than ordinary meat. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she felt. Oh, she was really hungry. It wasn't until dusk that Xiao Qi finally walked out of the mountains with her bundle. The bundle was something she found in the mountains, and she had no idea who it belonged to. It was completely empty. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, a small figure suddenly appeared from behind a tree, holding a few wild fruits. It was the little girl from yesterday.
Titch, thank you for the meat.
This is for you. The girl stammered, raising her hand with the fruits, which were noticeably larger than usual, clearly carefully selected. I don't need it, you can keep it. It seemed that her earlier words had taken all her courage, and after being rejected, she stood timidly to the side. Not far away, Zhang Chang shook his head helplessly at the scene. This little girl was also pitiful. It would be nice if she could follow that person, but clearly, she had no intention of doing so. Compared to before, there are many more people at the foot of the mountain, all crowded together. This mountain has plenty of food, which is a rare comfort for everyone. The court has ordered the Pingyuan prefecture to handle disaster relief and the resettlement of the victims, so most of the survivors have to go there. Although this road is not an official one, many people still choose to travel it. Xiao Qi did not squeeze in with the crowd but instead found a quiet spot. Unfortunately, she had no pots or pans with her. After thinking for a moment, she reached into her bag and pulled out a bamboo tube. Inside the tube was half a jar of salt, which she had previously refined from well salt, weighing about half a pound. After looking around, she chose her target. It was a family of 5, a couple with an elderly person and a son and daughter. The 2 children were quite young, looking pale and thin. With 8 or 9 days of walking left to reach Pingyuan Prefecture, many people had already died along the way, and some had even resorted to cannibalism. It was remarkable that these 2 children had survived. Xiao Qi observed the family from behind a tree for a while. They seemed to have some food stored. They had also chosen a spot away from the crowd and, after cautiously checking their surroundings, the man pulled out a small bundle from under layers of blankets. To her surprise, the bundle contained brown rice and vegetable dumplings. In this poor year, brown rice is already a rare and precious food for ordinary families, especially on the road to escape, so it was no wonder they were so careful. The woman took out a rice ball and soaked it in hot water to make a paste, which she divided between the 2 children and the elderly father. She and the man then cooked a vegetable porridge. If it weren't for this mountain, they wouldn't even have access to wild vegetables. After the family finished eating, Xiao Qi approached them. "Miss, is there something you need?" The woman quickly gathered her 2 children close, while the man looked wary. Xiao Qi extended the bamboo tube toward them. "I have some salt and would like to trade it for some pots and pans." Before the disaster, this family must have lived well, as they had a large iron pot and a small one, along with several clay jars. Iron is very expensive in this era. A small iron pot costs at least 300 or 400 coins. The salt she had was not coarse but also not refined, probably worth about 50 coins. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi took half of a wild chicken from her supplies and placed it in her bag. Before she could take out the half chicken, the woman had already carefully accepted the bamboo tube. Upon seeing the fine salt inside, her eyes lit up, and she nudged the man beside her. Salt is usually precious. Common families mostly use coarse salt and have to be careful with it. Even if they tried to save, their salt had long run out, and they hadn't had any for a while, leaving them feeling weak. Not just them, but most people on the road were in the same situation. The man hesitated for a moment, signaled for the woman to put the salt away, then turned to bring over a large iron pot and asked her to gather 2 jars and some bowls and chopsticks. Finally, he gritted his teeth and added a handful of wild vegetables into the jar. "Miss, I can't thank you enough. I'm Zhou Dainyu, not a small-minded person.
Please take this."
Normally, this small iron pot could buy 4 to 5 pounds of coarse salt, but now they were on the road. With greedy people around, a single flatbread could cost 1 or even 2 taels of silver. So, trading the iron pot for salt was already a good deal. "I want the smaller pot. I don't need the bowls and chopsticks." Earlier in the mountains, Xiao Qi had cut plenty of bamboo, so she had enough bowls and chopsticks and didn't want to use someone else's. Zhou Dania didn't understand but didn't ask further, bringing over the small pot and 2 jars. Xiao Qi took the wild vegetables out of the jar. "I won't eat this." Zhou Daniu was taken aback, but quickly thanked her. Xiao Qi didn't take out the wild chicken and was about to leave with the pot and jars when a chubby boy, around 12 or 13, suddenly blocked her path, staring at her with a knife in hand. "She has meat, Mom and Dad. She has meat. I want to eat meat." The boy shouted and rushed at her like a firecracker, raising the knife high with a fierce look, as if he was used to it. Xiao Qi's gaze turned cold, and she kicked him away. Glancing at her bundle, she saw some blood seeping from the wild chicken, which the boy had spotted. From the moment the boy shouted to when Xiao Qi kicked him, it all happened in an instant. The boy's father saw his son get hit and rushed over with a stick, ready to fight Xiao Qi. His mother also ran over frantically, along with several men and women, looking like one big family. Zhou Daniu, recognizing them, turned pale and quickly spoke up. "Miss, you should run quickly."
Ah.
Just as he finished speaking, he was knocked down by a punch, falling to the ground. "Head of the family. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Xiao Qi smiled and said, "She took care of the household and raised children for you, yet you are so ungrateful that you cannot be spared." After saying this, Xiao Qi sent him to meet his fate. In less than a moment, 2 people had died, leaving everyone in shock, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Qi. It was as if she were a vengeful spirit from the underworld. At that moment, the chubby boy who had been kicked away rushed over, and upon seeing his dead parents, he stood frozen in disbelief. Then, he glared at Xiao Qi with anger. "You killed my parents. You wicked woman. I will kill you. I swear I will." His eyes were filled with hatred, burning like poison. Just as he was about to charge at her, someone behind him held him tightly, covering his mouth. "Please, sir, he is just a child. Have mercy and spare his life." "Is that so?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, pulled out a peach from her bag, and placed a bloody dagger in front of him. "Choose one. Which do you want?" The person covering his mouth had to let go, nervously praying that the chubby boy wouldn't choose the dagger. The boy stared at the blood on the dagger and finally realized that this woman was not someone they could bully anymore. One hand tightly grasped his clothes while the other picked up the peach. He would get his revenge someday. However, just as he held the peach, the dagger swiftly cut his throat without mercy. The boy's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand why Xiao Qi had killed him. "You wicked." His words were cut short as he lost his breath. Xiao Qi wiped the blood from the dagger and chuckled softly. If he can forget the revenge for his parents, then he is too cunning to be left alive. But speaking of which, looking at all of you, it seems you've been quite well fed. You must have done a lot of looting on your way here. Where there is looting, there are bound to be casualties. She was just protecting herself. She had shown enough mercy by only killing the chubby boy's family. No one dared to say anything more, standing in fear, worried that they might provoke Xiao Qi and meet the same fate. This woman was truly unreasonable. The chaos came quickly and ended just as fast. On the road of fleeing, there was no law and too many people died. In the end, 1/3 of them did not survive. The government wouldn't intervene, especially since the country had been at war for years. The world was too chaotic. Those who had stolen from Zhou Daniu hurriedly returned the items and fled without a moment's delay. "This situation started because of me. Here's some compensation for you." Xiao Qi gave them half of a wild chicken. Zhou Daniu and the Zhou family, feeling scared, quickly thanked her, not daring to say anything else. Whatever Xiao Qi said was what they accepted. They felt extremely lucky that their previous exchange with her had been friendly. If they had any bad thoughts, they might not be alive now. This was no ordinary girl. She was like a fierce spirit. Thank you, miss." Xiao Qi no longer looked like a killer. She smiled and waved her hand. She took out a peach from her bag, split it in half, and handed it to Zhou's 2 children. Here, sister wants you to have some peach. When Zhou heard this, she almost fainted, gripping Zhou Dania's hand tightly, afraid that any wrong move would upset Xiao Qi and put her children's lives in danger. The two children huddled together, confused about why this sister suddenly seemed like she wanted to harm them. They didn't dare to cry, holding back tears and staying still. Xiao Qi placed the peach in their hands and turned to leave with her own things. Once Xiao Qi was far away, Zhou finally sighed in relief, her body feeling weak as she sat down on the ground. Oh my, that really scared her. Looking at the small girl, she never expected her to have such power. Zhou Dania felt weak too. He glanced at the three family members who were still in shock and sighed silently, leading his family away. Although the girl was ruthless, if they hadn't provoked her, they wouldn't have faced such trouble. They were used to being arrogant but didn't expect to meet someone like her today. They needed to keep their distance. They didn't want to get involved with her again. With pots and pans ready, Xiao Qi cooked herself a pot of lean meat porridge. A piece of fresh wild boar leg meat was cut off. With a flick of her fingers, an almost invisible wind blade wrapped around the meat, quickly turning it into thin strips, evenly cut, comparable to a chef's work. Her cooking skills were undeniable. After adding spices and chopped green onions, it looked great. She took a bite. She wanted to throw the pot away. It wasted her precious rice. Looking at the half pot of lean meat porridge, Xiao Qi fell into thought. The special rice contained spiritual energy, and even a simple dish should taste good. Why did it turn out like this in her hands? Did she have some cooking limit? With her head down, Xiao Qi sat to the side, feeling a bit down as she nibbled on a fire spirit fruit. The fire spirit fruit looks like a dragon fruit, with yellow flesh that is very similar to mango. Its taste is also alike, and it is rich in energy, making it suitable for ordinary people to eat. After eating some fruit to satisfy her hunger, Xiao Qi walked back into the crowd. The moonlight was bright, making the ground look slightly illuminated like dawn. With her arrival, the group of people that had been gathered quickly dispersed. Xiao Qi glanced at everyone and picked up a bamboo basket that was about half her height from a chubby boy's family. It was much easier to carry a bamboo basket than to take things out of her bundle. As she passed by Zhou Dania's family, she caught a whiff of roasted chicken, and the aroma was delightful. So fragrant. Why didn't her roasted chicken smell this good? She was a master alchemist skilled in handling spiritual herbs, so why was she struggling with cooking? Could it be her cooking skills? That couldn't be true. It must be a problem with this body. Miss, the chicken is ready. Would you like to try some? Seeing Xiao Qi pause, Zhou Dania quickly offered her half a roasted chicken. They had planned to eat it right away because of the hot weather, but they hadn't even had a bite before Xiao Qi arrived, so they didn't dare to eat in front of her. She didn't want to eat someone else's food. Well, I'll just have a taste. Xiao Qi smiled as she took the roasted chicken. After one bite, even though it only had a bit of salt, it tasted exceptionally good. Although it couldn't compare to the chefs from her past life, it was much better than what she made herself. Finally getting to eat meat made Xiao Qi so happy that she almost cried. Before she knew it, half a roasted chicken was gone. Seeing the Zhou family trying to hold back their saliva, Xiao Qi brought over her pot. This is for you. It was half a pot of porridge, mostly filled with shredded meat. She had cut a bit too much. It had no other flaws besides being unappetizing. Just as Mrs. Zhou was about to refuse, Zhou Dania stopped her with a look, signaling her not to argue. They absolutely could not contradict this girl. Whatever she said was final. It wasn't surprising that someone so capable wouldn't lack food on the road. Mrs. Zhou was startled and quickly accepted the pot, pouring the meat porridge into a clay jar and cleaning the small iron pot to return to Xiao Qi. Once Xiao Qi walked away, Mrs. Zhou finally relaxed, fearing that this unpredictable girl might harm their entire family. She was still shaken by what had happened earlier. As she relaxed, the delicious aroma of meat filled the air. The roasted chicken was out of reach, but unexpectedly, they received a pot of meat porridge. Although it was called meat porridge, it was mostly meat. The family of 5, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, stared at the porridge in the pot with eager eyes. Even during good harvests, they had never had this much meat. Mrs. Zhou trembled as she quickly divided the meat porridge, without spilling a drop. She didn't know what kind of rice was used, but it looked much better than the brown rice they had eaten before. Taking a bite of the meat porridge, the rich aroma filled the air, and the tender meat felt like a taste of happiness that could lift them to the sky. The porridge had a strange flavor, but in the presence of meat, even the oddest taste seemed delicious. For some reason, Zhou Dainiu felt that the porridge had a magical quality. After just a few sips, he felt incredibly comfortable. After a night of training, no one dared to approach within 10 meters due to Xiao Qi's feet from the previous night. Before dawn, everyone was packing up to hit the road. It was best to set off early while it wasn't too hot. The Xiao family also began to gather their things. Xiao Qi walked towards the Zhou family carrying a bamboo basket. Mrs. Zhou immediately felt nervous, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. "Miss, is there anything I can do for you?" Zhou Dainiu quickly approached, his attitude very humble. Xiao Qi took out a bamboo tube filled with white flour, along with some salt, a bunch of green onions, and a handful of peanuts. "I want to make pancakes."
Can you do that?
"Of course." Mrs. Zhou nodded eagerly, not daring to say no. She was curious where Xiao Qi got such fine white flour. It was hard to find even in the county town. And those fresh green onions, did she just pick them from the mountains? Xiao Qi didn't say much more and sat down nearby, worried that someone might come over to cause trouble. When it was time to cook, Mrs. Zhou suddenly remembered something. Her expression stiffened for a moment, but seeing Xiao Qi's calm face, she cautiously approached to speak. "Miss, I'm just a simple countrywoman. The food I make can't compare to that of a restaurant chef. What do you think?" "It's fine, just go ahead and cook," Xiao Qi replied. Compared to the inedible food she had made before, Mrs. Zhou's cooking was not great, but at least it was edible, which was good enough. With her assurance, Mrs. Zhou felt relieved and got to work. There were plenty of dry twigs nearby, and the Zhou family collected a good amount to carry, as firewood could sometimes be hard to find. They also discovered a small stream in the mountains, which would solve their water problem. Just as Mrs. Zhou was about to pour water and knead the dough, Xiao Qi took out another bamboo tube.
Use the water from here.
Her water came from a special space, filled with energy, and was very clean. She had seen the small stream in the mountains where many people went to get water. In the middle and upper stream, she had seen a few people washing their faces and feet, and some children bathing while also making a mess. Zhou sure didn't ask many questions, and quietly accepted the water. She poured the water, kneaded the dough, chopped peanuts, added green onions and salt, mixed in the crushed peanuts, and worked it into the dough. While Zhou sure was busy, Xiao Qi focused her mind on the space, struggling with the peanuts. Last night, she had harvested a batch of peanuts from the space, and after drying overnight, they were perfect for making oil. Xiao Qi tried to extract oil with her mind, and after sweating a lot, she finally managed to get a little less than half a bamboo tube of oil, not even a pound. With over 2 pounds of flour, Zhou Shi made 27 pancakes, and the little bit of salt brought out the flavors of the green onions and crushed peanuts. Even without salt, they tasted great, and her appetite had increased a lot. She could eat 10 of these pancakes in one meal. Xiao Qi took 20 pancakes, leaving the remaining 7 as payment for Zhou Shi. Zhou Dainiu and Zhou Shi were overjoyed and quickly hid the pancakes away. With these pancakes, they could save some food, and if they found some wild vegetables along the way, they might survive until they reached the plains. After eating some pancakes and drinking water, Xiao Qi felt much better. Even though the others were envious, they didn't dare approach. They still remembered the death of the chubby boy's family from yesterday. Who knows, they might ask for pancakes and end up in danger. The crowd of refugees moved slowly, and Xiao Qi lingered at the back, occasionally disappearing for a while before reappearing. As noon approached, when she reappeared, her bamboo basket had more than a dozen wild chicken eggs and some mushrooms and vegetables. Half a day had passed, and they still hadn't left the mountains. It would take at least 2 or 3 more days. But this also made it easier for her to gather supplies from the mountains. This time she not only collected wild chicken eggs but also caught a hen that was nesting. She didn't kill the hen but placed it in her space. She marked an area with grass and a stream, without any magical herbs, so the hen couldn't escape. Xiao Qi even kindly left 3 wild chicken eggs for it. She was truly a good person. Additionally, she caught some fish and shrimp in the mountains and placed them in the stream within the locked area. Soon, there would be plenty to eat. With the sun blazing, Zhou Dainiu found a shady spot and helped his elderly father sit down. After a morning of traveling, everyone was very hungry. Zhou took out a piece of bread and shared half with Zhou Dainiu, who is the main support of the family and needs to eat well. She then divided the remaining half in half again for her elderly father. Finally, she shared the little bit left with the 2 children. As for herself, she ate some wild vegetable dumplings. She had a few brown rice and wild vegetable dumplings left, but they were all taken yesterday and she didn't know who took them. Since no one saw it, they couldn't be returned. Seeing Zhou struggling to eat the wild vegetable dumplings, Zhou Dainiu frowned and silently shared his half of the bread with Zhou and the 2 children, taking only half of a wild vegetable dumpling for himself. The wild vegetable dumplings, made from some wild greens and crushed tree bark, were not only bitter, but also hard to swallow. However, at this moment, having something to eat was still a blessing. Zhou's eyes were a bit red as she gave a small portion back to Zhou Dainiu. Neither of them were very talkative. Zhou Dainiu took a bite of the wild vegetable dumpling, then a small bite of bread, and finished with a big gulp of water. Feeling touched, he couldn't help but wonder when his wife's cooking had become so good. This bread tasted especially sweet and delicious. But then he remembered that this bread was made from fine flour, which must be better than ordinary bread. When Xiao Qi arrived, the Zhou family had almost finished eating. "Miss, is there anything you need me to do?" Zhou no longer felt as scared of Xiao Qi as she did in the morning. She thought Xiao Qi was a good person. As long as others didn't provoke her, she wouldn't act aggressively. After all, she only made them a meal, and in return, they received so much bread. In the past, this would have been like hiring someone for work, and the pay was quite generous. Completely unaware that she had become a good person in Zhou's eyes, Xiao Qi placed a bamboo basket on the ground. She took out a chicken, a pound of rice, some clean water, a few mushrooms, and some spices and oil. Since she could find spices in the cultivation world, it was convenient for her now. She laid the pile of spices in front of Zhou. Zhou only recognized green onions, ginger, garlic, and pepper. She had never heard of chili peppers. Xiao Qi frowned, recalling that it seemed the Moon Kingdom didn't have chili peppers, but they did have spice plants. The common seasonings for ordinary people were just green onions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and vinegar. Well, you can make it however you like. Make chicken with mushrooms and some steamed rice, Xiao Qi said, handing Zhou 5 small chili peppers to use as seasoning in the chicken dish. "Miss, I rarely make this dish, and I'm not sure if it will taste good." Zhou looked at the rice and meat in front of her, hesitating about what to do. Even on good harvest days, their family could only eat chicken during the new year. As for whether it tastes good or not, ordinary people don't really know. Having meat is enough. But now it was different. Zhou noticed that Xiao Qi seemed to have picky tastes and was worried that her cooking wouldn't satisfy her. "Well, you can make it," Xiao Qi replied. It couldn't possibly taste worse than what she would make. Of course, it had just been a while since she cooked, and her skills had gotten a bit rusty. "Here is your payment." Xiao Qi discreetly placed 5 wild chicken eggs into Zhou's basket, avoiding the gaze of others. Zhou was surprised, and her words of refusal turned into gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi. I will do my best." Though she didn't know where Xiao Qi got these things, it was her talent, and she didn't want to offend her by asking too much. There were capable people even on the road of hardship. "Boil these and add them to the chicken stew," Xiao Qi said, taking out 8 more wild chicken eggs. The eggs were small, and Xiao Qi thought she could eat one in a bite along with a mouthful of rice. While Zhou cooked, Xiao Qi sat beside her, not interfering. The aroma of rice and chicken quickly filled the air, drawing many people over, their greed evident in their eyes. They didn't know whose meat it was, but wanted to take advantage of the situation. Previously, Another family had caught wild rabbits on the mountain, but before they could roast them, everyone had shared them. As for that family's opinion, it didn't matter. In times like this, it was all about who was stronger. However, seeing Xiao Qi standing there made them hesitate, only daring to smell the delicious aroma from a distance. They wanted to rush over and take everything, but they were too weak from hunger, and even the big man couldn't overpower her. This woman was truly formidable. They exchanged glances, and no one dared to approach. With Xiao Qi present, Zhou Dainiu took his elderly father to gather firewood while the two children helped Zhou with the cooking. The wild chicken meat was tender and didn't need to be cooked for long. When the rice was ready, the chicken stew with mushrooms was also done. Xiao Qi poured everything into her pot. It was just enough for one meal. There was still some broth left in the pot, and a bit of crispy rice at the bottom. After returning the leftover oil, salt, and seasonings, Zhou Dainiu learned that Xiao Qi no longer needed the remaining rice at the bottom of the pot. The Zhou family quickly mixed it with the leftover soup and shared it among themselves. No one saw Xiao Qi give her wild chicken eggs, but the remaining food caught everyone's attention. If they didn't eat it all now, it wouldn't be long before someone else would take it. It was better to eat it all in front of everyone, leaving them with no desire for it. The crispy rice mixed with the soup filled a large bowl, and along with what they had eaten earlier, the five of them were surprisingly satisfied. It was delicious, even better than the food at restaurants. Zhou Dainiu had never tasted anything like it. It was spicy, but different from Zhuyu's cooking. The chili added to it surprisingly made it taste great. Zhou's cooking of chicken with mushrooms was average, but it was better than her usual meals. Before long, Xiao Qi had nearly finished eating when a shadow fell over her. Someone approached her, and she already knew who it was, but she was surprised to see a familiar face. "You're still alive?" The voice held both surprise and disdain. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. She stood up and looked coldly at the man before her. This was Zhao Qiyun, the older brother of the main character, who had plotted against her with Zhao Fushing to get rid of her. The idea of her being a vicious supporting character was truly laughable. The original character was weak and couldn't compete with others for food while fleeing from disaster. Fearing the Xiao family would look down on her, she desperately gathered firewood and made straw sandals. To the Xiao family, she appeared to be a lazy person who only relied on them for food. The Xiao family thrived on her luck, finding dead rabbits or discovering wild vegetables, as well as various wild chicken and duck eggs. Wild chickens even flew into them, and they managed to collect a large bag of rice and flour. Naturally, they wouldn't show these things in front of the original character. While everyone pretended to eat unappetizing wild vegetable dumplings, the Xiao family secretly enjoyed plenty of delicious food, either sending her away or taking advantage of her when she was asleep. The original character occasionally caught the scent of meat, eggs, or even rice. She informed the Xiao family, but they scolded her for being greedy. In just 2 days, the Xiao family increasingly felt that keeping her around was a burden. They wanted to get rid of her, but didn't want to bear the reputation of mistreating the daughter of their savior. After all the hardships of fleeing, there are still many familiar faces around, and they do not want their family's reputation to be damaged. If they can return to their hometown in the future, a bad reputation would be a problem. So, they came up with a plan. When the original character's father saved Zhao Fushing's father, Zhao Fushing's father was very grateful and wanted to strengthen their relationship by arranging a marriage between Zhao Qiyun and the original character. Zhao Qiyun was very attractive, and the original character's father naturally approved. However, the Zhao family was large and poor. Although they supported Zhao Qiyun's education, they still had a beloved little daughter to care for. The original character's father worried that she would suffer if she married into the Zhao family, so he did not give a definite answer, saying she was too young and they could discuss it later. The original character then developed feelings for Zhao Qiyun. Her admiration for him was a secret, but the Zhao family noticed it clearly during their journey. They used this to manipulate her, making her appear as a woman who only knew how to charm men in front of everyone. The Xiao family took her in out of gratitude for her father's help, but she was accused of trying to charm their son, especially since Zhao Qiyun had a beloved girlfriend. They could not keep a woman with such improper intentions. Thus, the original character was openly driven away. Whether she had actually done anything wrong was clear to her. She understood that the Xiao family was intentionally scheming against her. But what was her fault? She had lost her family while fleeing and, as a weak woman, could hardly survive alone. When she finally met someone familiar in a village, someone her father had saved, possibly even her future in-laws, how could she not hold on tightly? Afraid of being disliked by the Xiao family, she collected firewood along the way and made straw sandals for the family, her hands covered in blisters. But how could deep-seated prejudices be easily erased, especially in a large family? Zhao Fushing's secret must not be discovered, so no matter what the original character did, the Xiao family would never be satisfied and could only drive her away. Even if she was not killed by the male lead, it would be hard for her to survive. The Xiao family would still distance themselves from her even in the plains, and she wouldn't hate them that much. Once in the plains, she could sell herself as a servant and might survive, but on the way while fleeing, a weak woman like her had no chance of survival. Her father had saved Zhao's life and sacrificed most of their wealth, yet they never asked for anything in return. They could not provide any money, and her father did not hold it against them. Why couldn't the Xiao family save her life? Why not? I'm alive, and that's none of your business. Xiao Qi's eyes were cold. She didn't expect that before she could find someone, they would come to her. She would not let Zhao Fushing and Zhao Qiyun's schemes against her go unpunished. Seeing Xiao Qi's indifference, Zhao Qiyun was slightly taken aback. Usually, Xiao Qi looked at him with shyness and timidity, but now she seemed so cold. No, he had seen her get seriously injured. For an ordinary person, such a severe wound would be hard to survive, especially while fleeing. Zhao Qiyun couldn't believe that Xiao Qi had survived and had even followed them here. She seemed to be doing
well.
Recalling the smell of the stewed chicken he had just encountered, Zhao Qiyun felt even more disgusted. How could a weak woman survive on the run without resorting to desperate measures? Xiao Qi, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You couldn't charm me, so now you're selling yourself for food. You're truly despicable. I warn you, don't think you can follow us anymore, or I won't hold back. Thinking of what Xiao Qi had done to his younger sister, Zhao Qiyun felt a surge of anger. His sister was only 13. How could she dare? But he couldn't act, at least not in front of so many people. Me charm you? What are you? Xiao Qi didn't like arguing. She preferred to take action. But before she could, Zhao Fushing's second brother, Zhao Qifeng, charged over in a rage. You shameless person! How dare you bully my sister? I'll kill you! Zhao Qifeng and Zhao Qiyun were twins, lacking in education but full of brute strength. They both adored Zhao Fushing and couldn't stand anyone saying a harsh word to her. As he swung his fist, Xiao Qi dodged to the side and quickly kicked him, sending him flying several meters away. Now that she had reached the first level of Qi training, her physical abilities were far superior. Zhao Qifeng hit the ground and spat out blood, looking up at Xiao Qi in disbelief. How could she possibly be that weak woman? You're not Xiao Qi. Who are you really? Zhao Qian took a step back, watching Xiao Qi warily. Xiao Qi smiled slightly and kicked Zhao Qian away as well. He wasn't as strong as Zhao Qifeng and immediately fell to the ground, coughing up blood, fear evident in his eyes. Xiao Qi approached him, ready to end it, but a dry branch suddenly fell, stopping her from continuing. Her brows furrowed as she tried again, but a large rock rolled down the slope, heading straight for her, as if it wanted to crush her. This was too much. Xiao Qi was determined and pulled out a dagger, planning to deal with him directly, but suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, narrowly missing her ear. All right, Xiao Qi rolled her eyes and stepped on his face, stomping down hard a couple of times. Zhao Qian, your family has at least produced a scholar, and this is how you repay the daughter of your savior? My father not only saved your father, but also spent over 20 taels of silver to treat his injuries. The Xiao family had worked hard to save 30 tails, and they spent more than 20 to help Xiaoda. Her father was a kind-hearted man who couldn't bear to see the pillar of the Xiao family fall. He not only saved him but also paid for his medical expenses out of his own pocket. Because of this, her mother and father nearly ended up in a quarrel. But what was the result? Now it was her turn to be saved, and others only found her a nuisance. Xiao Qi chuckled lightly, meeting Zhao Qian's shocked, confused, and angry gaze, and stomped down again. Half of his face instantly became a bloody mess. Confused about why I'm so different now. Let me tell you the truth, I met an immortal, and they couldn't stand people like you who are ungrateful and hypocritical, so I'm here for revenge. You are evil. Cough. You are just evil. Zhao Qiyun gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with hatred. This person could not possibly be Xiao Qi. She could barely compete with others for wild vegetables. How could she kick both of them away? Xiao Qi clicked her tongue and tossed Zhao Qiyun to the ground, standing over him. Zhao Qiyun, if I'm evil, then what is Xiao Fushing? A double standard. If someone else is different, they are evil, but if his sister is different, she is a blessing.
Ugh.
As soon as she said this, Zhao Qiyun's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't expect Xiao Qi to know about his sister's uniqueness.
No.
This matter must not be known to outsiders. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Qiyun immediately denied it, but Xiao Qi stepped on his face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. What you admit or deny doesn't matter to me. Xiao Qi wasn't sure if she could kill Xiao Fushing. After all, just because she was the main character, her brother was hard to deal with. Get away. Let go of my brother. Zhao Qifeng got up again, but as he charged forward, Xiao Qi kicked him and sent him flying. He hit the ground and lost consciousness. The commotion finally alerted the Xiao family. When they arrived, they found Zhao Qifeng unconscious and Zhao Qian injured. Big brother, second brother. Zhao Fushing cried out, rushing over. Xiao Qi pulled out a dagger from her sleeve and threw it at Zhao Fushing. Little sister. Sweetheart. The Zhao family was shocked to see Xiao Qi attacking Zhao Fushing, and their hearts sank. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Zhao Fushing's neck, he suddenly stumbled and fell forward. The dagger missed its target. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed in Xiao Qi's eyes. It seemed she wouldn't be able to kill Zhao Fushing. A protagonist with divine protection was hard to defeat. She wondered if the person she met earlier, Bei Yuege, also had divine protection, since he was also a protagonist. Could a world really have 2 pairs of protagonists? Was the divine will capable of managing that? You little brat, how dare you harm my granddaughter? I'll fight you. Old Madame Zhao raised her cane and tried to charge forward, but Zhao held her back, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi sneered, and with a swift movement, she kicked a stone that struck old Madame Zhao on the head. Though the stone didn't kill her, it caused her to stumble, bleeding and dazed. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. These people had luck on their side, making them difficult to defeat right now, but that could change in the future. She wouldn't spare any of them. Xiao family girl, our Zhao family has been quite lenient with you. Why do you have to go this far? Zhao shouted, but he couldn't help but wonder if this person was really Xiao Qi. How could she be so different from before? Even his second brother couldn't match her now? Xiao Qi, you wicked woman, let go of my big brother. Zhao Fushing sat on the ground with tears in her eyes, while the Zhao family comforted her, gathering around her protectively. Zhao Fushing's 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers also shielded her. The 3rd and 4th brothers helped Zhao Qifeng up. The 7 siblings were all gathered together.
Lenient?
That phrase is more believable coming from a dog than from you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Da's face darkened. He knew the Zhao family's past actions were wrong, but if she hadn't insisted on following them, they wouldn't have acted. Xiao Qi didn't waste words with them. You want your big brother? Fine, he offended me. Bring me 100 taels of silver to redeem him, or else. She pressed down harder, and Zhao Qiyun's face was already unrecognizable. Seeing their big brother treated this way, the Zhao family wished they could eat her alive, and Xiao Fushing was crying uncontrollably. But even the strongest Xiao Qifeng didn't dare to act against her. The Xiao family felt they couldn't make a move. The Xiao Qi in front of them seemed different from the one they knew. "Let go of my brother." Xiao Fushing suddenly stood up and screamed, a faint wave of energy radiating from her. An invisible force seemed to urge Xiao Qi to release Xiao Qiyun. Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes, pressing down harder, breaking Xiao Qiyun's nose, and he let out a pitiful wail. Xiao Fushing was stunned, and the Xiao family quickly pulled her into their arms. Xiao didn't dare to say anything more and hurried to gather their savings. Once a person is gone, they are truly gone. Money can be earned again. The Xiao family had been very poor until Xiao Fushing fell into a coma, after which their luck changed. Xiao De was injured because he tried to earn money for her treatment by collecting herbs in the mountains, but he fell off a cliff. If it weren't for her father passing by, he would have been lost. At first, they didn't realize their luck had improved, but after several occurrences, they discovered that Xiao Fushing was the source of their good fortune. They even found a nearly 100-year-old ginseng in the mountains, selling it for over 200 taels of silver. Now they had a little over 100 left. Xiao De was frustrated but felt powerless, so he had to bring out all their savings. Xiao Qi took the silver and finally released her foot, smiling at the already suffering Xiao Qiyun. "Xiao Qiyun, I think you know what to say and what not to say next, right?" Xiao Qi didn't care about maintaining a persona. She wasn't the original owner. If they wanted her life, they needed to see if they had the ability to take it. Moreover, if the Xiao family dared to expose her secrets, Xiao Fushing wouldn't escape either. As long as no one was watching, it was fine, but once the secret was out, every little detail would be magnified under scrutiny. The Xiao family didn't dare to take that risk. In this world, the best way to silence someone is through interests. As long as the Xiao family wanted the benefits Xiao Fushing brought, they wouldn't act recklessly unless they were ready to eliminate her completely. And she wondered where Xiao Fushing's love interest had gone. He had stabbed her once, and she had been wanting to return the favor. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm so annoyed that my ears hurt. If you shout one more time, I'll chop off another finger." Until blood gushed out, Xiao Datsai felt the pain, and his screams echoed through the air.
Ah.
"It hurts so much. It hurts. Master. Dad. Will you pay with money or with your life?" Xiao Qi returned to her cheerful self, while Xiao Shi suppressed her deep hatred and quickly rummaged through her bag, finally finding only 23 taels of silver. "We only have this much left. I beg you to spare him, please. We will make it up to you later." Xiao Shi cried, her face covered in tears and snot, kneeling on the ground to plead. Only then did Xiao Qi put down her dagger. "All right, I'll spare his life, but..." Before she finished speaking, Xiao Qi kicked Xiao Da's leg, breaking it instantly. "The remaining silver will be paid with this leg." Xiao Da fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Xiao Qi calmly walked over to Xiao Shi and took the 23 taels of silver. As she passed Xiao Fushing, she suddenly stopped, staring at her intently, causing Xiao Fushing to shrink back into Xiao Shi's arms in fear. Xiao Qi scoffed but did nothing further. Although she couldn't kill her now, she noticed something unusual about her. Despite being the favored daughter of fortune, there was a faint gray layer over her soul. This resembled some evil cultivators in the cultivation world who tried to steal others' fortunes to resist tribulations. The fortunes they stole often had this gray layer when examined. However, the Xiao family didn't seem like those whose fortunes had been stolen. In fact, because of Xiao Fushing's influence, their fortunes seemed to improve. In the original memories, there didn't seem to be anything particularly strange in the village. She wondered from whom Xiao Fushing had obtained her fortune. Once her strength increased, she might try to return it to the rightful owner. The Xiao family was afraid of encountering Xiao Qi again, and since several of them were injured, they could only rest in place. After dealing with the Xiao family, Xiao Qi continued on her way. She wanted to settle down in the city as soon as possible, and honestly, she didn't want to see the Xiao family again. Every time she did, she felt like hitting them. Since she set off under the blazing sun, she hardly saw any living people along the way, but there were plenty of corpses. Some were buried on the spot, while others lay exposed, with crows circling low, waiting for those who hadn't yet passed away. As the sun set, Xiao Qi entered the mountains again. Tomorrow, her travel direction would change, and today might be her last chance to go into the mountains, as it would be harder to find meat later on. There should still be 7 or 8 days of travel to the plains. If she had a cart, it would be faster. She had eaten a lot of fruit on the way and wasn't hungry yet, so she found a tree to practice. She practiced until midnight, and the sky began to brighten a little. She still had plenty of spiritual stones with energy, so Xiao Qi put them away and stretched, feeling refreshed. Although there wasn't much spiritual energy in this ancient time, the air was fresher than in modern times, which was good for her health. Her stomach rumbled, and Xiao Qi jumped down from the tree to search the mountains. Not far along, she discovered a wild boar. Wow, what a big wild boar. It seemed she had a special connection with wild boars. The boar sensed danger but was caught off guard and was quickly defeated by Xiao Qi's wind blade. She collected the boar and took some of its blood into her space. It had been a long time since she had hot pot. Compared to the famine and chaos outside, the deep mountains had many wild animals because few dared to enter due to the large beasts. While searching, Xiao Qi also found a deer. Deer were valuable. She quickly took the deer meat into her space. On her way back, she caught 2 wild chickens, 3 rabbits, and 5 plump bamboo rats, and she also found a few wild chicken eggs. In her space, she had deer meat, half a wild chicken, and some boar leg that she hadn't touched much. She decided not to kill the 2 wild chickens and instead set aside an area in her space to keep them. As for the rabbits, she had no plans to keep them since they breed too quickly. Similarly, she had no intention of raising bamboo rats because she didn't like eating them. At around 4 a.m., the sky was slightly brightening, and everyone was packing their belongings to set off. Zhou Dainiu felt especially strong these past 2 days, as if he had gained some energy. After traveling so long yesterday, he didn't feel tired waking up early today. Zhou sure felt the same way. Taking advantage of their good spirits, they prepared to leave as soon as it was light. Just as the family finished packing, Zhou sure suddenly noticed someone coming down from the mountain who looked very familiar. "Dear, look over there. Isn't that young lady? Why is she coming out of the mountains?" Last night, the moonlight was too dim, and not many dared to go into the mountains to look for food. About an hour ago, someone took the risk to enter the mountains. However, out of 10 people who went in, only 8 came back alive and 4 died. 2 were attacked by a large creature, and 2 others fell off a cliff in panic. Because of this incident, no one dared to enter the mountains anymore. Everyone was busy moving along. Zhou Dainiu went into the mountains yesterday at noon, but fearing danger, he only dared to wander around outside. In the end, he picked some wild fruits and vegetables and was lucky enough to dig up a few bamboo shoots. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qi dared to enter the mountains at midnight? Zhou Dainiu confirmed it carefully before nodding. It really is that girl. Wait, is that a wild boar? Zhou Dainiu's eyes widened in shock, and the others noticed what Xiao Qi was dragging. It was a whole wild boar, and she managed to bring it down all by herself. How much strength did that take? As soon as Xiao Qi came down the mountain, everyone's gazes became intense, their eyes fixed on the wild boar she was dragging. Some people knew about her achievements from yesterday and didn't dare to approach recklessly. Those who didn't know her also hesitated. After all, someone who could single-handedly take down a wild boar and drag it back couldn't possibly be just an ordinary girl. "Miss, please have mercy and help us with something to eat," pleaded a thin woman with a weak child, kneeling down. Others followed suit, kneeling to ask for a bit of food. Xiao Qi dropped the wild boar on the ground. "I'm not giving this away, I'm selling it. Anyone with silver can come buy it, limited to 1 pound per person." There was plenty of meat in her space, and this wild boar was a bit tough and not very tasty, so she didn't mind sharing it. The boar weighed around 160 to 170 pounds after removing the innards, and with just over 100 people around, plus the bamboo rats and rabbits she had, there was enough to go around. She also wanted to see if this would help her accumulate merit. Would having more merit increase her chances of defeating the main character? There was no rush. She could take her time experimenting. Perhaps her chance to return lay with these people, and she needed to approach them one by one, especially since there were 2 pairs of main characters. Typically, regular pork costs 35 won per pound, and lean meat costs 25 won per pound. Xiao Qi didn't care about the type of meat. She set the price at 30 won per pound for mixed cuts and 15 won per pound for lean meat. She must have done a good deed, considering she was selling it cheaper than usual. On the road of fleeing, no one would show such kindness. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became excited and quickly took out silver coins to buy some meat. This was meat. Along the way, they had mostly eaten wild vegetables and tree bark. If they could get meat, they would spend any amount of silver for it. Moreover, fatty meat was only 30 coins per pound. Before the famine, the prices of rice and flour in town had already skyrocketed. With 1 or 2 silver coins, they could only buy a few pounds of coarse rice or flour, and if they were late, there would be nothing left to buy. Now, many people had some copper coins on them. Even if one person didn't have enough, a few could pool their money together to buy a pound, which would last them a day or 2. This was a chance to survive. Come over here. Xiao Qi waved to the Xiao family, and Zhou Dainiu immediately brought his family over. Miss, what do you need me to do? Help me keep an eye on the line. Anyone who cuts in line should be thrown out. You go make some pancakes, this is your reward. Xiao Qi took out flour, wild chicken eggs, and water along with some seasonings. Finally, she tossed out a rabbit that weighed at least 3 pounds. The crowd's eyes filled with envy. This was meat. Thank you, Mississippi. I'll organize them into a line right away. Zhou Dania handed the rabbit to Zhou Shi and quickly organized everyone into a line. Xiao Qi then took a knife and began to cut the pork. She handled the meat as smoothly as she did with the beasts. As for the pig hair, that was not her concern. It could stay. She set aside the organs and quickly divided the meat into countless pieces. Each piece of pork was weighed precisely, not too much or too little, exactly 1 pound. On one side, she collected money, and on the other, she handed out meat. Soon, a third of the line had passed. Although some greedy people wanted to snatch meat from those who had already bought it, these disaster victims were not foolish. They knew someone might try that, so they had already formed small groups. It was soon the next person's turn. 1 pound of fatty meat and less lean meat. Chop it into small pieces. The customer spoke in a gruff voice, and Xiao Qi didn't even look up. You've already been here, next. Darn. What nonsense are you talking? When did I come here? Do you look down on me? The man, with a full beard and a fierce expression, held a cleaver in his hand. Clearly, he was looking for trouble. Even if Xiao Qi didn't recognize him, he would find another reason. For example, not chopping the meat too finely. Xiao Qi squinted her eyes. There were 5 or 6 people in line with strange expressions, likely connected to the bearded man. With so many people and their strength, how could they not want to keep everything for themselves? If they killed Xiao Qi, all the meat would be theirs. They had knives. Who would dare to fight back? Xiao Qi straightened up and slowly wiped her hands clean. If you want to die, just say so. I won't hesitate to help you on your way. The bearded man got angry and seemed to do it on purpose, shouting loudly.
All right.
Brothers, since this woman looks down on us, let's show her who's in charge here.
Go.
As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 people rushed out from the crowd, each holding weapons. However, when they reached the front, they found the bearded man just standing there, frozen. Boss, aren't you coming? One of them curiously pushed the bearded man, only to see him fall to the side, blood gushing from his neck. The bearded man was dead, and no one saw how Xiao Qi had acted. In an instant, the few who had jumped out were thrown into chaos and ran away without thinking about revenge. They were just temporary allies. There was no loyalty among them. With the troublemaker gone, the crowd quickly quieted down again. Xiao Qi continued selling pork. By the time the sun was fully up, almost everyone had bought meat. Xiao Qi kept 5 pounds of pork belly for herself, along with some ribs and bones. The rest included pig trotters, pig heads, and offal. Miss, I'd like to buy these pig trotters. Is that all right? Zhou Dainiu cautiously approached, remembering that Xiao Qi had given him a rabbit before. He wasn't sure if she would think he was being greedy now. 2 coins each. Take them all. Xiao Qi generously waved her hand, allowing Zhou Dainiu to take the pig trotters. Those who didn't manage to buy meat either didn't have enough money or didn't have any coins at all. Xiao Qi picked up the bearded man's knife and split the pig head in half, selling each half for 2 coins. Pig hearts for 1 coin each. Pig livers for 1 coin. Pig stomachs for 1 coin. Large and small intestines packed together for 1 coin. As for the 2 who had no money at all, Xiao Qi gave each of them a bamboo rat. In a way, she felt she had done a good deed, and it should count as a success for her. The good fortune had not arrived for Xiao Qi, but misfortune came knocking at her door. The Xiao family had arrived. When they locked eyes with Xiao Qi, everyone from the Xiao family wore expressions of hatred. Thanks to Xiao Fushing, they had plenty to eat and drink along the way, living quite comfortably. However, after encountering Xiao Qi, they were beaten, lost all their money, and after she left, those wretched disaster victims even stole their luggage. All the rice, flour, oil, and even dried meat that the Xiao family had saved up were taken away. It was only because a few members of the Xiao family fought hard to protect a bag of dried vegetables that they managed to keep anything at all. They had fallen to such a state because of Xiao Qi. How could they not hate her? Xiao Fushing seemed to be frightened, looking sickly since yesterday. This made the Xiao family hate Xiao Qi even more, wishing they had finished her off when she was attacked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Seeing the Xiao family looking like they wanted to devour her, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and casually took out a dagger. She threw the dagger straight at Xiao Fushing's face.
Ah!
Xiao Fushing was frozen in shock, but unexpectedly, a branch above her broke and fell, brushing past her face and blocking the dagger. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes and stepped forward to retrieve her dagger. How can you be so vicious? You shameless woman! What did my sister ever do to you? If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be leaving. Xiao Fushing's brothers began to scold her all at once. Just as Xiao Qi was about to leave, she paused and suddenly turned to the Xiao family with a smile. Fine, I will give you an explanation. As Xiao Qi walked towards them, the Xiao family stepped back in unison. What? Don't you want an explanation anymore? We're leaving now. Zhao Qiyun, with a bruised face and limping, stepped forward. His expression was complicated, filled with both hatred and fear as he scolded the Xiao family and pulled them back. The body of the bearded man was still lying there. He wasn't blind and could easily tell who had killed him. He never expected Xiao Qi would have the guts to kill someone. In the past, she couldn't even compete for wild vegetables and had to gather firewood and make straw sandals. He realized he had misjudged her. The person before him was no longer Xiao Qi, but a ruthless killer. Xiao Qi scoffed and stepped forward to beat up the Zhao family's 7 sons one by one. Was she someone who could just laugh it off after being insulted? Xiao Qi stepped on Zhao Qiyun's face and ground it down, ignoring his painful cries. Next time you see me, remember to run as far away as you can. If I see you again, I'll hit you again. Get lost. After kicking Zhao Qiyun aside, Xiao Qi gave Zhao Fushing a nasty smile and leisurely took the bamboo basket filled with pancakes from Mrs. Zhou. The golden egg pancakes were sprinkled with green onions and smelled delicious. She had given Mrs. Zhou 5 or 6 pounds of flour, and besides the egg pancakes, she made the rest into thin flatbreads, perfect for wrapping vegetables, enough to last her several days. Miss, the bamboo basket is new and unused, and these pancakes taste great with the pickled vegetables. Zhou Dania handed over a bamboo tube filled with pickled vegetables and some leftover seasonings. The wild vegetables were from their own harvest, and the minced meat was rabbit meat, using at least half a pound of it along with a good amount of wild greens. Although the seasonings were theirs, the meat and vegetables belonged to someone else. Xiao Qi took the pickled vegetables, intending to give him the pig bone, which still had some meat on it, enough to scrape off 2 pounds. But thinking it over, she realized the pig bone would be hard to carry and might attract unwanted attention on the way. She got along well with the Xiao family. They cooked for her, and she provided them with some benefits. Everyone was happy. Here. Xiao Qi took out 2 pounds of pork belly from the basket and tossed it into Zhou Dania's arms. Ah, thank you, miss. Zhou Dania gratefully accepted the pork belly without hesitation, quickly hiding it away. He didn't have time to explain everything to Mrs. Zhou and hurriedly urged her to pack up and leave with the children and the old father, not daring to stay even a moment longer. He feared their food would be stolen. Xiao Qi could protect her food, but they couldn't, and he didn't have the face to ask others for help. Fortunately, there were few people around. If they encountered a large group, there could be thousands of them, and just showing a little food could lead to it being taken away completely. In times of disaster, the starving had lost their humanity. After finishing the egg pancakes, Xiao Qi continued on her way, carrying the large bamboo basket. Although the sun was hot, it was still bearable. She walked quickly, not stopping at noon, and only found a place to rest as it began to get dark. The surroundings were deserted, and in the night, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Xiao Qi lit a campfire under the riverbank. The water level in the river had dropped to its lowest point, revealing a thick layer of mud, with a few disaster victims scattered at the riverbed collecting water. After boiling the foul-smelling water, it was barely drinkable, but it was better than dying of thirst. Compared to the original home, this place was better since the river hadn't completely dried up. However, if it didn't rain soon, the riverbed would dry up eventually. After warming the flatbread, Xiao Qi started eating it with pickled vegetables. The pickles made by Mrs. Zhou tasted quite good, and she decided to ask her to make more next time. Miss, may I borrow some light from your fire? Just as Xiao Qi finished eating, a figure slowly approached. The voice was very hoarse, like that of an elderly person nearing the end of their life. Xiao Qi looked up and saw it was indeed an old man, dressed in tattered clothes, thin as a stick, with hollow, lifeless eyes and a face so gaunt it was hard to recognize. She nodded, picked up her bamboo basket, and continued on her way without any intention of stopping. The old man was taken aback, wanting to catch up but unable to move quickly. He could only watch as Xiao Qi walked away, filled with regret. Not long after Xiao Qi left, a group of people rushed in with knives. When they realized the woman was gone, they began to curse. Darn it! How could you not see her? One of them kicked the old man hard, causing him to fall to the ground, trembling. I didn't expect her to leave, the old man said, covering his head in fear of being hit again, feeling resentment towards Xiao Qi. Why did she have to leave? In the past, he would find some elderly or young people to bother, and they would pity him for being alone. But that girl was so heartless. If she hadn't left, he might have had a bowl of meat soup tonight. She had food with her, I saw it. She might not have gone far. Go after her, the leader shouted, glancing coldly at the old man. Before the old man could react, the man killed him with a knife. Useless, you don't need to live anymore. As dawn broke, more people gathered around due to a nearby crossroads. There were at least a few thousand, all looking pale and hunched over, utterly exhausted. Xiao Qi frowned slightly. She didn't take out her flatbread and fruit openly. Instead, she occasionally sipped some water from her bamboo tube. She had eaten some flatbread while on the road, and wasn't hungry yet. By noon, the sun was scorching the earth, and the crowd finally stopped to rest a bit. Many people had finished their water, and those who couldn't get any from others started digging for roots, hoping to find something to replenish their moisture. Xiao Qi took a moment to rest before continuing forward. There were too many people, and everything had to be kept hidden. Even a small reveal could attract a crowd. I wish I had a horse. I could reach Pingyuan Prefecture quickly. As she thought this, she suddenly heard the sound of hooves behind her.
Go.
She turned around just in time to see a group of riders speeding past, completely ignoring the suffering people along the way. Many of the displaced were trampled underfoot, creating a scene of chaos and cries. The people in front quickly moved aside, but those who didn't act fast enough faced the same fate. Xiao Qi hurriedly stepped aside as well, but unexpectedly, one of the bandits reached out and snatched the bamboo basket from her back. If she hadn't let go quickly, she might have been dragged along by the horse. Seeing that Xiao Qi had escaped, the bandit lost interest, spat in annoyance, and rode off with her basket. Inside the basket were only some pots and pans. Her food was safely stored elsewhere, and the basket was just a cover. Watching the bandit disappear, Xiao Qi moved closer to a group of people who were loudly cursing them. Before long, she heard news about that group. They were originally refugees who had turned to banditry, robbing passing merchants and even attacking other displaced people. Many had died at their hands. They committed all sorts of atrocities, but the authorities had not acted for various reasons. Now, with so many displaced people, it was even less likely they would send troops to eliminate the threat. Xiao Qi listened and continued on her way. The next day, she learned from other refugees that if they traveled another day, they would reach Dashi County, where they might find a place to stay. However, the government had designated Pingyuan Prefecture as their settlement, and Dashi County might not allow them to enter. Still, it was a county seat and there might be opportunities for charity from wealthy individuals. While everyone was excited, Xiao Qi chose a different path. From the information she had gathered, she confirmed that the bandits were on the mountain ahead. They had taken her belongings, and she couldn't let that go unchallenged. This small path led up the mountain, with only a few displaced people foraging for wild vegetables along the way. Further in, there were hardly any people left. The bandits' cruelty was well known, and no one dared to cause trouble in their territory. After a long journey, Xiao Qi finally reached the entrance to the mountain. The entrance was guarded by two bandits who were occasionally making crude jokes. Xiao Qi remained still until it got dark, then she began to move. The two guards at the entrance fell silently, without making a sound. Xiao Qi disposed of their bodies in the woods before continuing deeper. The bandits were very alert. Besides the two at the entrance, there were also two more guarding halfway up the hill. As she got closer, Xiao Qi raised her hand and lightly waved, sending a gust of wind that cut the two guards' throats. After walking a short distance, she reached the bandits' main camp. Using the flickering moonlight, she observed for a while. The camp was cleverly chosen. It was easy to defend and hard to attack, plus there was a hidden path at the back. If she hadn't seen similar terrain before, she might not have found it. The main road was heavily guarded, and any sign of her would lead to discovery. Xiao Qi decided not to attack directly, but to take a detour and use the small path. The rugged mountain path was no challenge for her. This path had few people, and it was perfectly aligned with the wind direction. Xiao Qi found a suitable spot and took out some herbs from her space. These herbs had been collected earlier on the mountain and had been nourished by the spiritual energy in her space for several days, making them much more potent. In the end, she transformed the various herbs into a thick incense stick. After lighting the incense, Xiao Qi waited until it completely burned out, then covered her face and entered. The camp was filled with noisy sounds, clearly indicating that the unconscious people had raised their alert. Xiao Qi didn't expect the incense to knock everyone out. Whether they were unconscious or not, she would finish them off directly. Those who were still awake didn't even have time to scream before losing their lives. Another hour passed, and the camp went from noisy to quiet. Almost all the bandits were dead, with a few leaders dead beyond recovery. The entire camp was littered with bodies, at least 40 or 50 in total. In the leaders' rooms, Xiao Qi found a lot of gold, silver, and banknotes, all of which she stored in her space. From the remaining low-ranking bandits, she forced out the location of the treasure vault. The vault was violently broken open, and inside, Xiao Qi discovered a significant amount of gold, silver, and jewels. There were very few antiques or paintings, likely because they had already been dealt with, as those items could not be exposed. Additionally, there were some fabrics, with 5 boxes of shoe brocade and 3 boxes of various precious jewelry. There were many valuable woods and various daily necessities, likely taken from wealthy merchants. Xiao Qi collected all these items into her space and roughly counted her gains in gold and silver. There were 500 taels of gold and over 10,000 taels of silver, not including various precious jewelry. With all this now in her possession, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. They had stolen her bamboo basket, but now it was all returned. In addition to the treasures, Xiao Qi also discovered 2 warehouses filled with grains, vegetables, meats, and other miscellaneous items. A quick glance showed there were over 10,000 pounds of grains, and the warehouses were stacked with various vegetables and meats. While the area below was filled with starving people, the mountain above was full of food. These bandits had done quite a bit of looting. Xiao Qi also found her bamboo basket among the items. After putting everything into her space, she carried the basket to the stable. There were about 20 well-groomed horses tied up in the stable. With a wave of her hand, she brought them all into her space. She designated a grassy area for them to run freely. After finishing this, Xiao Qi didn't rush to leave. Instead, she turned and went to the back courtyard of the stronghold. One of the rooms seemed to be a woman's bedroom, and since it was empty, she found several unworn outfits made of fine cotton fabric. Her own clothes were already in tatters. She changed into the clean clothes and discarded her shoes, which had several holes, for a new pair. As she covered her face and prepared to leave, she faintly heard some sounds. The noises seemed to come from
below.
Was there a secret passage? Xiao Qi searched carefully and finally found the switch for the hidden passage at the foot of the bed. When she activated the switch, a dark passage appeared behind the bed. She grabbed a torch from outside the room and went down the passage. Before long, she reached the end of the passage, which led to a secret chamber. Inside, there was a bed with a woman tied up like a dumpling, struggling on the bed. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Qi realized it was an old acquaintance, another female lead, Bei Yuege. She had been kidnapped by the bandits. Was this part of the story? Xiao Qi thought carefully but couldn't recall, not even the identities of the main characters. The male lead was a skilled martial artist and seemed to have ties to the royal family. Was he the emperor's illegitimate son? However, according to the book's pattern, whenever the main characters are kidnapped, it's usually to strengthen their relationship or for them to gain some opportunity. Just a few days ago, she had interacted with the main characters and their feelings were stable, so this time it shouldn't be about their relationship heating up. It's likely some opportunity. Xiao Qi frowned. It couldn't be the treasure of gold and silver, could it? 20,000 in gold and silver is a fortune that ordinary people could never earn in a lifetime, but to Qi Sili, it was just a small amount. Let me go. I tell you, when brotherly arrives, you're finished. Bei Yuege struggled desperately, tied to a pillar. Xiao Qi sat quietly beside her, wrapped in a cloak and saying nothing. You scoundrel, let me go. Even if you tie me up, brotherly won't look at you. The one he loves is me. Bei Yuege said angrily, clearly mistaking Xiao Qi for one of those women who deeply loved Qi Sili. Hearing this, Xiao Qi finally stood up. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Li will never let you go, you. Before Bei Yuege could finish her sentence, Xiao Qi slapped her. You scoundrel. Xiao Qi slapped her again. What was wrong with this woman's brain? You hit me? How dare you hit me? Bei Yuege's eyes turned red with anger. No one had ever dared to hit her like this before. This scoundrel, she had to make sure Li dealt with her. Yes, I did. Xiao Qi changed her tone and slapped her again, making Bei Yuege see stars and unable to say another harsh word. Indeed, those who dared to chatter in front of her deserved to be hit. By the way, why is your Li taking so long? He probably doesn't care about you at all. Xiao Qi patted Bei Yuege's face, curiously pulling out a dagger and aiming it at her head. How about I just end you now?
Bei Yuege's pupils dilated in shock.
Before she could threaten back, Xiao Qi's dagger suddenly lunged forward. Just then, a hidden weapon knocked the dagger off course. Xiao Qi's hand moved, and the dagger plunged deep into the nearby pillar, leaving Bei Yuege very lucky to be alive. TSK, what good luck. The male lead couldn't have arrived at a better time, right when she was about to kill. Fate really does protect the female lead.
Ali, sobi.
As soon as Qi Sili arrived, Bei Yuege's tears flowed like a faucet. Before Qi Sili could get close, Xiao Qi had already placed a dagger against her neck. Hand over the item, and I'll spare her life. Xiao Qi lowered her voice, planning to trick him first, regardless of the male lead's intentions.
Who are you?
Xiao Qi didn't answer, letting the dagger slide slowly down Bei Yuege's face. Qi Sili's heart tightened, fearing Xiao Qi would harm Bei Yuege. Let her go, or I'll kill you. Xiao Qi smiled slightly and swiftly cut Bei Yuege. Perhaps because she didn't intend to kill, Bei Yuege was genuinely injured. The dagger grazed her arm, causing blood to flow.
Ah!
It hurts. Bei Yuege screamed in pain, and Qi Sili's face twisted with anger.
Stop.
I'll give it to you. Qi Sili pulled out a box from his pocket and threw it over. However, Xiao Qi didn't catch the box. She just smiled and watched. The box rolled on the ground and was empty inside. TSK, you're not listening. Xiao Qi struck again with the dagger, cutting a piece of flesh from Bei Yuege's arm. Bei Yuege screamed in agony and fainted, while Xiao Qi laughed loudly. You can continue with your schemes. You err. Enough. Qi Sili could no longer bear it and took out the real treasure from his pocket. It was a cloth that looked somewhat like a treasure map.
Here.
Qi Sili threw the cloth, and Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow as a gust of wind blew it open, scattering some powder from the cloth. Time and again, young Master Qi has quite the cunning plan. The cloth was sprinkled with a strong sleeping powder. Just a touch would make Xiao Qi faint. Qi Sili didn't expect Xiao Qi to see through his trick, and his expression darkened further. You have what you wanted. Let Yuer go. Qi Sili didn't want to waste more words, and Xiao Qi didn't hesitate either. Of course, I always keep my promises. Go on. Xiao Qi pushed Bei Yuege heavily toward Qi Sili. Qi Sili quickly reached out to catch her, but in the next moment, a dagger flew straight for Bei Yuege's back. You err, be careful. Master, watch out. As Qi Sili knocked away the dagger aimed at Bei Yuege, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck and chest. Ali! The just-awakened Bei Yuege screamed. Qi Sili slowly lowered his head and saw a leaf glide past his neck, while another leaf pierced his chest. Blood gushed from his neck and chest, and one of his hands was even severed. Seeing Qi Sili, who looked like a blood-soaked person, Xiao Qi smiled slightly and summoned her dagger back to her hand. She originally intended to finish Qi Sili off completely, but suddenly a thunderbolt struck near her. Although Xiao Qi was unharmed, her hair stood on end. Wow, the male lead is really lucky. Even with such a deep cut on his neck, he didn't die. As she noticed dozens of the male lead's subordinates approaching, Xiao Qi decided not to linger any longer and quickly retreated with what she had obtained. In this confrontation between the male and female leads, fate seemed to favor the female lead. Otherwise, the male lead wouldn't be so badly injured. I bet Qi Sili and Bei Yuege still can't imagine she is the one who previously forced them to buy peaches.
Ha!
A tragedy sparked by a peach. If they dare to send someone to kill her, they shouldn't be surprised when she fights back. Every time they meet, she will strike. She doesn't believe fate will always be strict. Annoying people. After descending the mountain, Xiao Qi took off her cloak and summoned a horse from her space, heading straight for the nearest Dash County. The moonlight was bright, and since she was on the official road, even when encountering disaster victims, no one dared to stop her horse, making her journey quite smooth. What would take a day to walk to Dash County, Xiao Qi reached in less than an hour. The disaster victims had already surrounded the city gate, trying to force their way inside even in the dead of night. Xiao Qi found a secluded spot to store her horse, and then stood still to observe. The city walls were brightly lit, with a group of archers on guard. The county magistrate was scolding the victims to leave, but they ignored him, with some even attempting to climb the walls. With the city surrounded like this, entering was impossible. Over time, the lives of the citizens inside would surely be affected. Not to mention, the angry and hungry victims below had already started to gather and smash the gates. Such a situation couldn't last long. Xiao Qi looked up at the sky. Although the moon was bright tonight, tomorrow might not bring good weather, and heavy rain was likely. This rain might not be a blessing for the disaster victims. Not wanting to linger, Xiao Qi decisively left. The road from Dashi County to Pingyuan Prefecture wasn't easy, so she didn't rush and began looking for a place to rest. Half an hour later, Xiao Qi saw a village in the distance. The village was surrounded, and villagers were keeping watch, clearly preventing refugees from entering. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qi chose not to enter the village. On the road of fleeing, even if she had to harm someone, the authorities would not pursue her. To put it bluntly, the more people who died, the less pressure there was on the officials, especially since the Moon Kingdom was still at war. The situation at the border was not good, and there was no time to care for the refugees. Only 1 in 10 refugees would survive to the end. However, if something happened in the village and she had to take action, the authorities would side with the villagers. Xiao Qi did not like to attract trouble. Turning her horse around, Xiao Qi continued toward the direction of the Plain Prefecture. Little did she know that the villagers had already noticed her and were waiting for her arrival, not expecting that she would not enter the village. Darn it, she ran away. The village chief rushed to the village entrance and saw Xiao Qi leaving, immediately starting to curse. Since the refugees began passing through the village, he had teamed up with the villagers to take advantage of them. These refugees were short on food and water, but they might still have some money. After all, the authorities would not investigate if they died, which made them bolder. They would kindly invite people into the village, but once inside, they would immediately rob them. Previously, they would let people go after robbing them, but later they just killed them to keep their secret safe. Thanks to this scheme, the villagers, who used to go hungry all day, were now even eating meat. Moreover, having horses during such times meant they were quite wealthy. Even if they weren't rich, a horse was worth several dozen taels of silver. Seeing the opportunity slip away, how could the village chief not be angry? After riding for another half hour, Xiao Qi noticed that the moonlight was getting dimmer and finally found a rundown temple. The temple was small, with crumbling walls and several large holes in the roof. Xiao Qi put her horse away and entered the temple on foot. Inside, there were 2 women lying down, both in tattered and filthy clothes. When one of them saw someone enter, she tried to get up in fear, but couldn't muster the strength. After a moment, she began to cough violently, blood seeping from her hollow eye sockets. Her eyes were gone, cruelly removed. "I won't hurt you," Xiao Qi said, sitting nearby without getting too close. Hearing a woman's voice, the woman finally relaxed and lay back down, more blood oozing from her dark eye sockets. Looking at the woman, Xiao Qi suddenly felt she looked familiar. She furrowed her brow, stepped closer, and finally recognized her. It was the 3rd aunt from her past life. Not a real aunt, just a neighbor from the same village who had a good relationship with her family. Then she looked at another young woman, who was the 3rd aunt's daughter. But she had already lost her life and had been dead for quite some time. "She is dead." Hearing the voice, the woman slowly turned her head. Her hollow eyes shifted to the girl lying nearby, and her face gradually turned pale. Xiao Qi saw this and spoke again. "3rd aunt, it's me, Xiao Qi." "Xiao Qi?" The woman's ears twitched, and suddenly she cried out in sorrow. After a moment of crying, she fell silent. But soon, she burst into sharp, piercing laughter, as if she had gone mad. "Ha ha ha, ha ha. Good that she is dead. Good that she is dead. My dear, mother is coming to be with you, wait for me." The woman seemed to regain her strength and quickly got up from the ground, rushing toward the statue. Blood splattered as her body slowly slumped down. Xiao Qi sighed and stepped forward. The woman still had a breath left, but her face was covered in blood, a terrifying sight. Feeling Xiao Qi approach, she suddenly grabbed her clothing tightly. "Xiao Qi, they are evil spirits. Help me report to the authorities, please." Xiao Qi, escape. Her tightly clenched hand suddenly loosened, revealing a silver hairpin wrapped in a handkerchief. Her hollow eyes stared fixedly in one direction, unable to close. Xiao Qi took the handkerchief and silver hairpin from her hand. The handkerchief had 3 words written in blood: Snake Village. Snake Village was the place she had just passed through. Finding a suitable spot nearby, Xiao Qi buried the 2 bodies. Their bodies were badly injured, clearly having suffered horrific abuse before. The places they were harmed must have been in Snake Village. She wondered how they managed to escape. After marking a simple grave for them, Xiao Qi took her horse and headed back. She hadn't planned to go to Snake Village, but now that both the 3rd aunt and her daughter from the same village had died there, she had to return. Now, she was not only herself, but also the former Xiao Qi. The past life's connections were also her connections. Would she not seek revenge?
Impossible.
As the moonlight faded, dark clouds gathered lower, as if a storm was coming. Xiao Qi slowly brought the horse closer to the village of Big Snake. The entire village was blocked off, with only a narrow path at the entrance guarded by villagers taking turns. Xiao Qi didn't rush to confront them and quietly slipped into the village under the cover of night. Even though it was a year of famine when food was scarce, Xiao Qi could smell the aroma of meat coming from various homes. She circled the village and finally focused on one house, which had several luxurious brick and tile rooms. There were dogs in the yard, and Xiao Qi tossed in a piece of meat laced with a sleeping agent. Soon, the dog collapsed, and the people inside were completely unaware. It was already late at night, yet the occupants were still awake, cursing loudly. Xiao Qi listened carefully and realized they were cursing at her. The person inside was the village chief, who was angrily complaining about how fast she had run away, as they could have made a fortune that day. Not wanting to listen any longer, Xiao Qi confirmed the number of people in the chief's household. There were quite a few, at least a dozen people. In addition to them, Xiao Qi found 7 or 8 others in the woodshed. These were disaster victims who had been tricked into coming here. They looked worn out, clearly having been severely mistreated beforehand. Deciding not to release them yet, Xiao Qi knocked out and tied up everyone in the chief's house, saving the chief and his wife for last. She kicked open the chief's bedroom door, startling him awake. "Who? Your worst nightmare." Xiao Qi knocked them both out, then tied up the chief before slapping him awake. "Who are you? What do you want?" The chief showed little fear. To him, Xiao Qi was just a woman and couldn't possibly have the guts to kill. He thought if he could trick her into letting him go, he would deal with her later. Xiao Qi saw the calculation in his eyes and pressed a knife against his neck. "I'll ask questions, and you will answer. Get one wrong, and I will kill you."
You.
"You can ask. I'll tell you anything." The chief pretended to be scared and nodded quickly. "What did you trick those disaster victims into coming here for?"
Ah.
I didn't trick them. They came in to steal food, so we locked them up. We really haven't harmed them." The chief spoke urgently, as if he were telling the truth. Xiao Qi remained silent and then slapped the chief's wife awake.
Smack.
The chief's wife let out a sudden scream, only to be interrupted by Xiao Qi's slap. "Don't make me kill you." Seeing the dagger in Xiao Qi's hand, the village chief's wife nodded in fear. Satisfied, Xiao Qi put the dagger away. "Now, repeat what you just said." The village chief could only repeat his earlier words, frantically signaling his wife. She understood and quickly nodded again. Yes, it's true. They came to take our food. We really didn't want to do anything to them." "Is that so?" Xiao Qi smirked and unexpectedly stabbed the dagger into the village chief's lung. Blood filled his lungs, and he couldn't say a word, gradually losing his breath. The village chief's wife turned pale with fear. Overcome with terror, she couldn't even scream, shrinking back and trembling. Xiao Qi calmly pulled out the dagger, wiped it on the village chief's clothes, and then looked at his wife. "I said if you answer incorrectly, I would kill him. Unfortunately, he chose to lie, and now it's your turn. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." The village chief's wife immediately revealed everything they had done. At first, they only stole money, but then they became more reckless, killing most of the men they deceived, and using the women for the men in the village. Afterward, they either sold or killed them. With so many people fleeing, no one cared if they died. The power of life and death became intoxicating, and the villagers gradually became twisted, starting to torture the women. They would cut off their limbs, gouge out their eyes, and treat them like dogs. Some even developed a way to cook desired meat. What is desired meat? Once you eat it, you want more, especially the flesh of children. There were originally some normal people in the village. Stealing money was acceptable, but killing was their bottom line, and they didn't want to get involved. In the village chief's eyes, these people were outcasts. What if they reported them once things settled down? Unless everyone's hands were stained with blood. The village chief personally ensured they all got blood on their hands, making them all the same. For those who still refused to act, the village chief joined forces with others to kill them. This way, the dirty secret became everyone's secret, and no one could stay uninvolved. Tell me about the mother and daughter who escaped from your village. Hearing Xiao Qi specifically ask about them, the village chief's wife's eyes flickered. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. She did not touch the villagers' supplies or money, as she did not need them. Compared to ordinary rice and flour, she mostly ate the special rice and flour from her space. Even if she had needs, she had already taken enough from the Bandit Den and did not want to cut off others' means of survival. Now that she had dealt with the villagers, she had also avenged San Nyang from her village. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed in the sky, and big raindrops began to fall, one after another. In an instant, a heavy downpour came, as if to wash away the village's sins. Xiao Qi stayed at the village chief's house and dug out a few sweet potatoes from her space, roasting them with interest. Roasting sweet potatoes was very simple. No matter how poor her cooking skills were, she could manage that. However, it seemed that this world did not have sweet potatoes. The aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes spread through the house, and the disaster victims who had been released returned because of the rain. After fleeing in panic, they found that the villagers had disappeared. They thought the villagers were locked up by the person who saved them, and after searching in vain, they had to give up. They wanted to take out their anger on those villagers, but since they couldn't find them, they couldn't just ask the person who saved them for them. Seeing that there was no one in the village, the returning victims began to loot. Some even fought over food. Xiao Qi paid no attention and quietly sat inside, roasting her sweet potatoes. The aroma did not penetrate the rain, but the door was violently smashed open. When the people rushed in, surprised to see a fire burning inside, they quickly entered the house. Earlier, Xiao Qi had covered her face and wore a cloak, and since they were already mentally exhausted from their ordeal, they didn't care who had saved them. At that moment, no one guessed it was Xiao Qi who had rescued them. I've taken a liking to this place, so you better scram, said a man, not particularly strong but somewhat handsome, who had caught the eye of a widow in the village. He was one of the few men who had survived. His greedy gaze was fixed on the sweet potatoes in Xiao Qi's hands, and he kept swallowing. Xiao Qi tilted her head to look at him, causing his greed to shift from the sweet potatoes to her. After being nourished by the heavens and earth, Xiao Qi had become much fairer, and her appearance was much better than before when she was thin and small. She stood out among the disaster victims. If you don't leave, you won't be able to. Serve me well, and you'll have your benefits. Now hand over the food. The man laughed in a creepy way and approached to snatch the roasted sweet potato from Xiao Qi. She picked up a stick and played with it, then threw it as the man got closer. The stick instantly pierced through the man's neck. His eyes widened in disbelief, quickly filled with regret. But it was too late. He was dying. The man fell to the ground, his breath fading. The others who rushed in with him were shocked and hesitated to step further inside. In their extreme fear, they ran back outside in a panic. At that moment, they realized this woman was not a good person. The rain outside grew heavier. After everyone ran away, a boy about 8 or 9 years old quietly walked in, making sure to close the door behind him. Xiao Qi ignored him and peeled the sweet potato, revealing the golden flesh inside. She took a spoonful and put it in her mouth. It was soft and sweet. Her cooking was excellent. The quiet boy finally couldn't hold back and, while swallowing hard, cautiously spoke up. Thank you, brave sister, for saving me. When I return home, my parents will surely reward you. Despite saying this, his eyes were fixed on the roasted sweet potato in Xiao Qi's hand. Xiao Qi didn't ask how he knew she was the one who saved him. She tossed him a roasted sweet potato, and he eagerly grabbed it, ignoring the heat, and kept thanking her. Taking a bite, he felt the deliciousness. It was the best food he had ever tasted. Ever since he was kidnapped by his father's enemies, he hadn't eaten anything this good. Brave sister, I don't have any money on me right now, but my family has plenty. I will repay you. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been in big trouble. While munching on the sweet potato, he wiped away tears of relief. He had come so close to danger.
Those people were terrifying.
I don't need money, and I won't take you with me. You can find someone else, Xiao Qi said, extinguishing his enthusiasm. Helping them was just a matter of convenience. There was no way she would take him along. The boy opened his mouth, looking a bit downcast. Yes, someone had saved his life. How could he ask for more? He knew it wasn't safe outside, and bringing him along would be a burden. Then how will I contact you later? You saved me, and I want to repay you. I'm not going to. As the words were about to come out, Xiao Qi suddenly felt something strange. This Chengfeng. Could it be one of Zhao Fushing's chances? Thinking of this, Xiao Qi changed her tone. If you want to repay me, fine. In the future, if you see a woman with the surname Zhao, remember to ignore her. By the way, she has 7 brothers. Although Chengfeng didn't understand why Xiao Qi brought up such a strange thing, he nodded after hearing her. Okay, I'll listen to you. I definitely won't pay attention to that person. Well, but it won't help you to listen to me. I still won't take you with me. If you want to survive and get back, you need to find a way yourself. Chengfeng. Even without Xiao Qi's protection, Chengfeng was quite confident about returning safely to Pingyuan Prefecture. The villagers affected by the disaster would surely find enough food in the village, as their destination was mostly Pingyuan Prefecture. That food would definitely be enough for them to reach there. Saving a wealthy young master from Pingyuan Prefecture, surely no one would refuse such a benefit. After all, even if they reached Pingyuan Prefecture, life might not be easy. But if they had the help of a noble person, everything would be different. With a loud thunder, the rain poured down heavily. The Xiao family could only hold blankets over their heads, unable to find a place to stand. Xiao Fushing was tightly held in her mother's arms, with some fur on her head, temporarily shielded from the rain. Looking at the rain outside, her heart felt inexplicably anxious, as if something very important was leaving her. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out, only feeling an immense bitterness in her heart. Her father and several brothers were injured, and after this heavy rain, she didn't know if their injuries would worsen. If only there were herbs, but she had silently prayed all day and only found a little herb to reduce fever. In the past, whenever she really wanted something, it would always appear around her. But this time, only a very few things showed up. In her heart, she felt that her life shouldn't be like this. It's all that wicked woman Xiao Qi's fault. If she were dead, there wouldn't be so many problems. Why doesn't she just go away? Why does she have to cling to them? Hatred twisted in Zhao Fushing's eyes. After finishing the roasted sweet potato, Xiao Qi was about to take a break when the beam of the village chief's house broke. With a loud crash, the entire roof collapsed and the heavy rain poured in. Xiao Qi. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been hit. What a terrible house. It's not even as sturdy as a thatched cottage. She is fine, but Chengfeng is unfortunate. His arm is dislocated, and the pain has made his face turn pale. Xiao Qi entered the side room and saw Chengfeng with one hand hanging down. Without giving him a chance to react, she raised her hand and set his dislocated bone back in place, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch! That hurts so much. What kind of house is this? It's supposed to be made of solid bricks, but it's so weak. It had only rained for a little while, and the roof collapsed, while even the thatched houses are still standing. Fortunately, he is lucky to be alive. Chengfeng complained a bit, and Xiao Qi found a straw hat in the room and put it on before checking the broken beam. Although the beam was not made of the best wood, it was definitely sturdy, and there were no signs of insect damage or decay. It shouldn't have broken under normal circumstances. Eliminating other possibilities, there was only one left. Our little Lucky Star heroine must be very angry with him right now. Haha, this is what a kind-hearted Lucky Star heroine is like. Those who love want them to live, while those who hate want them to die. Returning to the side room, Xiao Qi took off the straw hat and looked at Ching Feng with a strange smile. Ching Feng is quite unfortunate. What should have been a chance for the heroine has now affected him due to her anger. It must be related to their previous conversation. Ching Feng felt uneasy under her gaze, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Sister Knight, is something wrong? The woman named Zhao I mentioned before, if you don't want to get her killed, don't offend her too much. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Xiao Qi pointed at his broken hand with a strange smile. Ching Feng is not like her. If Xiao Fushing completely hates him, he would probably meet a terrible end.
Why?
His big eyes were filled with confusion, unable to understand Xiao Qi's mysterious words. Xiao Qi didn't explain further, and Ching Feng wanted to ask but didn't dare, so he kept quiet. As dawn broke, the heavy rain finally stopped. After confirming that Xiao Qi wouldn't take him with her, Ching Feng had contacted some people in the village last night despite the rain. As long as they safely deliver him to Pingyuan Prefecture, each person would receive 200 taels of silver. With such a high reward, many people were tempted. As for whether Ching Feng's words were true, they didn't have time to think too much about it. After all, they were also heading to Pingyuan Prefecture. What if it was true? It was only a few days' journey away. As for kidnapping Ching Feng to get more ransom, hardly anyone thought of that. On the road to escape, everyone was like demons. For a bite to eat, they would do anything, even if it meant killing or setting fires. Once they reach the plain city and find stability, everyone will put on their human masks and live simple, secure lives. Xiao Qi finished the last piece of pancake with pickles, thinking excitedly about the treasure map she got from Qi Sili last night. It must be something special if Qi Sili valued it so much. However, as she looked at the map, she couldn't recognize the terrain it showed. Not too concerned, Xiao Qi wasn't very interested in the treasure map. She put it away and set off again. If all goes well, she should arrive at the plain city by this afternoon. After a heavy rain at midnight, many people fleeing disaster arrived in the village in the morning. Seeing that every household was empty, they began searching for food. At the same time, they brought news that many had died outside the gates of Dashi County. Those refugees tried to force their way into the county town and even planned to set fire to the gates. In the end, the county magistrate ordered the guards to shoot anyone lingering at the gates, and those who couldn't escape perished there. Outside the plain city, many refugees gathered. To prevent them from causing riots, the government sent soldiers. The refugees were placed about 10 miles from the city, and without official tokens, they were not allowed to enter. They could only set up makeshift shelters in the outskirts and wait for the authorities to make arrangements. Xiao Qi, leading her horse, didn't rush to register her information, mainly because her original household registration was not with her, making it difficult to get a new one. Without registration, she would be considered a vagrant, likely forced into labor or sold into servitude by the authorities. Normally, obtaining a new household registration is not easy, but in times like this, it is possible as long as one has money. Before Xiao Qi could seek help, someone quietly approached her. The man, small and thin with a mole on his face, had a keen eye for this kind of work. "Miss, do you need a household registration?" he asked. Xiao Qi nodded. "Yes, for a single woman." "All right, a regular registration costs 30 taels of silver, but a single woman's registration is more expensive, requiring an additional 10 taels. This price was exorbitant for ordinary people. Xiao Qi had enough silver, but wanted to ensure he wouldn't run off with her money. "Miss, if you're worried, you can wait until the registration is done and then pay." He wasn't worried that Xiao Qi would take the household registration and run away. Since he was in this line of work, he surely had his own methods. They reached an agreement, and Xiao Qi found a place to wait for him. In less than an hour, the other party arrived with the household registration. "Miss Xiao, everything is ready. Please take a look." The household registration was real, with an official seal on it. Xiao Qi was satisfied and handed over 40 taels of silver. "What is your name?" "My name is Xiao Wu." "Is there anything else you need, Miss Xiao?" Compared to others, Xiao Wu was very polite to Xiao Qi. After all, a woman who could survive to Pingyuan Prefecture without losing her horse must have some hidden strength. If they recklessly engaged in a black market deal, they could end up in trouble. "I need to go into the city. Do you have a way?" Now, the city was under strict control, and even nearby residents needed a household registration and travel permit to enter. With someone like him available, Xiao Qi didn't believe he had no solution. Sure enough, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up at her words. After all, there weren't many people who could handle household registrations, and even fewer who could afford it. He wouldn't miss a chance to make money. "There is a way, but it requires silver. You know the government strictly prohibits disaster victims from entering the city. Okay, I need to stay there for a few days. Do you have a way?" Disaster victims were arranged by the government to stay in shanties while waiting for new household registrations. Although there were soldiers guarding the area, it was safer than on the road. The conditions were extremely poor. The food situation was terrible. They received only one meal a day, a bowl of thin porridge and a coarse bun. The coarse bun, made from rough flour and bran, was very hard to swallow. If they wanted better food, they had to spend their own silver to buy vegetables and rice. While disaster victims weren't allowed into the city, there were some vendors outside selling vegetables and coarse grains, but the prices were several times higher than in the city. A pound of coarse rice was almost as expensive as fine rice. They could ask someone from the city to buy for them, but the prices were uncertain, and if that person ran off, they would have no way to find them. The government wouldn't help them track anyone down. Xiao Qi didn't lack food, but she needed a cook. Xiao Wu. "Miss, you really are making it difficult for me." It was already hard for disaster victims to enter the city, and staying overnight made it even more challenging. "Isn't there any way to pay more?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, and Xiao Wu let out a kuusal. He wanted to earn money, but he didn't have the ability to do so. "Miss, getting into the city is already very difficult, and staying overnight is impossible. The authorities are very strict. All I can get is a temporary entry permit, and every day when the city gates close, they will check it. If the disaster victims started to riot, it would be a disaster, and the authorities would not relax their vigilance." Since she couldn't stay in the city, Xiao Qi's desire to enter became less strong. After all, she didn't lack anything. However, she still needed to make some efforts on the surface. "All right, I won't enter the city, but I want to hire you to buy some things for me. I'll give you 10 taels as a fee." 10 taels was a huge amount. Ordinary people could only earn 30 or 40 when a day for a decent job. This amount could only buy a pound of fine rice. 10 taels of silver could support an ordinary person for many years. Xiao Qi tossed a stack of banknotes to Xiao Wu, totaling 200 taels of silver. She wasn't afraid of others robbing her, or Xiao Wu running off with her money. If someone dared to rob her, they might not live to enjoy it. Xiao Wu didn't know that he had already been marked by Xiao Qi. If he ran off with the money, his life would be in danger. Seeing so much silver, it would be a lie to say Xiao Wu wasn't tempted. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. This was 200 taels. He was risking his life to help people with their household registrations, earning only a few taels a day at most. Since Xiao Qi couldn't enter the city now, if he took the banknotes and ran away. After a moment of struggle, Xiao Wu ultimately gave up. This woman didn't seem simple. Risking his life for this money could lead to disaster. Besides, 10 taels was already a lot. An ordinary person might not earn that in years. "Miss, I guarantee I will get your items for you." Taking paper and pen from Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi wrote down what she needed. First was a cart, then some blankets and cotton for daily necessities, along with pots and bowls. If she could buy these, she wouldn't have to keep using those simple wooden bowls. She also needed various seasonings: salt, sugar, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. It was too much trouble to manage these seasonings in her space, so she would buy some writing supplies too. She would also buy some finished clothes and shoes. She only had a few ill-fitting outfits from the mountain stronghold, so some simple cotton fabric would do for now. Additionally, she wanted some fresh meat. The meat obtained from the stronghold was mostly cured or dried, with very little fresh meat available. Can you buy some delicious pastries and the restaurant's signature dishes and bring them back? After giving a horse to him, Xiao Qi glanced at Xiao Wu with curiosity. This woman didn't seem to be short on money, so why had she ended up in such a situation? But he wouldn't ask too many questions. As long as there was money involved, that was enough. Xiao Qi took her freshly issued household registration to register her information, which would take about 3 days for the results to come through. After registering, she received a simple wooden token. With this token, she could stay in the makeshift housing arranged by the government and receive a daily meal of thin porridge and a coarse steamed bun. Xiao Qi gave the guide 5 coins, and he led her to a cleaner, makeshift house. Compared to the dirty and chaotic ones, this place was on higher ground and had fewer people. In a space of about 10 square meters, there were only 3 others, making a total of 4, while other makeshift houses had at least 6 or 7 people. The other 3 were women, seemingly from the same family, and they were quite hostile towards Xiao Qi, who had just arrived. Ugh, what is this? Didn't they say no one would be arranged here? Why is there another person? I need to find him. What's the point? What if this is also someone they know? The 3 women whispered among themselves for a while. Xiao Qi placed her bamboo basket inside the makeshift house and took a look around. The area was relatively open, and the environment wasn't too bad. At least it wasn't filthy. After a while, Xiao Qi returned to the house. Inside, the 3 women were still talking, and her basket had not been touched. Seeing her return, one of them, though clearly displeased, warned her, "Young lady, don't leave your things unattended. If someone steals them, you won't be able to find them." They didn't know Xiao Qi, so why should they watch over her things? They didn't want to be blamed if something went missing. Xiao Qi smiled and nodded. "I understand, but I don't like sharing a space with others. Is it possible for me to have this place to myself?" As soon as she said this, the 3 women looked at her in shock. This young girl was so shameless. Their surprise quickly turned into anger. How could she be so bold? One of the women immediately shouted in anger, "Ugh. I see you're just a young girl, so I kindly remind you," but you actually, before the woman could finish her sentence, Xiao Qi pulled out a bag of brown rice from the bamboo basket. "You all go stay somewhere else. This bag of brown rice is for you." This bag of rice weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. Normally, 1 pound of brown rice would cost 8 or 9 coins, and now it was even more expensive. During these times, it could sell for 20 or 30 coins a pound, and it was hard to find. The 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling very tempted. This was too generous. The woman, who had looked fierce just moments ago, immediately changed her expression to a smile. "Well, you know how I am, dear. Please don't mind my words. I can be a bit rude. We'll leave right away." After all, it was just a place to sleep. If it weren't for the fact that the person leading them was a familiar face, they wouldn't have been arranged here. They could just pay a few coins to squeeze in with others. With so much brown rice, it would last their family for many days. What a profit. The 3 of them quickly packed their things and left the makeshift shelter, thanking her profusely as they went. "Miss, please take care of yourself. If anything happens, feel free to find us. My husband is next door. You can ask him too." For someone so generous, it was best to say as many kind words as possible. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have a good relationship with her. What if she really needed their help someday? "Yes, thank you." After the 3 left, Xiao Qi took out a piece of coarse cloth from her space and laid it on the ground, then placed a mat on top of it. Fortunately, she had brought some supplies from the mountain village, so she had a place to sleep at night. That night, Xiao Wu did not return. Xiao Qi wasn't worried. She took out a bunch of grapes from her space and had them for a simple dinner. As night fell completely, Xiao Qi sat on the mat meditating when she suddenly heard soft footsteps outside. It seemed someone was approaching her. She didn't rush to get up and continued her meditation until the curtain of the shelter was lifted and two sneaky-looking men quietly entered. In the darkness, the two men adjusted their eyes and barely made out Xiao Qi's figure. Seeing her sitting there startled them, but noticing she was still, they grew curious. What is this woman doing? She looks like she's asleep. Who cares what she's doing? Let's quickly find some food while she's still asleep. She looks soft and delicate. She must have plenty to eat. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. One large woman saw her and immediately quickened her pace, rolling up her sleeves, raising her hand as if to strike her, and cursing loudly. You shameless person! Where did you take my man? All day long. You're just thinking about men. Tear her clothes off. As the insults flew, the woman's heavy hand was about to come down. The men and women who followed her also rushed to tear off her clothes. Xiao Qi was stunned for a moment before realizing that these people were with the two men from yesterday. As the woman's hand was almost upon her, Xiao Qi grabbed her wrist. Before the woman could pull back, there was a sharp crack, and her wrist was broken. Ah, ah. The woman screamed in pain. Xiao Qi covered her mouth and then struck her chin upward, knocking out her teeth. Finally, she kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying several meters away. Everyone thought Xiao Qi would be in trouble, but they were shocked to see such a large woman thrown by a young girl. Hey! You shameless person, seducing my brother-in-law and daring to hit my sister. Get her. Strip her clothes off. A man as strong as a bear charged forward. As he approached, Xiao Qi kicked him aside. Then, she quickly stepped forward, placing a foot on his back and pressing down hard. There was another sharp crack as his ribs broke, and he coughed up blood, fainting from the pain. After dealing with these two, Xiao Qi scanned the other 10 or so people. Under her intimidating presence, the crowd hesitated and dared not approach. What's going on? The patrolling soldiers finally arrived, and the group seemed to find their support, immediately reporting her. They painted Xiao Qi as a wicked person, claiming she charmed a married man and harmed his wife and family. Is what they said true? The patrolling soldier asked Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi scoffed. I don't even know who her man is. You're just making baseless accusations. Are you saying that whoever you call a used girl is one? At her words, the women in the crowd took a step back. In this day and age, women still valued their reputation. If an ordinary woman were accused of being a sold girl, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. That's nonsense. I saw 3 men enter your house, and they haven't come out yet. 2 other men also went inside. You're just a loose woman. Officers, I suspect this woman killed my brother. The body is in her house. If it was just some roughhousing, the patrolling soldiers wouldn't care, but if someone died, that was a different story. 2 soldiers quickly lifted the curtain of Xiao Qi's makeshift house, but found no one inside. Now, everyone could see clearly that there was no one there. How could this happen? Psst. Now those people were in a panic. How could 2 living people just disappear? They had accused Xiao Qi of murder just to shift everyone's attention to her house. As long as the 2 men were inside, she would be seen as guilty. But now, where were they? Xiao Qi smiled at the crowd and approached the leading soldier, quietly slipping 2 silver notes into his hand. Officers, I can handle this little matter myself. Thank you for coming. Consider this a treat for you. Lisan took a quick glance and his eyes lit up. There were 20 taels of silver. His monthly pay was only 1 tael, so this amount was worth nearly 2 years of his salary. Even if he shared it with his men, each would get a good amount. This woman was not simple. He had seen her kick that man away from a distance. Now, she wasn't causing trouble and was even giving him money. What was there to complain about? Lisan quickly tucked the notes away and pretended to cough. All right, just remember not to cause any deaths, or we won't have a good explanation. He wouldn't take the blame for money that didn't end up in his hands. Okay. All right, let's wrap it up. There's nothing more to see. Everyone go back. Lisan waved and left with the other 3. Once the patrolling soldiers were gone, Xiao Qi walked over to the 3 who had reported her, a sinister smile on her face. What do you want? I'll tell you, we have people above. If you dare to hit us, They won't let you go. Is that so? Xiao Qi sneered and slapped one of them hard, sending him spinning 360 degrees. You're wasting my breakfast time. If you want to die, I'll help you. She slapped him again, knocking out a few of his teeth, and finally kicked him away. The other two people followed suit, and only then did Xiao Qi clap her hands, ready to eat her breakfast. On the surface, a good beating was enough, but as for what happened behind the scenes, well, some things are better done when it gets dark. After this commotion, people around her started to avoid Xiao Qi, fearing that if she got upset, she might slap them. When she slapped, it was like spinning a top, and she could even perform a little twirl on the spot. The water in the pot almost boiled dry. Xiao Qi had wanted to eat a soft-boiled egg, but now the yolk had turned color. She reluctantly ate the egg and then gnawed on 2 corn cobs.
Háchelo.
While she was cleaning up the cooking utensils, a girl's voice called out timidly from nearby. Is there something you need? Xiao Qi glanced at her. The girl was in tattered clothes, her face pale, and she looked about 17 or 18. Even so, her face was quite pretty. My name is Luan. Thank you for helping me. Before, the people from Eru often harassed her, and she and her parents were at their wits' end. Fortunately, their household registration was almost sorted out, and they would be able to leave this afternoon. But yesterday, Era threatened that if she didn't submit to him, he would kill her parents. When she felt utterly helpless and her parents planned to hide her away, Era didn't come looking for her last night. Only just now did she learn that Eru and Sanhu had mysteriously disappeared, and the people with Eru were beaten up by this kind-hearted girl in front of her. The heavy burden on her family suddenly lifted, so she naturally wanted to express her gratitude. No need to thank me. I didn't intend to help you. Those people just happened to cross paths with her.
Even so, you helped me. Thank you.
Here, this is for you. Luyan's face turned slightly red as she stammered and handed over a wild vegetable pancake, which was much better than the rough buns given by the government. Xiao Qi casually glanced and suddenly noticed a plum blossom birthmark on her wrist. In an instant, a long-lost memory resurfaced in her mind, even clearer than before. This Luyan was actually the cruel female antagonist from the book about Bei Yuege and Qi Sili. Luyan and her parents had struggled to survive and finally made it to Pingyuan Prefecture, waiting for the government to assign them to a new household registration location. Unexpectedly, while waiting, they caught the eye of the local bully, Eru, who threatened her to submit to him or he would kill her parents. The family had planned to hide, but instead, they were caught and brought back. 2 tigers, relying on their connection with a small team leader, teamed up with a few others to harm Luyan. Luyan's parents wanted to take revenge for her, but they tragically lost their lives at the hands of that group. After her parents died, Luyan became filled with anger. She used her charm to get close to a constable, hoping to take down 2 tigers and his gang. Unexpectedly, 2 tigers and 3 tigers had incredible luck and gained the favor of Qi Sili, starting to work for him. Luyan was not willing to accept this. By chance, she discovered that she resembled Qi Sili's distant cousin. Both had the same plum blossom birthmark on their wrists. Luyan decided to disguise herself as Qi Sili's cousin to take revenge on 2 tigers and his gang. However, this led to misunderstandings with Bei Yuege, who became jealous and heartbroken, refusing to believe Luyan's explanations. When Qi Sili arrived, he punished and scolded her. Frustrated by Bei Yuege's constant interference, Luyan intentionally acted close to Qi Sili to provoke more misunderstandings. Bei Yuege, deeply hurt, ran away. Finally, with no one to disturb her revenge, Luyan was captured by Qi Sili's enemies, along with Bei Yuege. Faced with a familiar choice, Luyan became part of their complicated relationship. In the end, she failed to avenge herself and her parents, dying at the hands of Qi Sili's enemies. After learning about Luyan's tragic situation, Xiao Qi looked at her with sympathy. It was truly heartbreaking. She only wanted revenge, but ended up being part of a complicated relationship. Seeing Xiao Qi look at her like that, Luyan thought it was because she was dirty, and her face turned red.
I
should go back now. Saying this, She placed the wild vegetable pancake on the jar and prepared to leave. Wait, take this with you. Xiao Qi handed back the pancake and also gave her the remaining wild chicken egg. The egg was overcooked and she couldn't eat it. Take this. Things will get better for you. Xiao Qi didn't think Lu Yun was a wicked character. Was it wrong for her to seek revenge for her parents? That was better than Bei Yuege, who was too focused on love to care about her parents' revenge. Recalling some of Lu Yun's story, she also remembered parts of the main character's plot. Qi Sili was indeed a prince of the Moon Kingdom, lost and raised by martial artists who cared for him greatly. However, his adoptive father, in pursuit of the world's greatest martial arts, had killed Bei Yuege's parents. After Bei Yuege learned the truth, she still chose to be with Qi Sili without hesitation. During their wedding, she happily served tea to Qi Sili's adoptive father. She said that the grudges of the previous generation should end with them. She didn't want the family filled with love and affection to be destroyed by hatred. If her parents found out, they would surely rise from their graves to scold her. I can't take your things, that's not right. Lu Yun stammered, her eyes fixed on the wild chicken egg, swallowing hard. She hadn't eaten eggs in a long time. Take it. Xiao Qi waved her hand, urging her to leave. Lu Yun lowered her head, then looked up, her eyes slightly red and filled with gratitude. Perhaps she realized this was the last food she had. Thank you. If we meet again, I will repay you. Lu Yun wiped her tears and ran off, leaving Xiao Qi feeling puzzled. She just didn't like overcooked eggs, just like the roasted chicken or the bad meals she had sent away. She hadn't seen anyone like Lu Yun before. Xiao Qi shook her head and caught sight of a strange woman approaching, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. She had thought that the previous commotion would scare off some troublemakers, but it seemed there were still many who dared to come close. Miss, I have a secret to tell you, the woman said, her eyes full of cunning. Xiao Qi replied, I don't want to hear it. What secret could a stranger have? It was likely only about personal gain. Oh, dear, let me tell you, that old Sun family is not trustworthy. You kindly gave them food, yet they didn't warn you that those troublemakers were looking for you. After a long-winded explanation, Xiao Qi finally understood that the old Sun family was one of the 3 people she had traded rough rice with yesterday. They had heard about the troublemakers planning to confront her, but didn't dare to come and tell her. So, what did that have to do with her? Whether the old Sun family spoke up was their business. Why would they risk telling her when they were not related? Where do so many selfless people come from, caring more about the safety of strangers than their own family? This woman was likely trying to sow discord and also wanted to gain something from her. She was not a good person. Seeing that Xiao Qi was not responding, the woman grew unhappy. I said, why can't you understand simple words, young lady? Do you want to get hit? Xiao Qi smiled at her, but her eyes were cold. The woman's voice suddenly froze, and her face turned pale. She remembered that although the old Sun family benefited from her, those rascals had been beaten badly by her. She really dared to take action. The woman no longer dared to seek any benefits and hurriedly got up and ran away. As noon approached, the government began distributing meals once a day. Xiao Qi did not go to collect her meal. She simply wasn't hungry. Even if others knew she wasn't lacking food, how many could withstand a beating from her? When Lu Yun passed by and saw she hadn't gone for her meal, he thought she didn't want to wait in line and quickly approached her. Miss, if you don't want to go, I can get it for you. Everyone could collect a meal with a wooden token, and they could also collect for someone else. However, to prevent fraud, each person could only collect for one other person. At that moment, the line for meals was long, taking at least half an hour. Xiao Qi tossed her wooden token to him. Take it back for yourself. This food is too rough. I can't eat it.
Ah?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lu Yun quickly thanked her and hurried off to line up. Just when Xiao Qi was wondering what to eat for lunch, Xiao Wu finally returned with a cart. Miss Xiao, I didn't let you down. Some items were hard to find, so it took a bit longer. Xiao Wu parked the cart in front of her shelter. As for how he found out where she lived, Xiao Qi didn't ask. Everyone has their own skills. Being able to handle household registrations here surely meant he had his own sources of information. Here are the bills. The amounts spent are listed here. I spent a total of 156 taels and 2 coins. Xiao Wu handed over several sheets of paper along with the remaining silver. After confirming the goods were fine, Xiao Qi took out a 10-tael banknote and handed it to him, which was the agreed payment. Thank you, Miss Xiao. If you need anything in the city in the future, just find me. You can simply mention my name to any beggar. Okay, I will. With someone reliable to help, Xiao Qi would definitely seek him out for future needs. The cart was filled to the brim with items, and she had gathered most of what she needed. If she lacked anything later, she could always go back to the city to buy it. Xiao Wu brought down all the food he bought, with 10 containers, each containing 3 dishes, still steaming. There were also some snacks and delicacies. Xiao Qi put all the food into the fresh-keeping area of her space, leaving the rest in the cart. When Luan returned with the food, Xiao Qi was already having her meal. She randomly opened a container, which had crystal pork knuckle, soy sauce duck, and stir-fried vegetables. Although the ingredients were not as delicious as those in her space, the cooking was good. If she had used the fresh vegetables from her space, the taste would have been amazing. With freshly cooked rice paired with these 3 dishes, Xiao Qi felt happy. Indeed, good food can lift one's spirits. Luan, having received Xiao Qi's permission, entered the shelter. When she saw Xiao Qi's meal, her eyes widened. She had thought Xiao Qi was just being kind because she felt sorry for her. Now, seeing it for herself, she understood. What Xiao Qi said was true. She really didn't care for that food. However, even so, Luan felt that this girl was too kind to her. Why else would she give food only to her? It was food after all. Even if it wasn't tasty, it could save her life. That's all for today. Good night, Wavy Dash. Under the hazy moonlight, Xiao Qi quietly moved between the shelters. Inside one of the shelters, there were some faint sounds, with people gritting their teeth, wishing they could quickly get rid of Xiao Qi. That darn woman. I want her to suffer. Yes, throw her into the worst place, make her wish she could live or die. But that woman is too strong. Strong or not, with the right drug, even the strongest woman is nothing. There were 7 people in the shelter, all part of Erhu's gang, and they were the ones who had a conflict with her today. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Qi's face. She didn't even have to search for them. The sleeping gas floated into the shelter, and the 7 people collapsed to the ground. Xiao Qi swiftly dealt with them, disposing of their bodies into her space for the bloodthirsty magic flower to absorb. After restoring the shelter to its original state, Xiao Qi returned to her own place. The next day, Xiao Qi noticed that the people around her were looking at her strangely. It seemed the disappearance of those 7 had already been discovered. They were missing without a trace. Yesterday, she had a conflict with those people, and naturally, they suspected her. However, since there was no body, no one knew if they were dead or alive, so she couldn't be blamed. Even if someone suspected her, there needed to be evidence. Where were the bodies? Those people, relying on their numbers, had offended many, and no one bothered to report it. As for the few remaining from that group, they were already scared and had no courage to report anything. At noon, Xiao Qi asked Luan to bring her meal as usual. Luan thanked her repeatedly. Miss Xiao, I heard that Captain Li is investigating the disappearance of Mrs. Erhu and the others. I thought it would be good to let you know. Even though no one reported it, 7 healthy people had gone missing, so the patrolling soldiers, naturally, had to investigate. Okay, I understand. Just then, Li-san came over with a few people. It was the same group from yesterday, and when they saw Xiao Qi, smiles appeared on their faces. Miss Xiao, how was your stay yesterday? Li-san seemed more interested in chatting than investigating the disappearances. Xiao Qi appeared completely relaxed, showing no signs of tension. It was good. I happened to cook extra food. Would you like to join me? Xiao Qi brought out a large wooden bucket filled with rice. Of course, it was ordinary rice, not anything special, obtained from the bandits. There was also a big pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. Yes, she made it herself. Yesterday, Xiao Wu had bought several chickens, and there were plenty of mushrooms in her space, so it was a good chance to practice her cooking skills. Her cooking was still a bit rough, and she found it hard to eat, but she couldn't waste it. Haha, Miss Qiao, you're too kind. Li San said this, but he and his brothers couldn't take their eyes off the pot of chicken. During these times, every family struggled. Their pay was low, barely enough to feed everyone. They usually couldn't afford good grains, let alone meat. Li San, as a team leader, earned a bit more, but with a large family, they often ate simple porridge with some brown rice mixed in. Life was tough, and he could hardly remember the last time he had meat. The silver Xiao Qi casually gave out yesterday had already made life much better for several families. Regarding the disappearance of the 7 people, they were just here to ask a few questions, since those individuals were known for their bad behavior. They even thought about getting some favors to gain access to wealthier households. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have stayed here for so many days. They were almost becoming local bullies. As for the missing people, it would be easier if there were bodies, but since there aren't any, they might have just run away, which wouldn't be their concern. I'm not being polite with you, Xiao Qi said as she set aside a large bucket of fine rice and a big pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. She then brought out several plates of dishes and a big bowl of spirit rice. These were brought by Xiao Wu from a big restaurant in the city yesterday, and she had stored them in a special area, still fresh. She was fine with eating these meals. The ones she cooked herself were not to her liking, and they were just right to keep Li San and the others quiet so they wouldn't ask too many annoying questions. Miss Qiao, I'll be leaving now, Luan said, not daring to stay longer, and hurriedly saying goodbye. Wait a moment, Xiao Qi said, taking out a wooden bowl she didn't need and filling it with a large serving of rice topped with chicken stew, overflowing at the top.
No.
Miss Qiao, this is too generous. I can't accept. Luan exclaimed, truly worried. A single egg was already quite valuable, and this was a huge bowl of fine rice. Fine rice was precious. She had only eaten it a few times when her grandfather was still alive. He knew some characters and earned a little silver by writing letters for others. But now, she felt unworthy. Oh, then just give me 1 coin for it. If you don't want it, give it to someone else, Xiao Qi said, not wanting to talk too much. Luan bit her lip, her eyes red, and took out a coin from her pocket, placing it down seriously. Thank you. I will never forget your kindness. Xiao Qi. Was Luan really following the script of a wicked supporting character? She seemed more like a pitiful heroine with tears in her eyes. With no one around, Luan covered the rice with a cloth and hurried back. Once Luan left, Xiao Qi turned to Li San and the others. Take this, 10 coins for all of it. Li San. In the end, Li San gave in, awkwardly picking up the iron pot and wooden bucket. Miss Qiao, I'll bring the pot back to you later. That big bucket of rice must have used 5 pounds of fine rice, plus a large pot of chicken. If they shared it, even their families could each have 2 pieces of meat. This was real meat. Miss Qiao was too kind. That night, Xiao Qi discovered 2 people around her makeshift shelter. They were among those who followed Li San. Miss Qiao, our captain said that your household registration should be notified tomorrow. You should get a good night's sleep. We'll keep watch. The 2 were not unhappy at all. The chicken and rice they had during the day were so delicious that they hadn't eaten such good food in a long time. In the military camp, there were usually only 2 meals a day. One was black steamed buns with pickles, and the other was brown rice porridge with pickles. It had become normal not to feel full every day. It was like this in the military, let alone for ordinary people. With 2 people watching over her, she didn't have to worry about the cart. The next day, as soon as Xiao Qi stepped outside, she noticed that the 2 had already walked far away. They must have left upon hearing her move. Xiao Qi had nothing to do, so she boiled a few eggs and corn and washed some cherries. After eating, she stayed in the shelter to continue her training. Before noon, when it was not yet time to receive meals, Luan hurried in again. Compared to before, there was a lot more joy in her eyes. Miss Qiao, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. I'm leaving now. My parents asked me to bring this to you. Please accept it as a small token of our gratitude. Luan held a basket containing a small bag of fine rice, a small bag of flour, and she also pulled out 2 taels of silver. Before Xiao Qi could ask, Luan quickly explained everything. In short, Qi Sili had accidentally seen the birthmark on her wrist and recognized her as his distant cousin. When Luan's parents heard this, they remembered that they indeed had such a relative. Xiao Qi. Is this forcing the plot to align? Now that Luan's parents were alive, it was uncertain if the plot would still unfold as before. But that was someone else's business, and Xiao Qi wouldn't meddle. After congratulating her, Xiao Qi refused to accept anything. Take care of your things. Unless necessary, take this silver back home and live well. This was the second time Xiao Qi had reminded her. Luan was momentarily stunned, feeling a strange sensation rise in her heart. Although she wasn't very smart and had only known Xiao Qi for 2 days, she was already convinced that Xiao Qi was a good person. Why would she tell her to go back home and live well? Her relative was quite wealthy. Even a casual gift was more than an ordinary person could earn in years. Surely, life like that was better than life in the countryside.
No.
It shouldn't be like this. Why would she care for them? Is it just because they are relatives? Luan has seen many relatives turn against each other over a little food while fleeing, so he doesn't believe that the other party is treating them well just because of their family ties. They haven't been in touch for years, so there can't be any real feelings of kinship. There must be some unspoken secret. After thinking it over, Luan decided to talk to his parents about this matter. They have come this far while fleeing. Surely they won't starve without help. Looking back at Xiao Qi's cart full of items, Luan knew she had enough food. Seeing her refuse, he gritted his teeth and took the items back. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Xiao.
I'll be on my way now.
Luan quickly ran back with the items. It was time for the daily food distribution again. Xiao Qi gave a bun to the woman next door and asked her to call Li San over. Miss Xiao, is there something you need? Li San's face was full of smiles. The meal yesterday was a rare treat for his family, and they were very happy. Could you please help me check on the cart, Captain Li? I need to take care of something. The cart was filled with supplies that needed to be declared at their registered location. Fortunately, she could leave this afternoon. Of course. Li San waved his hand, and one of his men immediately stood by the cart. Xiao Qi handed a bag of rice to Li San as a token of thanks. She had plenty of fine rice in her space and hardly ate any. Li San took the bag of rice, his eyes brightening with a deeper smile. He said Miss Xiao was generous, and indeed, this bag weighed 10 pounds. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. When the registration notice comes, I'll have someone let you know. Xiao Qi sought out Xiao Wu again, this time to buy a few servants to help her with some chores. It would be best if they can read and do some accounting. Xiao Wu quickly brought a broker, who had over 30 people. There were men and women of all ages, many of whom had no choice but to sell themselves as servants due to hardship. The cheapest ones were only 2 taels of silver. Miss Xiao, what do you think of this one? He used to be a steward in a big household. The broker pulled out a middle-aged man. The man was thin and gaunt, with dull eyes and a blank expression. Before Xiao Qi could speak, Xiao Wu frowned in disapproval. Spring Ant, don't think you can fool Miss Xiao just because she is young. His leg is crippled. What use would he be if bought? A middle-aged man walked with a limp. One of his feet seemed to have been badly injured, leaving him with a lasting problem even after it healed. Aunt Chun laughed a couple of times and quickly introduced others. But Xiao Qi raised her hand to stop her. Why was he sold by the master? This man looked like a loyal servant, not the kind who would cheat or be sly. Seeing that Xiao Qi seemed interested, Aunt Chun's eyes lit up. If this man could be sold, she would make a good profit, so she started to explain again. Miss Xiao, he couldn't stand seeing his daughter being harassed, so he had to fight back. As a result, he broke his leg, and his whole family was sold. At this point, Aunt Chun brought out 2 more people, a woman tightly holding a little girl. The girl was about 8 or 9 years old, thin and looking very scared. This is his wife and daughter. Little Wu seemed to remember something and leaned closer to Xiao Qi to whisper. Miss Xiao, I've heard about this family. They are all honest people and have worked for the master for over 10 years. But then a friend of the master took an interest in their daughter. The servants had no rights, and when the master needed something from that friend, he agreed to let the little girl go to his house. The steward tried everything to change the master's mind, but in frustration, he rushed in and took his own daughter back. He only pushed the master's friend, causing him to fall. The friend felt embarrassed, and the master immediately ordered the steward to be beaten and had the whole family sold. The steward barely survived the beating, but one of his legs was left lame. And look at her. His wife may seem weak, but she is skilled at handiwork. She can sew clothes and make shoes very well. And this little girl, though small, is quite strong. That's enough, just these three. Xiao Qi didn't need anyone too skilled. She just needed help with some chores. By the way, do you have any good cooks here? Xiao Qi really wanted to buy a cook. Miss Xiao, I'm afraid not. A good cook wouldn't be available for sale. They would have their own skills. All right, how much are they? Just as Xiao Qi was about to settle the payment, her gaze swept across the room and suddenly spotted a man in the corner of the last row. This man. She felt like she had seen him before. As Xiao Qi walked over, the man finally looked up. Their eyes met, and the man's expression was filled with shock. Is it really you? Zhang Chong spoke hesitantly, surprised to see that the person buying him was the girl who had given him a roasted chicken during their journey.
How did you
become a servant? She had a good memory. During their 2 encounters, Zhang Chong had seemed quite clever. Zhang Chong felt a deep bitterness and was too embarrassed to say more. Did that little girl trick you? At this, the bitterness in Zhang Chong's eyes turned to shock. How did you know? Was he really that foolish? After spending so many days together, he hadn't noticed her intentions? Some people may be young, but that doesn't mean they lack cunning. Xiao Qi had lived for hundreds of years in her past life and had seen many people. That girl had hidden her true nature well, appearing pitiful. But she had received the roasted chicken from Zhang Chong, who had shared it with her out of pity. She should be grateful to Zhang Chong, not waiting around to thank him. She just wanted to use her advantages to find a better situation for herself. Xiao Qi had thought she was simply a bit scheming, but she had managed to trick a grown man into selling himself. Xiao Qi was curious about how she had done it. Zhang Chong moved his lips and recounted what had happened. Seeing the girl in need, he had taken her in, calling her his daughter. On the way, a kind person had given them a ride. Unexpectedly, after arriving in Pingyuan Prefecture, the girl had knocked him out while he was asleep and sold him for a low price. She then used the money from a sale to dress herself up nicely and became a maid in a wealthy household. Xiao Qi bought Zhang Chong as well, assigning him to run errands. The family she bought him from was the Sun family, steward Sun Shu, his wife, and their daughter, Sun Xiaohe. The total for the 3 was 12 taels of silver. Sun Shu had a lame leg but could read and do math, worth 2 taels. Sun's wife was skilled at embroidery, worth 5 taels. Sun Xiaohe was valued the same as her mother, also 5 taels. The most expensive was Zhang Chong, tall and strong, worth 6 taels. The 4 of them totaled 18 taels, which was less than the silver she had on hand. Xiao Qi didn't change their names. It was fine as it was. Currently, they were not allowed to enter the city and had to go to the village first. Although there were many inconveniences in the village, there were also several benefits. After paying the silver, Xiao Qi gave Xiao Wu some money to buy a cow and a cart as well. In addition, some chicks, ducklings, and goslings were bought back. As for the lambs and calves, Xiao Qi planned to go to the city later to buy them herself and raise them in her space, thinking it would be quite enjoyable. She suddenly craved hot pot and realized she needed to stock up on various meats in her space for easy access anytime. Rin Yazi handed over the contracts for several people to Xiao Qi after processing them at the government office. By the time Xiao Wu returned with the ox cart, her new household registration was also completed, settling in Liha village in Taohua County. Taohua County has a small population. It is not particularly poor, but not wealthy either. Along with her new registration came a living allowance of rough rice from the city, which was about 12 pounds per person. This amount wouldn't last a month. The village chief arranged for her housing, allowing her to stay in the village for free for a year. Additionally, each person received a piece of land for a house and an acre of wasteland, which would be theirs after cultivation, with tax exemption for the first 3 years. After bidding farewell to Li San and Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi headed to Taohua County with Zhang Chong and the others. The cart swayed as Xiao Qi sat inside, thinking about her original family's situation. After losing contact with her family, she wondered if they had been searching for her. She hadn't found any notices looking for her in the city. Perhaps her family hadn't arrived in the city yet, or maybe they didn't care about her at all. However, thinking too much was pointless. She didn't hold them in her heart. If they crossed paths again, she would deal with it then. She couldn't force herself to adopt the habits of her original self, who was long gone. Liha village in Taohua County was not close to the city. The cart moved faster, while the ox cart was slower. After waiting for Steward Sun and the others, they arrived after nearly 2 hours. Liha village was backed by a mountain, with only about 20 households, most living in thatched houses, while only 2 families had better conditions with brick houses. When the cart and ox cart entered the village loaded with goods, the village chief initially thought Xiao Qi was a young lady from a wealthy family. After all, at that time, a cart was a rare sight, and a horse plus a cart could easily cost 50 to 60 taels of silver, which ordinary families might not save in a lifetime. Upon learning that Xiao Qi was a disaster victim settling in the village chief was speechless. Previously, 2 other families had been settled in Liha village, and they looked frail and malnourished, unlike Xiao Qi, who appeared as if she were just out for a stroll. Did young ladies from wealthy families also flee disasters? The village chief didn't understand, but it didn't interfere with his duties. The disaster victims settling in Pear Blossom Village need him to arrange accommodations. Is this Xiao Qi? They are. The village chief checked the name. She was listed as a single female household, so it should only be her. However, he noticed that there were not just Xiao Qi, but also 4 other people. Village Chief Lu, these 4 are my family servants. If it's inconvenient to arrange for them, is there a vacant house in the village? I would like to rent it for a while. Even if the village arranged housing, it would only be for her. Zhang Chong and the others would not be considered. Rent a house? That's fine. The village indeed had vacant houses, and it's always good to earn money. Village Chief Lu first took Xiao Qi to one of the stone brick houses. She didn't seem like someone short on money, so she probably wouldn't be interested in the thatched houses. This family has moved to town, and I'm looking after the house. There weren't many vacant houses in the village, and more people were expected to arrive. The village chief was worried. He initially wanted to give this house to the newcomers to stay for a while. Unexpectedly, the family refused to agree, and even if it were divided, they could only accommodate 1 household. Why should everyone be arranged to stay there? For this matter, his second son even returned from town to keep an eye on the house. Now, someone was willing to rent it, so he should be pleased. Village Chief Lu knocked on the door, and Lu Er looked displeased. The village chief explained that Xiao Qi wanted to rent a house, and Lu Er immediately became very happy. Having someone rent a house was certainly better than letting someone stay for free. Please come in. Lu Er quickly welcomed them inside. Initially, he thought Zhang Chong was the head of the household, but seeing Zhang Chong lag behind Xiao Qi, Lu Er understood that Xiao Qi was the one in charge here. Lu Er, let me tell you, if this house doesn't get rented out, I will have to arrange it myself. If you all stay here, that's fine, but if you don't live here, don't let the villagers gossip. Village Chief Lu guessed that Xiao Qi might not be short on money, but he also didn't want her to be taken advantage of. They would all be in the same village, and he, as the village chief, couldn't afford to look bad. Lu Er smiled awkwardly. Village chief, come on, am I that kind of person? Let's do it this way. It will be 50 a month. How long do you want to rent? Xiao Qi looked around the yard. The main house had 3 rooms, all stone brick. Additionally, there were 2 rooms on each side, 4 of which were thatched houses. The yard was quite spacious. Just a simple small courtyard. 50 coins are not even enough to buy a dish from Xiao Qi, but it's not considered cheap in the village. Nowadays, an ordinary person with a proper job earns only about 400 to 500 coins a month. Before Xiao Qi could speak, the village head, Lu, shouted angrily.
Ise, elu er 50 coins.
Are you robbing me? Is your house made of gold or silver? How can you ask for 50 coins? In the village head's eyes, this house could only rent for a maximum of 35 coins a month. He should realize this is a rural village, and it's already good if someone is willing to rent a house here. Village head, how about 40 coins? Just 40 coins?
Luan quickly pleaded.
The village head thought for a moment and didn't say more. 40 coins seemed reasonable. Xiao Qi nodded. Okay, I'll rent it for a year. A year? Then you just need to give me 400 coins. Lu initially thought Xiao Qi would only rent for a month or two, but he didn't expect her to want it for a whole year. 400 coins is not a small amount. After both sides agreed, the village head quickly drafted a simple contract. There was no need to go to the government office for such a small matter, as he would guarantee it. Just looking at the village head, it seemed the village had a good atmosphere. Butler's son handed over the 400 coins to Lu, who then left with a big smile. With the housing situation settled, the next step was to allocate the land for building and the wasteland. She could choose 1 acre of wasteland freely, and once cultivated, it would belong to her. As for the housing land, she could select a vacant plot in the village to build her house. Of course, the area wouldn't be very large. For someone like Xiao Qi, who only needed space for herself, the free housing land would be a maximum of just over 120 square meters. That little space was clearly not enough. Village head, I want to buy more land to build a house. The village head knew that the housing land allocated to Xiao Qi was insufficient, especially since there were 4 people living with her. They couldn't all stay in one place. There was plenty of land in the village, and selling some would bring an income for the village. If someone in the village truly couldn't make ends meet, they could use that money to help. Moreover, buying more land would mean a bigger house. The construction workers would also come from the village, providing another source of income for the villagers. Having a wealthy girl like her in the village was not a bad thing. With that thought, the village head couldn't hide his smile and quickly took out a simple map of the village. Look, these plots of land are quite large. Here, behind is the lake. The village chief pointed to 3 plots of land, and Xiao Qi chose a piece at the end of the village. Not only was the land large, but the nearest neighbor was also several hundred meters away. There was a small stream winding down from the mountain behind, and the scenery was quite nice. In the future, she could redirect part of the stream into the backyard. It would be nice to drink tea and practice here. Village chief, I'll take this piece of land. Xiao Qi bought 5 acres. The land near the back mountain was not as valuable as the village's residential land, mainly because wild animals occasionally came down from the mountain, and the area near the village's end was prone to attacks. After deducting the part she should have received for free, the remaining amount, including the paperwork fee, totaled only 3 taels of silver. After buying the residential land, Xiao Qi also bought some farmland. Since no one was selling good rice fields, she purchased a few acres of wasteland, plus the 1 acre given to her, totaling 5 acres. 1 acre of wasteland only cost 400 won, and with the cost of the residential land, it came to a total of 4 taels and 6 qian of silver. 100 won equals 1 qian of silver. However, it was already September, and in this region, there was 1 season for rice and 1 for wheat each year. The rice had been planted for a while, and since the wasteland needed to be cleared, she would have to wait another 2 to 3 months for the next wheat planting. Xiao Qi didn't mind, but she worried that the other disaster victims would have a hard time. Village chief, I will settle in now, and I will trouble you with the next steps. The contracts for buying the residential land and farmland needed to be stamped at the government office, so she would definitely need the village chief's help. Xiao Qi asked Zhang Chong to follow the village chief and took out a bag of brown sugar and a bag of pastries from the cart to hand to the village chief. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Seeing the brown sugar and pastries that Xiao Qi offered, the village chief and his wife, Mrs. Liu, exchanged shocked glances. Brown sugar and pastries were rare items. A pound of brown sugar cost 100 won, and ordinary families would only buy some for women during childbirth. This bag of brown sugar looked to weigh over a pound, and the pastries were worth several dozen won. Just casually giving these away was worth nearly 200 won. Her son worked in town and only earned 400 won a month. This casual gift was equivalent to half a month's wages. What kind of family was this? In the village, when someone needed help, it was common to give a few eggs as a token of thanks. Nothing like this. Oh, dear. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Mrs. Liu quickly waved her hand. This was already part of the village chief's duties. How could he accept such an expensive gift? I still have some matters to discuss with the village chief. If I don't offer something, how can I ask for help? The atmosphere in the village is quite good, and Xiao Qi doesn't mind building a good relationship with the village chief, since she will be living here for a long time. The things she needs help with are just small matters in the village, so there's no need for such a heavy gift. Clearly, this is a gesture of goodwill from him. This girl might have come from a wealthy family. The customs in this regard are truly hard to criticize. The village chief nodded slightly at Mrs. Liu, and only then did she accept the items. Young lady, since you just arrived, if you need anything or have questions, feel free to come to me. Thank you very much, Mrs. Liu. Zhang Chong took the money and went with the village chief to the town to handle the land and house contracts. Since it was still early, they could take the horse-drawn cart and make it back in about 45 minutes. Xiao Qi asked him to buy a new bed since she didn't want to use someone else's. Then she returned to the courtyard with Butler's son and the others. The main house has 3 rooms made of stone bricks, 2 bedrooms on the sides, and a central hall, which is also where they eat. On either side of the main house are 2 side rooms, both thatched cottages. The 2 side rooms on the east are also bedrooms, while the 2 on the west are a kitchen and a storage room. The toilet is located outside the courtyard. In Pear Blossom Village, every household is like this, with toilets outside in simple thatched huts with a pit behind them. As for water, the villagers don't have wells and usually fetch water from the nearby stream. The village is located right in front of the stream, not far away. The eastern bedroom is naturally Xiao Qi's living space, while the western bedroom serves as her temporary storage room. The 2 rooms in the east side are for Butler's son's family of 3 and Zhang Chong, while the 2 rooms in the west remain as the kitchen and storage. After confirming the rooms, Butler's son immediately began cleaning the courtyard and organizing things with his wife and daughter. Unlike before, Butler's son now had a bit more energy on his face. He had thought he would have to separate from his wife and daughter, and that he might only be able to live as a lowly servant in the future. Unexpectedly, the new master bought them all, and the new master seems to be easy to talk to. This gives Butler's son a lot of hope for the future. The courtyard had not been occupied for a long time, and everything that needed to be moved had already been taken away, leaving only 2 bed frames in the bedroom. Xiao Qi had already asked Zhang Chong to buy a new bed, so Butler's son and his wife moved the 2 bed frames to the 2 rooms in the east side. Since it was getting late, Mrs. Sun could only do a quick clean for now. Fortunately, the house is well maintained, with no damaged areas. Besides Xiao Qi's room, the kitchen also needs to be tidied up. The housekeeper's son has almost finished cleaning, and Zhang Chong has returned with the bed. The furniture in town is not complicated. It is very simple. The bed is basically just a wooden frame, and with a mat and a quilt, it becomes a bed. Sun quickly wiped the new bed, laid down a new mat, added a soft mattress, and then covered it with a satin sheet. While Sun was preparing dinner, Xiao Qi used a cleaning spell in the bedroom to make it spotless. The room is quite empty, containing only a bed and a small wooden cabinet, which Zhang Chong had bought temporarily. Xiao Qi took a handful of clear spirit flowers from her space and placed them in a wide-mouthed vase on the cabinet. Clear spirit flowers are a type of spiritual herb with changing colors throughout the day, transitioning from pink to blue to white. They have a light and elegant fragrance, refreshing and calming. Xiao Qi is not in a hurry to furnish the rest of the place, since this is just a temporary stop. She still needs to build her own house. It is not the busy farming season, and every household has extra hands. With a bit of extra pay, she believes her house will be built soon. For dinner, Sun simply cooked vegetable and meat noodles using regular flour, which looked decent. Xiao Qi took a bite. While it wasn't particularly delicious, it wasn't bad either. If she used the spiritual wheat from her space to make the noodles, the taste would surely be much better. After dinner, Xiao Qi took out a bag of spiritual rice and a bag of spiritual flour from the storeroom. From now on, I will prepare my meals separately with these, she said. Xiao Qi doesn't think separating the food is a matter of status. It is simply how it is. She bought the people to serve her, not to adapt to them or always consider their needs. Sun and the others quickly agreed, not asking any unnecessary questions. Moreover, the new master has treated them well enough. In these tough times, many people struggle to have enough to eat and are thin and weak. Yet, they can still enjoy fine rice and flour, so what more could they ask for? Zhang Chong just smiled foolishly. The young lady didn't eat much, so all the leftover noodles from the kitchen ended up in his stomach. The young lady had said that they shouldn't be stingy with food and could eat as much as they wanted. It was the first time in many days that he had such a delicious meal, especially with fine noodles and meat. The last time he had meat was when the young lady rewarded him. Selling oneself as a servant doesn't seem too bad, as long as the employer is good. Alright, let me talk about your monthly pay. Even servants who sell themselves receive a monthly wage, though it might be a bit less. However, Xiao Qi has never been stingy in this regard. Although Sun and the others are her bought servants, they still need money. As long as they do what she asks, she is always generous. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it well. Using people is one thing, being stingy is another, and Xiao Qi is not short on money. If she runs out of money, she can earn more. In her past life, she was an alchemist. Even if she can't make high-level potions now, low-level ones are not a problem. She believes she can sell her goods at the auction house. If needed, she can also make skincare products for women. Sun Shu is responsible for the household expenses. I will keep some money in the account. Your monthly pay will be 5 taels of silver for now, plus a stone of fine rice each month and 3 outfits each season. 1 stone equals 120 jin, and 120 jin of fine rice is worth at least 3 taels and 6 coins of silver. So, each month, not only will they receive 5 taels of silver, but also 120 jin of fine rice, totaling about 8 taels and 6 coins of silver. The young lady also mentioned that their food expenses will be covered by the household, meaning this 8 taels and 6 coins is pure profit for them. Sun Shu stood there in shock, forgetting how to react. The previous employer he worked for was also wealthy, and his monthly pay was already considered high at 1 tael and 5 coins of silver. With occasional rewards from his master and the fact that his meals were provided, he could save a little over 2 taels each month.
But now,
Sun Shu's breathing quickened. He felt unworthy as a disabled person. Dragging his injured leg, he felt tears in his eyes and knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Thank you, young lady. Thank you. Zhang Chong watched the scene with envy. So much silver. Before the disaster, he earned less than this in a year working as a laborer, and now they are also providing food and clothing. Son, you will take care of the meals at home for now, and since your embroidery skills are good, you will also make some of my clothes from now on. Your monthly pay will be the same as Sun Shu's. 5 taels of silver, 1 stone of fine rice, and 3 outfits each season. Sun's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected to receive the same monthly pay as the head of the household. Miss, this is too much. I don't deserve it. Sun nervously clutched her clothing. She was just a woman. How could she compare to men? Besides, it was just some simple tasks not worth so much silver. In my house, I make the decisions. You just need to listen. Xiao Qi didn't want to discuss the silver further. What was fair was up to her, not what they said. Tears filled Sun's eyes, and she didn't dare to say more, but she felt grateful. Zhang Chong had the same treatment as the others. His daily tasks included tending to the barren land and doing some household chores. As for Butler's son and his child, son Xiao, Xiao Qi gave them 2 taels of silver and a stone of fine rice each month. The child looked small and thin but was quite strong, almost matching Zhang Chang's strength. After giving simple instructions, Xiao Qi placed 2,000 taels of silver in the account for Butler's son. Tomorrow, you all go to the county together. Each of you buy 4 sets of clothes, 2 made of fine cotton and 2 made of coarse cotton. The money will be deducted from the account. Miss, how about I just buy some fabric and make them myself? Sun hesitated before speaking. She didn't know how wealthy the young lady was, but she felt it was too extravagant to spend her silver like this. Making clothes from fabric would be much cheaper than buying ready-made ones.
No need, just buy them.
It would take several days for the 4 of them to make clothes, and their current outfits were already in tatters. The next day, Zhang Chang and the others took a cart to the county. Xiao Qi took out some supplies she had obtained from the bandits. The west bedroom and the storage room in the west wing were nearly full, and she had only used 1/3 of the space. Additionally, Xiao Qi brought out a variety of fruits, some common in this era and some not. As for how to explain all these supplies and unusual fruits, she was the only master of this house. Why should she explain her actions? Once she reached the 3rd level of Qi refining, she could mark them. If they betrayed her, she would notice immediately. It wouldn't be long. Xiao Qi approached the village chief with the drawings she made last night. I want to build a house, similar to the ones in the capital. Do you know any skilled craftsmen? The village chief's eyes lit up when he saw the drawings. Although he couldn't understand them, such a large house would require many workers, and the village could earn some money. Even those who had fled here might be able to earn something, so they wouldn't starve again. He originally thought that Xiao Qi would take some time to start building the house, but he didn't expect it to begin so soon. For the village, this is like timely rain. With this in mind, Village Chief Lu became even more satisfied with Xiao Qi. You've chosen the right person. The brother of the landlord you rented from yesterday, his family specializes in this. Many families in town hire him for building houses, and he has also taken on quite a few projects from the county. The quality of his work is definitely reliable. Xiao girl, I can assure you, what old Lu says is absolutely true. The house of my sister-in-law's family was built by him, and his skills are top-notch. Lu's family also praised him. Xiao Qi nodded, okay, but let me be clear. If he tries to cut corners or do anything dishonest here, I will make sure he faces the consequences. Reporting him? That was just to scare them. Xiao Qi smiled while saying this, and if he really tried anything funny with her house, she wouldn't mind making him disappear completely. Haha, I can guarantee that Lu Dagon is always meticulous in his work. Since they were from the same village, the village chief knew Lu Dagon's character very well. He was definitely not the type to cut corners. No one from the surrounding areas had ever complained about his work. Lu Dagon's family was in town, so the village chief hurriedly hitched up the ox cart and rushed to the town. Xiao Qi found a secluded spot and brought back 2 horses from her space. Now she had 3 horses and a cow at home, but she didn't plan to keep them in a yard, so she needed to buy more land specifically for the horses. The sloped land at the back of the mountain was a good choice. It was not far from her main property, just a few dozen meters away. The land she bought included part of the slope, and she would need to talk to the village chief to purchase the remaining part later. As Xiao Qi was leading the horses back, the village chief had already returned with Lu Dagon. Xiao Qi, if you have any requests, let him know. The 3 of them went to the village chief's house, where Lu's family brewed a pot of coarse tea and poured it into large porcelain bowls for everyone. The village chief and Lu Dagon quickly drank theirs, but when they saw that Xiao Qi hadn't touched hers, no one said anything. Xiao Qi took out the simple drawings she had made. Lu Dagon glanced at the drawings and then looked up at Xiao Qi in disbelief. Miss Xiao, are you sure you want to build such a large house? The entire house would cover 3 acres, and while building it wasn't complicated, he had done similar projects before. It had never been this big. Such a big house is rare, even in the town. Well, I want the best materials you can find. Let's not talk about the interior decoration for now. How much silver do you think it will cost? The house plan that Xiao Qi provided is a 2-entry courtyard covering about 3 acres, with quite a few rooms. Lu Dagan calculated for a long time before giving an estimate. Miss Xiao, I estimate that for such a large house, including labor, it will cost at least 80 to 90 taels of silver. Now, it was Xiao Qi's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect building a house to be so cheap. If we hire more workers, will it be finished faster?
How soon can it be done?
Yes, with more workers, it can be finished faster, about 40 days. But the cost? Lu Dagan fell silent when it came to money. Although more workers would speed things up, it wouldn't be a small amount of money. How is the labor cost calculated? 21 a day, including 1 meal. Lu Dagan didn't ask for too much. They earned their money through hard work, and it wasn't guaranteed every day. This rate was slightly higher than for regular laborers. In the county town, the wages would be higher, around 25 won a day. But this is the countryside, so he would first hire from the village, where 20 won would usually be enough. If meals are not included, it would be 23 won a day. This price is quite fair. Neither the village chief nor Lu Dagan intended to take advantage of an outsider. Xiao Qi's impression of the village improved a bit. Living in such a village likely wouldn't bring too many troubles. There's one more thing, Miss Xiao. As you know, life in the village isn't easy these days, especially with people coming in due to disasters. I plan to hire workers from the village first. Don't worry, they are all honest people. I won't hire anyone who is lazy or dishonest. This was something the village chief and Lu Dagan had agreed upon from the start, to prioritize hiring locals. Of course, they wouldn't let Xiao Qi be at a disadvantage by hiring troublemakers. All right, you can handle that. I'll provide 1 meal at noon, and as for wages, let's settle at 40 won a day.
You can manage that.
Xiao Qi felt she was being generous, as long as no one crossed her. Moreover, she had a surplus of rice and flour in her storage, and even though she could keep them fresh, they weren't as good as new. The taste of the rice and flour wasn't as good as when they were fresh, so it was better to use them up quickly. Providing 1 meal could help consume quite a bit. Upon hearing the price quoted by Xiao Qi, both the village chief and Lu Dagan widened their eyes in disbelief, even digging at their ears to make sure they heard correctly. How much? 40 won a day.
Wow.
Xiao Qi, are you sure you want to pay that much? That wage is quite high, not just in the village, but even in the town. The village chief thought Xiao Qi might not have heard Lu Dagan correctly, and emphasized the wage again. Xiao Qi nodded. I understand, but I have requirements for that pay. I want the house built within a month, and we can hire more workers.
Sure.
I promise to do a beautiful job for you. Lu Dagan's face turned red with excitement. It was rare to meet such a generous employer. 40 won a day, including meals, would add up to 1,200 won in a month. That's over a tael of silver. Earning over a tael of silver in a month was a rare opportunity that many in the village could only dream of. How did such good fortune fall into his lap? If he messed up the house after being given such a generous wage, he would be in big trouble. Xiao Qi didn't respond. Instead, she took out 15 one-tael silver notes and placed them on the table. This is 150 taels. After deducting the money for the house, the rest is your payment. Even if she doubled the wage, this amount was more than enough. Lu Dagan was stunned by this unexpected windfall. 150 taels. He had never seen so much silver in his life. After building the house, he could still earn at least 30 taels. 30 taels. His whole family couldn't earn that much even if they didn't eat or drink for 3 years. Could it be that the fortune god his wife recently prayed to was blessing him? Watching Lu Dagan carefully tuck the silver into his pocket, the village chief showed a look of envy. Although he couldn't earn that much, his third son had found a short-term job in town, which would allow him to work alongside Lu Dagan. It was also time for him to consider marriage, so saving more silver would help improve their future. Thank you, Boss Xiao, for your trust. I'll get ready right away. Uncle Lu, can I borrow your ox cart?
Of course, go ahead.
There was only one ox cart in the village, owned by the village chief, who cherished it dearly, but now he waved it away for Lu Dagon to use. Lu Dagon's excited demeanor was evident as he left, but Xiao Qi wasn't in a hurry to go. Village chief, I was thinking that since there will likely be many workers, I want to hire my aunt to cook for us every day. What's the big deal? We're all from the same village. Whether they hire someone or not, just providing a meal for a day is enough. Many people would love to have such a good opportunity. The village chief didn't exaggerate. Xiao Qi was generous, and it seemed she would be making brown rice porridge with pickled vegetables and maybe even some dishes. At the very least, it would be millet porridge, not just plain watery soup. Nowadays, every household struggles to have enough to eat. Although Xiao Qi's family is better off, it's still impossible for everyone to be full. Getting to cook a meal for someone and receiving free food in return is a good deal. The village chief is joking. Besides, my aunt might not be able to handle it alone. I want to ask her to find 2 more people to help. Each person will get 30 won a day, just like the others, and they'll also get a meal. After Xiao Qi finished speaking, she made up her mind. The village chief couldn't refuse, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. He was determined to take good care of the house-building project. Others were being sincere with them, and he couldn't let anyone feel disappointed. Lu was even more excited, her eyes turning red. She quickly brought out a basket of vegetables from the kitchen. Xiao girl, these are freshly picked vegetables from this morning. Take them, they're really fresh. The basket contained 2 cucumbers, some small greens, a pumpkin the size of a person's head, and about a dozen eggs. Although every household in the countryside grows some vegetables, most of them are sold in town for money, so there isn't much left to eat. The same goes for the eggs. They are usually saved to be exchanged for money. The vegetables and eggs in this basket were quite a valuable gift. Xiao Qi thanked her and took the basket. News of Xiao Qi wanting to build a house quickly stirred up a commotion in the village. A daily wage of 40 won plus a meal made many people envious. They all lingered in front of her gate, hoping to say something nice to get in on the work. Seeing this scene, the village chief became angry and chased everyone away with a bamboo pole. These people had no sense. If they annoyed her, they wouldn't get anything at all. Although he didn't know the girl's background, she had 4 servants with her. Especially the one with a scar on his face, who looked strong and could easily handle 3 people. He was not someone to mess with. After the villagers were chased away, the village chief sighed as he looked at the crowd lingering around his house. They were all just poor folks causing trouble. Fortunately, Lu Dagon returned in the afternoon. He discussed with the village chief and decided that each household in the village would be assigned a work quota. Even the 2 newly settled families were included, giving them a chance to contribute. Despite this, the total number of workers from the village was still less than 30, as there were not even 30 households in total. However, due to the tight schedule given by Xiao Qi, at least 35 people were needed to build such a large house in a short time. There was no need to find more workers from the village, as Lu Dagon had brought some people with him, which would be enough to fill the gap. Once this news was announced, the villagers' excitement gradually calmed down. Some villagers even spontaneously brought fruits and vegetables to Xiao Qi's door to thank her for her support to the village. Sun, the housekeeper, brought in the vegetables and informed her. Xiao Qi suddenly felt that the people in this village were a bit
charming.
What would you like for dinner, miss? After returning today, the housekeeper noticed the storeroom and pantry were filled with rice, flour, and oil, along with 2 horses that the master had just brought back. However, no one spoke out of turn. They just needed to quietly do their own tasks, as speaking out could lead to trouble. If something happened to such a generous master, they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. I want shrimp and fish soup wontons. The shrimp were ones she had caught from the river and raised in her space. Everything in her space, whether crops or livestock, grew and reproduced quickly. The shrimp had grown larger than her palm. Fortunately, she managed to control their growth in time. Otherwise, the small stream she had created would have been filled with them. The fish were also raised in her space. They were ordinary grass fish, but because they grew in her space, like the shrimp, they tasted much better than regular fish. Additionally, the fruits, Vegetables and meats nourished by the spiritual energy could strengthen the body. As for other dishes, Xiao Qi wanted to eat more, but unfortunately, Sun's cooking skills were limited. Xiao Qi wouldn't ask her to make complicated dishes, as they might end up being unappetizing. She thought she should go to the city to hire a cook. If that didn't work, she could always hire someone. Make a cold cucumber salad as well. I'll take the rice, flour, and vegetables from the cupboard. You all can eat the rest.
Yes.
Sun replied, and was about to prepare when Xiao Qi suddenly remembered she hadn't seen Zhang Chong today. Where is Zhang Chong? Miss. As soon as he returned, he went to the Wasteland, saying he wanted to turn the soil before dark. If he takes care of it for a while, we can plant wheat next season. All right, go ahead. Butler Sun limped as he cleaned the yard, and son Xiaohua brought up the prepared cool tea. Xiaohua, has your father seen a doctor for his leg?
Miss, no.
After her father's leg was broken, he was sold away, so no one would take him to see a doctor. If it weren't for his strong will, he might not have survived. Have your father find a doctor to check his leg. The money for treatment can be taken from the account. In the future, if you get sick while working for me, the money will also come from the account. Whether in modern times or ancient times, getting sick can lead to financial ruin. Modern times have health insurance, but ancient times do not. Supporting them with medical care will increase their loyalty. Thank you. Mississippi tears filled Xiaohua's eyes. Butler's son was her father, and seeing him limp every day was painful for her. No need for thanks, just do your best from now on. It was uncertain if Butler's son's leg could be healed. Although Xiao Qi was skilled in alchemy, she was not good at treating illnesses, unlike a doctor. A doctor might have a way to heal Butler's son's leg, but if she were to try, she might end up breaking his leg again and giving him some healing powder. However, that healing powder was a 6th-grade medicine, and she wouldn't risk herself for Butler Sunday. When she managed to take some powder before, it was likely because fate didn't foresee it. Now, fate was watching her closely. There was another method, to amputate his leg and then give him a half dose of a 5th-grade healing pill. The main ingredient for that pill was a rare flower. But she wasn't sick herself, and making a healing pill for someone unrelated could attract trouble. Moreover, a 5th-grade pill was beyond her current abilities. So, unless she lost her mind, she wouldn't attempt to make that healing pill. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qi had a big appetite, and the Sun family prepared a lot of shrimp dumplings, bringing up 5 bowls along with 2 plates of refreshing cucumber salad. The milky white fish soup contained translucent dumplings, topped with a sprinkle of green onions, making it very appetizing. The dumpling wrappers were made from special flour, and the shrimp and fish were from her space, along with the seasonings. Although Sun's cooking skills are not great, the excellent ingredients still made Xiao Qi unable to stop eating. Xiao Qi had 3 bowls and paused when she reached the 4th bowl. The filling in this bowl seemed different from the previous ones. Xiaohe, come in. Xiao Qi didn't like having others around while eating. Xiaohe hurried in when she heard Xiao Qi call her. Miss, is there something wrong? Isn't this wonton made by your mother? The taste of this bowl of wontons was very different from the first 3. Miss, I noticed my mother had fewer ingredients, so I mixed some filling myself. Is it not good? Xiaohe felt a bit nervous. Before serving, she and her mother always tasted the food. The filling she made was only slightly different from her mother's. Did the miss not like it? No, your cooking tastes pretty good. Have you cooked before? Yes, I learned for a while with the kitchen maid. Her father was the steward of the household and had some authority, so he arranged for her to work in the kitchen. Although the maids beside the lady had easier tasks, the lady's temperament. She was naturally slow to respond, and her father worried she might say something wrong without realizing it. The kitchen work was tiring, but it didn't require dealing with so many people. Though she was young, she was strong and could help the kitchen maid with heavy tasks. Occasionally, the maid would teach her some simple dishes. From now on, the kitchen will be in your and your mother's hands. You can practice when you have time, and you will be responsible for my meals in the future. Compared to other things, the most important task in this house was to take good care of her appetite. Since she couldn't find a cook for now, she might as well train one herself. The next day, Lu Dagan arrived early, bringing people to survey the land and noting down Xiao Qi's requests. Every household in the village could send a strong laborer to work with him, as they all knew how to lay bricks. As soon as he arrived, the strong laborers from each household lined up automatically, led by the village chief. The village chief had made it clear, no troublemaking, no cheating, and anyone caught would be immediately removed from the team. Lu Dagan specifically invited the village chief to supervise, as he could manage the villagers well. As for the cook, besides the Lu family, she also chose a woman named Zhang who had come to escape famine. Zhang is not very old. She has a mother-in-law, Zhang Mushi, and also lives with her father-in-law and husband. Her father-in-law injured his leg while fleeing from a disaster and is now bedridden. Her husband is also unwell, so the family relies on Zhang and her mother-in-law to support them. It's quite unfortunate. Then there's Widow Lu from the village. She lost her husband and has no strong laborers at home, just her mother-in-law and a young child. The village has a system, and the village wouldn't forget about her family. After Widow Lu selected someone, she specifically mentioned it to Xiao Qi, who had no objections, so it was finalized. Once the workers were confirmed, Lu Dagan didn't delay. It was a good day, and since Xiao Qi needed to move quickly, they held the groundbreaking ceremony that same day and got busy. Xiao Qi arranged for 1 meal per day, and Widow Lu and Sun Shi went to collect the ingredients. As work began, Widow Lu set up a simple stove with the 2 others, and before they could fetch the ingredients, Sun Xiahua and Sun Shi had already delivered the food for the day. Including Widow Lu, there were a total of 40 workers. Sun Shi brought over more than 20 pounds of pork. The vegetables included cabbage and celery, along with a bag of vermicelli and some seasonings. The staple food was brown rice, weighing 100 pounds. Xiao Qi had collected a lot of brown rice from the bandit hideout last time. Compared to white rice, brown rice has a rougher texture and can be a bit hard to chew. If they didn't use it now, it would go to waste later. The vegetables were portioned, and the brown rice would be filling. With 40 people, 100 pounds a day would be more than enough. Even if some tried to take leftovers home, Xiao Qi would turn a blind eye. Each day's portion of rice and vegetables could be eaten however they liked, and Widow Lu would manage the quantities well. "Aunt Lu, I've brought the vegetables. Take a look," Sun Shi called out as she set down the cart. Widow Lu hurried over with a smile. When she saw the large pile of red and white meat, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that's a huge chunk of meat, probably weighing 20 to 30 pounds. And that big bag of brown rice must weigh around 100 pounds. Cooking 3 pounds of brown rice for porridge each day wouldn't be too thick or too thin, especially with the meat. With so much meat, each person could have about a pound. Stir-frying that pound of meat with the cabbage would ensure everyone got a piece, making it a hearty meal, plus there's the vermicelli too. This meal is considered one of the best around here. It's just that it's too hot today, and the meat won't keep well. I need to think of a way, or it will spoil. Hearing the mumbling from Lu, Sun was stunned. Not keep well? No matter how hot it is, the meat was just cooked today, it wouldn't spoil. Then she heard Lu instructing 2 others to prepare porridge, and Sun understood. Lu thought these ingredients were for a whole month. 40 people eating just 100 pounds of brown rice in a month? How could she even think that? "Aunt Lu, you misunderstood." Sun quickly stopped Lu to explain. "My young lady said these are the ingredients for 1 day. I will bring tomorrow's ingredients tomorrow." Once she said this, Lu dropped the bowl she was holding with a loud crash.
"What?
1 day?" Lu's voice became sharp with excitement. She couldn't have heard wrong. 40 people eating over 20 pounds of meat and 100 pounds of brown rice in a day? Just for food, they would spend at least 1 tael and 6 coins a day. Oh my goodness, they would eat that much? It's true. I will bring the rice and vegetables tomorrow. The young lady said these meals are for 1 day, so you can divide them as needed. And these mung beans. The young lady said to make some mung bean soup to help them cool off. It's hot, and we don't want anyone getting sick. Sun left the mung beans without lingering and returned with Sun Xiahua, pushing the cart. In the past, she might have been shocked by this. After all, She had never seen a host so generous, giving money and not skimping on food. Watching Sun leave, Lu was in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until Widow Lu nudged her that she snapped back to reality, looking at the ingredients scattered on the floor, feeling both excited and complicated. Xiao was still too honest. Luckily, Pear Blossom Village was generally friendly, with no shameless families around. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lu shook her head, not wanting to think too much, and began washing and chopping vegetables with Zhang and Widow Lu. There was a good amount of cabbage from Sun, and Lu planned to make a cabbage and pork stew today. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Besides that dish, she also cut a piece of meat to stir-fry with celery, making a celery and pork stir-fry. Finally, there would be brown rice and cabbage soup. 2 meat dishes, rice, and soup. What family could enjoy such good treatment? In a rural household, such meals were only served during festivals. Lu's side was still preparing the meal, while Zhang was in charge of washing. On the other side, Widow Lu's mung bean soup was ready. Sun brought a bag with 5 pounds of mung beans. She cooked 3 large pots of soup and poured it into a wooden barrel to cool in the well. Once the soup cooled down a bit, Lu and the village head took a bucket over. It was a hot day, and even before noon, everyone was sweating. "Come on, everyone, have some mung bean soup. Soon it will be time to eat," Lu said. Everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks, and Lu served each person a bowl of soup. Considering the 5 pounds of mung beans Sun brought, the soup alone was worth 50 coins. In other households, even a meal would cost around 20 coins, but they didn't hire many people, just 5 or 6. Each person received a bowl of mung bean soup, with a few soft mung beans at the bottom. Normally, they would praise the host for making such soup, but today their appetites were already stirred by the delicious smell of meat. "Auntie, I think I smell meat. Is there really meat in today's meal?" They joked. They didn't expect any meat. To them, getting 2 coarse buns was already a treat. "Of course there is, just wait and see," Lu replied, quickly leaving after serving the soup. The crowd exchanged glances, barely able to contain their excitement. They were just joking, but it seemed there really was meat. When Lu Dagan called for the end of work, everyone rushed out to see what was for lunch. The closer they got to the cooking area, the stronger the aroma became. When they saw a large bucket of brown rice and 2 meat dishes, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Come on, it's time to eat. Form a line, no pushing," Lu called out, and everyone quickly lined up with their bowls. There were 2 large pots of pork and cabbage with vermicelli, and a big pot of celery with shredded meat. Lu served everyone a large bowl of rice topped with celery and meat, along with a bowl of pork and cabbage. The generous portions surprised even Lu Dagan. "Auntie, did you really cook enough for a whole month?" he wondered, holding his large bowl, feeling a bit doubtful. Lu waved her hand and said, "Of course not. This is today's meal, and it's delicious. If there's not enough rice, we can serve more. There's plenty." The men who did heavy work had big appetites, especially since most of them hadn't eaten breakfast before coming. After working hard for half a day, they were surely very hungry. With big chunks of meat in the stew, they couldn't hold back and started eating quickly while sitting on the ground. Lu said there was enough food, so many people came back for a second bowl. They had forgotten how long it had been since they could eat freely. Every family was trying to save food. On the first day of work, aside from those who ate just enough to save half their rations for dinner, no one asked Lu for extra food to take home. Under the village chief's strict instructions, they didn't dare to ask for more, fearing they might get kicked out and end up worse off. After everyone finished eating and took a short break, they went back to work. After finishing their meal, Lu and the 2 others noticed there was still a bowl of food left with a few pieces of meat, so they decided to share it among themselves. As for the brown rice, there was still less than half left, but it was still enough for each person to have a large bowl. Lu informed the village chief about this, suggesting that those who finished work should come back later to divide the food. There wasn't much left over, so sharing it was fine. However, with so much brown rice left, it would be unkind to divide it. Nowadays, no family lacked food. Taking a big bowl home, even if cooked with water, would be enough for a family to have a good meal. All right, you all return the items and head home. Bring them back tomorrow. Lu waved at Zhang and the widow Lu. The simple stove was still there, and the pots and bowls were borrowed from the village, which many families would need to use again that evening, so they had to return them. After returning the items, Zhang hurried home with her basket. They were currently staying at the village chief's house, which had enough rooms, and they were given one. She shared it with her in-laws and husband. Wanner, why are you back so early? Zhang Mu put down the half-finished cloth she was working on, feeling a bit anxious. She worried that her daughter might have done something wrong and was sent back. Mom, today's work is done. Look at this. Zhang uncovered the cloth from the basket, revealing a bowl full of food, including meat dishes.
Did you
bring back everything from the owner's house? Zhang Mu stood up in surprise, fearing her daughter had done something wrong. Zhang quickly shook her head. Mother, the master is kind. Everyone who works gets a big bowl of rice and a big bowl of vegetables. I have a small appetite and didn't eat much, so I brought some back. There is still plenty of food left today. The master doesn't want it, so Aunt Lu gave some to everyone. The brown rice cooked into porridge is enough for their family to eat for 2 or 3 days. Hearing Zhang's explanation, Zhang Mu's worried heart finally relaxed. After all this time, only in Pear Blossom Village do I feel more at ease. Zhang Mu sat by the bed and couldn't help but wipe her tears. The village chief knew her family struggles, so he not only provided them shelter, but also lent them some food. Now, the girls in the same village are so generous. They likely want to help as well. Has your husband not returned yet? I guess he should be back soon. You've worked hard during this time. Zhang Mu felt guilty towards her daughter-in-law. If it weren't for her son's health issues, she wouldn't have to work so hard alone. Mother, I don't think it's hard. Life will get better. Her husband has read many books and now goes to town every day to write letters, earning a few coins each day. Her mother-in-law embroiders handkerchiefs at home, and her father-in-law carves small items, so together they can earn a few coins each month. With her good job, the family won't starve. Okay, I will embroider more handkerchiefs during this time. Later, I need to thank everyone, especially Mrs. Lu. The weather is hot now, and there are many flies and mosquitoes buzzing around, which is quite annoying. The floor of the room is muddy. Although it has been packed down, clothes easily get dirty. Xiao Qi occasionally uses a cleaning technique, feeling like a layer of dirt has been scraped off the floor. Hearing the buzzing of the flies and mosquitoes, Xiao Qi couldn't sit still. She took out several herbs from her space to prepare insect repellent. However, she didn't have all the herbs needed for the repellent. Xiao Qi set that aside and suddenly remembered that she had transplanted mosquito-repelling grass in her space. After searching, she indeed found it. The level 2 mosquito-repelling grass can not only repel mosquitoes but also keeps flies and other insects away, and it is very effective against some poisonous insects in the cultivation world.
But
a mere level 2 spirit grass shouldn't attract lightning, right? Xiao Qi carefully took out a plant of the mosquito-repelling grass. After waiting for a while, the sky was clear with no signs of trouble. Now, she felt relieved. Planting mosquito-repellent grass near the house quickly drives away the sound of mosquitoes and flies, making the air much fresher. As the sun sets, Sun comes to ask Xiao Qi what to prepare for dinner tonight. Xiao Qi thinks for a moment, then gets up and goes to the west storage room. When she comes out, she is holding a fresh deer leg. We'll have venison tonight. I remember I put 2 coconuts in the kitchen today, so let's make chicken stewed in coconut milk, stir-fried venison, and a dish of sliced fish. The chicken stewed in coconut milk and the sliced fish are made by Sunday. She has never seen venison and doesn't know how to handle it. Sun Xiaohe has seen the cook prepare venison before, so she takes on the task. The final dish tastes quite good, even better than the 2 dishes made by Sunday. After finishing the meal, Xiao Qi calls Sun Xiaohe over. You did well with today's dishes. Here's a bunch of grapes as a reward. On the plate is a bunch of grapes, clear and shiny, each one plump and full, freshly picked from her space. In ancient times, grapes were extremely precious. Not only were they seasonal, but transportation was also a big hassle, and many people had never even heard of them. Sun Xiaohe had heard of them, but had never seen them. Once, the mansion received a bunch of grapes, and the young master spent a lot of money to buy it. Each person in the mansion could only taste a few. This bunch of grapes, if taken out, would be worth at least several taels of silver. Thank you. Mississippi's Sun Xiaohe gratefully accepts the reward, knowing that whatever the young lady says is final. Whenever you have time, go to the county's restaurant and try their signature dishes. The expenses will be covered from the account. Since she wants to nurture Sun Xiaohe, she cannot let her figure it out alone. In the future, even if they can't hire a cook, it shouldn't be hard to pay for Sun Xiaohe to learn cooking skills. Yes, I won't let you down, Mississippi. After leaving the main room, Sun Xiaohe holds the grapes, her face serious, yet excited. To her, the young lady's approval is far more valuable than a plate of grapes. The young lady does not look down on her for being a girl. She even allows her to use the money from the account to taste dishes. Xiaohe, why are you so happy? Butler's son has been counting the family assets these days, so he can quickly answer if the young lady asks. Father, the young lady rewarded me with a bunch of grapes. Later, you should invite Uncle Zhang, and we can all taste what these grapes are like. My clever daughter has earned a reward from the young lady. These grapes look delicious. Butler's son and Sun Xiaohe silently agreed not to discuss where the grapes came from, just like when the young lady brought out fresh deer legs. They only needed to focus on their own tasks. As for the unknown items that appeared, Butler's son always kept track of consumption, not the origins. In the following half-month, the house gradually took shape. Whenever Xiao Qi had free time, she would go to the back mountain to practice and occasionally collect some wild game to store in her space. Now, her space not only had wild chickens and fish, but also 3 deer, 2 silly roe deer, and a nest of wild boars. She even caught 2 pigeons and was most excited to find a beehive, which she decided to keep in her space. Of course, Xiao Qi designated a specific area for them. The bees could only gather pollen from ordinary spiritual herbs or fruits and vegetables. High-level spiritual medicines could only be approached by high-level spiritual bees, and these ordinary bees would likely perish before getting close. However, the production from these bees was surprisingly high, possibly because the pollen in her space contained some spiritual energy that the bees loved. In just 10 days, Xiao Qi had harvested honey twice, taking only half each time, which was enough for her for a while. 2 days later, Xiao Qi successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. After getting familiar with it, she marked Butler's son and the others with a seal. This seal had no effect on them, but if they ever had thoughts of betrayal, she would be able to sense it immediately through the seal. After marking them, Xiao Qi felt a bit restless, not because of Butler's son and the others, but related to her own cultivation. Logically, she should have advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement 5 days ago. Although spiritual energy was nearly non-existent in this era, the abundant high-quality spiritual stones in her space were enough for her to continue cultivating. Moreover, in her past life, she had already reached the crossing tribulation stage and lacked any insights. No, there was no need for insights in the Qi refinement stage. For cultivators, even bottlenecks were nearly non-existent. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, progress was natural. Since she had already been a crossing tribulation cultivator in her past life, she shouldn't have faced any bottlenecks from Qi refinement to the Great Ascension stage. Yet, she found herself stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refinement for a full 5 days. There must be some external reason for this. Xiao Qi exhaled a deep breath and looked up at the sky, feeling that the heavenly path was inexplicable. What? Did it want to give her a task to complete? After grumbling to herself, Xiao Qi decided to go out for a walk to clear her mind. The new house is mostly built, and in a few days, the roof will be on. It might be finished in less than a month. When she arrived, everyone who was busy greeted her, all smiling brightly. Thanks to Xiao Qi, they not only enjoyed good meals, but even their families could also have delicious food. Their daily meals were quite impressive. They started with brown rice and dark bread, and now they were having white rice and light bread. These were treats they couldn't even enjoy during festivals. Not to mention, they had meat every day, real meat dishes, not just once in a while, but every single day. Feeling grateful, everyone worked even harder, afraid of delaying things and making Xiao Qi spend more money. "Boss is here. I have something to ask you," said Lu Dagon, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he walked over. "Boss, should we prepare the windows now?" "No, just take the measurements as I instructed." The window openings were quite small, and even with paper on the frames, the room was still very dim during the day. Xiao Qi didn't plan to cover the windows with paper. She intended to see if there was something to replace glass in the county. If that didn't work, she would try using the glass flowers from her space. Glass flowers are a level 4 spirit herb. When mature, the flowers are only the size of a palm but can be used to make high-quality healing potions. The flowers are small, but the leaves are huge, each one transparent like glass, wrapping the flowers at the center. These leaves do not rot when picked, resembling real glass, and they have a faint pleasant scent, providing good protection. They are often used by craftsmen to make robes for female cultivators and are very popular. Unfortunately, she didn't have the skills of a craftsman to make robes, but she could manage simple glass. However, since this is a level 4 spirit herb, she might not be able to take it out. She would try later. "Also, do we need to leave a toilet in this house? Should we dig a pit?" Lu Dagon pointed at the blueprint, puzzled. "Using the side room next to the bedroom as a toilet. Isn't that a bit smelly?" "Not for now, but I need you to dig 3 pits outside the yard." Xiao Qi wanted a clean and convenient washroom, just like in modern times. She hasn't started her fasting yet, and with servants at home, she needs to put in extra effort. The village's outdoor toilet is too simple. Xiao Qi handed the simple design she had drawn to Lu Dagon. The 3 pits dug can serve as a septic tank and a drainage pit. Both the septic tank and drainage pit include a settling tank, an anaerobic fermentation tank, and a clean water tank. Such a simple septic tank and drainage pit can last for decades without worry. A layer of solid stone will be laid on top, filled with soil, so that the waste from the backyard drains into it without any unpleasant smell. As for the pipes, Xiao Qi wants to try using glass flower leaves to see if they can be made into pipes. If that doesn't work, she will look for other options. Ancient people were not foolish, they just didn't have advanced technology. They had various types of pipes made of stone, pottery, bamboo, and wood. She plans to visit the city to see if she can make a squat toilet out of white porcelain. Lu Dagon looked at the design Xiao Qi handed him, initially confused, but after she explained, he understood. "Boss, this is really well done. I bet many wealthy families would love to use it. People in the village might not need it much, but rich families in town might like it. Yes, you can try it next time you build for someone else. There are no patents in this time, and anyone with a bit of knowledge can figure out how to make such a septic tank. There's not much technical skill involved. It's hard work, and Xiao Qi doesn't want to worry about it. However, if she could also create a squat toilet or even a modern toilet to sell alongside the septic tank, it might be popular. After all, wealthy families don't need waste for farming." She wonders if Lu Dagon can make money from it. If he can, she might be able to take a share. Xiao Qi then went to the back mountain, looking for a secluded spot to try taking out some spiritual herbs and plants from her space. First, she took out a level 3 spiritual grass, but after a while, there was no reaction from the sky. She felt relieved and then tried to take out a level 4 spiritual grass, which also showed no reaction. Great, she could take out level 4 spiritual grass too. With a smile, she carefully took out a level 5 spiritual grass. As soon as she brought it out, she noticed the sky suddenly darkening, but after waiting for several moments, there was still no reaction. Just as Xiao Qi was amazed that she could take out level 5 spiritual grass, a purple lightning bolt struck from an unusually sharp angle. She quickly tossed the spiritual herb into her space and swiftly moved aside. The lightning strike missed its target and had to give up. Xiao Qi let out a sigh of relief. The heavenly path was quite cunning. However, since she could take out the 4th level spiritual herb, it was manageable. She didn't need the lily flower, but its leaves were excellent materials for making windows. Since it wasn't convenient at home, Xiao Qi started working in the mountains. She took out the lioli flower leaves, refined them bit by bit, and shaped them to the size she needed. About half an hour later, a large, transparent piece of glass appeared before her.
Perfect.
While Xiao Qi was pondering how to solve the problem of opening the window, she suddenly thought of a type of spiritual herb in her space. The zhuangqi grass, which grows in two plants, can absorb harmful air while releasing fresh, clean air, and its root system is very developed. The level of zhuangqi grass is not fixed. The powerful ones can grow to level 7, but such specimens are rare in the entire cultivation world. Most are level 2 zhuangqi grass. Besides harmful air, it can also absorb various impurities, making level 2 zhuangqi grass very suitable for freshening the air. In the cultivation world, many cultivators liked to use it for this purpose. Compared to modern times, although technology in the cultivation world is not advanced, there are more possibilities, and some cultivators prefer researching various odd things rather than practicing. With this, she wouldn't have to worry about the window opening mechanism anymore. This was essentially a new ventilation system, and it worked even better than modern ones. As night fell, Xiao Qi made 2 more pieces of glass, and in a few days, she would have all the glass for her house ready. That evening, Xiao Qi wanted to take a bath, so she had Zhang Chong bring the bathtub inside without asking them to prepare water. She took out a supersized flower from her space, resembling a water balloon. This was a flower called the flower bubble, a first-level aquatic spiritual herb that could store absorbed water within its petals. The water absorbed by the bubble was exceptionally clean and pure, as if it had been filtered multiple times. This type of spiritual herb is very common in the cultivation world, and many people like to use this water for tea. Using magic, she controlled the flower bubble in midair, allowing the water to flow from its roots into the bathtub. The force was not gentle, but it felt particularly comfortable. Xiao Qi then took out another first-level spiritual herb called the fire flame flower. This was also a first-level herb, not particularly powerful, but there were many unique individuals in the cultivation world who had it. It's unclear who came up with the idea of combining the roots of the flower bubble and the fire flower, but the water from the flower bubble becomes warm. If the temperature isn't warm enough, you can add another fire flower or stop the water flow from some of the roots of the flower bubble. Lu Shi came over after finishing her cooking. Ever since she discovered that Xiao Qi loved gossip, she has been visiting regularly, sharing all the news from nearby villages. Madam Lu, please have some tea. Sun Xiaohe poured a cup of tea for Lu Shi and brought over a plate of snacks. Lu Shi has become much more comfortable over time. However, since Xiao Qi always treats her with tea and snacks, she hesitates to visit every day, even though she wants to chat. Although she doesn't know much about tea, she finds this tea surprisingly tasty, quite different from the rough tea at her home. It might be worth a lot more than she thinks. The pastries are also the best she has ever tasted and must be expensive. Because of this, she feels a bit uneasy and only visits every 7 or 8 days. Thank you, Miss Xiaohe, Lu Shi said gratefully, and soon began sharing some gossip from the village. Xiao Qi listened quietly, occasionally offering Lu Shi a piece of pastry, but after a short while, Lu Shi had to leave, as if she just came to talk about village matters. Look how quickly time passes. I must head back. I heard they are sending over a dozen people again, which should be the last group. Pear Blossom Village isn't wealthy, and its population is small. With so many people being sent over, it's hard to find accommodations, and there's barely enough room for everyone. Since each household is already cramped, they have to make space for these disaster victims, and no one is happy about it. The village chief has to mediate various issues, which might upset some people, so it's no wonder Lu Shi complained. After seeing Lu Shi off, Xiao Qi planned to go to the county today to restock on livestock for her space. After getting a certificate from the village chief, Zhang Chong drove the cart with Xiao Qi to the county. Xiao Qi could only make flat glass using the glass flowers, but making pipes was more difficult. She wasted several leaves without success. She asked Zhang Chong to look for suitable pipes in the county, preferably ceramic ones. She also needed to find a local kiln that could customize ceramics since she couldn't shape a toilet by hand. Zhang Chong immediately began asking around in the county, while Xiao Qi purchased a batch of supplies. First, she bought some young chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as piglets, calves, and lambs, and found a secluded spot to place them all in her space. The livestock raised in her space would be much fresher and tastier than what could be bought outside. At the fish market, she discovered some live bass and a few small crayfish. Of course, at that time, most people referred to crayfish as bugs. After putting these items in her space, she went to the county town, specifically to a place that sold furniture and wood. She initially wanted to ask about yellow rosewood or sandalwood, but found out that ordinary people were not allowed to use either type of wood. Since she couldn't get the best wood, she lost interest and chose the best materials available for making furniture. She wanted some regular furniture for the housekeeper and a few others. For herself, she wouldn't settle for less. If she couldn't use yellow rosewood, she would use the wood from her space. The spirit wood was much better than yellow rosewood, with varying grades from low to high, and it could strengthen the body. Higher grade spirit wood could stabilize a spiritual platform and even enhance a cultivator's comprehension, making it hard to find. After searching in her space, she finally found a dozen second-grade spirit wood pieces. She wanted to use fourth-grade wood, but it was too tough to split with an ordinary carpenter's axe. Even second-grade spirit wood required considerable effort. She didn't plan to bring the spirit wood to the county town. Instead, she would ask the village chief if there was a good carpenter and have the wood taken there to make the furniture. After buying some miscellaneous items to fill the cart, she drove to the agreed meeting place. Zhang Chong was already waiting there. "Miss, I have found the pipes, but I need to know what size you want, so you'll have to take a look yourself. As for the local kiln, we need to discuss that in person." "Okay, let's go take a look." There was only one place in Taohua County that sold pipes, and while the prices were a bit high, they had everything she needed. She selected some sizes and paid a deposit, asking them to deliver the items to Liha village. As for customizing toilets or squat toilets at the local kiln, it wouldn't be easy. They had never made such items before. They mostly produced vases and dishes, and what she wanted was different from those. The clay firing process was also different. They could try, but she would need to pay a deposit first. Regardless of the outcome, the deposit would not be refunded, as trial and error would incur costs. Xiao Qi had no objections. After paying the deposit, she signed a contract. As the sun set, Xiao Qi took Zhang Chong to a well-known restaurant in the county and ordered several signature dishes. The food was decent, but the ingredients were average. Perhaps she had grown picky after getting used to the food from her space. She only ate a little before putting down her chopsticks. "You should sit down and eat too," she said. "Thank you, miss." Zhang Chong replied happily and started eating. When he was sold, he felt like his world was falling apart and never imagined he would become a servant. But being bought by Xiao Qi was much better than the 20 years he had lived before. "I noticed you seemed unhappy earlier. Did something happen?" Xiao Qi asked. Zhang Chong's smile faded slightly at her question, but quickly returned. "It's nothing much. I just ran into that unpleasant person again. She saw that I was doing well and made some rude comments." He was referring to the young girl he had protected while fleeing. She was jealous of his new clothes, as if he had spent her money on them. But he thought about it. Despite being a servant, his life was better than many others, including some officials. "She must be so jealous," he said with a grin. "She doesn't know that if it weren't for you being bought by me, you wouldn't have such confidence," Xiao Qi replied. "That confidence comes from myself. When you have time, you should learn to read from Steward's Son," she added. Zhang Chong could barely read and had strength but needed more skills. "I'll listen to you, miss," he said. Before leaving, Xiao Qi packed some signature dishes to take to Sun Xiaohua, who was still learning to cook. When Xiao Qi returned to the village, it was completely dark. After handing the food to Steward Sun, she was about to take a bath when Mrs. Sun came to report that Mrs. Liu had arrived. When Xiao Qi saw her, Mrs. Liu looked extremely upset. "Aunt, what happened?" Xiao Qi asked.
"I'm furious."
"You have no idea how unreasonable that new family is," Mrs. Liu began. Earlier, she had mentioned that a new group of over 20 people was arriving, for households in total. She had been excited, but it turned out that one of these families was a big problem. Other families follow my family's lead, but that one family is always causing trouble. First, they wanted to stay in your yard. Then they saw a new house being built at the end of the village and started making a fuss, saying they wanted to move into the new house. Once it was finished, they moved in and complained that if others in the village could live in houses, then why couldn't they live there? Ridiculous. When they found out that the workers earned 40 coins a day, they threw a fit, demanding that the head of the household let their family in, or they would report us to the county for bullying them. Lu was furious today and wanted to teach them a lesson. It took a lot of calming down from her family head to settle things for now, but it seems they will cause more trouble tomorrow. Fearing that Xiao Qi might not understand the situation, Lu came over to explain everything. Thank you for letting me know, Aunt. You don't need to worry about this. If it comes to me, I have ways to handle it. After telling Xiao Qi about the situation, Lu didn't stay long and was about to leave. Xiao Qi handed her a small bag of malt candy. Don't be upset. Bad people will get what they deserve. Take this back to sweeten your day. Xiao, you are too kind. Lu's angry expression quickly turned to a smile. After a bit of polite refusal, she took the candy and was seen off by Sunday. As for the Tian family that Lu mentioned, it was best they didn't cross her path. The moonlight was cool, and Xiao Qi went to the back mountain early to practice. After washing up upon returning home, she heard a commotion outside. Sun rushed in, looking a bit pale. Miss, a family that came yesterday is causing a scene at our door. Zhang Chang tried to drive them away, but that old woman lay on the ground, claiming her leg was broken. Sun was usually gentle and had never encountered such a situation before. Zhang Chang, being from the same village, only threatened them with a stick and didn't actually hit them. Xiao Qi's expression turned cold. Just last night, Lu had told her about this, and she didn't expect those shameless people to come making trouble so early. When Xiao Qi reached the door, she saw a thin old woman lying on the ground, crying loudly, surrounded by 3 or 4 people calling for their mother, as if she had already passed away. This was the Tian family Lu had mentioned. When they saw Xiao Qi come out, one of the men rushed over angrily, but was stopped by Zhang Chang. You little troublemaker. Your family's servant broke my mother's leg. If it weren't for your orders, he wouldn't have dared to do this. If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait for the authorities to come and take you away. You're just a young girl, looking small, but you have a fierce heart. My mother is so old. How can you hit someone like that? If anything happens to her today, we won't let this go. The people from the Tian family started talking all at once. Normally, the onlookers would have joined in to blame Xiao Qi. But to their embarrassment, after talking for a while, no one from the village responded. Instead, everyone was glaring at them with disgust, and a few men had clenched their fists, looking ready to confront them. While Tian Laotai was wailing, she opened her eyes a little and, seeing the crowd's reaction, closed them again and wailed even louder. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. The Tian family was quite strange. Usually, common folks would panic at the mention of the authorities, instinctively fearing them. But these people were using the threat of reporting to intimidate others, clearly not their first time doing this. As the villagers looked ready to step in, Xiao Qi told Zhang Chang to release the man. You say I ordered him to break your mother's leg, so what do you want? Seeing that Xiao Qi seemed intimidated and ready to compromise, the man lifted his head high. You had someone break my mother's leg, so you must pay. If it's not 5 taels of silver, this matter won't be settled. Hearing this, Xiao Qi surprisingly nodded. You're right. Sun Butler, bring 5 taels of silver. Sun Butler was a bit surprised, and Zhang Chang looked shocked as well. But neither of them questioned it. Their young lady was usually stubborn and wouldn't be scared off by a few words from these ruffians. Sun Butler quickly brought the 5 taels of silver, and when the man saw it, his eyes lit up. He regretted asking for so little, but it was fine. He could always ask for more next time. This trick wasn't a one-time deal. Stop this nonsense. At that moment, the village chief and Ms. Lu hurried over, seeing that the man had already taken the silver, almost fainting from anger. Sun Butler signaled to Sun Shi, who immediately blocked the village chief and Ms. Lu. The crowd was sympathizing with Xiao Qi, but a few people looked like they were enjoying the show. Zhang Chong, didn't they say his mother's leg was broken by you? Now that he has the money, it seems her leg doesn't look broken at all. Zhang Chong immediately understood and walked forward with a grin, kicking the man away. Before anyone could react, he reached old lady Tian and stomped on her leg, breaking it. During this time, Zhang Chong had been eating food produced in the space, and with the nourishment of spiritual energy, his strength had greatly increased. That kick shattered old lady Tian's leg. How dare you hit someone? He thought. This is what it means to hit someone.
Mom.
Big brother. The Tian family was thrown into chaos, with some calling for their mother and others trying to confront Zhang Chong, but he kicked them all away one by one. Did they really think his skills were fake? You scoundrel. I'm going to report you, shouted one of them, sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Xiao Qi approached with a smile. Report me? What can you report? Everyone saw that you claimed I ordered someone to break your mother's leg and demanded 5 taels of silver to settle it. But if I pay you, then you start fighting. If anyone should report, it should be me reporting you. She could take the silver out so she could also take it back, and it wouldn't just be about money then. After her words, the villagers surprisingly nodded in agreement. Yes, didn't the Tian family say that their mother's leg was broken? If compensation was due, it should be for the broken leg, so was there a problem? No problem at all. Now, Xiao Qi was their provider, and no one in the village spoke ill of her. They naturally stood by her side. Xiao Qi is right. You just arrived in the village, and you're already causing trouble. If you don't want to stay, then leave.
Go as far as you can,
the village chief said angrily. He hadn't done anything wrong, so he wasn't afraid of them reporting him. He was originally worried about causing trouble for the higher-ups, but unexpectedly, just when he thought he had calmed things down, these people were pushing their luck again. Get back to where you came from. If you think my words as village chief don't matter, then go ahead and report me to the county magistrate. To appease them and reduce conflict, he had arranged for the Tian family to stay in the only empty house in the village. This house was village property, though small and old. It was a separate unit. He had kept it reserved from the start, worried that some troublemakers would be placed there and cause issues in other people's homes. Little did he know, he would actually encounter such a situation. A family of troublemakers. Seeing that everyone in the village was on Xiao Qi's side, the Tian family had no choice but to leave with the elderly matriarch, looking defeated. However, halfway out, they unexpectedly bumped into a man from the village. This man, usually quiet and seemingly tough to deal with, was actually quite friendly. Today, after the collision with the Tian family, he was furious, claiming they had dirted his new clothes. He immediately gathered a few villagers and gave the Tian family another beating. Before noon, Lu Shi, Zhang Shi, and Widow Lu started cooking. Today's meal consisted of rice and braised carp, along with stir-fried asparagus with meat. Originally, Xiao Qi had taken out green peppers for Lu Shi to use, as there were plenty in the storage, and they would make the meat taste great. To her surprise, Lu Shi didn't recognize the green peppers. After thinking carefully, she realized that in the current month, not only were there no small chili peppers, but also no green peppers. So, they used asparagus instead. In the morning, Sun Shi had brought 50 pounds of rice, 20 carp, and 10 pounds of meat. Each carp weighed about 2 pounds, so everyone could have half a fish. The stir-fried meat with asparagus also provided a good portion for everyone. Unexpectedly, before Lu Shi had finished cooking, Sun Shi arrived again with a small cart, bringing another 50 pounds of rice and 40 pounds of pork belly. Aunt Lu, my young lady said that since she is happy today, she wants to treat everyone to an extra meal, adding braised pork. Lu Shi wiped away her tears, feeling deeply moved. Since Xiao Qi's house began construction, life had improved for every family in the village. In just 20 days, the faces of the once hungry and thin children had become a bit healthier. Although a few people had started to get carried away with their newfound fortune, they quickly settled down after being reminded by their head of the family. She didn't expect that today, without anyone doing much, they would receive so much food. While it was said to support those working, everyone knew who was really being supported. Following Xiao Qi's instructions, Lu Shi prepared all the dishes for today. As for the rice, she only cooked half, which was more than enough. The remaining half was set aside to share, so everyone could take some home for their families.
Miss, I don't quite understand.
You seem to be too kind to the villagers, even to us. Sun Xiaohe didn't understand why the young lady was so generous to the villagers. Just the cost of one day's meals was more than their wages. Even the young lady has never treated poorly, but instead always thinks of their benefits. In the past, such a thought would have been unimaginable. This made Sun Xiaohe feel a bit anxious, fearing that such good days would quickly vanish like smoke. Xiaohe, you are people I bought. You just need to be unconditionally loyal to me, and I will treat you well. As for the villagers, your young lady, have a kind heart and cannot bear to see them suffer. Sun Xiaohe. Not very convinced. Xiao Qi smiled, her eyes narrowing as she recalled a past event. When she was in the cultivation world, she once rescued a wolf beast. At first, it was pitiful and barely had enough to eat. After she took it in, she treated it well, feeding it all kinds of special food and medicine suitable for magical beasts. The fluffy white wolf was soft and very cute. It was well-behaved and knew how to please her. But later, it transformed. After the transformation, it was not as lovable as before, becoming different from the furry beast it once was, and learned all sorts of human behaviors. Yet, she did not hesitate to provide it with the medicine it desired, as it was her rescued little creature. Eventually, it fell in love with a human woman. Even if it had fallen for a dog, she wouldn't have cared and would have even offered a gift for it since it was under her care. But it stole various precious medicines from her for that human woman. Her medicines were sought after by many. If it was just a few, she could overlook it if she was in a good mood. But they were too greedy, one encouraged, and the other stole. When she discovered it, there was no sign of remorse. Instead, it boasted, relying on her past indulgence. It claimed she treated it like a pet and never cared for its feelings. Now that it had finally found someone it wanted to protect, why couldn't it be free? Perhaps her indulgence made it forget its place. Originally just a pet meant to please her, it truly thought itself something special. So, in front of it, she stripped that woman of all her abilities. When it was filled with resentment, she took away its intelligence and abilities, turning it back into an ordinary wolf beast. With a mere 20 or 30 years of life, if it died, so be it, as long as it could make her happy. She had the ability to fill its stomach and the power to bring it down completely. Just like the wolf beast, outsiders were the same in her eyes. Currently, it seems that the village chief and the people of Pear Blossom Village are quite understanding, and she doesn't mind offering some benefits. Thinking about how the Moon Kingdom currently lacks chili peppers and tomatoes, Xiao Qi feels confident. If she promotes chili peppers, the recipes in the Moon Kingdom will change dramatically. Chefs all over the country will find ways to improve various dishes. Her stomach will be satisfied then. On a dark and windy night, the Tian family is noisy. Mom doesn't look well. Should we find a doctor for her? Old Lady Tian has been lying in bed, groaning for a long time, her legs swollen and bruised. It seems like Mom's leg is really broken. No way. It's only 5 taels of silver. I still need to find that little troublemaker tomorrow. How will you find her? Do you plan to confront her? We just got here, and we don't know anyone. I know a few guys in town. I'll gather some people to confront her. If she dares to hurt my mom, it won't just be 5 taels of silver. If she refuses to cooperate, we can reveal that her family has plenty of money and food. Just because no one in the village wants to bother her doesn't mean others won't. These days, many families have been robbed. Then we'll find a way to ruin her reputation. I don't believe she won't comply after that. Right, I heard from the villagers that she is the only one in her family. If she loses her reputation, no one will dare to marry her. Then we can go and propose, and she might even be grateful to us. The Tian family consists of 7 members, including Old Lady Tian, her 2 sons, their wives, and a grandson. The younger son, Tian Sengu, is still unmarried, the one who was kicked by Zhang Chong today. Aside from Old Lady Tian, the rest of the family is excitedly discussing how to deal with Xiao Qi, and it seems like their injuries don't hurt anymore. They keep saying they want to take revenge for Old Lady Tian, but no one is there to give her a sip of water while she lies in pain. To avoid any delays, I'm going to town to find someone now. Tian Sengu seems to envision the day when his wishes come true, his eyes shining with excitement. Okay, I'll go with you. Tian Ergu quickly gets dressed, enduring the pain as he follows Tian Sengu to town. Xiao Qi smirks and silently trails behind them. As the two pass by a lake, a sudden gust of wind blows them into the water. Tian Ergu can't swim, but Tian Sengu can, and he quickly swims to the shore. However, when he turns around, he sees his brother struggling in the lake. As he was on the brink of losing his life, Tian Sengu gritted his teeth and turned back to save his second brother. Unexpectedly, his brother pushed him forcefully toward the water, desperately trying to push him under. Tian Sengu quickly choked on the water, and when he finally managed to break free and swim toward the shore, he found himself pushed down again by something. He wanted to scream, but a large amount of lake water rushed into his mouth. Xiao Qi held a piece of silver weighing 5 taels, a faint smirk appearing on her lips. The next morning, Sun Shi came in to announce that a woman named Zhou was there to visit. When Xiao Qi saw her, she realized it was Zhou, whom she had met while fleeing from disaster. "It's you? I was lucky to end up in the same village as Miss Xiao." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou got straight to the point. "Miss Xiao, I saw the Xiao family when I arrived. They are in the neighboring village." The Xiao family Zhou mentioned was naturally Xiao Fushing's family. When Xiao Qi had beaten them on the road, Zhou had witnessed it firsthand. Knowing there was a grudge between Xiao Qi and the Xiao family, Zhou had been quietly keeping an eye on them, thinking it would give her something to talk about if they met again. She couldn't believe her luck in ending up in the same village as Xiao Qi. She had also been among the villagers watching the scene yesterday and had wanted to confront those people, but her family had stopped her. Later, her family, along with a few villagers, had given the Tian family a good beating.
It was truly satisfying.
"Miss Xiao, you won't believe it, but the Xiao family is quite strange. We passed by an abandoned village, and in one house, my family searched thoroughly but found not a single grain of food. Yet, shortly after we left, the Xiao family found a large bag of food inside. The Xiao family was very cautious and no one else noticed anything. If Zhou hadn't been paying attention to them, they wouldn't have discovered it at all." Zhou scolded Zhou Dainiu for not being diligent in searching for food. Zhou Dainiu felt wronged. He had searched very carefully. Unconvinced, after the Zhao family left, he took Zhou back to search the house again. They found a spot in the cellar that had no dust, indicating that a bag had been placed there before. So, the food the Zhao family found must have come from that spot, even though Zhou Dainiu had searched there twice. If it were just this one thing, the Zhou family might have only suspected that Zhou Dainiu was blind to it. But when they arrived at the shanty town outside the city, right after Zhou and Zhou Dainiu passed a small creek, the Zhao family found 10 taels of silver. Zhou secretly overheard this while following them to the shanty town. She had gone to the creek to look for wild vegetables, and her eyes were like radar. No wild vegetable could escape her notice. 10 taels of silver? There was no way she could have missed that. Another similar incident occurred, and Zhou realized something was wrong. The Zhao family was too strange. Why was it that they could find food or pick up silver in the same places she had searched without finding anything? Fearing that the Zhao family might have some unusual ability, Zhou decided not to follow them anymore and only learned that they had settled in the neighboring Dahu village. At this point, Zhou patted her chest in relief and took a big sip of tea. Xiao Qi smiled and handed her a piece of lotus seed pastry, feeling quite happy. Zhao Fushing's luck was as good as ever, but Zhou had noticed the Zhao family's odd behavior. This meant that the heavens were no longer protecting her as before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed their strangeness. This was good news for her. I wonder whose house Aunt Zhou is staying at now. The village chief arranged for us to stay at Sister Lu Mei's house. It's just her mother-in-law, and a young son. Sister Lu is a bit slow, and her mother-in-law looks fierce, but she's not a bad person. Just yesterday, she even gave us a bunch of celery. Zhou was referring to Widow Lu, and Xiao Qi naturally knew who she meant. Oh, dear, look at me. I wasn't paying attention while talking. So much time has passed. I should head back. Zhou stood up, ready to leave. Aunt Zhou, wait. I would like to ask you to help me with something. You're too kind. With how you've taken care of my family along the way, I would gladly help you with anything. No need to say, ask. Zhou knew her own capabilities. She could only do simple tasks. She was happy to befriend Xiao Qi. You know I have a grudge against the Xiao family. Please keep an eye on them for me, and let me know if anything happens. With that, Xiao Qi took out a silver ingot weighing 5 taels. I'll give you 5 taels of silver each month as payment. This is for this month. Now that the Zhou family had just settled in Liha village, they needed money for everything, and Xiao Qi was not stingy in this regard. Zhou looked at the silver on the table with shining eyes and couldn't help but swallow. This was 5 taels of silver. Her family couldn't save that much money in years. But for such a small matter to cost so much, it felt unfair. Zhou held back her excitement and turned her head away. Miss Xiao, this is too much. It's just a small task. You don't need to spend so much. Xiao Qi shook her head and pushed the silver into Zhou's hands. This is what you deserve. You are from another village. You can't just wander into someone else's village without a reason. If you don't do something, they might not trust you. After hesitating, Zhou accepted the silver, her expression serious. Miss Xiao, I promise to do this well and won't let you down. With so much silver, and it was an easy task, Zhou felt like kneeling and thanking Xiao Qi. Okay, think about how to connect with the people from their village. Since the people were coming right to her, she had to act to honor the situation. In the afternoon, there was commotion in the village, and the village head hurried to town. Lu soon brought back the first news. The 2 brothers from the Tian family are dead, the ones named Tian Ergo and Sango. I heard they went to town to get a doctor for old lady Tian, but they didn't return overnight. It wasn't until noon that the family realized something was wrong. My husband sent people to look for them, but they ran into the constables and found out the 2 had drowned in the lake, discovered this morning. The Tian family didn't dare to say the 2 were planning something against Xiao Qi. They just claimed they were getting a doctor for old lady Tian. Now that the 2 were dead, the Tian family felt like the sky was falling and claimed someone had killed them. Sengo could swim. How could he drown? Xiao Qi, who had a conflict with them yesterday, was their first suspect. But the constables were not easily fooled. Just saying someone was the culprit didn't make it true. After questioning around the village and examining the bodies, they concluded that both had drowned and were not murdered and thrown into the lake. It just so happened that the 2 had a fight with villagers yesterday. Perhaps Sengo was injured and lost strength, and with Tian Ergo pulling him, they both drowned. The Tian family refused to accept this conclusion and wanted to bring the bodies to Xiao Qi's door to cause a scene, but the village had scolded them back. If you don't want to stay in this village any longer, then make a fuss. Unexpectedly, just a few days after the 2 brothers from the Tian family died, Lu brought more news. Old lady Tian also died, and she was starved to death. When she died, there were maggots crawling in her leg wounds. If someone hadn't passed by and smelled the stench, the Tian family might have tried to hide it. In Yu country, filial piety is important, and since old lady Tian was starved to death by her ungrateful descendants, the village chief reported it to the authorities right away. Old lady Tian was starved to death, and they hadn't divided the family. Her eldest son was arrested by the authorities because of this. Before going in, he did one good thing by writing a divorce letter for his wife. Not long after receiving the letter, his wife took their son and remarried. The second daughter-in-law became a widow, and with only her left in the family, she couldn't manage on her own. Soon, she found a new family and moved her household registration away from the village. Seeing the fate of the Tian family, the people of Liha village couldn't help but feel a bit sad. They had been involved in all sorts of shady dealings, and now they faced the consequences. Their family was broken apart. The village chief, however, was quite pleased. While others didn't know what the two brothers from the Tian family were up to that night, he did. Did they really think he was just an incompetent village chief? They clearly went to the town to find someone to harm Xiao Qi, and look what happened. Now they're gone. Bad people eventually get their comeuppance. With the Tian family gone, the village felt much fresher. Because of the Tian family situation, Xiao Qi's inquiry about the carpenter was delayed. Fortunately, it was still in time. The village chief knew some skilled carpenters. Before the new house's beam raising, Xiao Qi replaced the original wood with spirit wood, which is much better than other materials and has additional benefits. She didn't need any complicated carvings. Simple would do. The carpenter completed everything according to the measurements before the beam raising. There are many customs for raising a new house, and besides choosing an auspicious time, throwing the beam is also very important. When someone in the village builds a house, throwing the beam is a favorite activity for everyone. Ordinary families usually throw peanuts, rice cakes, and dumplings, while better-off families might add a few coins. Everyone rushes to grab what falls. Lu is worried that Xiao Qi might not understand, so she specifically told her some important points. Not only people from their village might come, but even those from neighboring villages could join in. The more people, the better. Seeing many people excited about the new house being completed, Xiao Qi waved her hand and had Sun and Sun Xiaohua prepare plenty of items for throwing the beam. The types were mostly the same, but there was a lot of it. Items like dumplings, steamed buns, rice cakes, and sweet rice cakes were made by Sun and Sun Xiaohua, along with Lu and Zhang, a group of 5. They also prepared peanut and red date candies. Xiao Qi gathered 5,000 copper coins and packed them into several large bamboo baskets with the food. Once everything was ready, the master began to chant blessings and prepare to scatter the items. Many people, both adults and children, gathered around the house, eagerly waiting for the exciting moment. The food and coins rained down, and the crowd laughed and hurried to pick them up. The children cheered and jumped with joy whenever they found candy or buns, even happier than when they found coins. The coins might not belong to them, but the candies surely were theirs. This time, most of the attendees were villagers from Liha village, with few from outside. After the ceremony, every household in Liha village managed to collect at least dozens of coins, with some getting several hundred. Xiao Qi's doorstep was once again piled high with various vegetables, and Mrs. Zhou even sent over many jars of pickles she made herself. In her few acres of land, the weeds were quickly pulled by passing villagers, and there was hardly any trash around her home, which was kept clean every day. Xiao Qi arranged for another batch of spirit wood to be sent to the carpenter to continue making furniture. She paid a good wage, and her only requirement was that she wanted to keep the scraps. Although they were only second-grade spirit wood scraps, it would be a waste to burn them as firewood. Mr. Zhang and his wife are outside, and would like to visit you.
Please let them in.
Zhang and Lu were quite familiar, but Xiao Qi didn't know Zhang well, and was unsure why they had come. Miss Xiao, greetings. Zhang was not very old, just in her early 20s, and appeared gentle, but she was quite efficient in her work, as Lu often praised her. She had also studied a bit and was well-mannered, and her husband, Zhang Xingwen, had also read many books. Now, Lu's little grandson was learning to read from Zhang Xingwen. Miss Xiao, I wanted to visit before, but was afraid of bothering you. I hope you don't mind my uninvited visit today. Zhang's face turned slightly red, seeming quite shy. Zhang Xingwen looked pale and weak, but smiled at her, and then bowed slightly to Xiao Qi. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for taking care of my wife during this time. I will not forget this kindness. Xiao Qi's wages are settled daily. Thanks to her earnings, her father and their medicine have not run out, and life at home has improved a bit. You too are overthinking it. What you earn is what you deserve, so there's no need to thank me. Miss Xiao, you're too polite. Just the other day, I got a nice piece of fabric, so I took the liberty of making you a small pouch. I hope you like it. Zhang Shi presented a delicate pouch made of satin, beautifully embroidered. This pouch could easily sell for dozens of coins, yet Zhang Shi gave it to her as a gift. Xiao Qi accepted the pouch and was about to ask Sun Shi to prepare a return gift when she noticed Zhang Xingwen's face had turned pale, looking extremely unwell, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Madam, we should go." Before Zhang Xingwen could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "Husband, what's wrong? Husband." Zhang Shi's eyes widened in panic, not understanding why her husband suddenly fell ill when he had seemed fine just moments before.
Ah.
Zhang Xingwen was in intense agony, convulsing. Xiao Qi was about to step forward, but her movement suddenly paused. In that instant, she felt her energy flow quicken. After sensing for a moment, she realized it was true. It was as if the natural order had been temporarily restrained. As Zhang Xingwen lay in pain, her internal energy indeed surged. Could it be that Zhang Xingwen was somehow connected to her journey back in time? "Zhang Shi, step aside. Let me take a look." Xiao Qi crouched down to examine him. Zhang Shi, filled with terror and confusion, immediately stepped aside when she heard Xiao Qi's request. To Xiao Qi, it seemed as if something was trying to break through Zhang Xingwen's skin, countless creatures crawling all over him. "What is this?" "Goo worms." Xiao Qi frowned. These seemed to be goo worms. Although rare in the cultivation world, she had seen them before. These goo worms had suddenly gone into a frenzy, likely due to the mosquito-repelling grass outside her house. The goo worms in his body were of a lesser kind, and the second-level mosquito-repelling grass was effective against them. Upon sensing that smell, they reacted as if they had encountered a natural enemy. They were desperately trying to escape. Perhaps the true influence on the situation was not Zhang Xingwen, but the goo worms within him. "Xiaohe, go call Zhang Chang." Xiao Qi walked to the next room and took out a second-level spirit herb, the heart-protecting grass, from her storage. The heart-protecting grass is the main ingredient for making the heart-protecting pill. It can protect the heart for a while, ensuring that the person who takes the pill will not die during that time. Although the effect of the heart-protecting grass is not as strong as that of the heart-protecting pill, it is sufficient for the current situation. After giving the heart-protecting grass to him, Xiao Qi instructed Zhang Chang to tie up Zhang Xingwen and carry him to the side of the mosquito-repelling grass. She then had someone bring 2 large wooden barrels and poured a layer of powder into them. After cutting open Zhang Xingwen's wrists, dark red blood flowed out, causing Zhang's family to shed tears in pain. However, in the next moment, a shocking change occurred. In the astonished eyes of everyone, countless tiny black insects poured out from his wrist wounds and fell into the barrels. Zhang's family was so scared that they collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Where did all these insects come from in my husband's body? This process lasted for a full 15 minutes before the number of insects crawling out of Zhang Xingwen's wrists gradually decreased. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Qi pointed at his chest, and Zhang Xingwen spat out a mouthful of black blood, followed by a black insect the size of a soybean crawling out from his wound. This was the mother insect inside him. After confirming that there were no more insects in Zhang Xingwen's body, Xiao Qi sprinkled powder on his wrists and bandaged his wounds. The insects that had fallen into the barrels were affected by the powder, becoming sluggish and unable to escape. After placing the mother insect into a porcelain bottle, Xiao Qi instructed Zhang Chang to burn the insects in the barrels. Only then did Zhang's family realize what had happened. When they saw Zhang Xingwen breathing steadily and his face not as pale as before, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once she realized this, Zhang's family immediately knelt down to Xiao Qi and bowed several times. "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for saving my husband's life. I am forever grateful and willing to serve you in any way." Zhang's family was in tears, unsure how to express their gratitude to Xiao Qi. She waved her hand.
No need for that.
Just take your husband home. His illness was caused by these insects, so he won't need to take medicine anymore. For now, just give him some tonics to help restore his strength. I'm quite interested in these insects, so saving your husband was worth it. Xiao Qi spoke the truth. Ever since the insects appeared, she felt a clearer connection to them.
Yes, thank you, Miss Xiao.
Zhang's family bowed gracefully and was about to help Zhang Xingwen out. Seeing that Zhang Xingwen was still unconscious, Zhang Chong scratched his head and simply picked him up.
I'll take you back.
Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang quickly expressed her gratitude. In the bedroom, the mother insect had been released by Xiao Qi and was trembling in a porcelain bowl. Xiao Qi took out a precious spirit stone and began to meditate and cultivate. If her previous cultivation felt like there were many layers of sponge blocking her connection to the spiritual energy, with barriers between each small level, now those sponge barriers had disappeared, and even the barriers for advancement had weakened significantly. Xiao Qi absorbed the spiritual energy frantically, and when she stopped, her cultivation had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. When she looked at the insect beside her, the subtle and strange effect had vanished. What was this insect that could resist even a bit of the rules of heaven? Outside, daylight brightened the room, and Xiao Qi realized it was already the next day. With her slender fingers, she picked up the insect, and a flame rose from her fingertip, instantly turning the insect to ash. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Qi did not go outside but stayed in her room to try alchemy. Now that she had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, she could finally start making pills. She had already bought an alchemy furnace, but it was naturally inferior to those in the cultivation world. The furnace she could afford was even worse than the defective ones from the cultivation realm. After a day, Xiao Qi finally managed to refine a few first-level pills, along with several low-quality ones. Her strength at the 4th level of Qi refinement was still too weak. Each time she stored spiritual energy, it was barely enough for one round of pill making, but luckily she had plenty of spirit stones. The next day, Xiao Qi remembered to visit the Zhang family. After Zhang Xingwen was carried out of her house covered in blood, the villagers were curious. But when Zhang said that Xiao Qi was helping Zhang Xingwen with his illness, the villagers were first shocked that Xiao Qi could practice medicine, then envious of Zhang Xingwen's good fortune. No one doubted that Zhang was coerced into lying. Miss Xiao, you've come. As soon as Xiao Qi arrived, Zhang quickly got up to greet her. How is your husband?
Thank you, Miss Xiao.
He is much better and can get out of bed now. At this, Zhang's eyes turned red again. Her husband used to be dependent on medicine, unable to get out of bed without it. Since returning from Qiao's house, she hadn't given him the old medicine but instead listened to Xiao Qi and had the doctor prescribe some tonics. In just a couple of days, her husband's health had improved significantly. Anyone could see that he was truly better. Thinking about her husband, who had been ill for over 20 years, recovering made her so excited. I have some questions for you about your husband's illness, if that's okay? After what happened yesterday, Zhang spoke to her in-laws. When she asked today, Zhang immediately nodded. Miss Xiao, my father-in-law also has some things to discuss with you.
Please come with me.
Zhang's father-in-law, who is bedridden, began to share the troubles of the Zhang family upon learning of Xiao Qi's visit. Since their ancestors, it seemed the Zhang family has been under a curse. The direct descendants have been weak and sickly since birth, needing medicine daily to survive. No matter how much they sought medical help, they could not find a cure. Only after having children would their health improve, but once they got better, they could no longer have more children. The children born inherited their parents' frail health, and if they did not have children before turning 20, they would meet a tragic end. The direct line of the Zhang family had all died young, making it extremely difficult for the weak to have children. Unexpectedly, this strange curse has inexplicably passed on to the collateral branches of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was once a prestigious family, but due to this curse, they gradually fell into decline. Now, only the line of Zhang Xingwen remains. Zhang Xingwen had already passed 20 and was expected to die long ago. However, a few years ago, he met a wise person who gave him a pill to temporarily suppress his illness. At that time, the wise person did not mention that he had a parasite inside him. Now that Zhang Xingwen's health has improved, it proves that what has tormented the Zhang family is not a curse, but this parasite that has lingered in their bodies for over 100 years. Most doctors find it difficult to detect such parasites and rarely encounter them, especially one that can be passed down through generations. Xiao Qi was not very concerned about the Zhang family's past. She was more interested in who was responsible for this parasite and why it had such strange powers. However, with the passage of time, the current members of the Zhang family do not know who their ancestors offended to receive such a malicious parasite. This could lead to the extinction of the Zhang family line. Do you know where that wise person is? This parasite is quite sinister. Since it can extend Zhang Xingwen's life, that person must understand it well. If she can figure out where the parasite came from, perhaps she can resolve the constraints imposed on her by fate. The Zhang family does not know the whereabouts of the wise person. They only encountered him by chance. After asking about the matters, Xiao Qi left a basket of eggs and a bag of brown sugar for the Zhang family before returning home. Mr. LV said that the work on the new house is almost finished. We don't need so many workers now, and wanted to ask for your opinion. Originally, Xiao Qi had planned for a month, but now, in just 25 days, it was nearly done. Next, there would be some land leveling and simple decoration, which would take about 3 or 4 more days, so fewer workers were needed. Tell him that I bought the Wasteland a mile away. Have him bring people to build a racetrack and stables there. The village had plenty of wasteland, and no one wanted the barren mountains. Xiao Qi bought it for a small amount of money, and it was quite large, at least 100 acres. She also had over 20 horses in her space that needed to be let out. Butler Sun took the message and left, while Xiao Qi calculated the remaining money in her space. Those valuable jewelry pieces didn't count. The gold remained untouched at 550 taels. After giving 2,000 taels to Butler Sun for the accounts, she still had over 9,000 taels left. However, building the house didn't cost much. The real expenses would come from the later decoration and furnishings. With Xiao Qi's instructions, LV Dagon was now responsible not only for finishing the new house, but also for inspecting the racetrack. This was his first time handling such work, so some things needed to be clarified in advance. Miss Xiao, I checked that wasteland, and it should be fine, but I need to look at other racetracks for more details. In the afternoon, LV Dagon arrived and shared some information about the racetrack, but he didn't speak too definitively since he hadn't done this kind of work before. Xiao Qi waved her hand, not too concerned about it. She was building the racetrack just to accommodate the horses, not to make money. Since you're here, let's discuss the decoration in detail. Do you have people who can handle this? They need to be meticulous. Some decoration work required more careful workers, as Xiao Qi didn't want her desired outcome ruined by small details. The decoration LV Dagon mentioned was just compacting the ground inside, maybe laying a layer of blue bricks or cleaning the walls a bit, and that was about it. This was true not only in the village, but also in the town. Hearing Xiao Qi say this, he realized her standards were not simple. However, he did know a few people who had done a lot of this kind of work and should meet Xiao Qi's requirements. I have what you need, but I'm not sure what your requirements are. For the walls, we can use coarse cloth, fine cloth, and silk. The coarse cloth will be the base layer, the fine cloth will be the middle layer, and the silk will be on the outside, similar to modern wall coverings. There are plenty of silk fabrics in the colors of a clear sky after rain in Xiao Qi's space. Her house, no matter how luxurious, is her own business. When Xiao Qi mentioned using silk for the walls, Lu Dagon's mouth twitched. That seems too extravagant. But it's someone else's matter. He just needs to do his job for the money. We'll lay wooden boards on the floor. The wood for the floor will naturally be from the spirit wood, which only needs to be carved into interlocking pieces that fit tightly together. Lu Dagon noted down all of Xiao Qi's requests, and all the wood will be sourced from the carpenter. Xiao Qi had already paid half of the labor costs. By the way, Miss Xiao, what do you plan to do about the windows? The back house is fine. The windows, they're quite normal. But the windows in the main house and the side rooms are too large. Even with thick paper, they won't keep the warmth in during winter. I had someone bring back materials for the windows from outside. They should arrive tomorrow. We'll discuss it then. Xiao Qi chose fully sealed styles for the windows in the main house and the east wing, which, combined with pest-repelling herbs, will work better than modern air systems. Since this is her first time renovating a house, and she will likely live here for many years, Xiao Qi is quite dedicated. Once everything is finished, she plans to bury some spirit stones around the house to set up a spirit-gathering array. Before she knew it, evening had arrived and Lu Dagan didn't linger, leaving in a hurry. He had been extremely busy lately, hardly having time to rest. Xiao Qi didn't keep him, letting steward's son see him off. "Miss, crabs are in season now. Uncle Zhang went to the county today and brought back a few crabs. Shall we have them for dinner?" When Xiao Qi arrived in Pear Blossom Village, it was already late September, and now it's late October, the perfect time for crabs. "Yes, go ahead and prepare them." Over the past few days, Sun Xiaohua's cooking skills have improved a lot, and now she is mainly responsible for Xiao Qi's meals. Since Sun Xiaohua mentioned crabs, she must have learned how to cook them in advance. Only dishes she feels confident about are served to Xiao Qi. About half an hour later, various dishes were served. Xiao Qi has a big appetite, so Sun Xiaohua prepared 2 types of main dishes: crab roe noodles and crab roe soup dumplings. In addition, there were spicy crabs, crab meat with vegetables, pan-fried crab tofu, and stir-fried crab legs. Finally, there was a refreshing cold dish to cleanse the palate. A crab feast left Xiao Qi very satisfied. Sun Xiaohua not only improved her cooking skills, but also got better at plating, making the meal visually appealing and delicious. She must have worked hard during this time. Xiao Qi went to the storage room and came out holding a golden butterfly hairpin. "This butterfly hairpin suits you well." She placed the hairpin in Sun Xiaohua's hair, making her blush. Thank you." Mississippi's Sun Xiaohua had some insight in the past, and this golden hairpin was worth a year's salary. Since her cooking improved, the young lady had raised her salary and benefits to match those of her parents. A year's salary is no small amount. "All right, you can go now." The next day, Xiao Qi went to town and returned with 3 ox carts full of tightly packed glass packages. Before Zhang Chan could call for Lu Dagan, Zhou Shi arrived. "Miss Qiao, something happened with the Xiao family." Since Xiao Qi asked her to keep an eye on the Xiao family, Zhou Shi worked hard to blend in with the neighboring village. She spent over 30 coins to find a job washing clothes in town. Although the pay was low, she had work every day and could earn 5 or 6 coins daily, though it was tiring and hard on her hands. Later, she secretly gave a few coins to an old woman, successfully getting more clothes to wash. She shared most of the clothes with a familiar woman from Dea village, who was quite talkative and could gather news from every household. The woman's family was also struggling, so she was very grateful for Zhou Shi sharing the work, and they washed clothes together every day. As for the newly settled Zhao family, the woman was very curious, especially since they didn't seem to be short on money, which made her envious. "I heard the Zhao family got to know the owner of a tavern in the county town. The owner urgently needed deer meat and offered a high price. The Xiao family claimed they could hunt deer. Deer meat is expensive, and the owner offered a high price of 100 taels. They needed to deliver the deer within 7 days, or they would owe him 10 times that amount, which is 1,000 taels. Originally, the Xiao family confidently said they could hunt deer, and both sides signed a contract. But yesterday was the last day, and they hadn't even seen a single deer. Not only did the Xiao family earn nothing, but they also had to pay back 1,000 taels. The shopkeeper didn't care about the 1,000 taels of silver. He had offended a noble by not getting the deer meat, and no amount of silver could make up for that. With 3 days left, his people still hadn't received the deer meat, so he sent someone to find the Xiao family. If they couldn't hunt the deer either, he could go to the noble's house early to apologize and minimize the loss. However, the Xiao family confidently claimed they had found deer tracks and would deliver on time. Yet, on the day of cooking, the shopkeeper still hadn't seen any deer, which left him in trouble with the noble. He directed all his anger at the Xiao family. They clearly couldn't catch any deer, but kept assuring him otherwise. He immediately demanded 1,000 taels of silver from them. "I heard that the Xiao family acted foolishly. They thought they could raise prices since they already had deer meat, but it seems the deer were stolen in the end. Of course, Rumors shouldn't be taken seriously. The Xiao family probably relied too much on Zhao Fushing's abilities. They assumed they could always get what they wanted, but this time, it didn't work out. Xiao Qi stroked her chin, suddenly realizing that this might be related to her. Liha village and Dea village were not far apart, and the back mountain connected them. She had recently collected 3 deer in her space, making it harder for the Xiao family to find any. Thank you for your hard work during this time, Xiao Qi said, noticing Zhou's rough hands. She had Sun fetch a box of moisturizer for her. Zhou was surprised to see the moisturizer. She knew it cost over 50 when in town. Country folks rarely bought such things, and even a box costing 10 when was considered luxurious. Yet, Xiao Qi casually gifted her this expensive moisturizer, showing how much she valued her. Thank you, Miss Xiao, Zhou said gratefully, feeling refreshed as she took the moisturizer. Xiao Qi tapped her fingers on the table. Perhaps she could visit the Xiao family tonight. They still owed the original owner a life. The glass was delivered to the new house. Lu Dagan and the others stared in amazement at the glass. Is this really for windows? It looks so beautiful. Is this what they call glass? I heard the servants from wealthy families mention it when I was in the county. Everyone knew that glass was very valuable. After guessing that this was glass, they looked at each other, afraid to touch it, worried they might accidentally break it. All right, you all set the window frames in place. If this breaks, you won't be responsible. The glass was very sturdy. Even a hammer wouldn't damage it. All the window frames in the courtyard were made of solid wood, beautifully carved with intricate designs. Once the frames were ready, Xiao Qi took out the special glue she had prepared earlier and directed the workers to fit the glass into the frames, then applied glue around the edges. The clear glass was now displayed before everyone. It looked beautiful. The main house had larger windows, while the side rooms had smaller ones, all fully enclosed. The back room had opening windows made of the same sturdy glass, much clearer than paper. Soon, all the windows were installed. Although everyone was eager to see, no one dared to ask about them. These windows looked expensive, so asking would be pointless. Xiao Qi left most of the renovations to Lu Dagan, checking in daily. Dinner was simple: millet porridge and meat buns. The buns were fluffy and soft, smelling delicious. There was also a side dish of shredded chicken mixed with cucumber and a bit of red pepper, giving it a spicy kick. Although there were no peppers outside, Sun Xiaohe had already become skilled at using them in Xiao Qi's kitchen. After dinner, Sun brought in the brewed tea. Miss, Uncle Zhang went to the city today and returned in the evening. Should I ask him to come in and report?
Yes.
Zhang Chong had gone to the city to check on things. I wonder if the entry conditions to the city are still strict. Miss, the city is now accessible, but you still need a travel permit. All right, you can go now. Since the city was open, Xiao Qi planned to visit. The alchemy furnace she bought in the county was too poor in quality. It had already developed cracks after just a little use. If she continued, it might explode. I wonder if there are better alchemy furnaces in the city. If not, she could visit the temple. Maybe she would find something good there. When Xiao Qi came back to her senses, she noticed Zhang Chong still standing there, looking hesitant. What's wrong? Do you have something else to say? Miss, today when I went to the city, I saw many missing person notices. One of them looks somewhat like you. Usually, ordinary people are not allowed to post such notices, but during this special time, the governor made an exception. Zhang Chong, who had no connections, just happened to glance at a missing person notice that resembled his young lady, so he approached to take a closer look. As he spoke, Zhang Chong took out half of the notice from his pocket. When I saw it, only half was left. He unfolded the notice, but the lower part was almost gone, leaving only a name, and the image was also incomplete. Thanks to his recent lessons with Butler's son, he could recognize his young lady's name. The name matched, but in terms of appearance, he could only say there was a slight resemblance. Besides, his young lady seemed to be from a single household, with no family around. So, Zhang Chong was uncertain. Xiao Qi took the notice and examined the image for a moment. It did resemble her original self, and since the name was the same, it was likely a match. After taking over this body, She had been eating nutritious food and practicing, so she looked quite different from before, not to mention her household registration had changed. Whether the original family would recognize her was still uncertain for Xiao Qi. However, she was sure that even if they did recognize her, she wouldn't live with them. Her current life didn't need a family interfering. If they were agreeable, she might just arrange for them to be settled elsewhere. Completed 2 updates today, Mua Wavy Dash. You did well. I remember there's a nice dagger in the small storeroom. Just inform Butler-san, and I'll reward you with it. The dagger was also taken from bandits, and she had no use for it. Zhang Chong's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mississippi. That evening, Xiao Qi changed into dark clothing and arrived at Day Village. The Xiao family's house was rented from a local family, and they were the only ones living there. Xiao Qi stood in the shadows of the yard, clearly hearing the family's conversation. The Xiao family failed to hunt a deer and had to compensate the innkeeper with 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels is a significant amount, and the Xiao family simply couldn't afford it. After pleading multiple times, they managed to get the innkeeper to give them a 3-day extension. Now, the Xiao family was worried about how to gather the money. The shopkeeper is so shameless. A deer is only worth 70 or 80 taels of silver, yet he dares to ask us for 1,000 taels. I can't stand this. Let's find out where this person is, capture him, and give him a beating. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. The Xiao family argued among themselves, but no one thought they were in the wrong. They all criticized the shopkeeper for being greedy and taking advantage of them. When they heard they still needed over 400 taels of silver, Xiao Qi's eyes flickered. The Xiao family was quite lucky. In such a short time, they had managed to gather over 500 taels of silver. She had taken more than 100 taels from them before. Little sister, think of a way. Yes, little sister, see if you know anyone who can help our family. The Xiao family placed all their hopes on Xiao Fushing. She was the family's little blessing, and in their eyes, this situation wasn't a big deal. If they had a little more time, they wouldn't have to worry about the remaining 400 taels of silver. Seeing the hopeful looks from her family, Xiao Fushing bit her lip, feeling a mix of embarrassment and panic. What could she do? She had already thought of everything, even prayed sincerely. In the past, her wishes were often granted, but this time, no matter how much she hoped, her luck didn't return, and she didn't even catch a single deer. Could it be that her luck had run out? No, it couldn't be. It must be that she had asked for too much, and heaven was not responding. At the same time, she felt some resentment towards the Xiao family for their extravagant spending. First, her father and brother spent a lot on medicine, using only the best, which cost over 100 taels. Then, after coming to Dahu village, the family bought a cart and a lot of land, and they were building a house. Their daily needs were well taken care of. If they hadn't spent so lavishly, they could have easily gathered 1,000 taels of silver. Or perhaps they shouldn't have told the shopkeeper they would send a deer, and even signed a contract. It was only 100 taels. Why take such a big risk? Xiao Fushing clenched her hands tightly, wanting to vent her anger. But seeing the eager faces of the Xiao family, she couldn't bring herself to say anything and could only shake her head silently. After listening to the Xiao family's conversation, Xiao Qi quietly left. The next day, Xiao Qi asked Zhang Chong to gather some information in the county town. Before noon, Zhang Chong returned and gathered all the information that Xiao Qi wanted to know. After lunch, Xiao Qi went to the county town alone again. The next afternoon, Mrs. Zhou came by once more. Those Xiao family members are incredibly wealthy. I heard they managed to gather 1,000 taels of silver and paid it back just before the deadline set by the shopkeeper. That's a lot of money. Mrs. Zhou's eyes were filled with shock. What good is having 1,000 taels of silver now? They haven't made any profit, and now they might lose their entire fortune to others. Xiao Qi smirked. This was just the beginning. The real show was just getting started. Just when the Xiao family thought everything was over, the shopkeeper showed up with a group of officials and arrested them for theft. It wasn't until they were taken to the county office that the Xiao family finally understood what had happened. It turned out there was a gambler named Hu in the county. His father had been a butcher all his life, but he became addicted to gambling and lost all their family wealth. A day earlier, Hu had lost his last bit of money and was about to pawn the only remaining items in his home. Unexpectedly, a passing merchant noticed the butcher knife used by his father and offered to buy it for 400 taels of silver. After some haggling, Hu sold it for 500 taels. Many people witnessed this. Hu was overjoyed and planned to gamble with the money the next day. But to his shock, the silver disappeared. That was 500 taels. He immediately reported it to the authorities. On his way back, he accidentally noticed that the silver the shopkeeper had looked very similar to his own. Each of his silver ingots had a plum blossom pattern underneath, and at first, he didn't think it was strange. Some wealthy families also liked to mark their silver with symbols. But he had never seen anyone else use that plum blossom pattern. Just as he lost his silver, the shopkeeper had the same kind appear. How could that not be suspicious? Hu reported this to the officials, which eventually led them to the Xiao family. Coincidentally, on the day Hu lost his silver, the Xiao family had also been to the county town. With this evidence, the officials found several more ingots of silver with the plum blossom pattern at the Xiao family's home. After deducting the one tael the shopkeeper had given back to customers, there were still 499 taels left. The Xiao family desperately denied it, unable to explain where the silver came from or provide evidence that they hadn't stolen it. They could only claim that they had found the silver and had intended to ask the shopkeeper for an extension, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the silver. This is indeed a harsh truth. But 500 taels of silver, all in silver ingots, would shine so brightly that it could blind someone. Who would lose 500 taels of silver? No one would believe this, and the Xiao family could not reveal the strange events surrounding Xiao Fushing. The Xiao family had no way to argue their case. With so many people in the family, it was hard to say who actually stole the silver. The county magistrate could only temporarily imprison the eldest, second, and fourth brothers, as these three were the ones who entered the city that day. The thief must be among them, or all three could be involved. The rest of the Xiao family faced punishment for not reporting what they knew, with one person receiving 30 lashes. Even Xiao Fushing, who was usually pampered, was beaten badly. The Xiao family had no choice. In the end, Xiao had to endure the pain and visit the jail to shift the blame onto one of them. Xiao was educated, and the family hoped he would pass the scholar's exam, so it was impossible for him to go to jail. The second brother was strong and unmatched in strength. Thanks to him, the Xiao family managed to survive during the famine, and his toughness helped them establish a foothold in Dahu village. They could not abandon the eldest and second brothers, so they had to give up the fourth brother, who was less noticeable among the 7 siblings. When the fourth brother realized he was being sacrificed, his face was filled with fear and despair. That was 500 taels of silver. According to the laws of the country, stealing such a large amount would lead to execution. He would die.
Dad, please save me.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The fourth brother clung to the jail door, pleading desperately, his face showing only fear. Fourth brother, I have no choice, but don't worry. I will find a way to save you. You must trust me and your sister too. Xiao wanted to save the fourth brother, but besides giving him a promise, he was also warning him not to mention his sister's situation. Hearing about his sister calmed Xiao Xi's heart a little. Yes, his sister was so capable. She would surely rescue him. After all, he was her dear fourth brother, and he had treated her well in the past. The eldest and second brothers were released, but each received 50 lashes and nearly lost their lives. The fourth brother was imprisoned for theft, and once the county magistrate reported to the governor and awaited the court's decision, the fourth brother would face execution. The Xiao family was trying to find a way to rescue him from jail. However, they did not know any important people, and the shopkeeper still had debts to settle. First, they caused the shopkeeper to offend a noble because of deer meat, and then they got him involved in a theft case. Now, the shopkeeper was almost ready to hate this family, constantly urging them to repay the money. If they didn't pay, he would report them to the authorities. Meanwhile, something else happened in the county. a gambler named who was found dead, his body in a terrible state, discovered in the river. The 500 taels of silver he had were missing, with no clues about the murder. Some suspected he was killed for his money, while others believed he was taken by a vengeful spirit. A couple of years ago, who had gotten drunk and disgraced a woman. She was already promised to someone else, but because of this incident, her engagement was called off, and she faced public shame. Unable to bear the humiliation, she wore her wedding dress and jumped into the river to end her life. When Hu was retrieved from the water, not only were his arms and legs broken, but he had also been mutilated. A month passed quickly, and Xiao Qi's new house was finally fully renovated. The entire courtyard covered over 4 acres, providing ample space, and she set up a spirit gathering array in the yard. In this world, spiritual energy was thin, so the array had little effect, but Xiao Qi buried many high-quality spirit stones in the yard, making the energy particularly rich. Additionally, she was most concerned about the construction of toilets and latrines. Since she couldn't fast yet and had the housekeeper's son and others living with her, having clean and hygienic bathrooms was essential. The local kiln couldn't produce the latrines she needed, so she eventually went to the capital city to have them made successfully. Besides that, Xiao Qi spent a considerable amount of silver to have tiles made for the interior of the house. The entire courtyard was modified based on a traditional layout, with the main entrance located in the southeast, flanked by 2 stone lions. The layout of the courtyard is shown in the picture. I couldn't find a suitable image online, and the author isn't good at drawing, so please bear with it. Entering through the southeast gate, the ground is paved with blue stone tiles. At the front is a shadow wall, with moon gates on both sides. Through the right moon gate is the southeast corner courtyard, where there is a room about 30 square meters. The room has gray tiles on the floor, and the walls are covered with coarse cloth, making it clean and tidy. 2 small glass decorations made of colorful leaves are particularly beautiful. Xiao Qi has arranged this room for Zhang Chang. In the northeast corner of the courtyard, there are 2 small storage rooms, each about 7 or 8 square meters. One of them has been converted into a bathroom, which also has gray tiles on the floor and white tiles on the walls. The bathroom is equipped with a toilet, a sink, and a shower area. As long as there is money, even in ancient times, one can still enjoy certain comforts. The entire courtyard has modern plumbing, requiring no manual effort. The drainage is simple, and the water supply comes from a special plant called Huai. Currently, the courtyard is arranged with a spirit gathering formation and high-quality spirit stones, providing abundant spiritual energy that does not affect the growth of Huai. The Huai is planted on the roof, hidden from view, so that others cannot see it. Entering through the left moon gate leads to another courtyard, where some flowers and plants are grown, alongside a row of guest rooms. The guest room near the southeast gate is used for receiving visitors and serves as a small living room with white tiles on the floor. Next to the living room, Xiao Qi hasn't decided what to put there yet, so it remains empty for now. The empty room next to the kitchen is where Sun Xiao practices cooking. The Sun family also prepares their meals there, and the courtyard's heating system is managed from this kitchen. Next to the kitchen is a storage room, used for keeping items that are not important to her. Exiting the storage room and turning left, there is a moon gate that leads to the southwest courtyard. In the southwest courtyard, there are 3 guest rooms. Sun Xiaohe is assigned the one closest to the west, as Xiao Qi prefers her own chef and has arranged for a personal guard for her. Next to Sun Xiaohe's bedroom is the room of Mr. and Mrs. Sunday. Their house is slightly smaller than the one where Zhang Chang lives. Xiao Qi has connected the storage room next to the Sun couple's room to give them a small storage area. The southwest courtyard, like the southeast courtyard, also has 2 small storage rooms, one of which has been converted into a bathroom. This is the layout of the courtyard upon entering. Passing through the second courtyard gate, you arrive at the second courtyard, where there are 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms in front, with 3 additional side rooms and 1 more side room on each side. The central main room serves as a living room, with 2 smaller glass windows on either side. Xiao Qi does not like anyone entering her space. The entire main room belongs to her, and naturally, the living room is for her use only. The eastern bedroom is her master bedroom, covering about 70 to 80 square meters and includes a walk-in closet, making it very spacious. The side room next to the master bedroom has also been turned into a master bathroom, which is over 20 square meters in size. It features a style that Xiao Qi loves, complete with a bathtub. The main house and side room to the west will be her future study, alchemy room, and training room. The entire main house has a focus wood floor, and the walls are covered with 3 layers of fabric, with the outermost layer being elegant satin. The eastern side room has a similar design, with the central room serving as a living room, while the other 2 rooms are a storage room and a guest room. The eastern side room also has a bathroom. In the western side room, the room near the courtyard entrance is a kitchen specifically for her meals, while the central room serves as a dining and tea room. The side room in the western side is different from the others. It has been specially designed as an ice room, perfect for cooling food during the summer. She has plenty of ice from her snowy mountains, so the availability of ice outside is not a concern for her. As for the remaining room in the western side, it is currently unassigned and empty. The main house and the east and west side rooms are connected by cover walkways, and there are flower beds in each corner of the courtyard filled with plants and trees. Next to the eastern side room, there is a back door leading to the backyard. The backyard features a stone table and 2 grapevines planted nearby. In addition, fresh water from the small stream at the back was introduced into the backyard, creating a scenic pond with a rockery where a few fish are kept. Many families in Pear Blossom Village have dug cellars, and Xiao Qi also dug one in her yard, with the entrance located next to the side room of the main house. Xiao Qi moved into her new yard, which is filled with countless unique flowers and plants. These were carefully selected and transplanted from her space, and the abundant spirit energy in the yard does not affect their growth at all. Additionally, on the hill at the racetrack, Xiao Qi planted many precious flowers and some medicinal herbs. Those rare flowers and various herbs were nurtured in her space for a while, and even after being transplanted, they remain vibrant and healthy. Currently, Zhang Chong is taking care of the racetrack, but once she moves over 20 horses, he might struggle to manage alone. Moreover, Zhang Chong occasionally needs to run errands for her, so he cannot always keep an eye on the racetrack. Xiao Qi plans to hire 3 people to help her watch over it. When the first snow of winter fell, Mrs. Zhou came again. "Boss, the 4th young master Zhao was beheaded a couple of days ago. In the end, Zhao Laosi was indeed executed, and while the Xiao family tried to save him, they had no leads. However, I heard that the Xiao family went to the capital and seemed to have met some influential person, though I didn't find out the details. Originally, the Xiao family was there to collect Zhao Laosi's body, but they ended up having some luck and meeting a noble. Originally, they were in deep debt because of a few hundred taels of silver, but now, thanks to that noble person, all their debts have been cleared. The Xiao family seems to be lucky again." Xiao Qi squinted her eyes. The Xiao family truly resembles a resilient creature, not easily defeated. After Zhao Laosi was imprisoned, she secretly took action once more. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fushing managed to escape disaster again, along with his entire family. "Is anyone in Dahu village suspicious of you now?" Zhou Shi, being from Liha village, had been going to Dahu village every day without having to wash clothes, so people in the village would surely gossip. "No, I have taken on some embroidery work and occasionally share some with them. They are grateful to me." Now Zhou Shi has some capital. She not only bought land but is also building a new house. Although it may not be as big as Xiao Qi's, it's still her own home. With the remaining silver, she has taken on more work, not just for herself but also for the women in her village and Dahu village. She can earn a few coins each day. Life is getting better. As Zhou Shi was about to leave after their conversation, Xiao Qi called her back. "I need someone to take care of the racetrack on the mountain." "Uncle Zhou, do you have time to work for me?" Zhou Shi is quite adaptable and careful in her work, so Xiao Qi doesn't mind giving her a chance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi stood up straight in surprise and joy.
"Boss, how can this be? This?"
Zhou Shi was so taken aback, by the unexpected offer that she stumbled over her words. She wanted to accept, but was afraid it was too sudden, leaving her momentarily stunned. Who doesn't know how rare a proper job is? And now it has fallen into her lap. Realizing what was happening, she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I will go back and tell him." Zhou Shi was so happy she couldn't contain herself and even spun around in place. Xiao Qi stopped her. "No rush. Let's first discuss the terms. I need a long-term worker, not just a temporary one. As long as you do your job and don't cause trouble, that will be fine. As for the monthly salary, I will give you 2 taels of silver, plus a stone of coarse rice, and 2 sets of clothes each season." Unlike Zhou Dainiu and Steward Sun, Xiao Qi didn't set the terms too high. However, such compensation is still quite rare in the entire capital city, where an ordinary family would be envious of earning 400 to 500 coins a month for stable work with decent pay. Not only did Xiao Qi give money, but she also provided food. The supplies for 2 months were enough to cover this year's autumn grain payment. Moreover, each season required 2 sets of clothing. Summer clothes were manageable, but winter clothing was particularly expensive. Many families had worn their winter clothes for decades. When such a great opportunity came to her, Mrs. Zhou repeatedly expressed her gratitude before leaving. Then, Xiao Qi asked Sun to invite Aunt Lu over. "Aunt Lu, I remember you mentioned that your younger son was working in the city. How is he doing now?" Aunt Lu often came to share gossip. Over a month ago, she had mentioned that her son, Lu Xiaochun, had been punished in the city for making a mistake. He had been beaten badly, and Aunt Lu had gone to care for him for several days before returning with red eyes. Well, he is almost healed. Lu Xiaochun worked at a wealthy family's home in the city, with a contract for a year. Although the pay was slightly better, around 600 coins a month, the job was tough, and he often faced beatings and scolding. In more serious cases, he couldn't even get out of bed. Lu Xiaochun had already been beaten twice this year. The first time, he accidentally broke some porcelain, and the second time, he upset the master of the house. Seeing her son covered in injuries made Aunt Lu's heart ache. "Sister Qiao, I must have made you laugh at my troubles." Aunt Lu wiped her swollen eyes and smiled again. "Fortunately, it's almost over. I told him that after this year, he won't sign another contract and won't work there anymore. If something serious happens to him, I might not be able to bear it for the rest of my life." Xiao Qi nodded. "That's perfect. I need someone to help with the flowers and plants. If he isn't working there anymore, I can offer him this job." "Really? Sister Qiao, are you serious?" Aunt Lu's expression froze in surprise. She never expected that after just sharing her troubles, her son would have a job opportunity. Everyone knew how good it was to work for Xiao Qi. This year, due to the drought, every family struggled with their harvest. After paying their land taxes, there was hardly anything left to last until next year's harvest. However, because of the work at Xiao Qi's place, families in Pear Blossom Village had managed to save a bit of silver. With that silver, they could buy some cheaper grain, and along with their original supplies, it would be enough to last until next year's harvest. Life was tough, but they could still get by. Looking at other villages, it's not just that there is an abundance of grain. Many families can't even gather enough autumn harvest. No. Qiao girl, I know you're giving him this job because of our friendship, but that guy is capable enough. He won't starve. Lu didn't want this matter to harm their relationship. That's not it. I needed someone anyway. Uncle Zhou from Aunt Zhou's family is also working for me now. Hearing Xiao Qi say this, Lu finally felt relieved. It wasn't just a favor for her. The monthly pay is 2 taels of silver and a stone of coarse rice, plus 2 sets of clothes for the season. When Xiao Qi announced the monthly pay, Lu nearly fell off her chair in shock. How much? 2 taels of silver? And a stone of coarse rice? That's 120 pounds. People in the village were already envious of the work in the city. The wealthy family provided them with 1 set of clothes each season, which was a rare benefit. But Xiao Qi here offers 2 sets for a season? That means 8 sets of clothes in a year. How could anyone wear that many? Lu was speechless, unsure how to respond. Her son didn't deserve such a good job. Chow girl, isn't this a bit too much? She thought that just 1 stone of coarse rice per month would be enough. Who could afford that much silver for rice in a month? It was already quite generous. It's all the same, just do the job well, Xiao Qi said. She slowly sipped her tea, and Lu couldn't refuse such a great opportunity. After a few more words, she hurriedly left, likely to share the good news with her family. As for the final choice, Xiao Qi selected a young man from the village whose parents had passed away, leaving him with only his grandmother. He had survived as a child thanks to the villagers' help. Later, he learned to hunt and often went into the mountains. He was a bit like a rugged hero, good-looking and skilled at hunting, and he was said to know a lot about horses. The best part was his name, Ren Yuanan. Xiao Qi has no romantic interest. Don't think about the male lead, okay? Xiao Qi felt like she was opening a mystery box in this world. People with unusual names must have something special about them. Perhaps it could even be the key to her leaving this world. When the Tian family first moved here and caused trouble at her house, it was Ren Yuanan who led the way in teaching them a lesson. Xiao Qi told Zhang Chong about this matter, and Ren Yuanan agreed. The next day, his grandmother brought a basket of vegetables to thank him. After some discussion, Sun finally accepted it. They also agreed to treat them to lunch. Xiao Qi initially wanted to hand this task to LV Sure, offering 1 or 2 silver coins a month, calculating the daily meal cost at 31. However, LV Sure declined. Although she was tempted by the money, she had to consider the villagers. Her family was doing relatively well, and since she already had people working for her, taking on one more might lead to resentment. In the end, LV Sure recommended widow LV, whose family was struggling. If she could get a proper job, life would be a bit easier for them. Xiao Qi had no objections, as she wouldn't be the one eating the meals. In Pingyuan Prefecture, at the Chung family home. Xiao Zhou, my mother sent word that she found me a good job. Soon, I won't be coming here anymore, so take care of yourself. LV Xiaochun looked at the young girl in front of him and felt a pang of sympathy. This girl was the same age as his sister, but her situation was so unfortunate. He couldn't understand why the ladies of the household had so much animosity towards her. She had saved the young master, yet the lady and her daughter not only failed to appreciate her help but also insulted her, accusing her of trying to charm him. They even forced her to sign a contract, taking advantage of the fact that she was an orphan. She was just doing her job, but when the young master spoke to her, she ended up being scolded and punished. Even though the young master treated her differently from others, when she was being punished, he acted as if she were irrelevant. Yet, behind the scenes, he sent her medicine, as if he had no choice. LV Xiaochun couldn't understand how wealthy families thought. A grown man couldn't even protect a girl and kept stirring up trouble. Even someone uneducated like him knew that if you couldn't protect someone, you should just leave. That's great, Xiaochun. Leaving here is a good thing. I won't say more. I have to go now. Xiao Jiu felt happy for him, but didn't dare to talk to LV Xiaochun, afraid that saying too much would bring trouble to him. Last time, she had asked him to check if there were any news on the missing person notices, and they had quietly exchanged a few words. As a result, the young lady and the young master saw them, and the young lady got angry, calling her a seductress who only wanted to attract men. The young master also looked displeased, seeming to dislike her interaction with Xiaochun. Even though she explained herself repeatedly, neither of them believed her and found an excuse to hit Xiaochun. Xiaochun had helped her, but ended up getting punished because of her. This made her too afraid to talk to Xiaochun, worried that someone might see them and report it to their master. Thinking about this, Xiao Jiu felt a deep sadness. She couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. When she saved the young master, she never expected anything in return. However, the young master insisted that as a lonely girl, it was hard for her to survive, and he brought her into his home to repay her for saving his life. Once inside, she sensed that the young master treated her differently, and she secretly hoped that marrying someone like him might be good. But she overlooked the issue of social status. As a girl without any family, how could she marry someone like the young master? First, she couldn't get past the lady of the house. The lady disliked her for capturing the young master's attention and secretly made her life difficult. The young master's sister also resented her for taking her brother away, using countless ways to torment her. She was even falsely accused of stealing from a household and was forced to sign a contract that made her a servant. She wanted to ask the young master to let her leave the house, even if it meant repaying her debt for saving him. But every time she brought it up, he would grow cold and scold her, insisting she could never leave. If her parents knew she had become a servant, they would surely be heartbroken. Father, mother. Unknowingly, tears streamed down her face. Liha village. Xiao Qi had entrusted the several acres of wasteland she bought to Zhang Chang, with only 2 acres planted with wheat. She had other plans for the remaining 3 acres. One day, after finishing her training, Zhang Chang returned. How did it go? Miss, I have found out that there is indeed an auction house in the capital, but these are usually held secretly. There is an auction happening the day after tomorrow. An auction house like this must have some backing. Xiao Qi didn't care about that. She just wanted to sell her items. Once her reputation grew, she could trade her valuable items like 1,000-year-old ginseng, top-quality spiritual herbs, life-saving pills, and rare flowers for money and information. Miss, here is the token for entry. Not everyone could enter a secret auction. A token was required. Zhang Chang spent a lot of money to secure connections and paid 50 taels to buy the token. Xiao Qi took the token, which was engraved with intricate patterns. Since she was going to the capital city tomorrow, she planned to rest there for a day. In the capital city, Xiao Qi took a while to find a few satisfactory alchemy furnaces. Compared to the ones she used before, these furnaces were of better quality. However, they couldn't compare to those in the cultivation world, where even slightly better furnaces are considered magical tools. These furnaces were all ordinary items. She had the shopkeeper send the items to the inn while she used an illusion spell to disguise herself for the secret auction. This way, no one could tell if she was a man or a woman. They just thought she was dressed that way. This guest, our auction house will open tomorrow. Do you have anything to sell? Upon showing the token, a staff member immediately approached her.
Yes.
Xiao Qi nodded slightly, and a servant came to guide her inside. Before long, she was taken to a sealed room where 3 masked elderly men were sitting. Dear guest, we charge a 10% commission on each item auctioned here. If you can accept that, we can proceed. A 10% commission is quite high. However, most auction houses nowadays are either government-run or charity sales, which were not suitable for her. Moreover, items auctioned through the secret auction, even if their origins were questionable, could not be disputed once they passed through the auction house. Xiao Qi nodded slightly, agreeing to the commission. What item do you want to auction?
This.
With a flick of her hand, a ginseng appeared on the table, but under the illusion spell, everyone thought she had taken it from her bag. Seeing the ginseng on the table, the 3 elderly men stood up, all showing expressions of surprise. This ginseng must be 1,000 years old. The quality is exceptional. It's been years since I've seen such a fine specimen. After reaching a conclusion, the 3 exchanged glances and quickly nodded. Dear guest, this ginseng is indeed exceptional. It could even serve as the highlight of the auction. If you let us handle it for a while, we can guarantee a high price for you. Xiao Qi shook her head. No need. I want it auctioned tomorrow. If the price was lower, so be it. She wanted the reputation of these medicinal herbs to spread quickly for future benefits.
This.
The 3 elderly men were momentarily uncertain. Besides the ginseng, I have these. Xiao Qi took out 4 wooden boxes, made of concentrated spirit wood. 3 of the boxes contained 3 pills each. The last box had only 1 pill. This is an antidote pill that can cure 90% of poisons in the world. Xiao Qi wasn't exaggerating. This was a first-grade antidote pill made from rare herbs, infused with spiritual energy. In this low-level martial world, a first-grade antidote pill was quite sufficient. The 3 elders curiously examined the pills in the boxes. After a while, they sniffed them, realizing they were unlike any antidote pills they had seen before. When did new antidote pills appear in the martial world? It was strange that they hadn't heard any news about it. Ignoring their doubts, Xiao Qi pointed to the second box. This is a rejuvenation pill that can heal external injuries, though it has a weak effect on internal injuries. Unlike the 6th grade revival pill, the 1st grade rejuvenation pill mainly worked for practitioners below the foundation level. However, in this world, a 1st grade rejuvenation pill was also enough. Xiao Qi continued to explain. This is a spirit recovery pill that can restore all internal energy in an instant. You can only use one pill within 24 hours, and it has no side effects. This pill was specially modified for this world, where martial artists had internal energy and could perform incredible feats. In the cultivation world, everyone usually carried spirit recovery pills for emergencies. Similarly, when internal energy was depleted, one could take a pill to restore it instantly. At this point, the 3 elders were wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. Could this person be trying to pass off fake pills? Why had they never heard of the pills he mentioned? Not to mention a pill that could instantly restore internal energy without side effects. Such a pill had never been heard of in the martial world. Aside from the 1,000-year ginseng being real, the rest seemed increasingly unbelievable. Xiao Qi paid no attention to their reactions and introduced the last pill. This is a spirit enhancement pill that can increase internal energy by 30 years. As Xiao Qi finished speaking, the elder's eyes turned red. 30 years of internal energy. If this were true, it would surely cause chaos in the entire martial world. Once the 3 calmed down, they looked at Xiao Qi with complex expressions. Dear guest, aside from this ginseng, we need to verify the authenticity of these 4 pills. However, one elder hesitated, unsure how to express himself. If these were known pills, they could determine their authenticity just by smell. But for these, they would need to conduct personal experiments. Please wait a moment while we discuss this. With such a rare 1,000-year-old ginseng as the starting point, they did not dare to doubt easily. After about 15 minutes, the 3 returned with smiles on their faces. This guest, we can auction off 2 of these 3 pills, and we will buy the 3rd one at the highest price of the first 2. What do you think? They couldn't determine the authenticity of the pills, and unlike other treasures, they couldn't create an atmosphere for guessing or bidding. For now, they could only buy 1 each to test its authenticity. If it was real, everyone would be happy.
Okay.
Xiao Qi had no objections. As for the fact that there was only 1 spirit-enhancing pill, she didn't ask. They surely had a way to auction it off. Having been in business for so long, their reputation was quite good, so she wasn't worried they would run off with the items. Before leaving, they gave her a new token, saying someone would guide her to the private room tomorrow. It was still early, and Xiao Qi was about to return to the inn to practice, when she heard a voice calling from behind. Heroine sister? Heroine sister. She didn't think it was calling her, but after taking a few steps, the voice caught up. Heroine sister, it really is you, that's great. Xiao Qi looked down to see a richly dressed child. Do I know them? Heroine sister, I am Cheng Feng. From the capital. You saved me in Big Snake Village. Xiao Qi remembered. He was the little boy whose chance meeting with the main character Zhao Fushing she had interrupted. Why are you calling me? I want to invite you to my home. You saved me, and I must repay you. Cheng Feng nervously tugged at his clothes, feeling a bit awkward. The heroine sister seemed to not care about the debt of gratitude at all. No need. I'll find you if I need anything in the future. Xiao Qi really didn't want to engage. Just then, another figure rushed over, panting. Young master, please slow down. It was Cheng Feng's little maid. Upon seeing her, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this the little girl who sold Zhangchang? Luer, this is the heroine sister I told you about. The little girl seemed to have a lot of trust in Cheng Feng. Luer looked at Xiao Qi and thought she looked somewhat familiar but couldn't remember where she had seen her. She had met Xiao Qi twice at night, when it was dark, and her outfit now was very different from before. Naturally, she couldn't recognize her. Seeing that Cheng Feng seemed to like Xiao Qi, Luer stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Luer greets the heroic sister. Zhang Chang had saved her life. If he hadn't pulled her back, she would have fallen off the cliff and died. If he hadn't protected her on the way, how could Luan have safely reached the city? Such kindness was not as important as her future, so she quickly sold Zhang Chong out. TSK, Zhang Chong was such a fool. Xiao Qi wasn't interested in dealing with them. She acknowledged them briefly and turned to leave. Heroic sister, heroic sister. Cheng Feng wanted to follow her, but when Xiao Qi shot him a glance, he felt a chill, as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast. Little master, what's wrong? Luan watched Xiao Qi's departing figure, feeling increasingly familiar. Perhaps she was someone he had seen by chance while fleeing, as the little master had said she saved him during their escape. I'm fine, let's go back. Cheng Feng looked dejected. Did the heroic sister dislike him? When they returned home, he sadly hid in his room. This worried the lady of the Cheng family, who quickly sent Luan to check on him. When she learned that Cheng Feng was upset because of his life-saving benefactor and that she was a young woman, Mrs. Cheng could no longer contain her anger and knocked the teacup off the table. Life-saving benefactor. Another life-saving benefactor. They're not saving lives, they're trying to take mine. Her eldest son wanted to cancel his engagement to the county magistrate's daughter because of a girl who saved him. Now her younger son was gloomy because of a life-saving debt. None of them were easy to manage. The more Mrs. Cheng thought about it, the angrier she became, and she slammed her hand on the table and stood up.
Someone.
Bring Xiao Jiu to me. The skills of the secret agents were impressive. The pills she had given out yesterday had suddenly attracted many people to the city today. Many of them were skilled or dressed in luxurious clothing. Clearly, the secret agents had discovered the value of those 3 pills. Xiao Qi cast an illusion on herself and followed the attendant to a private room on the 2nd floor. The secret agents of Pingyuan Mansion were quite large in scale, but today not only were the private rooms full, even the hall was crowded with people. Before long, the auction began. There are martial arts manuals and various skills, along with famous swords from renowned forging families. Even beautiful men and women. Now we have the next item for auction, a 1,000-year-old ginseng. As you all know, no one has seen a 1,000-year-old ginseng in decades. I can assure you that this ginseng is more effective than any previously auctioned. The auction starts now, with a starting price of 5,000 taels of silver. Each bid must increase by at least 10 taels. A 1,000-year-old ginseng can be life-saving at crucial moments, especially a whole plant like this one. Many people began to bid, and the price quickly soared to 30,000 taels. At this point, the number of bidders started to decrease. 30,000 taels is not a small amount. While the ginseng is effective, they usually acquire such items through connections. If it gets too expensive, it's not worth it. In the end, the 1,000-year-old ginseng was sold to a guest in a 2nd-floor private room for 41,000 taels. In such a short time, so much silver came in, and Xiao Qi's eyes turned into crescent moons with joy. The next item for auction is a detox pill from the Medicine Spirit Valley. As the auctioneer enthusiastically introduced the detox pill, the audience couldn't help but discuss among themselves. They knew of the Medicine God Valley, where its medicines are hard to come by, but when did the Medicine Spirit Valley emerge? This detox pill can cure 90% of poisons in the world, including the 7-star poison and the end of world poison. The 7-star poison and the end of world poison are the 2 most vicious poisons in existence. The 7-star poison strikes every 7 days, causing unbearable pain to the victim. After 7 attacks, the victim dies, with no antidote available. They can only feel their life slipping away, without any hope of rescue. The end of world poison tortures the victim for 7 days, making them feel as if they are being eaten alive by countless insects, yet they remain horrifyingly aware until they die from the pain. Like the 7-star poison, there is no antidote. But now they claim this detox pill can cure both poisons? Many in the audience were skeptical, but the reputation of the Medicine Spirit Valley should ensure credibility. The starting price is 3,000 taels of silver. Since the detox pill is only needed by a niche group, the bidding was not very intense. The first detox pill sold for 7,000 taels. The second one, however, went for 15,000 taels. Some malicious bidding earned Xiao Qi extra silver. She glanced over the 2 private rooms on the second floor. Did the people there know each other? Or perhaps who had been affected by the 7-star poison or the end of world poison? But none of that concerned her. Next was the auction of the revitalizing pill from the Medicine Spirit Valley. The auctioneer used a bit of powder to demonstrate its effects in front of everyone. He applied it to a fresh cut on his arm made by a dagger, and after drinking the powder mixed with water, the wound scabbed over in just 15 minutes. This was just a small amount of the powder's effect. The crowd erupted in excitement, and the final auction prices were 5,000 and 5,500 taels. Next came the revival pill, also from the Medicine Spirit Valley. When people heard about its effects, many jumped up in excitement. This pill could instantly restore energy without any side effects. Imagine if 2 enemies were fighting and both ran out of energy. One could pull out a revival pill and say, "Haha, I'm full of energy again." The auction for the revival pill brought the event to a new high, selling for 7,000 and 8,000 taels. Then came the highlight of the auction, the enhancement pill, which could increase energy by 30 years. As soon as the auctioneer finished explaining its effects, even the guests in the private boxes became restless, their eyes wide with excitement. However, I must inform you that this pill also comes from the Medicine Spirit Valley, but unlike the previous 3, we have not verified its authenticity, so we do not know if it is real or not. They made it clear that those who believed would bid, and those who didn't would not. The starting price was 10,000 taels. The auction hall fell silent for a moment, then the bidding began fervently. To them, this wasn't just a pill, it was 30 years of energy. They would go to any lengths to buy it. The noise was like beautiful music to Xiao Qi's ears. It's all money. In the end, the enhancement pill was sold for 48,000 taels to a guest on the second floor. After deducting fees, Xiao Qi received 148,500 taels. Xiao Qi entrusted the dark trade to exchange 13,000 taels for gold. The remaining 18,000 taels were converted into silver ingots worth 10 taels each, and 500 taels were exchanged for ingots worth 5 taels each. With a bit of illusion, she stored everything in her space, making everyone believe the silver was being transported out of the city by cart. Dear customer, this is our dark trade's special token. If there are any future auction items, please consider us first. We will not disappoint you, said the manager of the dark trade, handing Xiao Qi the special token with a friendly smile. He still doesn't know whether the person in front of him is a man or a woman. The elixirs at this auction are all special. Perhaps there really is a hidden power behind Xiao Qi. The Medicine Spirit Valley might even have some connection to it. Xiao Qi replied lightly, thinking that it wouldn't be long before the reputation of the Medicine Spirit Valley spread. While communicating with the manager, she sent part of her consciousness into the space, marking the gold and silver she had just acquired. She erased most of the marks on the gold and silver, but left 100 silver ingots untouched. These marks might be useful later. After shaking off her pursuers, Xiao Qi returned to the inn and ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes to eat in her room. The food at this inn is quite good. She planned to have Sun Xiao come and try it. Such dishes lose their flavor when taken away. If she could recreate them using ingredients from her space, the taste would surely be even better. While she was lost in thought, her door suddenly burst open. Bei Yuege stumbled in, clearly drunk. The moment she saw Xiao Qi, her face turned pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a faucet. "Who are you? I know you must be another woman sent by Ollie. First it was a cousin, and now it's one of those women outside. How can he bully me like this?
He'd rather be with
those women than with me, sob, sob, sob. Just tell me how much silver you want. I'll give it to you, just leave." Bei Yuege fumbled in her clothes and pulled out a silver ingot to throw at Xiao Qi, but Xiao Qi kicked it out of her hand, sending it to the ground. Is this madness starting again? Is the whole world just a part of their play? After the kick, Bei Yuege seemed to regain some clarity, but still looked unfriendly at Xiao Qi. This woman, while not extraordinarily beautiful, had an indescribable aura that added to her charm. In fact, she bore a slight resemblance to Bei Yuege, which made her feel a mix of jealousy and secret delight. Ollie still loves her, doesn't he? But after the moment of joy, sadness crept in. This woman seemed even more beautiful. With such an outstanding person pursuing him, would there still be a place for her in his heart?
Who are you? Why did you hit me?
Bei Yuege stood up, feeling dizzy, and her jealousy surged uncontrollably. Why does everyone want to compete with her for Ollie? Now, Xiao Qi is very different from when they first met, and Bei Yuege did not recognize her. She never connected the current Xiao Qi with the one who fled from disaster. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and smiled, grabbing her collar and pulling her to the window. What do you want? Let me go, let me go. At this moment, Bei Yuege was completely sober and was struggling in fear. Xiao Qi threw her out of the window. Her room faced the central lake of the Plain Manor. The weather had turned colder, and the lake was frozen, but it was not safe to stand on. Occasionally, some wild birds landed on it. With a scream, Bei Yuege was thrown into the lake. A waiter at the inn noticed the commotion at the central lake and thought a guest had fallen in, so he hurriedly jumped in to save them. However, as the waiter swam to Bei Yuege, she struggled and pushed him away. Don't touch me. Go away. I don't want your help. The waiter was confused. If it weren't for the fact that she was a guest who would jump into a lake in winter to save someone, he was almost freezing, and she was ungrateful. If he got sick from the cold, it would cost him a lot of money. Just as he thought about swimming back, Bei Yuege, desperate to survive, grabbed his hair. She wanted to live and desperately climbed onto anything she could find. Unknowingly, she pushed the waiter down into the lake, and in his panic, he was close to drowning. At that moment, another figure fell from the small building in the center of the lake and splashed into the water. It was a woman who couldn't swim. The people on the small building couldn't swim either, and were frantically calling for help. A few maidservants tried to reach her, but in their panic, the woman drifted further from the shore. With 2 people now in the water, a crowd had gathered on the shore. Soon, 2 figures jumped into the water and swam toward Bei Yuege and the waiter. The small building was far from the shore, and by the time the people on the shore got a boat to rescue them, the woman would be in serious trouble. Xiao Qi jumped down and quickly reached the woman, pulling her out of the water just in time. When she looked back at Bei Yuege, she saw that she had already been rescued by the 2 men and was hurriedly being taken away. But the waiter had no one to save him. He was losing strength, and his hands stopped moving, disappearing beneath the surface. Xiao Qi frowned and immediately jumped back into the water to rescue the waiter. She thought the 2 people who jumped into the water would save both of them, but unexpectedly, no one cared about the shopkeeper's life. At that moment, the shopkeeper's lips were pale, and he had stopped breathing. Xiao Qi pressed her lips together and pointed at his chest. Suddenly, the person who had no breath coughed violently, expelling the water that had gone down his throat. After he finished coughing, she opened his mouth and placed a pill inside. This pill was not a high-quality one, but it worked well for ordinary people. He would not suffer any side effects and would be safe, plus it would strengthen his body. "Thank you, miss," said the tavern manager, who had hurried over with some people. He remembered that she was a guest staying in the top room of the tavern. The people he brought each gave Xiao Qi and the shopkeeper warm cloaks. Xiao Qi put on the cloak and went back to the tavern. When she changed her clothes and came out, she saw an elderly woman and a maid waiting for her outside. "I pay my respects to Miss Xiao." Xiao Qi then realized that the woman she had saved was the wife of the official Lu from Pingyuan Prefecture. The elderly woman, Jiang, had come specifically to thank her. After a moment of thought, she understood that if she had not appeared, the credit would likely have gone to Bei Yuege or someone related to her, possibly the male lead. Because of her help to the disaster victims, the governor of Pingyuan Prefecture would surely be promoted, and the next governor would likely be this Lord Lu. The favor that would bring the female lead closer to her goals would surely benefit both Lord Lu and his wife. Bei Yuege was not from an official family. She was more like a free spirit from the lower classes, eventually finding happiness with Qi Sili. But aside from the love Qi Sili gave her, she had nothing else. Wasn't that a bit unfair? If she saved Lady Lu, Would she be taken in as a daughter and given a noble status? But Lady Lu didn't seem that old. Xiao Qi didn't dwell on it too much. Now that she had saved Lady Lu, it seemed she had taken away a potential support for the female lead. Haha. How delightful. When will she get rid of the male lead? After all, he has less protection from fate. Today, she threw the female lead into the lake. She wondered if Qi Sili would send someone to kill her. She felt a bit excited. A strange, subtle excitement flickered in Xiao Qi's eyes, but Grandma Jiang was unaware. She respectfully said, "Madam is very grateful for Miss Qiao's kindness." She intended to come in person, but since Madam fell into the water today and is unwell, she would like to invite Miss Qiao to the manor tomorrow. Would Miss Qiao be willing to come? Thinking of what she had seen earlier, Xiao Qi nodded and smiled. Sure. Just as Grandma Jiang left, the shopkeeper arrived. He thanked her for saving the waiter. If he had drowned, it would have been too late to rescue him. Miss Qiao, all your expenses at the inn these days are waived as a token of our gratitude for your help. The shopkeeper was thankful not only because Xiao Qi saved the waiter, but also because she saved Madame Lu. The small building in the center of the lake belonged to the inn. Every spring, its scenery was beautiful, and many poets and scholars would come to write verses there, bringing in considerable income for the inn. Today, however, Madame Lu fell into the water at the small building. If she hadn't been rescued, the inn would have faced serious consequences, losing more than just a little money. How is the waiter doing? What started as a good deed almost cost a life. He hasn't woken up yet, but I had a doctor check on him. The doctor said he is healthy and won't have any lasting issues. When he wakes up, some ginger tea will help him feel better. I remember there are laws about rewarding those who act bravely. Isn't this considered brave? Yes, many people saw it. He jumped in immediately when he saw someone drowning, risking his own life. Once the authorities verify it, he will receive 2 taels of silver. The Moon Kingdom has laws regarding bravery, but the verification process is strict. If any collusion is discovered, the punishment is 100 lashes. After 100 lashes, it's uncertain if one would survive. The shopkeeper thanked her again and had someone bring over a pot of fine tea to calm Xiao Qi's nerves. Before she could relax, trouble arrived. Bei Yuege woke up and immediately accused Xiao Qi of pushing her into the lake. The person she saved quickly came to the inn. Who is staying in room 5? Come out. A cold, harsh voice echoed through the inn's hall. The shopkeeper realized the situation was serious and hurried over to smooth things over. Oh, young Master Chung, what brings you here? What happened? Shopkeeper, be smart and bring her out quickly, or I will smash your inn. Chung Yanting's face was icy, but inside, he was filled with rage, wanting nothing more than to destroy the place. He couldn't bear to scold the little girl, yet she was thrown into the lake by someone. If he hadn't arrived in time, she might have lost her life. Just thinking about Bei Yuege drowning in the lake made Chung Yanting's heart ache. How could there be such a cruel person in the world? He wouldn't let her get away with it. In his anger, Chung Yanting was ready to storm up. The tavern owner quickly asked the waiter to stop them. Young Master Chung, please calm down. Let's talk this over. It might be a misunderstanding. The owner didn't want to offend them, as the young masters and ladies from the Chung family often visited the tavern. Talk it over? Who do you think you are? Even if your master were here, they wouldn't dare to stop me. Bring her out. Chung Yanting pushed the owner aside and headed for the stairs. The owner's expression turned serious. It was impossible to run such a large tavern without some backing. No one from the Chung family held a government position, so how could they be so bold? Young Master Chung, not only are you making things difficult for our esteemed guest, but that guest just saved Madame Lu, the wife of the deputy minister. She is going to the Lu residence tomorrow. Are you sure you want to forcefully take her away? Are you using Lord Lu to threaten me? Chung Yanting's eyes grew colder, wishing he could strike the owner on the spot. The owner showed no fear and smiled. Young Master Chung, you misunderstand. I'm just stating the facts. So what if it's Lord Lu? That person disregarded a life and threw Yuer into the lake. Shouldn't she be punished? Cheng Yanting said through clenched teeth. The owner seemed unfazed by his anger and continued, Young Master Cheng, whether someone deserves punishment is for the authorities to decide, not for us. Besides, the girl you mentioned is not a guest of our tavern. She slipped in while the waiter wasn't paying attention and entered our esteemed guest's room. To put it bluntly, if anyone should report this, it should be our tavern. Who knows what she did when she barged in, right? Shut up. Cheng Yanting couldn't allow anyone to insult Bei Yuege and grabbed the owner's collar. However, before he could throw a punch, a silver ingot struck his hand, forcing him to let go. The owner fell to the ground but quickly got up and hid behind the counter, clutching his racing heart. He was terrified. The young Master Cheng usually appears gentle and refined, but why is he so fierce today? He was just stating the facts. His intention was to make her leave quickly, and then they wouldn't pursue the matter of that woman entering the guest's room in the restaurant. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yanting acted like he had lost his mind. He even wanted to hit him. This old body can't withstand a punch from him. A silver ingot fell to the ground, and Cheng Yanting looked up fiercely, first stunned, then his face twisted with strong disgust. Is this the woman that Qi Sili was looking for outside? She does resemble Yuer a bit, but that resemblance doesn't give her the right to hurt Yuer. If Qi Sili knew that Yuer was harmed by this shameless woman, he would definitely not let her go. This woman's days of arrogance are numbered. Is it you who abandoned Yuer by the lake? How can there be such a malicious woman in the world? Xiao Qi ignored him, casually rubbing her wrist, and then went to speak a few words to the manager. The manager immediately cleared the hall of guests and without hesitation closed the restaurant's main door. This girl must have some skills. According to the laws of your country, if two parties have grievances, as long as they don't fight in public and cause casualties, it usually just results in a fine. Now, the restaurant hall was empty, leaving only Xiao Qi, Cheng Yanting, and a few people he brought. Xiao Qi flashed him a malicious smile. You must be Cheng Feng's older brother. Don't worry, for his sake, I'll give you a few more slaps. There aren't many wealthy Qing families in the capital, and the manager seemed unafraid of him, suggesting his family doesn't have much power. If she couldn't guess this person's identity, she would truly be foolish. But even if she figured it out, it would be the same. He still deserved to be punished. About half an hour later, the manager opened the restaurant's door. Inside, it was a scene of devastation, with tables and chairs shattered everywhere. Cheng Yanting lay on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious. The few people he brought were in slightly better condition but still covered in injuries. In contrast, Xiao Qi had no injuries at all. Xiao Qi handed the manager a 100-tael silver note. Is this enough to compensate for your restaurant's losses? That's enough, the manager quickly nodded. The damage was only to some tables and chairs in the hall, worth a few taels at most. Including other losses, it wouldn't exceed 20 taels. Good. Go find a cart to take him to the Cheng mansion. If he likes to support Bei Yuege, then let him support it enough. The life-saving favor from Cheng Feng should be repaid. She didn't care at first, but now she wants to. The shopkeeper quickly found an ox cart, and the driver came along. They lifted the unconscious Cheng Yanting onto the cart. Whether it was intentional or not, the shopkeeper positioned his face upward. As the cart moved, everyone saw Cheng Yanting's battered face. The once proud and aloof young master was now bruised and beaten. When they reached the Cheng family's gate, a crowd had gathered behind the cart. Those who didn't recognize him now did after the driver shouted, I'm bringing your young master back. Hurry and take him down. The servant, seeing the bloody figure on the cart, was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he rushed inside to report to the lady of the house. The driver, fearing trouble, quickly left after the servant helped take Cheng Yanting inside. Soon, several people from the household came out. When Madame Cheng saw her son lying motionless on the ground, she nearly gasped in shock. If it weren't for his clothes, she might not have recognized him. Yanting, my son, what happened to you? After calling out several times with no response, she ordered them to carry Cheng Yanting inside and to fetch a doctor, also telling the servant to disperse the onlookers. When Madame Cheng noticed Xiao Qi standing nearby, a look of disdain crossed her face. Her son was exceptional, attracting many young women, and she viewed Xiao Qi as one of those. You come in. Upon learning that Xiao Qi was the one who brought her son back, she spoke in a commanding tone. As soon as Xiao Qi entered the Cheng residence, Madame Cheng impatiently questioned, "How did Yanting end up like this?" "Speak up." "He was beaten," Xiao Qi replied dismissively, her eyes scanning the room to assess how much money would be appropriate. After all, he was the young master of the Cheng family and should be worth a lot. Seeing Xiao Qi's nonchalance and her scrutiny of the house, Madame Cheng's anger flared. This girl, even before entering, was already acting like she owned the place. What a dream. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Madame Cheng raised her hand to slap her, but Xiao Qi quickly grabbed her wrist and retaliated with a slap of her own. What was wrong with these people? Did they know her? How dare they try to slap her? "Madam, are you all right, madam?" The maid beside Madame Cheng quickly stepped forward, but Madame Cheng stared at Xiao Qi in shock and disbelief. "Do you dare to hit me?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised.
What?
"Did I knock you silly?" She slapped her again. 2 slaps, perfectly symmetrical. "I not only hit you, but I did it twice. Are you awake now?"
You.
"Call someone." Madame Cheng was trembling with anger. The hatred in her eyes was almost tangible as she gritted her teeth and called for the servants. "Bind this rude girl. My son's injury must be related to her." At that moment, Madame Cheng had not yet received news from the tavern. The surrounding servants and maids quickly surrounded Xiao Qi at her command. However, just as Madame Cheng was thinking about how to punish Xiao Qi, she saw the servants and maids being thrown out. In Madame Cheng's astonished gaze, Xiao Qi stepped forward and lifted her chin. "Your eldest son was hurt by me. Do you understand?" Cheng Yanting had learned some skills. Madame Cheng had thought he was attacked by someone else, but she never expected it was this woman who had beaten him. You, how dare you?" Madame Cheng couldn't accept this fact, but so many servants and maids couldn't do anything to stop her. She knew deep down that what Xiao Qi said was likely true. Her proud eldest son had been knocked unconscious by a woman. She felt both fear and anger. "You should ask your good son about this matter." Her grudge with Bei Yuege had been interrupted by this rude girl. "I came today not only because your eldest son offended me, but also to discuss the life-saving favor I did for your youngest son. When do you plan to repay it?"
What?
Madame Cheng's eyes widened in shock, her expression twisted. She had just hit her eldest son, and now claimed to be the lifesaver of her youngest son?
You.
In her anger and frustration, she suddenly spat out blood and fainted. Mr. Cheng was out on business, and both Madame Cheng and the eldest son were unconscious, while the youngest son was too small. The butler looked worried but could only smile, ordering tea and water for Xiao Qi, not daring to neglect her. About 15 minutes later, Madame Cheng finally woke up. Before she could catch her breath, Xiao Qi had already kicked open the door to her room and sat down casually. "Madame Cheng, I saved your youngest son. You wouldn't want to repay me with nothing, would you?" You wicked woman, I'm going to report you." "Someone, go report it." Madame Cheng wished she could devour Xiao Qi, and there was no way she would give her any money. Xiao Qi, however, didn't care at all. "Go ahead and report me. Let's see how everyone in the Cheng family treats their savior. Instead of being grateful, you want to report me and get me arrested."
Ha!
The Cheng family still cared about their reputation. Although Madame Cheng was filled with hatred, she had no choice but to compromise. "How much money do you want?" 10,000 taels. Xiao Qi smiled as she stated the amount, but Madame Cheng suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with hatred. "You're dreaming." Her expression made it seem like Xiao Qi was her enemy, not her son's savior. "Madame Cheng, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you. It's fine if you don't give it to me now, but later you will be begging me to accept it." With that, Xiao Qi turned and left. Madame Cheng glared at her departing figure, then immediately called for a maid to bring ink and paper. She needed to write to her husband to come back quickly. In the Chung family's garden, as Xiao Qi passed by, she saw some gardeners tending to the flower beds. When she walked past one of them, she suddenly stopped. This person looked somewhat like village chief Lu. Is Lu Xiaochun in the Chung family? Miss, what's wrong? The steward approached cautiously, a bit fearful. After all, this was the person who had even struck Madame Chung. He dared not say much. Nothing. Just as Xiao Qi was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. Is Bei Yuege in your house?
Bei Yuege was Savet bei Chen Yanting.
Could it be that Chen Yanting is truly a devoted supporting character?
Ah?
The steward was momentarily at a loss for words. That young lady Bei was personally carried back by their young master, and he was very nervous. Wait, could this young lady also like their young master? No, if she really liked him, why would she beat someone up like that? I'm just a servant. I don't know about my master's matters. Is that so? Xiao Qi lightly scoffed, turned, and began to stroll around the Chung family as if she were in her own backyard. Miss, what are you doing? The steward grew anxious and wanted to stop Xiao Qi, but he didn't have the courage. In the end, he could only tell her where Bei Yuege was located. Bei Yuege was arranged by Chung Yanting to stay in a separate courtyard within the estate, attended by a few maids. As Xiao Qi reached the courtyard, she heard a commotion inside. Miss Bei, the doctor said you just fell into the water and need to rest well. I don't care. I want to go out. That wicked woman threw me into the water, and I won't let her get away with it. Move aside. Miss Bei, you're still unwell. The young master ordered that you can't go anywhere until you recover. Humph. Let Chen Yanting come here. Does he plan to keep me locked up forever?
I want to go out right now.
Xiao Qi entered the room with a smile, watching Bei Yuege running around in the yard. She has good stamina. Even after falling into the icy lake for so long, she's still full of energy. I heard you were looking for me? How dare you come here? You evil woman. Why did you throw me into the lake? After being thrown in, Bei Yuege had sobered up quite a bit and remembered Xiao Qi well. At this moment, she naturally recalled her. Xiao Qi took a couple of steps forward, and before she could do anything, Bei Yuege quickly stepped back in fear. Xiao Qi chuckled softly and whispered in Bei Yuege's ear, "You're just a shameless person, huh?" Bei Yuege's eyes widened in shock, and anger quickly ignited her reason. "How dare you insult me? You are so cruel. You won't have a good end. Ali won't let you go. He will definitely kill you." Her hands trembled with rage. How could this rude person call her names? How dare she? How could there be such a shameless and cruel woman in this world?
What?
You can insult others, but no one can insult you? After getting drunk and mistaking a room, she called someone a shameless person, but now that it was her turn to be insulted, she was so furious. Miss Bei, you really know how to play double standards. Xiao Qi patted her face, with a mocking look in her eyes. Bei Yuege couldn't bear this humiliation and raised her hand to hit back, but Xiao Qi slapped her down to the ground. All right, I won't waste more time with you. Today you fell into the water, and the waiter who saved you almost lost his life. A kind person like you should show some gratitude, right? Humph. I fell into the water because of you. Why should I thank you? With the help of her maid, Bei Yuege stood up, her once cute and kind face now filled with hatred. Oh, so you plan to be an ungrateful person? You're talking nonsense.
I'm not.
Qi Sili loved Bei Yuege's pure and innocent nature. For his love, she would definitely maintain that image. How could she allow her image to collapse? Why don't you want to thank the person who saved you? He was the first to jump in to save you, but you almost pushed him into the lake to drown. Many people saw it. Bei Yuege sensed something was wrong, but couldn't think of a response. In the end, she reluctantly took out a 10-tael silver note from her purse. Xiao Qi didn't reach for it, but instead looked her up and down. What? Is your life only worth 10 taels of silver? You. Bei Yuege gritted her teeth in anger, wishing that Ali would immediately deal with this rude person. The one she hated the most was the woman who sold her peaches. These two were equally despicable and loathsome. Bei Yuege had hoped to wait for Cheng Yanting to support her, but the little maid had run off a while ago and hadn't brought anyone back. Bei Yuege also grew resentful towards the useless maid. Useless, unable to even call for help. Due to Xiao Qi's strong presence, she finally unwillingly took out all the silver notes from her purse, totaling 10 ten-tael notes. Only after Xiao Qi accepted the money did she leave satisfied. Surely someone would come looking for her tonight. She wondered if they could escape danger again this time. It was only after Xiao Qi left that the little maid rushed back, panting, and before she could speak, Bei Yuege slapped her face. "You useless thing. You can't even do one simple task, worthless." With the hitting and scolding, Bei Yuege's anger lessened a bit. But seeing the maid's swollen face and tears made her feel a little guilty. The maid held back her tears and honestly reported that the young master was injured and unconscious. Only then did Bei Yuege realize she had misunderstood the maid. She wanted to apologize but couldn't bring herself to do it. Why should she apologize to a servant? "By the way, you said Cheng Yanting is injured and unconscious?
How is he?"
Bei Yuege's attention immediately shifted, no longer caring about the maid. "Xiaochun, why are you here again? Did something happen?" Xiao Jiu nervously tugged at her clothes, unsure why Xiaochun was looking for her again. If the lady saw, she would probably get punished. "Don't worry, something happened in the house, and no one is watching us right now." Lu Xiaochun told Xiao Jiu about what had happened in the house today. Xiao Jiu was the lowest-ranking maid, and usually didn't even get close to the front courtyard, so she naturally didn't know what was going on. "You said the young master was injured?" Xiao Jiu's pupils shrank, and for some reason, she felt a pang of sympathy. Actually, the young master is sometimes quite nice to her. He would quietly hand her a handkerchief when she cried from feeling wronged, secretly bring her food when she was very hungry, and even ask if she was being bullied. Lu Xiaochun didn't know what Xiao Jiu was thinking. If she did, she would definitely roll her eyes. After all, he is the young master. If he really wanted to be nice, why would he do it secretly? Besides, she was quick and efficient in her work. If it weren't for the young master, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. "Yes, I heard the injury is quite serious. By the way, a woman came to the house today. They say she is the young master's savior. The steward treats her with great respect, so her status must be high. I noticed she looks a bit like you." This was the main reason Lu Xiaochun came today. If Xiao Jiu really had something to do with that woman, perhaps she could get her out of this place and avoid further suffering. It's strange that one savior is treated with such courtesy, while Xiao Jiu. Thinking of this, a hint of pity rose in Lu Xiaochun's eyes. Xiao Jiu noticed the pity and could only smile bitterly inside. The young master is like a deity. Someone as lowly as her could never deserve the favor of the young master's savior. As for similarities, many people resemble each other, and her family doesn't have any wealthy relatives. At the tavern, Xiao Qi asked the shopkeeper to take her to see the waiter. After sending everyone else away, she stuffed 10 silver notes into his hands. "You go save the person. I can't let you feel unappreciated. They didn't want to give it at first, but I got it for you. Take good care of it. No matter who it is, some things need to be made clear." Although asking for the money was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was still from Bei Yuege, and their grievances didn't hinge on this amount. The waiter, still recovering in bed, was stunned by the 100 silver notes. This is 100 silver notes, not just 100 coins? Once he realized, he quickly stuffed all the notes into his clothes, grinning widely, unable to hide his excitement. Since Bei Yuege was making a fuss about finding Qi Sili, he must also be in the city. That night, 2 men in black stealthily made their way to her room. It seemed that because she had beaten Cheng Yanting, the people sent by Qi Sili were quite skilled. As the two approached, a sense of danger quietly emerged. The 2 people did not hesitate at all and instinctively retreated quickly. However, it was too late. 2 lines of blood erupted from their necks, and one of them was already dead. The other one was still alive, struggling to open his eyes to see who was attacking them. Before he could see anything clearly, Xiao Qi had silently approached him. "Tell me, where is your master?" The man in black did not respond, but in the next moment, his expression became blank, and he mumbled to himself. Chung Mansion. After tossing the two bodies to the bloodthirsty magical flower, Xiao Qi snapped his fingers, and the room became spotless again. I promise to kill anyone I meet. Keeping Bei Yuege alive was just waiting for Qi Sili, right? Who would die this time, now that they were together? Since they dared to send someone to kill her in the first place, they should be ready to be killed. Chung Mansion. It was still Bei Yuege's courtyard from the day, but now there was an extra person. Qi Sili. The two were lying on the bed, with Bei Yuege snuggled up to Qi Sili, looking very content. However, unlike their usual closeness, Qi Sili looked more haggard this time. After losing a hand and barely saving his life, it was no surprise he looked worn out. Unexpectedly, just after returning, more trouble had come for Bei Yuege. Brother Sili, can we get married? Bei Yuege hugged Qi Sili tightly and whispered. In the past, Qi Sili would have jumped up happily, but now he had no such thoughts. He had lost a hand. He felt like a burden and couldn't give Yuer happiness. Yuer, just wait a little longer. Brother Sili. Bei Yuege sat up, looking at him with sadness. Brother Sili, do you have someone else? As she spoke, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and her voice became choked with emotion. Is it that woman from earlier? Yuer, don't think like that. I don't even know her. Besides, how could I care for her when she dared to treat you that way? I would have killed her before I could even look at her. Qi Sili comforted her, holding her tightly. Before long, the two were lost in each other's embrace. Just as they were deeply connected, a strange wind blade suddenly slashed toward their necks. At that moment, the curtain by the bed fell due to their movement. The wind blade tore through the curtain, instantly alerting Qi Sili, causing only minor injuries to them. He quickly separated from Bei Yuege, wrapped her in a blanket, and pushed her aside. Who's there? Qi Sili stood by the bed, cautiously looking around. Xiao Qi hid in the shadows, noticing Qi Sili's bare back and feeling overwhelmed. Master, what happened? The hidden guards rushed in, immediately turning their backs upon seeing Qi Sili. Qi Sili quickly picked up his clothes to cover himself. Seeing the alert crowd, Xiao Qi silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Bei Yuege fell to the ground, and the guards followed suit. Only Qi Sili remained standing. You are Xiao Qi, aren't you? It's you. Qi Sili gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright, but eventually knelt on one knee. Though confused about the identity of the person in the shadows, he decided to probe for answers. He hadn't offended anyone recently, except for hiring 2 people to deal with a woman for Yuer. He had learned that the woman was just an ordinary person with some skills, not a threat. But he never expected her to have such abilities. Xiao Qi stepped out of the shadows, smiling. Whether it was a test or not, hiding was no longer meaningful. Oh, you guessed it. You're impressive, but there's no reward. Miss Xiao, I was wrong today. If you want to kill me, go ahead, but please spare Yuer. She is innocent. At this, Xiao Qi seemed to hesitate. However, the next moment, Qi Sili suddenly made a move, aiming a hidden weapon at Xiao Qi. But before it could reach her, it fell to the ground. Xiao Qi still wore the same smile. You're immune to sedatives. I wonder if you're immune to poison? Since she could use drugs, why would she only use sedatives? Ha ha ha, if you want to kill, then do it all. You poison me? Qi Sili looked at Bei Yuege in disbelief, seeing her face turn a terrible shade of blue. His guards had already bled from their orifices and lost consciousness. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly knelt on the ground, coughing up black blood. Ha ha ha, did you think I only use sedatives? I'll tell you, if you can cure this poison, I'll let you go.
Yuer.
Qi Sili slowly crawled toward Bei Yuege, realizing her life was surprisingly resilient. The skilled shadow guards have all died, yet she still clings to life. Finally, she crawls to Bei Yuege's side, where Qi Sili pulls out a porcelain bottle and carefully feeds half a pill to her. Yuer, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Suddenly, a fierce wind rises outside, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Lightning strikes down like thick arms, one after another, as if trying to shatter the world. Inside the room, the pill dissolves immediately, and Bei Yuege's complexion gradually improves. Qi Sili finally breathes a sigh of relief and collapses to the ground. Xiao girl, where is innocent? It's all my fault. I am a villain who deserves punishment.
Please.
Spare her. As if facing death, a hint of self-mockery appears in Qi Sili's eyes, and his words become more sincere. His hands are stained with blood, but Yuer is innocent. She is so pure and should not be dragged into this. Xiao Qi's eyes soften, and she sighs deeply. Qi Sili, we don't need to fight to the death. When you forced me to sell you the peaches, it should have ended there. At this, Qi Sili's eyes show surprise as he realizes that the shadow guards he lost were also taken down by Xiao Qi. Ha, I was too arrogant. You must have been the one on the Bandit Mountain. Xiao Qi nods. Yes, you see, we could have had no grudges at all. If it weren't for Bei Yuege wanting the peaches, your hand wouldn't have been injured. She came to provoke me first, right? Her voice sounds like a devil's chant, echoing in his ears. Qi Sili's eyes flash with confusion. Is it really like that?
Boom.
A deafening thunder illuminates the entire room. But Qi Sili sees that Bei Yuege, whose complexion had been improving, is now wilting like a flower, until her breath completely fades away.
Yuer?
Qi Sili screams in despair, shaking Bei Yuege desperately, trying to wake her. He clearly fed her the antidote. How could this happen? Outside, the wind dies down, and all sounds cease. Bei Yuege is gone, killed by Qi Sili's own hands. A smile slowly spreads across Xiao Qi's face. Since it's hard to kill the main characters, what if the male lead kills the female lead himself? The initial wind blades were just a test. Before they fell, she had already given them the antidote. The antidote is not only gentle, but also beneficial to the body. Therefore, the poisons that follow can only harm the shadow guards. For Qi Sili and Bei Yuege, thanks to the antidote she administered first, they will not die from the poison. They will just look frightening but will recover soon. However, once Qi Sili feeds the antidote to Bei Yuege, the combination will become deadly, and Bei Yuege will surely die. She did not know that Qi Sili had tampered with the antidote until she got closer and smelled its unique scent, which led her to set this trap. The antidote she personally crafted, if it were whole and covered with a wax coating placed in a porcelain bottle, would be undetectable. But Qi Sili used half of it, ruining the original wax coating. Is this fate? Not a single bolt of lightning struck her. After all, Bei Yuege was not killed by her. The first two poisons were not meant to take her life. She never intended to kill her. Qi Sili also did not want to kill her. He only wanted to save her. But she ended up dead. Regarding these schemes, Xiao Qi did not reveal a word. Where is your antidote? The antidote. Hurry and save her. Qi Sili finally turned to Xiao Qi for the antidote, as she was the one who initially poisoned Bei Yuege. At this moment, he did not suspect the antidote at all. He had obtained it from the Dark Organization and had already used half of it with great effect. The only thing he could think of was that the poison on Bei Yuege might be something the antidote could not counteract, or perhaps there was not enough of it. She is already dead. Please accept my condolences. Xiao Qi's voice was slightly hoarse as Qi Sili collapsed in tears, holding Bei Yuege's lifeless body. Suddenly, a blade pierced through Qi Sili's chest. He looked down in disbelief and then slowly turned to see who was behind him.
You.
Surprise. Xiao Qi stabbed him again, taking his life completely. After her earlier words, he began to doubt and blame the female lead in his heart. Now that the female lead was dead, it was easy to kill the male lead. A scheme successfully took the lives of both leads. Fearing they might come back to life, Xiao Qi threw their bodies into a space to feed them to a bloodthirsty flower, ending it all. As for the bodies of the shadow guards, Xiao Qi did not touch them. She even left the bloodstains in the room untouched, only clearing away her own traces completely. With Qi Sili and Bei Yuege's bodies gone, others might think they escaped. As long as their bodies are not found, there remains a chance they are alive. Let them search. The moon outside is bright, and the clouds are peacefully resting. There is no longer the terrifying thunder and lightning from before. Xiao Qi had a good sleep at the inn. The next day, breakfast was delivered by Xiaoli, and it was quite abundant. Why don't you rest for a few more days? Xiaoli, the waiter who saved Bei Yuege from the lake, smiled widely when he heard Xiao Qi's question. Miss Xiao, I'm all better now. The doctor said I'm as strong as an ox, and there's nothing wrong with me. That's good. Why is today's breakfast so plentiful? Xiao Qi noticed a bowl of deer antler and bird's nest soup on the table, which was not part of the usual breakfast. It must be worth at least 30 to 40 taels of silver. Even though she just received 100 taels, he still treated her. Well, haha, I took the liberty of ordering it for you. You jumped into the water to save me yesterday, so you need to replenish your strength. Xiaoli scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. By the way, someone died at the Chung residence yesterday. Seeing that Xiao Qi seemed interested, Xiaoli continued. The people from the Chung residence reported it immediately, and the officials are investigating. They said they might come to ask you questions. Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
It would be unusual if the officials didn't question her, but it would take some time before they got to her. Besides, those secret guards had unknown identities, so the officials might conclude it as a case of revenge in the martial world. Not long after Xiao Qi finished her breakfast, Granny Jiang from yesterday arrived to take her to the Lu residence. She had stayed in the city for a couple of days, and she feared that Steward Sun and the others might be worried. Before leaving with Granny Jiang, Xiao Qi checked out of her room with the innkeeper. As for where the officials would look for her, that was no longer her concern. By the way, please give this to Xiaoli for me. Xiao Qi pushed 5 silver notes towards the innkeeper. Although he had waived her meals and lodging, the deer antler and bird's nest soup Xiaoli ordered came from his own pocket. She didn't need the money, but for him, it was a significant amount. The carriage soon arrived at the Lu residence, and Xiao Qi, holding a gift box, entered under Granny Jiang's guidance. The Lu residence had winding courtyards, with one courtyard leading to another. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they finally reached the inner courtyard where Madame Lu lived. Please wait a moment, Miss Xiao. I will go in and report to the madam. Granny Jiang and Xiao Qi exchanged bows, and just as she was about to enter, a young maid came out of the room. But Miss Xiao has arrived, and Madam has been waiting for you.
Please go in now.
In a daze, Xiao Qi felt a strange shift in time and space. Yesterday, she was in the bustling world of martial arts, and today, she found herself in a strict inner courtyard. Following Granny Jiang into the room, Xiao Qi saw the woman she had rescued yesterday. She was lying on the bed, her face pale and lacking color, occasionally coughing softly, looking fragile and pitiful. Miss Xiao is here, please sit down. A young maid quickly brought a soft stool and placed it near the bed. Xiao Qi handed the gift she was holding to the maid beside her. Has Madame Lu caught a cold? She wondered what had happened to the main characters, Bei Yuege and Qi Sili, and how the supporting characters would fare. My health has never been good. Thankfully, you saved me just in time yesterday. The doctor prescribed some medicine, and I just need to rest for a few days. It's nothing serious. Madame Lu smiled gently.
It was just a small act.
I'm sure others wouldn't have stood by and done nothing, but has Madame Lu offended someone? Madame Lu was taken aback.
Why do you say that?
Yesterday, a woman wearing a brocade cloak behind you discreetly tripped you. The woman's movement was very subtle. Madame Lu likely thought she had simply stumbled into the lake. After leaving the Lu residence, Xiao Qi found she had a set of golden-laid pearl butterfly hair accessories in her hands, worth at least 200 to 300 taels of silver. Even for a family like the Lus, this set was a valuable gift. Originally, Madame Lu wanted to send her back in a carriage, but Xiao Qi declined. She needed to return the horses in her space to the racetrack and take the opportunity to bring back a few more and buy some items. While Xiao Qi was wandering around, she saw the village chief's wife hurriedly passing by, accompanied by a young man. Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu paused, and upon seeing Xiao Qi, her anxious expression instantly changed to one of joy. Miss Xiao, what a coincidence to see you here. Xiao Chun, come here quickly. This is the new owner I told you about. Aunt Lu immediately pulled the young man over. The moment he saw Xiao Qi, Lu Xiao Chun's mouth dropped open in shock. You are? Wasn't this the woman the steward treated with such respect at Cheng's residence? Wait, she has the surname Xiao too? What do you mean you? Call her owner. Aunt Lu playfully slapped Lu Xiao Chun on the head. Lu Xiao Chun quickly called out owner. What are you two doing? Did Lu say that Lu Xiaochun would only return after the new year? I guess Xiao girl has heard that many people died, mysteriously, in Qingfu. My Xiaochun was working there and I was worried about him, so I had him quit that job and come home. Lu was talking on and on, while Lu Xiaochun was secretly watching Xiao Qi. Then he leaned closer to his mother and whispered, Mom, I feel like I've seen this boss before. What's her name? He thought she looked a bit like Xiao Jia when he first saw her, and later he even checked the missing person notices. But he didn't find anything, because someone had torn them down. He didn't expect that this person was the very friendly new boss his mother mentioned. Name? Why do you want to know that? Lu's eyes widened, and she smiled at Xiao Qi before pulling Lu Xiaochun a bit further away. I'll tell you, don't think about unnecessary things. This lady is not someone you can imagine. Lu Xiaochun. Mom, what are you talking about? I really have a reason. I met a little maid in the city who got separated from her family. I think this boss looks a bit like her, and even the last name sounds the same. Although Lu and Lu Xiaochun were speaking softly, every word reached Xiao Qi's ears. Xiao Jiu. The original owner indeed had a younger sister named Xiao Jiu, who was only a year younger and is now 14. Considering the missing person notice that Zhang Chong had torn down, the Xiao Jiu in Qingfu must be the original owner's sister. In the original owner's memory, although Xiao Jiu was a sister, she often acted more like a gentle older sister. She was not competitive, never defended herself when wronged, and always shared delicious food first. If any of her sisters made a mistake, she would take the blame for them. If it weren't for the famine, she would have grown up to be a gentle and caring wife and mother. Xiao Qi pressed her lips together. She had no blood relations in 2 lifetimes and had never considered the original owner's family as her own since she arrived. When she came, the original owner was already dead. So she had never actively searched for them. Everything happened naturally. Now that fate had brought them together, she couldn't avoid it any longer. As Xiao Qi was lost in thought, Lu had already walked over with Lu Xiaochun. Without hesitation, Lu shared the news with Xiao Qi. It was better to tell her first than to tell others. What if the other person had a bad relationship with her? Thank you for letting me know. Please ask Aunt Lu to tell my family that I will return later. That's easy to do. Aunt Lu was in a hurry to take the ox cart home, so she didn't say much more and quickly left with Lu Xiaochun. Originally planning to go home, Xiao Qi changed direction and headed straight to the Chung residence. No matter if she ends up living with his sister or not, she couldn't just watch her be treated like a servant. Chung residence. The deaths of so many people in the house couldn't be hidden. By the time Chung Yanting woke up, it was too late. Mrs. Chung had already reported it to the authorities. What he found even harder to accept was that both Bei Yuege and Qi Sili were missing. He didn't care about Qi Sili's fate, but Bei Yuege was also missing, and it happened in his home. At that moment, he hated his own helplessness. If he hadn't fainted, could he have protected her? No, Yuer won't be in trouble. Yuer will definitely be fine. Since waking up, Chung Yanting sat by the bed without eating or drinking, only wanting to find Bei Yuege, but Mrs. Chung stopped him at home due to his injuries. Seeing her son like this made Mrs. Cheng's heart ache, and she couldn't help but cry. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have stopped them from being together in the first place. But that young girl had no power or influence, and she didn't even have parents or relatives. How could she be worthy of her son? By the time she realized this, it was too late. That young girl was already with someone else. Her son still loved Bei Yuege, but Bei Yuege no longer loved him. Tinger, please take some medicine. Mrs. Chong brought the medicine to Chung Yanting, but he didn't even glance at her. Seeing that he was unmoved, Mrs. Chung had no choice but to set the medicine aside. After closing the door, Mrs. Chung sighed deeply and instructed the maid beside her. Go bring Jior over to take care of the young master. When her son first brought Xiao Jiu home, she disliked her because she resembled Bei Yuege. She didn't even allow her beloved Bei Yuege to be with him, let alone Xiao Jiu, whose family background was at least better than hers. But now she had no other choice and could only try bringing Jior in the servants' quarters of the Chung residence. Hearing that the lady wanted to see her again, Xiao Jiu instinctively shivered. The injuries on her body seemed to throb again. Sister May, do you know why the lady is looking for me? Xiao Jiu asked hesitantly. During this time, she had been quietly washing clothes in the servants' quarters and hadn't even seen the young master, so she couldn't understand what had displeased the lady. However, the maid in front of her looked very impatient and shot her a fierce glare. The lady has her reasons for calling you. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and go to her, or you might regret it. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Jiu quickly replied and hurriedly followed the maid to the inner courtyard. The maid turned left and right, but eventually led her to the eldest young master's courtyard. Xiao Jiu felt even more anxious, not understanding what the lady wanted. All right, you can go in now. The maid suddenly stopped. Xiao Jiu didn't dare to ask more questions and quickly entered the side hall. She saw the lady sitting in the main seat, with two young ladies and a young master from the Chung family beside her. I greet the lady, and the young ladies and young master. Xiao Jiu immediately knelt and bowed. The lady did not tell her to rise, only sipping her tea calmly. Soon, Xiao Jiu's injured knees began to hurt again, and blood started to seep out. Seeing Xiao Jiu trembling, the eldest young lady scoffed. She really is not worth much. We haven't even done anything to her, and she's already scared. She thinks she can attract my brother? She should look in the mirror and see her own worth. Eldest sister, don't say that. If she really becomes my brother's concubine, you might have to call her sister-in-law. Ugh, a lowly person like her doesn't deserve that. Eldest sister, second sister, she's just a maid. Why are you so angry with her? Chung Feng didn't understand why his mother and sisters had such disdain for a maid. It would be fine to sell her off. Why were they putting so much effort into this? All right, get up. Finally, the lady spoke, and Xiao Jiu endured the pain to stand up. Xiao Jiu, I won't waste time with you. The eldest young master is injured, and since you brought him back, can you take care of him? Hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately knelt again, not daring to say she couldn't. I will definitely take good care of the eldest young master. Good, but let me make it clear. If I find out you have any other intentions while taking care of him, don't blame me for being harsh, understood? The lady asked Xiao Jiu to take care of Chung Yanting because she resembled Bei Yuege a bit. She hoped that during this time, she could influence him, but she would never allow her to become the lady of the house. If she can take good care of Tinger, perhaps she will show kindness and let her become a concubine. If Tinger truly likes her, being a lowly maid is also acceptable. I understand, Xiao Jiu quickly replied, but her heart felt bitter. Clearly, she had some feelings for the eldest young master, and she should be happy that the lady asked her to care for him. But for some reason, she couldn't feel happy deep down. She remembered everything. Since entering the household, all the suffering and torment seemed to come from the eldest young master. Even though he said nothing and did nothing, both the lady and the young miss believed she was trying to charm him. Why didn't they treat the other maids this way? Was it just because the eldest young master treated her a little differently? How dare you? What kind of expression is that? Is serving my brother such a hardship for you? The young miss, Chung Yenner, suddenly threw her cup, hitting Xiao Jiu on the forehead. Xiao Jiu didn't dare to wipe it and quickly bowed her head. Please forgive me, young miss. I didn't mean it that way. I am very willing to take care of the eldest young master.
Bah.
You're just a little maid. Aren't you dreaming of climbing into my brother's bed? The second young miss, Chung Mayer, sneered. Xiao Jiu fell silent, lowering her head and enduring it quietly. Seeing that Xiao Jiu had been sufficiently reprimanded, Madame Chung finally sent her to the eldest young master's room to persuade him. If he still refused to eat or take his medicine, she would be held responsible. Xiao Jiu limped into Chung Yanting's room with the medicine. Chung Yanting sat on the edge of the bed, disheveled and dazed. Her arrival did not affect him at all. "Young master, please take some medicine." "Young master, I beg you to take the medicine. Only by getting better can you go find Miss Bei. If you keep this up."
Ah.
Before she could finish, Chung Yanting knocked the medicine out of her hand. The bowl shattered on the floor, and Xiao Jiu quickly knelt down. "Young master."
Ah.
Chung Yanting suddenly grabbed Xiao Jiu by the neck, his eyes red. "You must be very happy that Yuer is missing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that just because Yuer is gone I would like you? Humph, don't dream, Xiao Jiu. You think you're something special? You're just a dog raised by the Chung family. A dog will always be a dog." Chung Yanting hated his own helplessness for not being able to protect Yuer. Yet for some reason, when he saw Xiao Jiu, he couldn't control his anger. If he didn't bring Xiao Jiu back, would there still be a chance for him and Yuer? Yuer wouldn't have gone missing because of Qi Sili. "Young master, I never thought that way. Please drink some medicine. Even if you don't think of yourself, think of Madame and Miss Bei." Xiao Jiu knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, tears falling, but her heart ached deeply. So the young master cared for her a little, but only because of Miss Bei? No, she shouldn't think that way. She shouldn't have any hopes for the young master. She needed to redeem herself. She had to find her family. She shouldn't be trapped in the Chung residence for the rest of her life. "You better not get out. Young master, please drink the medicine." Xiao Jiu didn't dare to leave and knelt in front of him again, holding a bowl of medicine. If the young master didn't drink the medicine today, Madame might beat her to death.
Get out.
Chung Yanting kicked Xiao Jiu, feeling extremely impatient.
Bang.
At that moment, the door was kicked open with a loud noise. Chung Yanting was startled, then his pupils contracted, a flash of fear crossed his face, followed by overwhelming anger. "It's you. If it weren't for this wretched person knocking him out, he would have been able to save Yuer in time. It's all because of this person.
Rechtmann.
What else can you do besides hurting women who are beneath you?" Xiao Qi stepped forward and grabbed his collar, throwing punches. Before entering the residence, she had already gathered most of the information. But upon seeing Xiao Jiu, a long-buried memory surged back. Xiao Jiu was the main character in an old tragic novel, Endless Pursuit of a Wife. The male lead, Chung Yanting, was severely injured and unconscious when Xiao Jiu found him while fleeing. Despite the danger, she took care of him for several days, feeding him the little food she could find. For a lone woman fleeing, it was incredibly difficult. If it weren't for the tree bark she relied on, she would have already perished. However, Chung Yanting's promise to repay her kindness changed when he saw that Xiao Jiu resembled his beloved Bei Yuege. He treated Xiao Jiu as a substitute for Bei Yuege. He abandoned her in the backyard, making her a maid in the Chung residence, often neglecting her, allowing his mother and 2 sisters to torment her, even forcing her to sign a contract of servitude. She went from being a free person to a lowly servant. Sometimes he showed a bit of concern, making Xiao Jiu feel a little warmth and fall more for him. The constant back and forth tormented Xiao Jiu's heart, making her feel worse than death. Her body was also cruelly treated by several masters of the Chung family, leaving her in a terrible state. When she learned that she was merely a substitute for Bei Yuege, Xiao Jiu lost all hope and only wanted to buy her freedom to find her family. To achieve this, she endured countless humiliations. However, after her heart turned cold, Chung Yanting finally recognized his feelings for her and tried to win her over in various ways, even resorting to forced situations. Eventually, she had a child, and they ended up together. In simple terms, this is the life of Xiao Jiu, the main character of a story filled with abuse and mistreatment. Stop. Finally, several members of the Chung family rushed in. When they saw Chung Yanting, who was helplessly beaten, Mrs. Chung was furious. Xiao Qi glanced at them and kicked Chung Yanting away. Once seen as a noble figure, He now resembled a rag, easily bullied.
Ah!
Brother, you little brat, I'll kill you. Cheng Yena screamed as she rushed forward. Xiao Qi slapped her, making her spin in place. Instantly, she fell silent, shrinking into the maid's arms, too scared to cry out loud. Cheng Mei trembled in fear but still mustered the courage to question, "Why did you hit my brother? He offended you before, but you've already hit him once. Why do it again? Isn't that unreasonable?" Some people just don't get it. When you're stronger, they accept the abuse, but when you surpass them, they suddenly want to reason with you. Xiao Qi sneered twice and slapped Cheng Mei just like that. "I can hit whenever I want. Do I need to pick a day for it?" In Xiao Jiu's story, the sisters Cheng Yena and Cheng Mei often bullied her. Beating and insulting her was a daily routine, as if she were not a person but an object to be hit and scolded. Who would have thought that Xiao Jiu would end up being Cheng Yanting's savior? The entire Cheng family was in chaos. You. Cheng Mei covered her face and couldn't speak for a long time. Indeed, some people couldn't be reasoned with. They needed a good beating. You wicked woman. I'm going to report you. The Cheng family was just an ordinary merchant family, and reporting was their only option. Xiao Qi shrugged indifferently. Go ahead and report. I just came back from Madame Lu's place, and I'm sure she will support me if she knows the whole story. I didn't seriously hurt anyone. I might just have to pay a little. She saved Cheng Feng, yet the Cheng family kept calling her names. It was only fair for her to fight back. Very fair indeed. The steward who came along wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded at his lady. Since Xiao Qi left the Cheng family yesterday, he had sent someone to gather news about her. Today, she had indeed just come from the Lu residence, personally escorted by Granny Jiang, who served Madame Lu. Madame Cheng was instantly silenced and dared not mention reporting again. Even if they reported her, Xiao Qi would only have to pay a little, but the Cheng family's reputation would be ruined completely. I told you, I saved your youngest son. When will you pay the 10,000 taels of silver? This matter needs to end, or I will make your household restless. Xiao Qi dragged a chair and sat in front of everyone, looking very imposing. She hadn't planned to come today after the chaos at the Cheng family yesterday, but these people were treating her poorly. You. Seeing Madame Cheng about to faint again, Xiao Qi casually smashed a teacup on her head. Blood immediately flowed, and Madame Cheng screamed in pain. If you dare faint, I will beat each of your sons and daughters. Mother, why are you hitting my mother? Cheng Feng rushed in from outside, and when he saw his mother bleeding, his eyes turned red. He couldn't believe that the sister he respected would hit his mother. His admiration shattered into pieces. She's your mother, not mine. Do I need to ask for your permission to hit her? Since your mother won't give you the money, I'll take your life back. Xiao Qi moved swiftly and stood in front of Cheng Feng, gripping his neck tightly. This little brat thought he was something special. It was she who saved him, not the other way around. Who was he to question her? She never intended to use her kindness as leverage. Saving him was just a simple act. But the Cheng family was so shameless. Xiao Jiu watched the hellish scene in the room, trying to shrink into the corner, feeling as if something inside her had shattered. The Cheng family, who held life and death over others, seemed so weak in front of outsiders.
Fenya.
Madame Cheng felt weak as she saw Cheng Feng rolling his eyes, finally relenting. I'll give it. Just let him go. Madame Cheng's heart ached. That was a lot of money. The Cheng family had wealth, but parting with such a sum was painful. Xiao Qi snorted and casually threw Cheng Feng to the ground. Cheng Feng coughed violently, his eyes filled with fear. He finally understood that Xiao Qi's indifference was real. She truly found him annoying. Just like now, she really wanted to kill him. When I saved Cheng Feng, I told him it was just a simple act and there was no debt of gratitude. Yet some people insisted on making a fuss about it. If it weren't for Cheng Yanting causing trouble at the tavern, she wouldn't have had any issues with the Cheng family. Madame Cheng seemed to realize this too, feeling more resentment towards Cheng Yanting and even more hatred towards Bei Yuege. If it weren't for her troubles, the Cheng family wouldn't be facing such disasters. Madame Chung didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly instructed the steward to withdraw the money. A thick stack of banknotes landed in Xiao Qi's hands. In the corner, Xiao Jiu felt as if her head had exploded, as if someone had struck her. Why did this young lady receive 10,000 taels for saving a life, while she had to be a servant? The young master had told her several times that she saved his life. Otherwise, he might not have survived. But why didn't he give her any money? Why did he make her a servant? He even called her a dog of the Chung family.
Why?
Xiao Jiu's breathing quickened, a surge of anger burning in her chest, making her feel like she might explode. Now that you have your money, can you leave? Madame Chung no longer dared to shout insults, fearing Xiao Qi might act violently again. She finally understood that Xiao Qi was completely different from those other young ladies who only argued and acted sarcastically. Not only could she argue, but she could also slap. This 10,000 taels of silver is just my business. Now, let's talk about something else. Xiao Qi walked over to Xiao Jiu in the corner and pulled her up. Madame Chung looked at the two of them standing together, noticing their similar appearance, and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Little Jiu, do you know her? Madame Chung asked through gritted teeth. Xiao Jiu didn't dare to lift her head and quickly shook it. Madam, I don't know her. I really don't know her. Xiao Jiu truly didn't recognize Xiao Qi now. Compared to before, Xiao Qi had changed a lot, and her clothes looked very expensive. Even if she felt a bit familiar, she didn't think this could be her sister. Hearing this, Madame Chung felt relieved. She says she doesn't know you. Xiao Qi didn't care what they said. She was now focused on Xiao Jiu's injuries, her brows furrowed. But the next words made Madame Cheng's expression change drastically again. I saved the young master of the Chung family, and they don't want to give me a single coin but want to beat me. My sister saved the eldest master of the Chung family, and they made her a servant and tortured her. You really are something. Saying this, Xiao Qi kicked Chung Yanting again, and he cried out as he fell to the ground. As expected of the male lead, he could take a beating. After dealing with Chung Yanting, Xiao Qi finally looked directly at Xiao Jiu. I am Xiao Qi, your elder sister. Xiao Jiu's mouth dropped open, and she couldn't react for a long time. She is the elder sister? Not only was Xiao Jiu shocked, but the Chung family was also stunned. After the shock, an inexplicable fear swept over everyone. Before, Xiao Jiu was just a helpless peasant girl, with her parents and relatives missing, so they could bully her however they wanted.
But now,
she was actually the sister of this fierce woman? No, it can't be. Madame Chung instinctively wanted to refute, but when Xiao Qi shot her a cold, threatening glance, she immediately fell silent.
She didn't dare.
I ask you, did you sell yourself to the Chung family as a servant willingly, or were you forced? Xiao Qi softened her voice. Xiao Jiu trembled and instinctively wanted to say it was voluntary. Words caught in her throat. She opened her mouth, and tears fell down her cheeks into her mouth. They tasted salty and bitter. I was forced. Xiao Jiu sniffed and repeated, I was forced. I didn't steal anything. They said I stole something, and if I didn't pay, they would report me, unless I signed a contract to sell myself. Don't talk nonsense. You clearly wanted my son. That's why you willingly sold yourself into servantry. Madame Chung raised her voice to hide her guilt. Xiao Qi glanced at her and threw a cup from the table at her. Madame Chung tried to dodge but got hit, causing her nose to bleed, and she cried out in pain. Seeing her in such a state, the two young ladies from the Chung family shrank back, too scared to speak. Only Chung Feng held her, sobbing. Bring her contract here. She saved Chung Yanting, and that life-saving grace is worth 10,000 taels. Besides, you forced her into servantry and humiliated her in every way. A compensation of 10,000 taels is not too much. That's a total of 20,000 taels. Xiao Qi's gaze swept over, and the two young ladies from the Chung family kept their heads down in silence. Madame Chung closed her eyes in pain. Only Chung Yanting struggled to get up, slowly walking to Xiao Jiu, his eyes filled with pain and affection. Jiu, do we really have to come to this? You should know I'm different with you than with others, right? Cheng Yanting's face was swollen like a pig's head, making his affectionate look seem quite ridiculous. Xiao Jiu's eyes twitched, feeling a bit confused inside. Was the eldest young master expressing his feelings for her? But something felt off. It shouldn't be like this. Isn't it different? What kind of good family would turn their life-saving benefactor into a servant? He ignores everyone else, but he truly loves you. He can hit or scold you, and not just him, his whole family joins in to bully you. Those who know you are his savior, while those who don't might think you're his enemy. Xiao Qi spoke plainly and directly. Xiao Jiu suddenly shivered. Yes, wasn't she his life-saving benefactor? Did him saying he was different mean hitting her, scolding her, and making her a servant? That's not how gratitude works. Xiao Jiu's eyes cleared a bit, and looking at Cheng Yanting's face, she felt more irritated. Why, young master, I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't try to charm you. You owe me money. All right. When will you give the money? Xiao Qi didn't want to waste any more time with them. She wanted to get rid of the whole family, but she had just harmed someone at the Cheng residence. If these people died now, it would definitely cause some trouble. Cheng Yanting wanted to say something else, but Xiao Qi kicked him and knocked him out. Madame Cheng didn't dare to hesitate any longer and ordered the steward to get the money. She thought about reporting it, but Xiao Qi had connections with Madame Lu, and the matter of forcing Xiao Jiu into servitude wouldn't stand up to investigation. The money in the account wasn't enough, so she had to ask the steward to pawn valuable items from the storeroom. In the end, she urgently sold some shops and houses to gather a total of 20,000 taels of silver. Holding a thick stack of banknotes, Xiao Qi handed 2,000 taels to Xiao Jiu. This is your money. Big sister, this is too much. Xiao Jiu's heart raced as she held the money, feeling as if it were a hot potato. Xiao Qi didn't argue with her and pointed at Cheng Yanner. You, go to the government office and cancel her contract. Cheng Yanner was startled and quickly ran out with Xiao Jiu's contract. Is there anything else you need to take? Xiao Qi ignored the others and spoke to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu thought for a moment and realized she still needed to bring some clothes and personal items. Xiao Qi didn't stop her, and they went to the backyard together. Xiao Jiu, where have you been? Why haven't you finished what I asked you to do? Are you slacking off again? Be careful, or I'll tell Madam. As they reached the backyard, a young maid rushed over and scolded Xiao Jiu. Just as Xiao Jiu was about to apologize, she suddenly remembered she was no longer a servant of the Cheng residence. She glanced at Xiao Qi and straightened her back. Luer, I'm leaving the Cheng residence soon, so you'll have to handle your own matters from now on. Huh? Leaving the Cheng residence? You? The maid was halfway through her sentence when she finally noticed Xiao Qi behind Xiao Jiu. Her brow furrowed as she remembered who she was. Wasn't she the heroic sister mentioned by the young master? Didn't she just cause a scene in the residence yesterday? Why was she back today?
You.
Luer wanted to say something, but Xiao Qi stepped forward with a smile. You're Luer, right? Luer frowned, confused about her intentions. But in the next moment, Xiao Qi had grabbed her by the neck. The Cheng family really is a nest of snakes and rats. The masters are like this, and so are the servants. Once, Zhang Chong saved your life, so it's not an exaggeration to call him your savior. But look at you, you turned around and sold him out. This little maid is the girl who was saved by Zhang Chong and then betrayed him. She didn't care about this before, but now that everyone is gathered, they can only blame their bad luck. As Luo was about to lose consciousness, Xiao Qi suddenly noticed Xiao Jiu, who looked pale, and her grip loosened. Luo collapsed on the ground, gasping in fear. All right, pack your things and let's go. That day, Xiao Qi didn't rush to take Xiao Jiu home, but stayed at the inn for the night. The next day, it was reported that a maid from the Cheng family had died, seemingly scared to death by something. Just a maid, her death didn't cause much stir, and she was hastily buried wrapped in a mat. At the inn, after a night passed, Xiao Jiu's eyes were swollen like overripe peaches. Early in the morning, she eagerly approached Xiao Qi, pushing the 2,000 taels of silver notes towards her again.
Thank you for yesterday.
Though she was just an ordinary farmer's girl, she had grown up with her elder sister, and even after some time apart, she understood her sister's nature well. After a night to think, she realized that the person in front of her was not her sister. She was grateful that this person helped her gain her freedom and didn't want the silver. Sit down, I have some things to tell you. Xiao Qi didn't take the silver on the table, but invited her to sit down. Some things needed to be clarified. She was herself and couldn't imitate the original's way of doing things. Rather than having misunderstandings and suspicions later, it was better to clear things up now. Xiao Jiu sat nervously across from her, her hands fidgeting, unable to look Xiao Qi in the eye. What do you want to tell me? First, have some tea. Xiao Qi poured her a cup of tea, and Xiao Jiu nervously picked it up and took small sips. First of all, I am indeed Xiao Qi, your elder sister, but I have died once before.
Crash.
Xiao Jiu's hand suddenly froze, and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering everywhere, her mind momentarily blank. What was she saying? Dead? Then who was in front of her? Was she a ghost? I was enlightened by a celestial being and came back to life, so I am both Xiao Qi and not her. Do you understand? Xiao Qi spoke with a mix of truth and uncertainty. Xiao Jiu shook her head in confusion.
She didn't understand.
All right, if you don't understand, that's fine. Just remember, I am still your older sister, but I'm not the same sister I used to be. Xiao Jiu. Feeling even more confused, Xiao Jiu bit her lip, trying hard to find a topic to discuss. You said you died. How did you die? As soon as she asked, Xiao Jiu wished she could slap herself. What kind of question was that? Her sister had died. No, her sister said she was alive again, so she hadn't died. Her mind was even more tangled, like a mess of glue swirling around.
I was harmed by the Xiao family.
Xiao Qi didn't think there was anything wrong with sharing this.
Some things needed to be said.
They should meet the Xiao family and think they were good people. Also, she had no idea where the male lead of Fushing had gone. He hadn't appeared at all. She was too unclear about the plot of that book to remember his name. Unless she saw him again. She told Xiao Jiu everything about how the Xiao family mistreated her. Xiao Jiu was shocked and covered her mouth, her face turning red with anger.
How could they do that?
Although Xiao Qi was the older sister, she was only a year older than Xiao Jiu. Compared to other kids their age, Xiao Jiu was clearly more mature. Throughout their lives, it was usually Xiao Qi who played the role of the older sister. It was hard not to feel resentment when her sister, whom she cared for like a younger sibling, was treated so poorly by the Xiao family. When their family had trouble, unless she saw him again. She told Xiao when their dad was in trouble, our dad saved him and even lent them money. Though it was called a loan, the Xiao family always claimed they had no money and never paid it back. Oh, because their whole family is terrible. There's no point in reasoning with trash. I'm telling you this, so you won't be fooled by them in the future. Don't worry, I won't be fooled by them. Xiao Jiu didn't have a good impression of the Xiao family. Back when their families lived in the same village, both families struggled to have enough to eat, but Xiao Fushing always had sweets and pastries. Their family clearly had money, yet they never mentioned paying it back. It was as if their dad didn't bring it up, they could pretend it never happened. So when she heard Xiao Qi say these things, she immediately stood by her side without hesitation. The room fell silent again. The sisters, once very close, now found it hard to know how to interact. After a moment of quiet, Xiao Jiu brought up another topic. Do you know where Mom and Dad are? I don't know.
Oh.
The room fell into an eerie silence again. Xiao Qi pushed the 2,000 taels of silver notes back in front of her. Take this money. Have you thought about what to do next? I can take you to the county town where you can buy a house to live in, or you can go somewhere else if you want. Xiao Qi wasn't planning to live with Xiao Jiu. She could take her back and let her stay in the guest room for a while. Or she could buy a piece of land in the village and build her own house. The house staff were just servants. She could do whatever she wanted, and they had no say in it. But Xiao Jiu was different. She wasn't a servant. You can't stay in the capital. The Chung family is there. If you stay, they will definitely cause you trouble. By the way, I got some guidance and saw something about you. Do you want to hear it? Xiao Qi rambled on, but Xiao Jiu was too stunned to respond, only understanding the last sentence. She nodded blankly. I want to hear. Xiao Qi excitedly recounted the love and hate between Xiao Jiu and Cheng Yanting. How would the main character feel hearing her own story? When she reached the part where she had a child under Cheng Yanting's pressure and they finally came together, Xiao Jiu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face pale. Oh, there's more. Cheng Yanting still has a place in his heart for Bei Yuege. When she was in danger, he risked his life to save her, and you died protecting him. The main character died, and the male lead was heartbroken, as if that was the greatest punishment for him. Punishing him for saving his former love and losing the main character. Xiao Qi spoke enthusiastically, but inside, she cursed the author for being foolish. Why is the main character's death the greatest punishment for the male lead? That's ridiculous. Why not write the male lead dying, leaving the main character heartbroken? To remember him, she would embrace others who looked like him. Look, she loved him so much, yet spent her days with others. I died protecting him? Xiao Jiu's voice was hoarse as she finally spoke. Xiao Qi nodded. Yes, after all, you loved him deeply. But he abandoned his wife and children for another woman. Why should I die for him? Xiao Jiu's eyes were filled with confusion. Did she really love Cheng Yanting that much?
No.
It couldn't be. Just thinking of his face made her feel a bit sick. No way. Are you lying to me? It can't be like that, right? Tears were about to fall from Xiao Jiu's frightened eyes. She now has family who treat her well and give her a lot of silver. She doesn't want to return to the Cheng family and be bullied. It's too scary. Well, you have left the Cheng family. Just ignore Cheng Yanting and everything will change. Also, from now on, call me Big Sister. Be Big Sister, boo-hoo. Xiao Jiu cried for a while before gradually stopping her tears. She stumbled a bit over the words Big Sister, but everything else was fine. All right, what do you want to do next? Buy a house in the county, or you can come back to the village with me and buy some land to build a house. But I'm used to living alone now. You can stay with me for a while, but not for too long. Xiao Qi preferred to be straightforward and didn't like to hide things. The more one tries to conceal, the more complicated things can become. Xiao Jiu was starting to get used to Xiao Qi's way of speaking and didn't find it bad at all. This big sister, who had died once and come back, treated her very well. If she didn't care, she wouldn't give her 20,000 taels of silver. She could never use up that much silver in her lifetime. Without much hesitation, she made her decision. Be Big Sister, I want to go back to the village with you. I will buy some land and build a big house. If I can find our parents and siblings, they can come live with us. Since her big sister was used to living alone, she would build a bigger house so that her big sister could have her own space, and if they found their parents, they could stay in the house she built. You can decide what to do with your life. Originally, Xiao Qi was a bit worried that having another sister would be troublesome. But after spending time together, she realized that this sister was very sensible and adaptable. After lunch, Xiao Qi wandered around the city alone, and she ended up buying 5 fine horses and a carriage. She had planned to have Xiao Wu set up a separate household for Xiao Jiu, as he had done for her before. However, Xiao Jiu didn't want to change her household registration for fear of losing track of their parents, so Xiao Qi agreed to just move her registration to Liha village. Let's go see what you need, and I'll buy you some things. As they were about to return to Liha village, Xiao Qi took Xiao Jiu around the city to buy many items, but she was reluctant to spend silver. Many things were bought by Xiao Qi with determination, and Xiao Jiu, suddenly rich, was not used to it at all. She even insisted on buying coarse cloth instead of fine cotton, being extremely frugal. To Xiao Qi, silver was meant to be spent. If you have silver, why save it? As long as you don't waste it, that's enough. Clearly, the two had different views. Xiao Qi didn't force her. She only bought some necessary items and some comfortable fabric. As for other things, she was reluctant to spend money, so she simply didn't. Before going back, Xiao Jiu exchanged some silver and copper coins for daily expenses. Xiao Qi let Xiao Jiu make her own decisions and didn't plan to interfere. In Liha village, after bringing Xiao Jiu back, Xiao Qi first went to the village chief to sort out her household registration. From then on, Xiao Jiu would handle the land purchase herself. It was Xiao Jiu's first time taking charge, and she looked to Xiao Qi for help several times. Seeing that Xiao Qi didn't want to get involved, she finally resigned herself and bravely negotiated with the village chief. Fortunately, the village chief was kind, which reassured her. The fact that Xiao Jiu, as Xiao Qi's sister, was not on the same household registration was something the village chief chose to overlook, not wanting to stir up trouble. Village chief, I'll take my sister home to settle in. I'll come back to discuss anything later. Initially, Xiao Qi only planned to live her own life and hoped others wouldn't bother her. However, the rare harmony in Liha village, without troublesome families causing scenes, and the village chief's decisiveness began to sway her thoughts. If Liha village wanted to prosper, there were ways to do it. If she were to stay here long term, she couldn't just watch the village kids run around without even a pair of pants. This is my home. If you need anything, just tell Butler Sunday. You can stay in the guest room, which has a bathroom nearby for convenience. When the house was built, besides one guest room, Xiao Qi didn't leave any other rooms for guests. Looking at the spacious and bright guest room, Xiao Jiu's eyes began to water. Big sister, you are so good to me. Just this one guest room was bigger than several rooms in their old home, and it was decorated with expensive items. In the past, she shared a small room with her sisters. Now, she was completely satisfied with this room. Seeing the clean bathroom nearby, she never imagined a bathroom could be so tidy. Even the air inside was fresher than outside, making Xiao Jiu feel refreshed, as if all her fatigue had vanished. Everything in the house exceeded her expectations, leaving her feeling nervous and unsure. It seemed like her big sister had really received guidance from a higher power. Well, take your time to get familiar with everything. In this house, I make the decisions, so don't be nervous. Worried that Xiao Jiu might feel uncomfortable, Xiao Qi didn't invite Mrs. Sun over. Of course, Xiao Jiu is still her sister, and besides herself, she wouldn't allow anyone else to speak about her. The second young lady is shy, so don't disturb her too much. If there's anything you need, just follow my instructions. After reminding the housekeeper and the others, Xiao Qi returned to her room. After practicing for a while, Xiao Qi took out the alchemy furnace she bought in the city. Last time, the furnace exploded halfway through, ruining the medicine she was trying to make. This time, the furnace is of better quality, so the medicine produced should also be of higher quality. As night quietly passed, when Xiao Jiu learned that water in the house could be accessed with a switch instead of fetching it from a well or a river, she became even more convinced that Xiao Qi had received divine guidance. Second young lady, do you have any preferences for breakfast? Sun Xiaohe, unsure of Xiao Jiu's tastes, came to ask.
Just whatever you like.
Xiao Jiu's face turned a bit red, and her voice was barely audible. Back at home, no one waited on her. She had to get up early to feed the pigs, fetch water, wash clothes, and cook. Life in the Xiao family was even harder. Not only did she have to do so much work, but she also faced daily beatings. Suddenly living a good life, she found it hard to adjust. The house-building project needed to move quickly. Big sister. In the dining room, Xiao Jiu called out weakly. Facing her current big sister, she felt uncertain. Okay, let's eat. Don't be shy. Try this deer tendon and winter bamboo shoot dish. It tastes good. Besides the deer tendon dish, the table also had shrimp pot stickers, yam and date cake, vegetarian buns, and marinated duck and goose dishes. Breakfast was quite abundant, and Xiao Jiu noticed her big sister eating comfortably, clearly used to it. She didn't say much, just kept her head down and ate quietly. Big sister, I have already bought the land and I want to build the house. Alright, just go ahead. For building the house, talk to the village chief. He knows everything. If you have any requests, just let him know. I also need to see the village chief, so we can go together later. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Qi called the housekeeper and placed the 10,000 taels of silver notes she got from the Chung family into the account. There are also 10,000 taels of gold and 10,000 taels of silver bars in the storeroom. Add them to the account. In the future, if we find good ingredients, let Xiaohe decide what to buy. The housekeeper's eyes widened in surprise, and his hands trembled slightly. Converted, it amounts to 120,000 taels of silver. So much money? Is it all in the bank? By the way, in the future, if you see any nice jewelry, you can buy it. For clothes, we can have someone come to the house to measure for custom fitting. Xiao Jiu told the village chief about building the house, and he naturally recommended Lu Dagan. Your elder sister's house was built by him. His skills are quite good. If you need anything, just discuss it with him. Lu Dagan's quote was the same as others and had not increased. The pay was still 20 won a day, and if meals were not included, it would be 23 won. Previously, he had benefited greatly from working for Xiao Qi, but such luck was rare. It wouldn't be right to expect his workers to charge 30 or 40 won a day in the future, and also expect the employer to provide good food and drink. Then, he wouldn't get any more work. Listening to Lu Dagan's quote, Xiao Jiu secretly glanced at Xiao Qi and thought for a moment before quietly saying, Village Chief, Uncle Lu, let's set the pay at 21, and for meals, let's say 5 won per meal. 5 won for meals is already a high price in the area, so Lu Dagan would surely agree. Don't worry, we will make sure to build your house beautifully.
Thank you.
Xiao Jiu stopped fiddling with her clothes, feeling less anxious due to the village chief's friendly demeanor. She thought about her previous village, where all decisions were made by the men in the family. Her mother once wanted to discuss something with the village chief about the fields, but he waved her off, telling her to bring a man from her home. Important matters were to be decided by men, and he wouldn't talk to women about these things. There's no need to thank me. By the way, you mentioned wanting to buy some good farmland. There is one piece available, but it's only 3 acres, and it's all high-quality land. Okay, then I'll buy 3 acres. Xiao Jiu wasn't planning to buy too much. If she bought too much, she wouldn't be able to manage it alone. The village chief was already experienced in buying and selling land, so it wouldn't take long to finalize.
Take your time.
I heard from Aunt Lu that someone wants to buy the piece of wasteland in the village. Pear Blossom Village has a sizable piece of wasteland, which villagers occasionally use to grow vegetables, but it still has no owner. If this wasteland could be sold, Pear Blossom Village would also benefit. Even if it's a small amount, it would still be a significant income for the village. Someone wants to buy it, but we haven't agreed on the price yet. They think it's too expensive, but I can't decide the price myself. The other party knows he can't make the decision, and they're still dragging it out. Xiao Qi nodded and turned to Xiao Jiu. Do you want to buy it?
Huh. Buy a mountain?
What would she do with a mountain? To her, having her own house, buying some land, and keeping the rest of the money would be her dream life. Buy it and plant fruit trees. She has many fruits in her space that don't exist in this world. If she plants some mature fruit trees, she could start earning money in a year or 2. She would leave the care of them to Xiao Jiu. She had already taken out the chickens that lay eggs. If she couldn't make money from them, that would be her own problem. Xiao Jiu was stunned for a moment and instinctively nodded before she could react.
Okay.
Her sister wouldn't harm her. She didn't think twice about 20,000 taels of silver. All right, how much is that piece of wasteland? The village chief. That piece of wasteland is quite large. The government offered a price of 890 taels of silver, plus other fees. It will be at least 900 taels. Okay, you and the village chief can handle it.
Oh.
Xiao Jiu ended up buying a piece of wasteland without fully understanding it. She had never spent that much money in her life. Big sister, it takes many years for fruit trees to bear fruit. Xiao Jiu didn't understand business, and only realized later that it would take many years for the trees to grow after being planted. Also, saplings cost money, and hiring someone to take care of them costs money too. The more she thought about it, the more overwhelmed she felt. It seemed like a bottomless pit. I'll talk to you more about it later. Xiao Qi didn't continue the topic and turned to the village chief. Village chief, Please bring Aunt Lu over tonight for dinner at my house.
Huh.
Is that okay? Dinner is already being prepared at my house. Everyone knows that Xiao Qi's family has the best food in the village, with big fish and meat every day. But no one dares to go over for a free meal, even though they are a later household. Who knows what tricks a lone girl might have to keep so much silver? At most, they occasionally visit to maintain relationships. I have some things to discuss with you, so please bring Aunt Lu along. Okay. The village chief didn't refuse again and nodded in agreement. Back home, Xiao Qi took out a fruit platter with several types of fruit on it. Try this. Xiao Jiu obediently picked up the fruit and began to taste each one. This is a type of peach called Narcissus peach. It has a thin skin and thick flesh, and it's sweet and juicy, much better than the common peaches we see today. This peach is just an ordinary fruit, but it has been improved to taste better. With one bite, the rich peach flavor filled her mouth. Xiao Jiu closed her eyes in satisfaction. Let's try this one. Xiao Qi pointed to the cherries on the plate. Compared to the cherries we usually see today, these are the size of ping-pong balls, bright in color, and have an even better taste. Big sister, I've never had these two fruits before, and they are so delicious. Although these are ordinary fruits, if you build a good reputation after they ripen, don't worry about sales. No matter the era, there will always be wealthy people. What they want are always high-quality products. Here in Xiao Qi's place, these are just ordinary fruits, but they are completely unavailable outside. And this one. Xiao Qi picked up the last fruit on the plate and handed it to Xiao Jiu. It looked similar to an apple but was deep purple in color, with a taste somewhat like grapes. Big sister, this one is also delicious. Xiao Jiu could only say it was tasty, nothing more. Xiao Qi nodded. Of course it's delicious. It has a name called Lu Yengua. She discovered this fruit by chance in the cultivation world. Although it is an ordinary fruit, it has some special effects. Long-term consumption can not only enhance beauty, but also has some anti-aging benefits. However, it doesn't have the extreme effects of a special elixir. After all, it's just an ordinary fruit, making one look about 20 to 30 years younger than their actual age. But in the mortal world, the effects of this fruit are already quite remarkable. After hearing about its benefits, Xiao Jiu was stunned. Big sister, this is too precious. Such a treasure must have been given to her by an immortal. How could she take it? You will need to take good care of these in the future. The Lu Yengua tree can grow even without spiritual energy, but it takes at least 300 years from seedling to fruiting. If someone wants to cultivate it from the seeds, it's possible, as long as they can wait. At dinner, Sun Xiaohe made scrambled eggs with green peppers, tomato beef brisket, spicy chicken, and boiled meat slices. Xiao Qi asked Butler Sun to bring a bottle of good wine. Village chief, how are these dishes? Ha ha ha, they are delicious. I've never had such tasty food before. The flavors are very special. This dish is so good. Lu Shi couldn't even articulate because of the spiciness, but she strangely found it delicious. I don't think I've seen these dishes before. The village chief was sure he had never eaten these vegetables before, nor had he ever seen them. These vegetables are imported from overseas. The village chief didn't understand what overseas meant, but he knew it was very far away. For a whole month, our country doesn't have these vegetables. If Liha village can grow them and sell them, not only do they need to grow them, but they also need to promote them first. Otherwise, no matter how unique the vegetables are, if people don't know how to eat them or if they taste good, what's the point? However, Xiao Qi only offered a suggestion and might provide some vegetables. The rest would be up to the village chief to figure out. Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately lost his appetite, furrowing his brow, his hands fidgeting with excitement. He needed to think this through carefully. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and after a night, the entire land was wrapped in silver white. As the new year approached, Xiao Qi gave Butler Sun and the others 3 days off to visit the city and enjoy the festivities. She also hired Ms. Zhang to teach Xiao Jiu and Sun Xiaohe how to read. Xiao Jiu couldn't recognize a single character, and he needed to learn to manage his own business. Ms. Zhang had studied before, so reading and writing was easy for her. She gladly accepted Xiao Qi's offer. After a few months of this, they might even be able to build their own house. Meanwhile, the village chief thought for about 10 days and finally came to inform Xiao Jiao of the complete plan. He knew some people at the county's restaurant and could promote green peppers, chili peppers, and tomatoes through these restaurants. Tomatoes could be made into tomato sauce or soup. Chili peppers could be used for spicy hot pots. Thinking of the spicy hot pot he had tried before, filled with various meats and vegetables, made his mouth water. He had also tasted the grilled meat that Sun Xiao made, sprinkled with chili powder. In the past 2 days, he had explored the county and city and found many places selling grilled meat skewers. With the new year approaching, everyone would be out celebrating and surely buy some food and drinks. By next year, when the green peppers and tomatoes are ripe, the village could sell them. That sounds great. You can make the decision yourself. Xiao Qi didn't plan to interfere too much in this matter. About the seeds you mentioned providing, I thought it over. I can't let you lose out. I'm really grateful that you're thinking of Liha village for this profitable venture. The gratitude in the village chief's eyes seemed genuine and sincere. I discussed this matter with a few elders in the village. For the first batch of profits, I can offer you a 50% share. What do you think? This was the best offer the village chief could make. Xiao Qi glanced at him and nodded. That sounds good, but as more people start growing these vegetables later on, the profits will decrease. It would be better to develop some byproducts and promote Pear Blossom Village. The village chief left, looking excited. Xiao Qi relaxed in her chair, sipping tea and enjoying the snowy view through the large window. Not only had Sun Xiao's cooking improved, but her tea-making skills had also grown, and she had even learned a bit about brewing. She could now enjoy various spiritual teas from her space, and had tasted some nice osmanthus wine. She should give her a raise. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi called her over. Miss, is the tea not to your liking? No, it's very good. Do you have any requests? With the new year approaching, I allow you to make one. It wouldn't do for this household to be without Sun Xiao. Miss, I don't have any requests. You have already been very kind to me. Sun Xiao truly couldn't think of anything she wanted. She had her own room, a private bathroom, plenty of clothes and jewelry, and enough money. Even her meals were more exquisite than those of wealthy ladies. Her parents were nearby, and her father's leg had improved a lot after treatment. She wouldn't trade this life for anything. Really nothing? Xiao Qi asked again. After serving for so long, Sun Xiao knew the miss genuinely wanted to know if she had any wishes, not just asking for formality. After thinking carefully, she spoke a bit shyly. Miss, may I ask for a favor? Yes, go ahead. Can I have a say in my future marriage? Recently, she had visited the city and met an old maid who had been assigned to a coachman. The coachman had a bad temper and was said to be abusive. Thinking about her own future marriage, possibly living with a difficult husband and critical in-laws, made her anxious. If possible, she didn't want to marry at all. The lives of those ladies in the household might not be as comfortable as hers. That's fine. You can decide your own marriage and your parents won't have a say in it. Is that okay? Thank you. Mississippi Sun Xiao immediately knelt and bowed her head in gratitude. All right, your monthly allowance has increased to 30 taels from now on. Sun Xiao. 30 taels?
Wow.
The young lady is incredibly generous. Before we knew it, the new year arrived, and many children from the village came to celebrate. Xiao Qi ordered Butler's son to prepare some red envelopes, each containing 10 coins. Every child who came to celebrate received a red envelope and candy. The village children were overjoyed with their money and sweets. Butler's son also bought some fireworks. The dazzling fireworks lit up the night sky, brightening the entire Pear Blossom Village. After the new year, Madame Lu sent her maid, Jiang, to deliver some gifts to Xiao Qi. Miss Xiao, our madam would like to ask where you bought the tea you sent last time. Both she and the master loved the tea you gave. Last time, Xiao Qi casually brought some tea from her space, which was of excellent quality. After Butler's son roasted it, it was even better than the best tea sold in the market. Butler's son, please pack some tea. Madame Lu wants to drink it, and I still have some here. Jiang understood that this tea was not for sale. Thank you on behalf of the madam, Miss Xiao. Jiang quickly bowed in gratitude. You're too kind, Jiang. Butler's son saw Jiang off, and at the same time, Zhang Chong brought news from the city. Since the last auction, the name Medicine Spirit Valley had spread widely. In early spring, everything began to revive. Every household in Pear Blossom Village planted green peppers, chili peppers, and tomatoes. To prevent any leaks, the village chief repeatedly reminded everyone that it was all connected to their interests. Whether the villagers could get rich depended on this opportunity, and since it involved their own benefits, everyone followed the rules diligently. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu's house was completed, and he hired villagers to manage the barren land. Once the management was nearly done, Xiao Qi transplanted the mature fruit trees from her space. All these tasks required manpower, and Xiao Jiu chose to hire people from the village. With the added responsibility of taking care of their new vegetable varieties, the villagers were extremely busy. Xiao Qi, however, was not busy. She focused on her training and alchemy. Now, her cultivation level had reached the 6th layer of Qi refining. But due to the constraints of the heavenly path, even though the spiritual energy in her body had reached the current level's limit, she still couldn't advance. She had been stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refining for a full 2 months. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Qi stored the refined elixir into her space and sighed softly. She asked son Xiaoqi to bring some pastries. Where is the second young lady? She went up the mountain with Aunt Lu Mei early this morning to gather mushrooms after it rained yesterday. She hasn't come back yet? Xiao Qi frowned. It was almost noon, and she had gone mushroom picking a few times before, returning after gathering enough for a meal, which didn't take long. Zhang Chong has gone up the mountain to look for her. He should be back soon. Just then, a commotion was heard outside. Sun hurriedly ran in. Miss, something has happened. The second young lady is missing. Xiao Qi quickly stepped outside and saw Lu Mei standing at the door with blood on her forehead, looking panicked. Miss Xiao, I went mushroom picking with Xiao Jiu. I don't know how, but I tripped and fainted. When I woke up, she was gone. She was walking in front of me before I fell. They hadn't gone deep into the mountain, just gathering some mushrooms on the outskirts. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to head back, she slipped and fell, and after that, she remembered nothing. It was only when Zhang Chong came looking for people that she was awakened, but Xiao Jiu had vanished. Zhang Chong has gone to search for her. I'm worried she might have fallen somewhere in a panic. You should go back and tend to your wounds. Son, please inform the village chief. Xiao He, you stay at the foot of the mountain and watch for any sign of her. Upon learning that Xiao Jiu was missing, the village chief immediately gathered the men from the village to search the mountain together. I'll go too. After all, she is a girl, and if we find her, we can help, Lu Mei quickly added. After the village chief agreed, she immediately went up the mountain with several women. The group searched the mountain for most of the day, but found no sign of her. However, at the spot where Lu Mei fell, they discovered some unusual traces. Xiao Qi, it doesn't seem like Xiao Jiu just fell. It looks like someone took her. That's true, Mississippi. I examined the traces closely, and it does appear she was abducted, as if someone was waiting for her. Xiao Qi also approached the area where Lu Mei fell and noticed some scattered footprints. There were 2 people, and Xiao Jiu hadn't struggled much before being taken. It seemed they had used a sleeping drug. Xiao Qi pressed her lips together, and just then, Sun Xiaohua ran up the mountain holding a letter. Miss, someone sent a letter. Xiao Qi took the letter and found it was a ransom note. The letter clearly stated that Xiao Jiu was in their hands, and if she wanted to survive, she had to prepare 1,000 taels of silver at a designated location. After reading the letter several times, Xiao Qi let out a cold laugh. Village chief, you should take everyone back. Xiao Qi, should I report this to the authorities? The village chief was surprised that they were after the silver. Not for now. After descending the mountain, Xiao Qi rode a horse straight to the city. It was dark, and usually the city gates would be locked by now. However, Since the disaster victims had settled in and the Moon Kingdom did not enforce a curfew, the gates of Pingyuan Prefecture would not close until nearly midnight. Once inside the city, Xiao Qi headed straight for the Chung residence without hesitation. With a loud bang, she kicked open the main gate, startling everyone inside. "Who goes there?" Ignoring the servant's question, Xiao Qi strode inside. "It's you?" The hurried steward stumbled over his words upon seeing Xiao Qi. "Where is your young master?" "The young master went out on business a few days ago and won't be back for at least a month." The steward, trembling, revealed everything without hiding anything. "Is that so?" Xiao Qi scoffed and continued into the courtyard. In the inner courtyard, Madame Chung was scolding the maids when another maid rushed in. "Madam, it's bad news. That woman named Xiao is back." "What woman named Xiao?" Madame Chung frowned impatiently, about to wave her away, when her eyes widened. "That woman? The one who caused trouble?" "Master."
Master.
Not daring to waste any time, Madame Chung hurried to call for Master Chung. That woman had stolen 30,000 taels of silver from them last time, and Master Chung nearly scolded her to death when he returned. What was she doing back? Had she run out of money? This was too much. She would report this to the authorities. Even if Lord Lu favored her, he couldn't just let her steal from others. By the time Master Chung rushed from his concubine's quarters to the front courtyard, Madame Chung had already been slapped to the ground, holding her face and crying. "You, how dare you hit someone?" Master Chung couldn't believe it. This person had the audacity to strike without reason. What a ruffian. Didn't she fear being reported? Breaking into a private residence and hitting someone, this was outrageous. "Did I hit you? Are you angry?" Xiao Qi stepped forward and broke Master Cheng's pointing finger.
Ah.
The screams echoed through the residence as Master Chung fell to the ground, nearly fainting from the pain. "Where is Chung Yanting? If I don't see him in half an hour, I will cut off one of your fingers." Xiao Qi stepped on Mr. Cheng's hand, causing him to scream in pain as he desperately tried to pull his hand away. "Yanting went out for business a few days ago. He's really not at home, ah." Mr. Chung was in so much pain that he nearly fainted, as if he truly didn't know where Chung Yanting was. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and looked at Mrs. Chung beside him. Mrs. Cheng's gaze flickered, and she shrank back slightly. Xiao Qi played with the dagger in his hand, and in the next moment, he threw it, piercing Mrs. Cheng's palm. Mrs. Chung looked down at the dagger in shock, and a wave of pain hit her, making her scream uncontrollably. It hurts, it really hurts." Xiao Qi kicked Mrs. Chung to the ground, stepping on her face. "I will count to 3. If you can't tell me where he is, you can forget about your fingers." 1. I don't know where he is. He really went out. What did our family do to offend you? If you want money, we can give you money. Why won't you let us go?" Mrs. Chung gasped in pain, but continued to plead.
2.
Mrs. Chung wanted to explain further, but Xiao Qi suddenly swung the dagger again. In an instant, one of her fingers was gone, falling to the ground and twitching reflexively. "My finger!" Blood spurted out, and Mrs. Chung could no longer hold back, her face covered in tears and snot as she screamed. "He's at the countryside estate. He's at the countryside estate." Mr. Chung looked up in disbelief, his eyes wide. "What did you say? Wasn't Yanting out a few days ago? How could he be at the estate?" Xiao Qi didn't waste any more time, grabbing Mrs. Chung and heading straight for the countryside on horseback. About half an hour later, she arrived at the estate. The steward, upon seeing someone arrive, showed a hint of panic, clearly aware of some details. "Madam, what happened to you?" Seeing the injured Mrs. Chung, the steward became even more flustered. "Go get the young master." Mrs. Chung spoke through gritted teeth, trying to endure the pain. "Madam, the young master isn't here. Did you perhaps remember Ron?" The steward, loyal to the young master, could only force himself to conceal the truth.
"How dare you?"
Mrs. Chung was furious and wanted to strangle the steward. Couldn't he see how badly she was hurt? How could he be so blind? Xiao Qi closed her eyes, feeling the movement around her. After a moment, She opened her eyes, kicked the manager in front of her, and entered the estate. Eventually, she found Xiao Jiao in a hidden room. She was locked to a bed, her face showing an unusual flush. Cheng Yanting sat beside her, his eyes red, gently touching her skin. "Joer, I've thought it through. I love you. Please don't leave me." "Shut up." Xiao Qi grabbed his hair and slammed him to the ground. Cheng Yanting lay on the floor, terrified, unable to believe that Xiao Qi had found him so quickly and discovered this secret room. "Why you? How could you? What's wrong? Don't believe I wasn't fooled by your tricks?" Xiao Qi kicked him in the face, knocking out a recently repaired tooth. Did he really think everyone was a fool? The paper used for the letter was high-quality rice paper, something no one in the nearby villages could afford, let alone use for a ransom note. Besides the paper, the ink had a pleasant scent, which was also not something an ordinary family could afford. The beautiful handwriting in the letter was beyond what an average scholar could produce. And the shoe prints left in the mountains. Did this fool not know that commoners and nobles wear completely different shoes? All these clues pointed to Cheng Yanting. The so-called ransom was just a way to distract her. "Big sister, I feel unwell. I'm in so much pain." Xiao Jiao's hands were marked with blood from the ropes, her face filled with agony. Xiao Qi cut the ropes, fed her a pill, and helped her up. In the original story, she had also been taken forcefully by Cheng Yanting. She never expected that even after beating him up, he would still think about taking her by force. "You can't take her away. Do it. You're worthless." Xiao Qi kicked him unconscious and stuffed a pill into his mouth. As she carried Xiao Jiu out of the hidden room, Xiao Qi noticed the estate manager nearby, his shoes still muddy. Realizing he had been discovered, he collapsed in fear. After placing Xiao Jiu aside, Xiao Qi also gave him a pill, then tossed him back into the hidden room and locked the door. Isn't he fond of taking people by force? Isn't he into kidnapping and coercion? Then let's see how far he can go. Zhuangzi locked the servants in a room, and Xiao Qi took Xiao Jiu to the city. After settling them in a tavern to rest, she immediately reported to the authorities. The next day, news spread throughout Pingyuan Prefecture. The well-known young master of the Cheng family turned out to be gay. He was caught by the officials while misbehaving with Zhuangzi's steward. The Cheng family's reputation was completely ruined. Cheng Yanting not only misbehaved but also forcibly took a woman, and he was thrown into jail, where he would remain for 7 or 8 years. The Cheng family initially hoped to use money to resolve the issue, but this time, money was useless. The person behind this was Lu Yizhou, who had now become the governor of Pingyuan Prefecture. At the Lu residence, Xiao Qi handed 2 boxes of tea to Grandma Jiang. "Thank you for your help this time." Dealing with Cheng Yanting was secondary. The key was that no news about Xiao Jiu had leaked out. "There's no need to thank me. It was my duty. You're being too formal. Actually, I should thank you more. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't be alive now. And the tea you gave me is truly special. You can't buy it with money." Madame Lu felt refreshed and very happy. Ever since she met Xiao Qi, her luck seemed to have improved. First, there was the incident at Central Lake, which was dangerous but brought her benefits. They had used that leverage to gain several advantages. Also, due to the excellent new tea, Lu Yizhou had built connections with higher-ups. He had expected to take years to advance, but unexpectedly, it was confirmed shortly after the new year. By the way, the Lu residence will hold a flower viewing banquet in a few days. I wonder if Sister Qiao would like to join us so we can gather again. Madame Lu was unsure of Xiao Qi's feelings and decided to ask first. Her husband had previously investigated Xiao Qi's background, but only found out she was a peasant who had escaped disaster. There was nothing more to uncover. Often, those with such unclear backgrounds had mysterious connections. Her husband chose not to dig deeper to avoid offending anyone, preferring to build a good relationship naturally. Xiao Qi thought for a moment. She didn't have much going on lately, so she agreed.
Sure.
Hearing this, Madame Lu's smile grew even brighter. "Let's have lunch here today. We just received some fresh yellow croaker from the estate yesterday. It's really delicious." I'll have Grandma Jiang go and fetch your sister. Pingyuan Prefecture isn't near the sea, so yellow croaker is hard to come by.
Xiao Qi nodded again, okay.
Madam, Little Six has delivered a notice from the master and is waiting outside, a young maid reported as she entered. A notice? Let him in, replied the lady. The notice that reached Lu Yizhou's hands was certainly not an ordinary one. Before long, a dark-colored notice with gold embellishments was brought in. Seeing the notice, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't this a notice for a secret auction? Could it be that another auction is about to take place? She still had a special token for secret dealings in her hand. Madame Lu glanced through the notice and frowned slightly. No one had sent such notices to her husband before. It seemed his status had changed. Will you be going, Wan Ning? Has Xiao's sister been before? A hint of surprise flashed in Madame Lu's eyes. Her husband had never dealt with such matters when he was just a county official, yet Xiao Qi recognized it. I've heard of it. Clearly, it was more than just hearsay. Madame Lu understood, and then smiled. Then why don't we go together this time? They would definitely go. Now that the reputation of Yaoling Valley had spread, the secret auction was likely eager to find her. It was also a good opportunity for her to gather information about that strange insect. Due to Cheng Yanting, Xiao Zhou's mood had been poor. Who would have thought that Cheng Yanting would do such a thing? After lunch, the two returned to the inn after staying at the Lu residence for a while. Xiao Zhou, I was originally going to return today, but I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. Would you like to come along? It could be a good way to relax. Xiao Zhou paused for a moment and nodded. I'll listen to my sister. Lu Yizhou was now the governor of Pingyuan Prefecture, and even with backing, the secret dealings had to show him respect in Pingyuan. Thus, Madame Lu was arranged to sit in a private room on the second floor. There are quite a few guests today. I heard there are distinguished visitors from the capital, Madame Lu whispered. It seems there must be something valuable. The invitation from the secret auction only listed the names of the items, without specifying their uniqueness. The auction items were as diverse as last time. Madame Lu hadn't planned to attend, but now that she was here, she might as well bid on one or two items. As the auction began, item after item was presented. Xiao Zhou's interest was gradually drawn to these items, and her sadness lessened considerably. Madame Lu successfully bid on a rare book and a beautifully crafted set of accessories, spending over 1,000 taels. As the next item was presented, Xiao Zhou and Madame Lu's faces slightly flushed. It was a woman, curled up on the ground with only a thin veil draped over her. Stunningly beautiful. However, her gaze was cold and piercing, like a hidden snake. She was an assassin captured by the Dark Organization, not only extremely beautiful but also skilled. Her body was controlled by a curse, with a bell that commanded the curse in the hands of the Dark Organization. If she was bid on, the bell would be delivered as well. Xiao Qi's eyes were fixed on her, filled with intrigue. She sensed a faint aura similar to Zhang Xingwen's from this woman, though it was weak. Perhaps both shared something special tied to the curses within them. She didn't expect her luck to be this good, with a similar curse delivered right to her. Whether it was true or not would be revealed once she placed a bid. The starting price is 1,000 taels, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 taels. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a flurry of bids followed. 1,500 taels, 1,600 taels, 2,000 taels. Everyone present was clear-minded. Those bidding were clearly attracted to the woman's beauty. Madame Lu's expression became a bit unnatural, and she sighed softly. Even as the wife of a governor, there were some things she could not control. The woman's price quickly rose to 3,000 taels, and the number of bidders began to dwindle. Spending 3,000 taels on a woman was clearly not worth it. 3,500 taels once. 3,500 taels twice. 5,000 taels. Xiao Qi raised her bid by 1,500 taels. There was a moment of silence, but then a door to a private box was pushed open. A man with dark circles under his eyes and a fierce expression entered. Humph. 5,010 taels. Let's see who dares to bid on the woman I want. This is Shan Huai Min, the second son of the Shan family from the Chang'an marquis house in the capital, known for his arrogance. Madame Lu's expression changed, and she quickly whispered to Xiao Qi. If he set his sights on something, he could take it, whether it was an auction item or a respectable young lady. Xiao Qi frowned. If I continue to bid, will it cause trouble for you? She didn't mind for herself, but this box belonged to Madame Lu, and she couldn't guarantee that this reckless man wouldn't target the Lu family. It's fine. Only the Dark Organization knows who is in the box. My husband told me that the Dark Organization won't. If he set his sights on something, he could take it, whether it was an auction item or a respectable young lady. Xiao Qi frowned. If I continue to bid, will it cause trouble for you? She didn't mind for herself. Xiao Qi naturally didn't believe it completely. Even if the secretive organization wouldn't reveal customer information, some people could be easily investigated. At that time, the Lu family might be implicated. Although the auction was for the highest bidder, some people couldn't afford the price but still wanted the items, so they resorted to shameful tactics. She stopped bidding and only purchased a fine guqin, 2 beautiful hair accessories, and some exquisite fabric, spending over 5,000 taels of silver. The hair accessories and fabric were rare treasures, even scarce in the palace. As for that woman, she was naturally taken by someone from the Shan family. After returning to the inn, Xiao Qi used her illusion magic to find Shan Huaimin's room. The inn she stayed at was the best in the whole city. Unless Shan Huaimin was staying at his own house, he was likely here. This person was too flamboyant, making it easy to gather information about him. The auction lasted all afternoon. Shan Huaimin didn't even have dinner before bringing someone into his room, eager and impatient. There were guards outside the room, but under the influence of her illusion, they didn't notice anyone entering. Inside, a beautiful woman glared at Shan Huaimin with hatred, while he proudly shook a bell in his hand. The woman felt despair, her expression becoming increasingly dazed. "Little beauty, you better serve me well, or you'll regret it." Shan Huaimin rubbed his hands and stepped closer when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. Looking at the unconscious man, Xiao Qi hesitated about whether to deal with him directly. After a moment of thought, she decided against it. She had recently killed Qi Sili and his companions, but their bodies were missing, and they were still considered missing persons. If she killed Shan Huaimin now, it might lead suspicion back to her. But not killing him was frustrating. If he dared to compete with her for women today, he might come after her life in the future. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qi poked Shan Huaimin's chest with her fingertip. A small amount of spiritual energy entered his body, slowly damaging his meridians, causing his health to decline day by day. He would undoubtedly die within 3 months at the latest. Xiao Qi took the woman to a deserted area outside the city. The woman remained dazed, unaware of the passage of time. A strand of spiritual energy entered her body, and Xiao Qi found the insect inside her. The energy enveloped it and slowly extracted it. Without the control of the insect, the woman quickly regained consciousness. She cautiously tried to stand up, but her body felt weak and limp.
Who are you?
The woman squinted her eyes, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see the person's face clearly, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. Xiao Qi ignored her. After obtaining the insect, the energy within her body surged. She sat down on the ground to meditate. About half an hour later, she skipped directly past the 7th level of Qi refinement and advanced to the 8th level. The strange aura surrounding the insect was now almost gone. After placing the insect safely, Xiao Qi finally asked the woman, "Where did the insect in your body come from?" The woman was momentarily stunned, then her eyes widened in disbelief. The insect in her body seemed to have disappeared.
How could that be?
She had worked so hard to remove the insect. Who was this person? How could they remove the insect from her body? "You took out the insect?" "Yes. Where did your insect come from?" "I don't know. It was planted in me by someone from the Dark Organization." If she hadn't had the insect planted, how could she have been captured? "All right, I saved you and helped you remove the insect. For the next 5 years, you will work for me, and after 5 years, I will let you go." Xiao Zhe's identity is that of a protagonist in a tragic story. This time, she was kidnapped by Chung Yanting. What if something else happens next that forces her to follow the plot? Thinking about it was frustrating. It would be better to keep her close for protection. The woman blinked, momentarily taken aback. The change of topic was too abrupt. Did this person know her identity? Did they dare to use her? They seemed not to know each other. The woman took a deep breath and decided to reveal her identity. If the other party still dared to use her, she wouldn't have anything to say. I am an assassin trained by the 7 Kill Pavilion since childhood. I was hunted down for betrayal and then fell into the hands of the Dark Organization. Since the Dark Organization had put her up for sale, the 7 Kill Pavilion would naturally stop pursuing her. But now that she had been rescued, there was no guarantee that the 7 Kill Pavilion wouldn't resume their pursuit. Moreover, she still had the poison from the 7 Kill Pavilion in her body, which required her to take an antidote regularly. Previously, the insect in her body could control her, but also suppress the toxicity. Now that the insect was gone, it wouldn't be long before the poison would take effect, and she would perish. Okay, I understand. So, you have no problem with my proposal, right? Take these 2 pills, and from now on, you will be called Xiao Tao. Xiao Qi handed her 2 pills. Xiao Tao twitched her lips, but said nothing. She took the pill from Xiao Qi's hand and swallowed it directly. The pill melted in her mouth, and after a moment, Xiao Qi reminded her, the poison in your body should be gone now. Xiao Tao quickly rolled up her sleeve and saw that the black lines of poison on her arm had disappeared. Had her poison really been cured? Wasn't the poison from the 7 Kill Pavilion supposed to be incurable? It could only be suppressed monthly, with a special antidote. Are you from the Medicine Spirit Valley? Now, everyone in the martial world knew about the Medicine Spirit Valley, and their pills were incredibly effective. Let's take a look at your new appearance. Xiao Qi did not answer, but raised her hand to create a water mirror in front of Xiao Tao. This skill made Xiao Tao's pupils shrink. Even the leader of the 7 Kill Pavilion did not have such abilities. What kind of terrifying existence was the Medicine Spirit Valley? She calmed her astonishment and looked into the mirror, only to see that the once stunning beauty now had an ordinary face that would not attract attention in a crowd. This appearance will last for 3 years. Xiao Qi dispersed the water mirror, and the illusion around her faded away. Xiao Tao felt her strength returning and stood up respectfully beside her. Master. Xiao Qi replied, from now on, just call me Mississippi. There is also a second miss at home, and you will serve her, with your main duty being to protect her safety.
Yes.
Xiao Tao answered respectfully, but felt a bit confused. Would they really keep her around to serve? Were they not afraid she might escape or harm the second miss? Seemingly sensing her doubts, Xiao Qi waved her hand, and a contract appeared in the air. This is a contract. By signing it, you will serve the second miss faithfully for 5 years. If you break this contract within 5 years, you will die. Xiao Tao stared at the contract in the air, stunned. When did such things appear in the martial world? She had never heard of them before. Without much hesitation, she followed Xiao Qi's instructions and dripped a drop of blood onto the contract. The blood merged with the contract, which then transformed into a stream of light and entered her body. A mysterious aura swirled within her. Xiao Tao realized that what Xiao Qi said was true. The abilities of this person were unfathomable, and she felt no strength to resist. All right, you can go back now. Xiao Qi crushed the insect and walked toward the city. The contract had consumed the last trace of the mysterious aura from the insect, making it useless. Yes. Xiao Tao quickly followed. When the two returned to the inn, Shan Huai Min was already awake and was angrily ordering a search of the entire place. He had spent a lot of money on a beautiful woman, and now she was gone before he could even enjoy her company. How could he not be upset? However, even though Shan Huai Min was the son of a noble family, this was Pingyuan Prefecture, and he couldn't just do as he pleased. Moreover, the inn hadn't done anything wrong. The person had disappeared from his own room, and there were guards at the door. There was no way to blame the inn for this. Frustrated, Shan Huai Min went to find the secret organization, but they threw him out immediately. If it had been the lord or heir of the noble family, they might have shown some respect. But as a powerless second son, they didn't fear him at all. Shan Huaiman lost both his dignity and temper, angrily smashing things in his room. From several rooms away, Xiao Qi could hear the commotion. "All right, go rest. I've asked the manager to arrange another room for you," Xiao Tao said as she left. Afterward, Xiao Qi went to find Xiao Jiao and told her about arranging someone to assist her. "Big sister, I don't need anyone to help me." Xiao Jiao quickly waved her hand in refusal. She used to be an ordinary farmer who struggled to get by. She didn't deserve someone to serve her. "She is my person, and her main role is to protect you. If you ever need anything, you can ask her. You can trust her completely," Xiao Qi reassured her. Hearing this made Xiao Jiao's nose tingle with emotion. It was surely because of the kidnapping incident that her sister had arranged for someone to protect her. Xiao Jiu stopped refusing and nodded in agreement. The next day, Xiao Qi found Xiao Wu, who had helped her with her household registration before, and had him arrange a registration for Xiao Tao so she could stay with Xiao Jiao and protect her. Then she went to the secret organization. She needed to clarify the matter of the cursed insects. After using her illusion technique, she took out her token and was welcomed inside by the manager of the organization. "Sir, are you here to auction something this time?" The manager's eyes lit up with hope that Xiao Qi would bring more elixirs. The last batch of elixirs from Yaoling Valley had been in high demand, with many people in the martial world willing to pay a fortune for them, often multiplying their value several times. For example, there was a rejuvenation pill. During a battle, a skilled fighter had his arm severed. He reattached the arm and took the rejuvenation pill, and to everyone's surprise, his arm healed completely, allowing him to continue training without any issues. Since then, the elixirs from Yaoling Valley had become incredibly popular. If I can obtain this kind of pill through secret dealings, the auction is just a secondary matter. The benefits gained from various operations are quite significant. "I don't have that, but I have some questions." Xiao Qi placed a rejuvenation pill in front of the manager. "Do you still have the insect you placed in that woman's body?" Xiao Tao ultimately sold for 5,000 taels, and that was partly due to her bidding. This incident shows that the insect inside Xiao Tao is not considered a valuable item here. "Please wait a moment." The manager's eyes lit up upon seeing the pill, and he quickly called someone to inquire, eventually bringing her an insect. This is the soul-devouring insect, but it is very rare and not often used. The use of the soul-devouring insect is strict, and the person controlled by it loses all sense of self, making it not very useful. Xiao Qi held the insect in her palm, frowning. This insect was completely different from the one inside Xiao Tao. It lacked that specific aura. Not the same. Where did the insect inside that woman come from? Hearing this, the manager thought carefully, and his expression changed slightly. Could that insect have come from Mist Hidden? But even if it came from Mist Hidden, it wasn't anything special. Why did this person think it was different? However, items from Mist Hidden are always peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, the manager decided to speak honestly. This information wasn't significant to them, and it wouldn't hurt to give this person a favor. If I'm not mistaken, that insect should come from the Mist Hidden faction. Occasionally, some strange items flow out from there, but this faction is very mysterious, and no one knows where they are. The manager didn't know much about the Mist Hidden faction. As for whether the insect Xiao Qi mentioned truly came from Mist Hidden, he couldn't be completely sure. He didn't create the insect himself. The process of making insects is complicated, and perhaps it only had one step that connected to Mist Hidden. "Do you have any items from Mist Hidden here?" "Yes, it was originally intended for the next auction, but if you need it, I can have someone bring it right away." The manager immediately sent someone to retrieve the item. Xiao Qi felt a stir of interest. The manager spoke of Mist Hidden as if it were very mysterious, yet what he presented seemed different from what he said. After a while, someone brought over a box. When the box was opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. Xiao Qi looked down in disbelief and turned to the manager with surprise. "Is this it?" The manager smiled awkwardly. "This indeed comes from the Mist Hidden sect." He wasn't lying. Items from Mist Hidden are always expensive. Even a grain of rice costs many times more than ordinary rice. After all, things from Mist Hidden are very rare, and the sect itself is quite mysterious. It is said that if one uncovers the secrets of Mist Hidden, they could achieve unification of the world. What if there is some secret in this? Looking at the transparent soap in the box, Xiao Qi didn't know what to think. It was just a very ordinary piece of transparent soap. Wait, this world doesn't have soap. So if this transparent soap comes from Mist Hidden, could it be from someone who traveled from another world? Xiao Qi exhaled deeply, deciding not to dwell on it any longer, and handed the rejuvenation pill in her hand to the manager. I'll give you this pill. In the future, remember to inform me about anything related to Mist Hidden. You have what you want, and I have what I want. Xiao Qi left behind a talisman. Within the borders of the Plain Prefecture, as long as this talisman is ignited, she will be able to sense it. The Dark Organization wants the pill in her hand, and for now, she can only gain information about Mist Hidden through them. This could be considered a form of cooperation. The manager was naturally very pleased, and Xiao Qi took the transparent soap. The soap didn't have any special scent, but since there are no soaps in the Moon Kingdom, she could use these soaps to make some money. However, the soap market is too big for Xiaojiao and Pear Blossom Village to handle alone, so she would need to find someone to collaborate with. Besides the soap, the idea of toilets and latrines should also be brought up. Surely, Lord Lu wouldn't miss such an opportunity for a promotion and raise. Because of these two matters, Xiao Qi delayed her return a bit longer. She stayed in the Plain Prefecture for 3 more days, spending most of her time at the Lu residence. On the 4th day, Xiao Qi was personally seen off by Madame Lu and Prefect Lu. Sister Qiao, having you here is truly a blessing for my husband and me. Madame Lu held Xiao Qi's hand warmly. And remember the Flower Appreciation Banquet in a couple of days. You must come. After agreeing, Xiao Qi finally left. Watching her figure fade away, Madame Lu and Prefect Lu's intertwined hands trembled slightly. Thanks to their past connections, her husband had likely reached the peak of his position as prefect. If what Xiao Qi said can be realized, the future might not just stop at being a governor. Liha Village. Regarding Xiaojiao's disappearance, Xiao Qi only explained to others that it was a case of extortion, without providing further details. When Xiaojio returned safely, no one asked many questions. They simply brought some homegrown vegetables to congratulate her on her safe return. Xiao Qi took the opportunity to bring the remaining horses from her space to the racetrack, where Zhou Dainiu and the others would take care of them. Xiaojio's courtyard was not yet finished, and there was still an empty room in the back house, so Xiao Qi arranged for her to stay there. Ordinary people did not notice much difference, but Xiao Tao, a martial artist, felt something was different as soon as she entered the courtyard. From the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she felt much more relaxed, and even her internal energy seemed to flow faster. It seemed that this place indeed had some connection to the Medicine Spirit Valley, which was known for its pills that could enhance one's abilities. From now on, you will belong to the second young lady, and the monthly allowance will also be issued by her. 20 taels of silver each month, with other benefits the same as those of Steward Sun. In the future, Xiao Jiao would have a stable source of income. Paying 20 taels of silver for a skilled protector was not a bad deal. Xiao Ju already knew about Xiao Tao's exceptional skills and did not oppose her arrangement. This kidnapping had left her with some psychological scars. Thinking of what Xiao Qi had once said, that she would die because of Cheng Yanting, made her feel uneasy. Thank you, young lady and second young lady. Xiao Tao couldn't help but smile widely. She had previously thought that after being sold, her future would be miserable, but unexpectedly, things had turned around. Not only did she have proper household registration, but she also had a legitimate job. 20 taels of silver each month. She had worked tirelessly at the Seven Kills Pavilion for 10 years and had barely saved up 200 taels of silver. She had originally planned to use that money to buy her own courtyard, a place to rest during her free time. However, because she was being chased, all her savings were left behind at the Seven Kills Pavilion, and she couldn't take a single coin with her. Thinking of this still caused her some pain. That was money she had worked so hard to save. But thankfully, now she could receive 20 taels of silver each month. The second young lady was gentle and kind, unlike the unpredictable leader of the 7 Kills Pavilion, who would lash out at them when displeased. Taking on an assassination job would only earn her a little over 30 taels of silver at most. In addition, she had to account for the expenses of her assassination journey, and sometimes gathering information also required a lot of money. Sometimes when she got hurt, she could just bear it if it was minor. For more serious injuries, she had to spend her own money on medicine. If she broke even on a job, it was considered good. It was truly heart-wrenching to think about. Here, her meals and accommodation were covered, and she received a stone of rice each month, along with clothes. With all this, she hardly needed to spend any money in a year. Saving up 200 taels was not a problem. Every day, she didn't have to worry. How could she not have encountered such a wonderful life sooner? Just thinking about it made her happy. In the 7 Kills Pavilion, she had a few good friends. Should she secretly bring them over? The young lady could help with detoxification, and there was a lot of money to be made. Thinking of this, Xiao Tao even felt a bit regretful, wishing she had signed that contract sooner. What if someone replaced her after 5 years? That shouldn't happen, right? Her martial arts skills were ranked quite high in the 7 Kills Pavilion, and she was the only woman. Surely, no one could replace her, right? You will stay here for now. Once the second young lady's courtyard is finished, you can move there with her. The empty room in the back had nothing in it, so Xiao Qi asked Sun to tidy it up. Understood. Xiao Tao's attitude became increasingly respectful. Xiao Jiao, don't fall behind in your studies. From now on, you can give any instructions to Xiao Tao. If there aren't enough people, we can hire a few more. Reading makes one wise. In her past life, Xiao Jiao was often manipulated by Cheng Yanting, largely due to her lack of education. Moreover, Xiao Jiao not only had to manage the orchard but would also need to account for soap and toilet expenses in the future. It wouldn't make sense for outsiders to earn money, while her sister couldn't. Plus, Xiao Jiao needed to gather information about the Xiao family. If she couldn't read, she wouldn't even understand the missing person notices. Xiao He, when you have time, follow Zhang to learn a bit. Reading more will never be a disadvantage. Understood. After giving instructions to the two, Xiao Qi called Xiao Tao aside. This is a spirit-enhancing pill. Find a time to take it. Xiao Qi took out a porcelain bottle containing a spirit-enhancing pill, which could increase a martial artist's inner strength by 30 years. Xiao Tao stood there, not moving for a long time. What's wrong? Don't you want it? And no, young lady, this is too precious. She had naturally heard of the spirit-enhancing pill, but because she had heard of it, she felt unworthy to accept it. It was too valuable. It is said that there is only one spirit-enhancing pill in the world, and it has been priced at 100,000 taels each. For some martial artists, 100,000 taels is nothing compared to 30 years of hard work. She could never save enough money for a single spirit-enhancing pill in her lifetime. Just eat it. Don't let the people from the 7 Kill Pavilion hunt you down and lose your life. Although Xiao Tao had changed her appearance, she could still be recognized. Take this set of skills too. Teach Zhang Chong when you have time. Xiao Qi handed her a book of techniques, which she had improved based on cultivation methods. Zhang Chong was just an ordinary person with some skills. Learning some martial arts from Xiao Tao would be good for him. Xiao Tao curiously flipped through the book and was filled with shock. If this technique were to spread, it could drive the entire martial world crazy. What kind of terrifying existence is the Medicine Spirit Valley? Xiao Tao dared not think further and respectfully accepted the pill and the technique. Since the young lady valued her so much, she absolutely could not let her down. All right, you can go back now. Just as Xiao Qi was about to return to her room, she suddenly remembered something and called Xiao Tao back. Wait, take these pills with you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can use them anytime. Xiao Qi handed Xiao Tao 2 of each type of pill: detoxifying pills, rejuvenating pills, and spirit-reviving pills, placing them in a small jar. For some reason, She felt uneasy. Cheng Yanting, as the male lead of a tragic story, was still the male lead, and she hadn't even made a move yet, but he was about to exit the scene. Compared to Bei Yuege, who was difficult to deal with, this male lead seemed too easy to handle. Could it be that Xiao Ju no longer liked him, so he was removed from the story? Anyway, she didn't lack pills now, so it was better for Xiao Tao to carry some just in case. After Xiao Tao left, she felt both heavy-hearted and touched. When she arrived at the second young lady's room, she saw that the young lady had just bathed, and there were some clothes that had been changed. Winter clothes were heavier and harder to wash, so Xiao Tao quickly stepped forward to help. Second young lady, let me take care of this. In her past as an assassin, she had dealt with much worse than washing clothes. She had even disguised herself while handling waste for half a year. But during an assassination attempt, the strong smell had caused her mission to fail because her target was a neat freak. She didn't earn a single tael and was severely punished upon returning to the 7-kill pavilion for failing the task. That time, she spent over 50 taels on treatment, most of which she had borrowed. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she felt. Xiao Tao, I can handle this myself. Jiao Jiu stopped Xiao Tao's actions. She wasn't used to being waited on and preferred to do things herself. If it weren't for Xiao He's excellent cooking, she would have insisted on helping in the kitchen. Hearing this, Xiao Tao's mouth twitched. If she didn't even wash her own clothes, wouldn't she seem useless? Was she only meant to serve tea and water? Before she could say more, she saw Jiao Jiu dump the heavy clothes into a ceramic tub, fill it with water, and cover it. The clothes began to swirl inside. This is a great invention my sister found. It makes washing clothes easy, Jiao Jiu said proudly. If Qiao Qi knew, she would probably roll her eyes. This washing machine was just a modification of 2 different magnets. She didn't even use it herself. A simple cleaning spell could do the job perfectly. Housekeeper's son and Uncle Zhang have one too. I'll ask my sister if there are any more, Jiao Jiu added. Xiao Tao was speechless.
Oh.
Her head felt heavy. She had never seen anything like this before. After Qiao Qi finished dinner, Sun arrived. Mrs. Zhou came by yesterday and said she had something to tell you. Now that she knows you're back, she has come again. Mrs. Zhou was still watching the Xiao family. She had many more eyes and ears now, and quite a few women in Dea Village were doing embroidery work for her. Without wasting time, Mrs. Zhou brought some important news. Boss, the day before yesterday, a carriage from the Xiao family arrived. I saw a very handsome man get out, but he looked quite cold. The Xiao family seemed to be trying to please him. Mrs. Zhou had gathered detailed information and noticed that the man seemed close to Xiao Fushing. When the Xiao family sent him off, Xiao Fushing's face turned bright red. You wouldn't believe it, but he even hugged her. Mrs. Zhou's face flushed at the thought. She knew Xiao Fushing wasn't engaged yet she was openly hugging a man in front of everyone. The Xiao family didn't even stop them. At least they could have waited until they were engaged to hug. The Xiao family thought it was dark and no one could see, but Mrs. Zhou had observed everything clearly from the shadows. All right, I understand, Qiao Qi said, handing a bag of pastries to Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Zhou happily accepted it, feeling very pleased. Since coming to Liha village, nothing had gone wrong for her. Now the house at home is being built, and a few acres of good land have been bought. All debts have been paid off. Life is so good that even a fairy wouldn't want to change it. After the Zhou family left, Qiao Qi tapped her fingers on the table. The male lead finally made his appearance, but he left again when she returned. Since he came once, he would surely come again. She was curious. Xiao Fushing is the female lead, and Qiao Jiu is also a female lead. If Qiao Jiu were to confront Xiao Fushing, would she be able to defeat her? This thought quickly faded in Qiao Qi's mind. If she got Xiao Jiu's hands dirty, it would be too useless. However, since the male lead had appeared, she wouldn't just wait around. Go get Xiao Tao to come here. After waiting so long for the male lead to show up, how could she let him leave so easily? That night, it was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Qiao Qi and Xiao Tao were perched on a tree not far from the Xiao family. Wait for my signal before you act. Xiao Tao was filled with doubt. Was this family really that skilled to warrant Xiao Qi's caution? But she kept her questions to herself. As an assassin, curiosity could exist, but showing it was a big mistake. A small flame appeared at her fingertips, and in the next moment, it landed on the dry wood in the Xiao family's yard. Soon, a huge fire broke out at the Xiao house. The Xiao family was located near the edge of the village, away from other homes. Even if the villagers saw it, they wouldn't arrive in time. There were currently 11 people in the Xiao family. Xiao Fushing's grandparents, her parents, and 6 brothers, minus her deceased 4th brother. As the fire consumed the house, the Xiao family members rushed out in panic. First came Xiao Fushing with her parents and 6 brothers. Surprisingly, even the 2 elders managed to escape, though their clothes were badly burned and they looked quite distressed. Kill those 2 elders. Xiao Qi ordered without any mercy. Seeing the 2 helpless old people, Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment, but quietly approached them. Hidden in the shadows, she aimed for a quick and decisive strike. The weapon in Xiao Tao's hand was thrown, but instead of hitting the elders, it veered off course and struck a nearby tree. Her skills were quick and precise, and with the fire causing chaos, no one in the Xiao family noticed that the 2 elders had come close to death. They were too busy calling for help to put out the fire. Unlike the Xiao family, Xiao Tao was filled with shock. As a top assassin from the 7-kill pavilion, she had finally been freed from the poison in her body and the control of the insect. However, she surprisingly failed to deal with 2 ordinary people. Suppressing her astonishment, Xiao Tao continued to attack the 2. This time, she used very small needles, aiming directly at their heads. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to strike, both of them suddenly slipped and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. But this allowed them to escape a deadly crisis. Xiao Tao realized something was off. Could these people be skilled fighters? But that didn't make sense. If they were that capable, they would have noticed her long ago and wouldn't be pretending. Was it really just an accident? Xiao Tao continued her attack, but the Xiao family's house collapsed due to the fire, and a piece of debris knocked her hidden weapon off course. Once again, the 2 managed to avoid danger. Xiao Tao sighed and returned to Xiao Qi, reporting everything that had happened. Okay, keep attacking them, but don't let them notice you. Xiao Tao moved to a different spot. As she targeted the 2 older individuals, Xiao Qi finally made her move. 6 blades of wind aimed at Xiao Fushing, her parents, and 3 of her brothers. As expected, all 6 blades missed. They were either blocked by flying debris or inexplicably changed direction. But the next moment, a faint sound reached her ears. It was the sound of a hidden weapon piercing flesh. Xiao Qi smiled slightly. Xiao Tao's assassination was successful. The 2 older individuals, who had been sitting on the ground, froze for a moment. When the Xiao family tried to lift them, they found them unresponsive. Dad? Mom? Xiao De called out anxiously, and when they still didn't respond, he panicked, shaking them. With that shake, their bodies slumped down, falling to the ground. It wasn't until Xiao De checked for their breathing that he realized they were dead.
Dad. Mom.
Grandpa. Grandma. The Xiao family cried out in despair, and villagers who arrived witnessed the scene. The Xiao house was engulfed in flames, yet the 2 elders had lost their lives, and it was unclear if they died from the fire. The village chief didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly organized everyone to put out the fire. Just then, raindrops began to fall from the sky, and soon the rain poured down heavily, extinguishing the flames without anyone needing to intervene. Taking advantage of the crowd and the darkness, Xiao Tao quietly took away the needles from the 2 people without anyone noticing. The wounds were hidden among their hair, making them hard to find unless someone looked closely. All right, let's go. There's a good show to watch tomorrow. Xiao Qi waved his hand casually. Today's visit was worthwhile. 2 less people from the Xiao family, leaving 9 remaining. Haha, let them come one by one. The next day, news spread about the fire at the Xiao family and the mysterious deaths of 2 elderly members. The villagers initially thought they died in the fire, but the Xiao family insisted they were fine before and had just fallen.
How could they be gone?
The Xiao family claimed their deaths were unusual, suggesting the fire might have been set intentionally. They decided to report it to the authorities. Officials investigated but found nothing unusual in the area. The claim of arson was dismissed as there was no evidence of accelerants or strange footprints. The examination of the two elderly bodies also revealed nothing wrong. They had died in front of many witnesses, and everyone believed they might have been choked by smoke and then fallen. Given their age, it wasn't impossible. If the Xiao family insisted on foul play, the only option left was an autopsy. Xiao De was the first to oppose it. He didn't want to see his parents treated that way after their death. But without an autopsy, the cause of death couldn't be determined. Just then, Xiao Fushing's male lead returned. Xiao Fushing cried in his arms, heartbroken. Those were her beloved grandparents, and now they were gone. How could she not be sad? Their house had burned down, leaving it uninhabitable. In just one night, she lost her home and her cherished grandparents. Why was fate so cruel to her? What had she done wrong? Since the Xiao family's house was unlivable and everything was burned, Xiao Fushing's male lead arranged for the family to stay in an inn in the county. That night, Qiao Qi and Xiao Tao set out again. In the inn room, Xiao Fushing's eyes were swollen like overripe peaches as she was comforted in her male lead's embrace. Brother Su, my grandparents' deaths seem strange. I want to find out the cause, but my father... Xiao Fushing hung her head, feeling utterly heartbroken. That was her real grandparents, and she didn't want to disturb their remains. However, more than that, she didn't want to see them die without a reason. Don't be sad, little one. I understand. I'll find a way to handle this. Qiao Qi and Xiao Tao were hiding in the shadows. She glanced at the alert Xiao Tao, raising her eyebrows slightly. Why did she feel like a villain? Wait, wasn't the male lead named as Su? Suddenly, Qiao Qi had a realization. She stared at the male lead's face, which seemed familiar, for a while, and finally remembered his name.
Shan Su.
He looked somewhat similar to Shen Huai Min. They were brothers. He was the heir of the Qing'an Marquisate. Finally, she understood the male lead's identity. It was also her who had stabbed the original owner, taking their life. Qiao Qi signaled to Xiao Tao. Just as they were sharing their feelings, Xiao Tao, dressed in black and masked, rushed out with her sword.
Thief. Come here.
Xiao Tao had taken a spirit-enhancing pill yesterday. Although she hadn't fully refined it, her strength was already impressive. Shen Huai Su was no match for her and fled in a panic, dragging Xiao Fushing with him. In just a few moments, his hidden guards arrived and engaged Xiao Tao in battle. After taking down a few guards, Xiao Tao was also injured and had to retreat. Just as she was leaving, the Xiao family members arrived nearby. Xiao Tao had already changed her voice, filled with killing intent. Thief, I may not be able to kill you, but taking down your little lover's grandparents won't be a loss. Just wait, I'll get to them all. With that, she leaped into the darkness, and the guards chasing her were all dealt with. By the time the officials arrived, Qiao Qi and Xiao Tao had reached an empty mansion. Miss, how was my performance? Xiao Tao asked with bright eyes. Qiao Qi handed her a silver note worth 100 taels. Very good. This is your reward. Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, miss. I'll head back now. Since she was no longer needed, she would return to Liha village to protect Qiao Jiu. Qiao Qi waved her hand, and Xiao Tao quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, the Xiao family heard Xiao Tao's words and quickly realized what had happened. The deaths of the two elders were connected to Shen Huai Su. Tears streamed down Xiao Fushing's face as he glared at Shen Huai Su with red eyes. She never expected that her grandparents' deaths were connected to Shen Huai Su. Indeed, their family had no enemies before. Why did everything change when Shen Huai Su appeared? Not only did her grandparents die, but they also lost their home. Little Guai, let me explain. Shen Huai Su had many enemies, and he didn't doubt the motives of the assassins who came for him today. However, he never considered that his situation would affect Xiao Fushing. Sue, I know this wasn't your intention. Xiao Fushing's voice was dry, desperately denying that this was Shan Huaishi's fault. It was clearly the assassin's wrongdoing. Yet, she instinctively connected the two events. If it weren't for Shan Huaishi, her grandparents might still be alive. Xiao Fushing felt uneasy, and the other members of the Xiao family had their own thoughts. They knew Shan Huaishi was of high status and were pleased to see Xiao Fushing with him. But now, Shan Huaishu had indirectly caused the deaths of the Xiao elders, which was hard for them to accept. What if those assassins came back again? The deaths of the two elders created some rifts between Xiao Fushing and Shan Huaishu. If more members of the Xiao family died in the future, their scheme would be successful. Xiao Tao had already tried this, and Shan Huaishu was just as mysteriously troublesome now. Since they couldn't kill them directly, they would start with the people around them. Xiao Qi chuckled softly and quietly left the county town. Shan Huaishu and his brother Shan Huaimin both appeared in Pingyuan Prefecture, suggesting they came together. Shan Huaimin was likely still in Pingyuan Prefecture. Although Xiao Qi hadn't interacted much with him, given his arrogant nature, he would easily be found there. Since they were going to kill, they would catch him off guard. Originally, she planned to let him die slowly, but now she had a perfect opportunity to frame him. Taking out a horse from her space, Xiao Qi quickly rode towards Pingyuan Prefecture. It was late at night when she arrived outside the prefecture, putting the horse back in her space. She climbed over the city wall and entered the city without leaving a trace. First, she searched the inn where she had stayed before, but couldn't find Shan Huaimin. After searching for another hour, she finally found him in the largest brothel in the city. In the best room of the brothel, Shan Huaimin lay in bed, deeply asleep, with 3 women beside him. After knocking out the 3 women, Xiao Qi approached and swiftly cut Shan Huaimin's throat. Before leaving, she wrote a few bloody words on the ground, in a handwriting completely different from her own. Shan Huaishu, murder must be paid for. Clean your neck and wait. After finishing everything, Xiao Qi hurried back to Liha village. At this time, the sky was just getting bright. Who would have thought that in one night, Xiao Qi went to the county town and then to the capital to deal with a serious matter. Xiao Qi took a shower and changed clothes before leaving the room. Sun Xiaohua had already prepared breakfast. Miss, today's breakfast includes peanut walnut porridge, shrimp dumplings, layered beef pancakes, abalone cups, and poria cake, along with a plate of pickled radish shreds to whet your appetite. In the dining room, Xiao Jiu was already waiting. I need to go to the capital today, and might not come back. If you want to visit the orchard, remember to take Xiao Tao with you. Shan Huaimin, being the child of a noble, must have caused quite a stir with his unexpected death in Pingyuan Prefecture, so Lu Yizhou would definitely be busy. Got it, big sister. There was a lot of food for breakfast, but Xiao Jiu only ate a small portion, leaving the rest for Xiao Qi. Besides that, there was still plenty left in the kitchen. Everyone can share what's left in the kitchen. Except for some special dishes, Xiao Qi didn't like eating leftover food. Leftover dishes lose their flavor and taste compared to when they are freshly made. Even steamed buns taste best when they are just made. Once they sit overnight, the taste is completely different. Sun Xiaohua took the bowls and chopsticks down, and everyone began to share the remaining food. She had already noticed that the ingredients brought back by the young lady tasted much better than what she had prepared. Even the rice and flour had different flavors. After eating more, her skin improved a lot. Sometimes when she went out, people would mistakenly think she was a young lady from a wealthy family. However, besides the food she prepared for the young lady, she didn't dare touch these ingredients. Most of what she ate came from her father's purchases, or what was left in the storeroom. Today, the young lady didn't eat much, and there were quite a few shrimp dumplings left. After dividing the leftover food, Xiao Tao was the first to start eating. She devoured the shrimp dumplings, finishing 10 of them in no time. But then, she looked eagerly at Sun Xiaohua. Sun Xiaohua, is her appetite really that big? 10 dumplings, a plate of beef pancakes, and several pieces of poria cake couldn't fill her up? Xiao Tao, I have some more here, do you want it? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Tao quickly rushed over. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Today was the Lu family's flower appreciation banquet, and Zhang Chong was driving the carriage. Xiao Qi got into the carriage, and Xiao Ju stood beside her to see her off. Just as the carriage was about to leave, Xiao Qi suddenly smelled a faint scent of blood coming from her. At the same time, Xiao Ju's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? I think I smell blood. Are you hurt? Xiao Qi got out of the carriage and pulled her aside. Xiao Ju's face turned a bit red as she spoke softly. Big sister, I think I got my period. She had just started her period for the first time last month, and it only lasted 2 days. At that time, Xiao Qi was not home, and it was Sun who had provided her with the supplies. Counting the days, it was about that time again this month. Hearing this, Xiao Qi's eyes widened. Oh right, women do get their periods. In her past life, after she reached a certain level, her body was different from ordinary people, so she no longer had periods. But in this life, she hadn't reached that level yet. She was a year older than Xiao Jiu, so why hadn't she started her period yet? Xiao Qi was sure there was nothing wrong with her body. As for why she hadn't gotten her period, it was probably just not the right time yet. However, now that she knew about Xiao Jiu's situation, she needed to think about how to handle the supplies. The traditional method was too complicated, so she had to come up with another solution. She hadn't considered making money from sanitary products in the future. Given the low productivity at the moment, even if they were produced, the cost would be high. Ordinary people wouldn't spend money on such disposable items. Moreover, many women today buy sanitary products discreetly, as if they were doing something wrong, let alone in this time period. Not thinking too much about it, Xiao Qi instructed Zhang Chong to drive. Compared to some time ago, the guards in the city were much stricter today. When Xiao Qi arrived at the Lu residence, she saw Jiang Wanning looking very troubled. Wanning, what's wrong? Xiao Qi asked, pretending not to know. It was certainly related to the death of Shan Huai from the Qing En Marquis' residence. Shan Huai was the second son of the Qing En Marquis, and his status was significant. However, the invitations for the flower viewing banquet had already been sent out, so it couldn't just be cancelled. Do you remember that arrogant second son of the Qing En Marquis from the auction? He died, and his body was discovered this morning, Jiang Wanning whispered. When the officials arrived, they saw several bloody characters on the ground. They naturally knew who it was, the heir of the Qing En Marquis. After discovering Shan Huai was dead, his subordinates immediately contacted Shan Huai. This morning, the heir of the Qing En Marquis arrived, and my husband is very worried about this matter. Although Shan Huai was killed, it is likely that it was the work of Shan Huai's enemies. However, since the incident happened in Pingyuan Prefecture and Lu Yizhou is the governor, he cannot escape responsibility. While there may not be major troubles, small ones are unavoidable. Xiao Qi quietly listened without saying anything. No matter how much blame is shifted, it won't land on Lu Yizhou. Jiang Wanning did not say much about this matter and quickly changed the topic to the flower viewing banquet. Although it was called a flower viewing banquet, it was more about the wealthy ladies looking at potential daughters-in-law and sons-in-law. Jiang Wanning invited Xiao Qi to help her meet these ladies, which would be beneficial for her. Xiao Qi was not very interested in making connections. She was more focused on gathering information about mist hidden from these people. By the way, when young Master Shan came today, he brought a woman with him. Knowing we were hosting a flower viewing banquet, he requested an invitation for her. Jiang Wanning frowned, not understanding Shan Huai's actions. His younger brother had just died, yet he was busy getting an invitation for a woman? That brother of his really died unjustly, Xiao Qi said with a hint of a cold smile. Without a doubt, the woman Shan Huai brought was Xiao Fushing. She had thought their relationship was strong, considering they were brothers. It was surprising that while Shan Huai's body was still warm, Shan Huai was already paving the way for his woman. Let's not talk about this anymore. After all, she is someone sent by young Master Shan. I will have my maid go and attend to her. As the banquet was about to start, Xiao Fushing finally arrived. She was already beautiful, with fair skin, and her pink satin dress made her look even more stunning. At that moment, she wore an expensive headpiece, resembling a noble young lady. These clothes and accessories must have been given to her by Shan Huai, as Xiao Fushing could not afford such things on her own. Xiao Qi did not meet her. She had already told Jiang Wanning to avoid her. Up until now, Xiao Fushing was unaware of the Xiao family's tragic situation, which was all due to her actions behind the scenes. If she showed up now, it was likely she would start to suspect something. Xiao Qi was not afraid of her suspicion, but some matters are less interesting when they are brought to light. Most importantly, as the main character, attending such a prominent banquet would likely lead to trouble. Instead of causing a scene in public, she preferred to stir things up from the shadows. Considering Shan Huaisu's reputation, Jiang Wanning naturally welcomed her warmly. Soon after, Lu Yizhou also came over with Shan Huaisu. After the recent death of his brother, Shan Huaisu's expression was somewhat dark, but he didn't seem very sad. It was likely that Shan Huayin's death would implicate him, and once they returned to the Shan family, they would surely hold him responsible. The men were on one side of the banquet, and the women were on the other, with no interaction between them. Xiao Qi naturally did not join the feast and occasionally observed the two from a distance. Xiao Fushing was behaving normally. Under Jiang Wanning's warm hospitality, the other ladies were quite polite to her. With everyone's compliments, she seemed a bit lightheaded, her smile very bright, as if she hadn't just lost her beloved grandparents. On the other hand, Shan Huaishi was not quite right, drinking one glass of wine after another. His cheeks quickly turned red, and his speech became slurred, indicating he was getting drunk. Lu Yizhou tried to persuade him several times, but he ignored the advice and continued to drink. However, his eyes showed no signs of intoxication. What was he trying to do? Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes, quietly watching him act out. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Shan Huaishu drunkenly slumped over the table, passed out. Lu Yizhou, feeling a bit of a headache, instructed someone to take Shan Huaishu to a guest room to rest. After the staff left, Shan Huaishu suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could move, a girl dressed as a maid stealthily approached the guest room, her face slightly flushed. Xiao Qi recognized her as a second-tier maid serving Jiang Wanning. Could these two be in cahoots? However, as she continued to watch, she realized she had misunderstood. The maid simply wanted to climb the social ladder. Xiao Qi. Shan Huaishu also seemed surprised that there was a maid in the Lu residence trying to charm him. But facing the maid who was undressing, he jumped up, knocked her out, tore her clothes, and left her on the floor. After doing this, he called for his hidden guard to take care of things. Xiao Qi didn't stop him. Once the guard left, she took action. In the room, before Shan Huaishu could make his next move, he suddenly felt weak. Darkness enveloped him, and he passed out as well. Xiao Qi clicked her tongue and tossed the maid who had tried to charm him into a deserted courtyard of the Lu residence. She quickly exited the Lu residence, and in less than 15 minutes, she had a sack in her hand. With the help of an illusion, no one knew she had done all that. Another quarter of an hour passed, and suddenly a commotion erupted in the inner courtyard. Xiao Qi saw Xiao Fushing walking ahead, looking very anxious, accompanied by several ladies. Everyone seemed to be looking down, searching for something. Jiang Wanning hurried over after hearing the news. What happened? Xiao Qi asked from behind. Jiang Wanning stopped, her brows furrowed deeply. This young lady Zhao says she lost her bracelet, a precious gift from young Master Shan, which means a lot to her. Now she's searching the whole house for it. Since Shan's title is involved, even Jiang Wanning, the governor's wife, cannot stop her. However, Xiao Fushing is a guest, and her frantic search in the host's home disregards the family's reputation and rules. How can she not be upset? She initially had a good impression of Xiao Fushing, but now only feelings of dislike remained. Was she implying that the Lu family would steal her belongings? I'm afraid the search is just a cover for something else, Xiao Qi said with a smile, looking forward to the unfolding drama. Jiang Wanning's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly understanding her meaning. The back courtyard of the Lu family was clean, but she had seen the dirty tricks used in such places before.
Could it be?
Her face turned pale as she quickly asked the maid beside her, "Where is the master?" Reporting to the lady, "The master is in the front yard." Hearing that Lu Yizhou was not in the back courtyard, Jiang Wanning finally felt relieved. At this point, it was too late to take precautions. She could only hurry toward Xiao Fushing. Over there, Xiao Fushing had searched everywhere without finding her bracelet, and just as everyone was about to leave, they suddenly heard an embarrassing sound coming from the guest room. Who would do such indecent things in broad daylight in the guest room? When Jiang Wanning arrived, she heard this and nearly gasped. She knew who was in the guest room. Just as she was about to usher everyone out of the back courtyard, a young maid suddenly knelt down, crying, "Madam, Sister Mei came to deliver a hangover soup to young Master Shan, but she went in and hasn't come out."
I'm worried.
At this moment, Jiang Wanning realized that these two maids had already betrayed their master. But before she could speak, Xiao Fushing exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you saying that my brother A Su is inside?" With that, she angrily pushed open the door to the guest room. Originally, Shun Huaishu had said it was just a show for him and nothing would really happen. So when Xiao Fushing opened the guest room door, she wasn't feeling sad. But when she saw the two people on the bed, completely unaware of their surroundings, she was stunned. Aksu?" Her soft call instantly woke the two on the bed. They were still in their intimate position, and Shun Huaishu's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even dare to look down. He turned his head stiffly and saw the tears on Xiao Fushing's face, causing the color to drain from his own. "Little Guai, it's not like this." Shun Huaishu wanted to explain, but he couldn't find the words. He realized he had been set up. He had intended to sneak into Lu Yizhou's study while drunk to investigate whether his brother's death was connected to him. Deep down, he didn't believe Shun Huayin had died at the hands of his enemies. There had been some conflicts between the Lu family and his brother before. Perhaps his brother's death was related to the Lu family. Unexpectedly, during this time, the incident with the maid happened, and he thought he could use it to his advantage against the Lu family. He planned to make them suffer from this mistake. If it turned out his brother's death was unrelated, he could still force Lu Yizhou to work for him. But he ended up being the one caught off guard. The Lu family was quite skilled at plotting against him, without him realizing it. "You shameless woman! How dare you set me up?" Shun Huaishu kicked the woman off the bed. Since they had woken up, the woman had been covering herself with a blanket, and everyone assumed she was the maid mentioned earlier. But with that kick, she was exposed. The woman was covered in red marks, indicating how intense things had been. But when they saw her face, the onlookers were shocked. Who is this woman? The woman on the floor looked to be in her 30s or 40s, her face aged and her figure out of shape, with loose skin hanging. Did young Master Shan really have such poor taste? Xiao Fushing, heartbroken and furious, was about to kick the woman on the ground when she froze, her mind going blank. Mother? The person with Aksu was her mother? Xiao Fushing felt darkness closing in and nearly fainted. Outside, the guests were in an uproar. Mother? Oh my, what is happening here? Future son-in-law and mother-in-law? How shameless. Jiang Wanning didn't dare to delay any longer. She quickly instructed the maidservants to lead the guests to the outer courtyard and sent someone to find Xiao Mei. Before long, only Shun Huaisu, Xiao Fushing, Zhao Shi, Jiang Wanning, and her sidekick, Granny Jiang, remained in the guest room. After Shun Huaisu and Zhao Shi finished dressing, Shun Huaisu's face darkened, and his frustration reached its peak. Zhao Shi looked as pale as paper, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning, wishing she could disappear. Qiao Qi, hiding in the shadows, let out a cold laugh. Back when Xiao Fushing and his brother plotted against the original owner's reputation, Zhao Shi was deeply involved in the schemes. She, a village woman, knew little, but understood that once a woman lost her honor, it was as if she was living a fate worse than death. At that point, they could say whatever they wanted. The one who charmed her son were all hurled at the original owner, mostly from Zhao Shi and Old Lady Zhao. In the original story, the male lead remained loyal to the female lead. Now, however, the male lead had become unreliable and was entangled with his mother-in-law. It was uncertain if the feelings between the leads could remain steadfast. Xiao Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, she sensed a slight easing of the constraints imposed by fate. This subtle change brightened her eyes, though she was puzzled. Both Bei Yuege and Qi Sili were also leads. Why did her actions against them not cause any change? Yet, simply causing a rift between Zhao Fushing and his partner led to such a noticeable shift? Could it be that their storyline was connected to hers? No, if that were the case, there should have been a change when Zhao Fushing's fourth brother was executed. Could it be that a quantitative change led to a qualitative one? Xiao Qi couldn't figure out the key, but it wasn't a bad thing for her. Currently, it seemed that breaking the constraints of fate could happen not only through poisonous insects, but also through the lead's relationship falling apart. Perhaps it could be said that it was the withdrawal of fate's fortune. With such an incident at the Lu residence, the Flower Appreciation Banquet was certainly cancelled. Xiao Qi returned to Pear Blossom Village, but the Xiao family was in chaos. Even if Shan Huai Su and Zhao Fushing wanted to keep the matter under wraps, so many guests had witnessed it, and public opinion couldn't be silenced easily. The news quickly reached the Xiao family. Zhao Da's eyes turned bloodshot, nearly attacking Zhao Shi with a knife. Zhao Fushing desperately tried to stop her. The Xiao family felt ashamed and wanted to end their lives by hitting the wall, but Zhao Fushing prevented them again. She regretted 1,000 times letting her parents come to the city with her. A mother who wanted to die, a father who was betrayed, and a daughter who was also betrayed. The investigation into Shan Huaimin's death ultimately pointed to Shan Huai Su. All evidence indicated that he was dragged down by Shan Huai Su's enemies. Even in the Lu family, Shan Huai Su's troubles were caused by his enemies. Shan Huai Su found the results of the investigation hard to believe. If they could scheme against him, why didn't they take the chance to kill him? No one could answer this question. Shan Huai Su couldn't even mention that Xiao Mei was planning to betray him. If he spoke of it, it would prove he was fully aware and trying to use Xiao Mei's actions against the Lu family. In the end, Shan Huai Su had to leave the Lu family in defeat. After this incident, the Zhao family returned to Dea village and temporarily rented a place from a villager. Shan Huai Su dared not step into the Zhao family's door again and could only send a lot of silver through his subordinates. Angry, Zhao Da scolded Zhao Shi again. He stubbornly refused to take the silver, but without it, they couldn't even buy food. Should they sell the clothes and jewelry that Shan Huai Su gave to Zhao Fushing? That was no different from taking his money. Clearly, Zhao Da wasn't as tough as he seemed and eventually accepted the silver, rushing to buy some contraceptives. Zhao Fushing cried while preparing the contraceptives and personally served them to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi couldn't even lift her head, unsure how to face her daughter, and their relationship gradually grew distant. Originally, Xiao Qi planned to deal with the Zhao family later, but unexpectedly, Shan Huai Su's subordinates found her. Shan Huai Su suspected her. The reason for suspicion was simple. She was skilled in martial arts and had been in the same private room with Jiang Wanning during the secret mission. Xiao Qi wasn't surprised by this. If Shan Huai Su suspected the Lu family, it was only natural he would suspect her too. Since there was suspicion, she decided to create confusion. Xiao Qi handed over 10,000 taels of silver notes to Xiao Tao. Find the top-ranked assassin organizations one by one to kill Shan Huai Su, but remember to keep your movements hidden. Now, Xiao Tao's strength had improved tremendously compared to before, having refined her inner power for 30 years and learned exceptional techniques. With the spiritual energy in the courtyard, her training progressed even faster. Now, even the leader of the 7-kill pavilion would be no match for her. Xiao Tao was very fast. She went to the capital city and used a special code to contact various assassin organizations. Within 5 days, the first group of assassins arrived. During this time, Xiao Qi temporarily shut down the gathering formation in her house. Shan Huai Su could not find any useful information from her, so he had no choice but to withdraw his people. Just as he was about to leave the capital to attend Shan Huaimin's funeral, the assassins attacked again. Xiao Tao contacted 2 assassin organizations. One offered 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels is not a small amount, and the assassins sent by the organization were not ordinary. Shan Huai was seriously injured during the repeated attacks, and his men were almost completely wiped out. He managed to escape to Dea village, where Fushing saved him. When Xiao Tao brought back this news, Xiao Qi almost laughed out loud. The luck of the main characters had indeed been weakened. In the past, several waves of assassins could not harm him, but now he was injured. Xiao Qi continued to take action. While Shan Huai was seriously injured and unconscious, and the Xiao family was not home, she knocked out Xiao De and took him away. She gave Xiao De a sedative meant for animals and infused Shan Huai's mind with a bit of spiritual energy, helping him gradually wake up. Finally, she locked both of them in a room. The Xiao family had already enjoyed Shan Huai's good looks, so it was only fair that her husband could enjoy them too. Heavy breathing was heard, along with Shan Huai's painful and desperate struggles. The sounds in the room continued for over an hour before the Xiao family returned. As they wondered where Xiao De had gone, they heard strange noises from the room. When they opened the door, Fushing, her 6 brothers, and her mother were all frozen in shock. "Dad? Asu?" They rushed in to pull the 2 apart. Seeing their disheveled and pitiful state, Fushing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her mind was about to explode. Zhao Qiyun and the others were similarly stunned, unsure of how to react. Only Zhao Shi felt a strange sense of relief. When she was the only one at fault, she felt hopeless and lacked the courage to go on. But now that there were 2 people at fault, she felt a sense of camaraderie, even if that person was her husband. Perhaps it was better that it was Xiao De. That way, he had no reason to blame her. Zhao Shi felt a hint of secret joy and relief. At that moment, Shan Huai, already seriously injured, was further agitated and was barely hanging on, but his mind was exceptionally clear. His eyes turned red, as if filled with poison. Veins bulging on his hands, filled with hatred, he wished he could kill Xiao De immediately. Xiao Qi naturally had to help him and brought over his last 2 subordinates.
"Master?"
The 2 subordinates arrived with the Xiao family, and the furious Shan Huai immediately shouted,
"Kill him."
"Let this young master kill him." At this moment, feelings were no longer important. What mattered was that this detestable old man had wronged him. When he had dealings with the Xiao family before, Shan Huai couldn't accept it, but wasn't as furious. At that time, he was in control. Even if he was schemed against, he only felt guilt and disgust. But now it was different. He was the one who had been hurt. Shan Huai had no desire to think anymore. He just wanted to kill Xiao De. Fushing's face turned pale, and she suddenly knelt on the ground. "Woo, Asu, you can't do this. Think clearly. He is my father. Woo. Get lost." Shan Huai no longer wanted to see Fushing, and even started to hate her. "Asu, I beg you to spare my father. He was framed. Anyone could see that something was wrong with Xiao De, who was still not fully aware. But Shan Huai didn't want to deal with this family anymore and firmly issued his command.
"Kill him."
"Anyone who dares to stop will be killed too." The 2 subordinates knew the relationship between Shan Huai and Fushing. They exchanged glances, but could only obey the order. They could see that their master was in a disheveled state, and Xiao De was also a disgrace. How could they not know what had happened? Thinking about their usually proud and self-respecting master being involved with a countrywoman and a man, they felt a wave of despair. It felt like their master was finished. Fushing wanted to step forward to stop them, but one of the subordinates held her back. The other one, with determination, thrust his sword forward. Xiao De, who was still struggling, suddenly stiffened, his consciousness finally clearing a bit. But before he could understand what was happening, he lost his breath. Xiao De was dead, blood gushing, and he fell to the ground. Fushing's gaze gradually became vacant, her body slumping to the ground, unable to think anymore. Huai Su was taken away by his subordinates, and the Xiao family didn't even think about reporting to the authorities. One Xiao family member was already enough. They couldn't let Xiao Da's disgraceful actions spread. They could only hurriedly bury him. At this point, the older generation of the Xiao family was almost gone, leaving only Xiao Shi, Xiao Fushing, and her 6 brothers. Throughout everything, Xiao Qi remained a silent observer. But that wasn't enough. There was still a clever person in the Xiao family, Xiao Fushing's eldest brother, Xiao Qiyun. Things were happening too quickly, and Xiao Qiyun might not have reacted due to his immense sadness. However, once things settled down, he would surely realize something was wrong. Just like when Xiao Qi first crossed over, he immediately guessed she was not the original owner and even called her a demon. The Xiao family did not know she was in the nearby Liha village, but with the 2 villages so close, it was only a matter of time before they found out. She had no intention of torturing anyone slowly. Now that Xiao Fushing and Shan Huai had fallen out, she didn't believe fate would protect her family any longer. On a rainy night, dozens of wind blades surged into the Xiao family home. 3 blades aimed directly at Xiao Qiyun's vital points. The first 2 only caused him injury, but were not fatal. However, the last one cut his neck deeply. Before he died, Xiao Qiyun's eyes widened in shock, filled with mixed emotions. Besides Xiao Qiyun, the other 2 brothers of Xiao Shi and Xiao Fushing also died. In the end, only Xiao Fushing, her 2nd brother Xiao Qifeng, and her 6th and 7th brothers remained. Among these 4, Xiao Fushing's 6th and 7th brothers were seriously injured, and if they weren't treated well, they wouldn't survive. Xiao Fushing had only a slight scratch, while Xiao Qifeng's injuries were more severe but not life-threatening. Lightning struck densely, landing not far from Xiao Qi. She didn't take any further action and returned home. Shortly after she got back, Xiao Tao also returned and shook her head at Xiao Qi. "Miss, that person is very sinister. I couldn't kill him myself." Shan Huai was seriously injured, and only 2 subordinates were left to protect him, but their skills were nothing compared to hers. She had dealt with those 2, but still couldn't kill Shan Huai. He kept slipping away, which was very frustrating. In the end, she could only watch as he jumped off a cliff. She even searched around the cliff, but didn't see a body. Given his sinister nature, he was likely still alive. Now she understood why the young lady wanted to kill these people. If it were her, she would have to kill them too. Offending such a dangerous person meant waiting for death if she didn't act. "No rush, you can go back now." Xiao Qi handed Xiao Tao a 100-tael silver note. Originally, it was agreed that she would protect Xiao Qi, but instead, she went out to fight with her a few days later, so naturally, some rewards were expected. Xiao Tao smiled foolishly and without hesitation tucked the banknotes into her pocket. What kind of master is this? Even after a failed mission, they still give money. If it were at the 7-kill pavilion, she might have lost half her life and had to pay to treat her injuries. "Thank you, Mississippi." The Xiao family suffered heavy losses, and no one suspected Xiao Qi. After all, in the Xiao family's memory, the last time they met Xiao Qi was while fleeing, so how could they think she was involved? They suspected Shan Huai Su, thinking he was the reason their family was continuously harmed. Once doubt arose, they had already confirmed it in their hearts. Xiao Fushing spent his days mourning his lost family while reminiscing about his beloved. Meanwhile, Xiao Qifeng and his brothers were filled with hatred towards Shan Huai Su. If it weren't for him, their grandparents, parents, and several brothers would still be alive. All of this was because Shan Huai Su led the enemies to them. However, perhaps because most of the Xiao family had died or because they held resentment towards the male lead, Xiao Fushing's luck had worsened significantly. Initially, Shan Huai Su left them over 200 taels of silver, and after burying their relatives and treating the injuries of the 6th and 7th brothers, they had a little over 100 taels left. They had planned to use this money to build a house, but unexpectedly, before they could start, the money disappeared, stolen by someone unknown. After reporting it to the authorities, they still couldn't find out who took the silver. The 6th and 7th brothers still needed medicine for their injuries, and the house still needed to be built. With no other choice, Xiao Fushing had to pawn the clothes and jewelry Huai Su gave her. However, when they went to the city, their borrowed ox cart fell into the river. The rushing water swept away the jewelry, and they only managed to retrieve the clothes. Xiao Fushing and Xiao Qifeng struggled to get the old ox ashore, but the cart was damaged. After pawning the clothes and compensating for the cart, Xiao Fushing hired someone to search the river for her jewelry. With such a large river and strong currents, finding the jewelry was nearly impossible. After all the trouble, Xiao Fushing was left with only over 30 taels of silver. When Zhou Shi brought this news to Xiao Qi, she was somewhat surprised and then laughed out loud. It seemed that Xiao Fushing and Huai Su were nearing their end. She instructed Zhou Shi to continue watching the Xiao family while she focused on her own matters. During this time, she stayed at home, occasionally corresponding with Jiang Wanning. The maid who climbed into bed before has already been sold off. Lu Yizhou began to organize the Pingyuan mansion, and everything started to improve. The weather is getting hotter, and after half a year, Qiao Zhou's courtyard has finally been completed, located not far from her own yard. The courtyard is not small, covering nearly 3 acres with more than 30 rooms of various sizes. Even if the Xiao family members find it later, there will be enough space for them. Currently, there aren't many people in the courtyard, and Xiao Zhou is not living in the main house. Since her parents and grandparents have not been found, she is settled in the East Wing. The courtyard has many rooms. The main house and the adjoining rooms have 7 rooms, while each wing has 8 rooms. Xiao Zhou chose 2 rooms in the East Wing. One is a bedroom, the largest one, which includes a separate dressing room and bathroom. To make things easier for her, Xiao Qi provided glass flower leaves for the windows and set up some spirit-gathering formations, burying some high-quality spirit stones around. The spiritual energy in this courtyard is not as rich as in her own, but even after 100 years, the energy from the spirit stones will not be depleted. This relatively rich spiritual energy can nourish ordinary people, which is sufficient. Additionally, the mosquito-repelling plants in the courtyard can grow normally and function well, and the flowers can achieve water circulation. Overall, the setup of this courtyard is not much different from Qiao Qi's. However, it feels empty now, with only Qiao Zhou and Xiao Tao around. Her courtyard hardly needs cleaning. With a simple spell, it becomes spotless. But this is Qiao Zhou's courtyard, and she won't use spells to clean for her. She will handle her own matters in the future, including managing the orchard. To help with this, Qiao Qi decided to buy 2 maids and 2 housekeepers for her. The 2 maids will take care of her, while the 2 housekeepers will handle cleaning and cooking. Finally, through Jiang Wanning's connections, she spent a large sum to hire a nanny. Xiao Zhou is responsible for taking care of Nanny Yang, who will teach her how to manage the servants, the household, and the accounts. Nanny Yang will also train the 2 maids they bought. Touched by this, Xiao Zhou slipped 1,000 taels of silver into her hand. Xiao Qi. She has so much silver that she can't spend it all. Faced with Xiao Zhou's generosity, Xiao Qi did not refuse and accepted the money. This is good. Even though she is her older sister, she is not someone to take advantage of. The golden waves of wheat spread out in circles, and soon it was time for the harvest. This year, Pear Blossom Village had good weather and no disasters, resulting in a decent wheat yield. Some fields produced around 300 pounds of wheat, while others yielded about 200 pounds, marking a good harvest year. Due to last year's disaster, the emperor ordered a 30% reduction in grain taxes this year. Xiao Qi's 5 acres of land also had a good harvest, totaling around 1,400 pounds of wheat. After paying their taxes, most villagers sold their fine wheat to buy coarser grains. While not as tasty, these grains could fill their stomachs. Xiao Qi bought the wheat at the normal price and stored it all in her cellar. Since she needed to buy wheat anyway, it didn't matter who she bought, and the villagers felt the same way. The price was the same, and it saved them the trouble of going to the city to sell it. Now, her cellar was nearly filled with 10,000 pounds of wheat. Xiao Qi rarely used the wheat to make flour, as most of her food came from her storage space. except for ingredients like seafood that were not available there. After harvesting the wheat, she would continue to cultivate the land and plant rice. Once the rice was planted, tomatoes and green peppers would also be ready for harvest. Thanks to the village chief's strong promotion, many villagers focused all their energy on growing tomatoes and peppers. During this time, the village chief worked hard to sell the finished products from Xiao Qi. Now, many people knew about peppers and were eager to get them. Tomatoes also had a variety of flavors that attracted many buyers. Such success couldn't be achieved by the village chief alone. Yuege also played a significant role in promoting these new crops after seeing them in Pear Blossom Village. Unfortunately, Xiao Qi's supply was limited, and neither tomatoes nor peppers were available for purchase. Many merchants sensed the business opportunity and were anxiously searching for these crops. With the channels established, when these 3 crops went on sale, they were quickly sold out. Meanwhile, Yuege also ordered a lot of seedlings at a high price in Liha village, hoping to promote them throughout the entire Pingyuan prefecture. After selling their crops, every household in Liha village had at least 10 taels of silver in hand. Since these were new crops with limited yield, the prices were naturally high at the moment. After following Xiao Qi's suggestion, the village chief began to consider the possibility of establishing a small factory in Liha village. Once these 3 new crops were widely promoted in Pingyuan Prefecture, prices would surely drop, and their advantage would be lost. Additionally, vegetables have a short shelf life, making long-distance transport impractical, so new products would need to be developed later. After thinking for a long time, the village chief approached Xiao Qi again. Recently, your Aunt Lu and Xiao He have been working on tomato sauce and chili sauce. Your aunt just tastes it, but it's mainly Xiao He who's doing the work. Son Xiaohe's skills had improved significantly since the village chief began promoting tomatoes and peppers. She had been finding ways to create these sauces. Xiao Qi understood what the village chief meant and interrupted him. Village chief, I know what you mean. You should talk directly to Xiao He about this. Just make sure she gets her fair share. With Xiao Qi's approval, the village chief nodded immediately. Okay, these ideas are all yours, so you won't miss out on your share. The village chief had no intention of excluding Xiao Qi. He knew that the current success of Liha village was mainly due to her efforts. It would be ungrateful to push her out after just making some money. He wasn't that short-sighted. Once the flavors of the tomato sauce and chili sauce were finalized, he planned for each household in the village to contribute some silver to build a shared facility for producing these sauces. Once the sauces gained popularity, they could start sourcing tomatoes and peppers from other villages. I'll donate my share to the village to help fix the roads. If the roads are bad, we can't transport our goods out, he said. That's a great idea, the village chief replied, his eyes lighting up. He hurried to leave, but Xiao Qi called him back. Village chief, remember to come up with a unique name and special logo for the tomato and chili sauces to represent that they are products of Liha village. This era didn't have anti-counterfeiting labels yet. However, if Liha village's sauces became popular, many merchants would likely try to copy them. So, they needed a distinctive mark that others couldn't imitate to promote Liha village's sauces. In the future, whenever people thought of chili sauce and tomato sauce, they would first think of Liha village's products. In addition to the sauces, there was also the issue of the jars to handle. The village chief furrowed his brow tightly, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. These matters were too difficult. But there was no choice. After all, he was the village chief. The village chief got busy again, and the topics of soap and toilets that Xiao Qi had mentioned to Jiang Wanning began to come up. This was important for the entire Pingyuan prefecture. Even if Pear Blossom Village only got a small share, it could still earn a lot. Xiao Qi had only discussed this with the village chief for now. The village chief wanted to build a folk kiln in Pear Blossom Village, but Xiao Qi directly rejected the idea. With sauces, soap, and folk kilns, Pear Blossom Village was taking on too much, which could lead to trouble. Bei Yuege Village, not far from Pear Blossom Village, produced a lot of clay and already had a folk kiln, so it would be better to collaborate with them. They could source the jars from there and also work together on the toilets and ceramics. Pear Blossom Village only needed to focus on making sauces and soap. As the weather grew hotter, Sun Xiao he finally perfected the sauce recipe. The taste was exceptional. Meanwhile, the first factory in Pear Blossom Village was completed, funded by the entire village. When the factory started making money, everyone would receive their wages and dividends. The village chief, feeling a bit slow-witted, specially hired an accountant to manage the finances. Great, they had finances sorted. However, when the first jars of tomato sauce and chili sauce were produced, the village chief still hadn't figured out how to design the special logo that Xiao Qi had mentioned. It seemed that no matter how he tried, others could easily copy it. In the end, it was Xiao Jiu who came up with a solution. The leaves of the Luan Fruit were unique. Her older sister had said that only this area had Luan Fruit trees. They could process the leaves to create that special logo. After much brainstorming from the people of Pear Blossom Village, everything was finally settled. Pear Blossom Village reached a cooperation agreement with Bei Yuege Village, but for now, it was only about the jars. The sauce factory in Pear Blossom Village was gradually getting on track, and it was now August. At this time, Jiang Wanning brought some news. The emperor's most beloved little princess had recovered from her illness, and the emperor was so pleased that he granted a general amnesty. Chang Yenting, who had been imprisoned, was released because of this. Xiao Qi. If Jiang Wanning hadn't written this letter, she would have almost forgotten about Chang Yenting. But even remembering him was just that. She had been quite busy herself. Besides practicing alchemy, she had also developed some soap recipes. Fruity, floral, for bathing, for laundry. After selling these soaps, she will earn her share. Once she finished with the formulas, and before she could catch her breath, news suddenly came from the secret organization. The communication symbol she left for them had a message. Another item from Mist Hidden had appeared. After arranging things at home, Xiao Qi rode to the city. After Xiao Fushing's family fell apart, the restrictions on her from the heavens eased a lot. During this time, she progressed from the 8th level of Qi refining to full Qi refining. But after that, she returned to being restricted again. No matter how hard she practiced, she remained stuck at full Qi refining. She had taken more than 10 foundation-building pills, yet nothing changed. People were getting frustrated. At this rate, when would she reach her peak and find her way back? She cast an illusion on herself and stepped into the secret organization. After 6 months, although she hadn't sold any pills, the reputation of the Medicine Spirit Valley grew even stronger. Everyone wanted to find the Medicine Spirit Valley or learn about it, but it seemed like there were no traces of it in the world. The secret organization was also anxious and worked hard to collect 2 more items from Mist Hidden. In the secret organization, as Xiao Qi entered, the manager came in with 2 boxes. Esteemed Elder, here are the items. Please take a look. If these items satisfied Xiao Qi, it would be a win for everyone. If not, they could still auction them off without loss. Xiao Qi opened the first box, revealing a golden phoenix hairpin. The gold was real, but the craftsmanship was a bit lacking. There was no special aura about it. Taking a deep breath, she opened the second box. Before opening it, she sensed an aura from inside, causing her cultivation to feel a bit looser. When the box opened, it contained a coin. A 1 yuan coin with a national emblem. Holding the coin and rubbing it, Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes. The transparent soap that appeared last time was definitely not a modern product. But this coin was undeniably from modern times. So, why does this world have modern items? What exactly is Mist Hidden? Does your secret organization have the correct location of Mist Hidden? Hee. Esteemed Elder, you jest. Mist Hidden is mysterious and unpredictable. No one knows its exact location. Xiao Qi didn't press further, accepted the coin, and took out 2 bottles of pills. These are spirit-enhancing pills. How about we trade for this? Of course. The manager smiled broadly, without any hesitation. As for this bottle, it contains 2 rejuvenation pills, and I will sell them to you. The manager continued to smile and instructed someone to bring 200,000 silver coins. The medicinal pills from the Medicine Spirit Valley have greatly improved. Initially, the highest auction price for a rejuvenation pill was 5,500, but now you can't buy one for even 10,000. Senior, this is the price we can offer. If you are not satisfied, you can wait for an auction later. No need. Xiao Qi put away the 200,000 silver ingots, and with the help of an illusion, the manager had no idea how she did it. After collecting a special coin, she planned to hurry home to practice. Unexpectedly, when passing by the Chung residence, she found it bustling with activity. There was music and celebration for a wedding, and many people gathered around hoping to share in the joy and receive some wedding treats. Xiao Qi stood there for a moment and saw the bridal sedan chair being carried closer, with Chung Yanting riding a tall horse at the front. Xiao Qi. The male lead from Xiao Jio's sad story is marrying someone else? The sedan chair stopped, and Chung Yanting, with a cold expression, helped the bride out. A gentle breeze lifted the bride's veil slightly. Xiao Qi then saw the tear-streaked face beneath the veil. Neither the bride nor the groom looked happy. One didn't want to marry, and the other didn't want to wed. How did they end up together? Could it be that the female lead from the sad story has changed partners? But this had nothing to do with her. Just as Xiao Qi was about to leave, she suddenly felt something was off. That bride looked so familiar. At the Chung residence, the front yard was lively, filled with laughter and toasts. However, the backyard was quieter, with the bride sitting in the new room, accompanied only by a small maid. Xiao Qi easily knocked out the maid and then lifted the bride's veil. Lu Yun? Lu Yun was momentarily stunned before finally recognizing the person in front of her. Xiao girl? At that moment, the tear stains on her face were still fresh, and her voice was hoarse from crying. How did you end up marrying Chung Yanting? Xiao Qi sat on the edge of the wedding bed, curious beyond measure. Lu Yun was the cousin of Qi Sili and played the role of the villainess in their story. Chung Yanting was not only the devoted male lead in their relationship, but also the male lead in Xiao Jio's sad story. Now, how did this villainess end up with the devoted male lead and sad story protagonist? It was all so confusing. This is a long story. Lu Yun lightly bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes again. She was the cousin of Qi Sili, and after listening to Xiao Qi, she planned to leave with her parents. Unexpectedly, she was brought back to the mansion by Qi Sili, along with her parents.
Nothing else happened during that time.
Until Qi Sili went missing, his father took her in as an adopted daughter and threatened her with her parents' lives to marry Chung Yanting. It seemed like some deal was made, but she was unclear about it. Xiao Qi's lips twitched. Qi Sili's father was his adoptive father, the lord of Qi Family Fortress, and skilled in martial arts. Qi Sili seemed to be the emperor's illegitimate son, but now that he was gone, there was no way to prove it. So, why was the lord of Qi Family Fortress forcing Lu Yun to marry Chung Yanting? Did the Chung family have some secret? Or was fate trying to correct the story? If the main characters were gone, would they just pair up someone else? How absurd. Do you want me to take you away? Thinking of correcting the story? No way. Lu Yun seemed tempted but hesitated for a moment before her eyes dimmed, shaking her head. Don't worry, I'll help you rescue your parents and you help me put on a show. The idea of correcting the story didn't seem trustworthy. It was likely that both sides had conspired about something. In the front yard, guests were enjoying themselves, and Chung Yanting stumbled in through the door. Lu Yun had no personal maid beside her. The only little maid in the room was from the Chung family. Awakened by the sound of the door, the little maid rubbed her eyes, confused about how she had suddenly fallen asleep. Young master. The little maid hurried to serve him by helping him undress, but was pushed away by Chung Yanting.
Get out.
The little maid stumbled and dared not stay, giving Lu Yun a sympathetic glance before quickly leaving. She was originally a minor maid by the lady's side, but because of her good looks, she was assigned to serve the young mistress and the young master today. She understood the lady's intentions. She disapproved of this young mistress and, seeing her beauty, had placed her in the young master's room. If the young master took a liking to her, it could cause trouble for the new mistress. However, she knew how the young master had been infatuated with that girl from the north and how he had gone to prison for Xiao Ju out of love. Before, She thought the young master was exceptional, but after witnessing his deep affection, she had lost all interest. Madam, things are not normal, and the young master is quite unstable as well. Her only thought now is to save enough money to buy her freedom from the Chung family. The young maid closed the door, and Chung Yanting staggered to the bed, pulling off Lu Yun's veil. Lu Yun shrank back and quickly stood up to serve Chung Yanting. Husband, shut up. Perhaps the word husband hurt Chung Yanting. He grabbed Lu Yun by the neck, making her face turn red, and then impatiently threw her to the ground. Lu Yun, marrying you is not my intention. I hope you don't have any unrealistic fantasies. Besides being the young mistress, I won't give you anything. Chung Yanting, reeking of alcohol, was about to leave when Lu Yun let out a self-deprecating cry. Young master, if you didn't want to, why did you marry me? Or is it that you can't forget the girl from the north, or that girl Xiao? Lu Yun stood up and slowly approached Chung Yanting, her eyes filled with sorrow, as if she might break apart. Chung Yanting frowned, his impatience growing, even turning to disgust. Lu Yun, you don't deserve to mention their names. Lu Yun was taken aback. Was Chung Yanting unwell? Had she insulted them in some way? Why was she not allowed to mention their names? But the show must go on. Why don't I deserve to? They treated you so well. Why can't I even mention their names? Why do you treat me this way after marrying me? Lu Yun shouted angrily at Chung Yanting. He raised his hand and slapped her. Smack. Lu Yun, you wicked woman don't deserve to mention them. From the day you begged me to marry you, you should have known this would be your fate. Chung Yanting's words left Lu Yun stunned. She begged him to marry her? Nonsense. Today was their wedding night, and it was only the second time she had seen him. She had just learned about his past from Xiao Qi. In the shadows, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow. It seemed this matter was orchestrated by the lord of the Qi family fortress. What was the purpose of forcing Chung Yanting to marry Lu Yun? Chung Yanting, you're talking nonsense. When did I ever beg you to marry me? My father clearly told me that you fell for me at first sight and came to propose. If I had known you didn't want to, how could I have married you? Lu Yun quickly adapted to Chung Yanting's words and continued the act. Chung Yanting, already drunk, became furious at her response. Lu Yun, how could there be such a cruel woman like you in the world? There should be limits to lying. It's clear that you wanted to marry me, and it was your father who forced me to marry you. Facing Chung Yanting's anger and accusations, Lu Yun continued to play her role, secretly feeling happy while pretending to be heartbroken. Oh, my father forced you? Then tell me, how did he force you? How could he possibly force someone like you, the young master of the Chung family? Of course he forced me. I just wanted to hire skilled guards at Qijia Fort, but he pressured me about it. Thinking of this, Chung Yanting's anger grew even more intense, his eyes blazing with fury, wishing he could swallow Lu Yun whole. The people at Qijia Fort, taking advantage of the situation, had taken his wife's identity for themselves. Darn it! They all deserve to pay. You, a young master of the Chung family, have never been involved in the martial world. Even if you travel far, the escort agency has enough manpower. Why would you specifically come to Qijia Fort to hire guards? At least make your lies believable. Lu Yun continued to probe, but Chung Yanting suddenly stopped the conversation, his face showing humiliation, pain, and hatred. He slammed the door and left. Only then did Lu Yun drop her act of sorrow, feeling a bit uneasy standing there. She wasn't sure if the information she gathered would be useful to Xiao Qi. At that moment, Xiao Qi stepped out from the shadows. She had not missed the expression on Chung Yanting's face earlier. From their conversation, it was clear that Chung Yanting wanted to hire skilled guards at Qijia Fort, and she suspected it was related to her. Did he want to do something to Xiao Jiao, and was afraid she would retaliate? It seemed that the lord of Qijia Fort had a hold over Chung Yanting, forcing him to marry Lu Yun. As for how he pressured him, she didn't know yet. But the lord of Qijia Fort had no real fatherly feelings for Lu Yun. She was just a foster daughter, taken in under the threat of her parents' lives. Forcing Chung Yanting to marry Lu Yun surely meant he had ulterior motives regarding the Chung family. Before you got married, did your adoptive father tell you anything? After all, she was the bride, yet that lord of Qijia Fort didn't even prepare a maid for her. Her dowry was pitifully small, consisting of only a non-profitable shop and 100 taels of silver. No, before I got married, he only told me to get along well with Qing Yanting and not to be disliked by him. By the way, I saw him go to Qijia Fort before my wedding, and he had a servant with him. That servant might know something. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and she quickly spoke up to remind her. Xiao Qi immediately took Lu Yun to find the servant. Qing Yanting was tough to deal with. Using force would likely not yield results and could even lead to lies. So, from the start, she didn't plan to confront Qing Yanting directly. The servant who was close to Qing Yanting was certainly not an ordinary one. With Lu Yun's guidance, Xiao Qi quickly found him. This person didn't resist much, and after just a few hits, he confessed everything clearly. Qing Yanting indeed had his own motives regarding Xiao Jiu, but due to her abilities, he was hesitant to create more trouble for now. He was also worried that if Xiao Qi learned about his release from prison, she might come after him. So, he thought about hiring some strong guards, which would help him deal with her and also gain Xiao Jiu, 2 birds with 1 stone. After much consideration, he chose to go to the Qi family fortress in Muyang City, as he didn't dare hire anyone in Pingyuan Prefecture for fear of attracting Xiao Qi's attention. Initially, the lord of the Qi family agreed, but later he changed his mind. He claimed that his daughter had fallen for Qing Yanting and that if Qing married her, he would provide his best men for free. If Qing refused, he wouldn't be able to hire guards from him, and the Qing family's business in Muyang City would be jeopardized. In the end, Qing Yanting had no choice but to compromise. Is that all? The servant racked his brain and shared a bit more information. There's also the fact that the Qi family lord initially agreed to let the young master hire people, but it wasn't a hire. He would send the best fighters directly to the young master, as long as the young master was willing to give him some treasure map. Our young master knows nothing about any treasure map, and later the Qi family lord went back on his word. Xiao Qi suddenly understood, her mind clearing up as all the puzzles fell into place. The Qi family lord believed Qing Yanting was deceiving him by hiding the treasure map's information. It was likely that the Qi family had already sent people to the Qing residence numerous times without finding any trace of the treasure map, which was why he wanted to marry Lu Yun into the family. Once Lu Yun and Qing Yanting's relationship stabilized, he might be able to extract information about the treasure map. After all, her parents were in his hands, giving him leverage over her. If he couldn't get the information, it wouldn't matter much. She was just an unimportant adopted daughter, and losing her wouldn't be a big deal. The Qi family lord believed the treasure map was in the Qing residence, likely due to its connection with Qi Sili. After all, the treasure map that Qi Sili had obtained was now in her possession. After she got the treasure map, she didn't solve it and just left it in her space. Later, she didn't need money and almost forgot about the map. Is the treasure map that people think about really just a treasure map? Could there be some secret? Her intuition suggested that it shouldn't be this simple. Since she had doubts, she needed to investigate. It seemed she had to go to Muyang City herself. She knocked out the servant and temporarily sent Lu Yun back to the wedding room. I'll go back with you tomorrow. Okay. The next day, Xiao Qi had Xiao Wu send a message back to Liha village while she joined Lu Yun's group returning home. 5 days passed quietly, and the group arrived at Muyang City. Qing Yanting still had a cold expression towards Lu Yun, clearly showing his dislike for the marriage. Lu Yun rarely softened her tone and begged Qing Yanting to play along with her. Once they returned to the Qing residence, she promised to be a proper wife and not interfere with anything else. Qing Yanting naturally couldn't agree. However, when Lu Yun mentioned that her father might withdraw his guards if he was unhappy, Qing Yanting reluctantly agreed through gritted teeth. But let me make it clear, we can pretend, but don't think about anything else, Qing Yanting said fiercely. Hearing this again made Lu Yun roll her eyes internally. She was almost sick of it. Did he really think he was such a great man that everyone loved him? As if all women depended on men. If he truly loved someone like Xiao, why would he give up his true love for his own interests? It was like having two halves of a heart, both claiming to be true love. It was really disgusting. But she still responded sweetly. At Kijiabeo, Cheng Yanting pretended to be deeply affectionate, while Luyan looked shy, as if they were very loving. The Lord of Kijiabeo felt suspicious. Cheng Yanting had resisted Luyan so much before, and now their relationship seemed so good after just a few days. Although it was said that heroes have a hard time with beautiful women, Luyan was not bad-looking. But hadn't he claimed to have a woman he loved deeply? How could he change his mind so quickly? However, seeing their apparent affection eased his suspicions a bit. After hosting them, the Lord of Kijiabeo called Lu Yun to a study alone. Xiao Yun, seeing you and Yanting so happy together makes me glad. The Lord smiled kindly. Lu Yun, however, couldn't smile back, and her eyes began to redden. Father, I have followed your instructions and built a good relationship with him. He seems to care about me, but I wonder if you could release my father and mother? Now that I am married, I will definitely listen to you. The leader of the Qi fortress showed no change in expression and continued to smile. Xiaoyan, don't worry, I will not mistreat them. Lu Yun bit her lip, as if making a firm decision, and suddenly knelt on the ground. Father, I beg you to release my parents. Cheng Yanting actually has no feelings for me. He doesn't love me. Tears streamed down Lu Yun's face, and her eyes looked shattered. The leader's smile gradually turned cold. He had long suspected that their relationship was just an act, but he didn't care how much they loved each other. As long as Lu Yun could complete his task, her life or death was of no concern to him. Xiaoyan, why are you kneeling? Get up. Don't say such things again. If Yanting hears, he might be very upset. Lu Yun shook her head, her attitude firm. Father, I overheard your conversation with Cheng Yanting that day. I know you were looking for the treasure map, and I know where he hid it. The leader's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Lu Yun to know about the treasure map. But he quickly returned to normal, his smile becoming kinder. You say you know where the treasure map is? Yes. As long as you agree to release my parents and allow me to divorce Cheng Yanting, I will help you retrieve the treasure map. Lu Yun stood up, her expression no longer timid. The leader suddenly laughed, but his eyes grew colder. You think you can negotiate with me over something you haven't obtained? Lu Yun's face turned pale, her mouth opening and closing without a word. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, All right, but before that, I need to divorce him. You know he is wary of me because I am your daughter. To lower his guard, I must divorce. Getting Cheng Yanting to agree to the divorce was simple. It meant giving him a few guards from the Qi family and not interfering with his business in Muyang City in the future. The leader of the Qi fortress stared at Lu Yun for a while and finally nodded. All right, but you know your parents are still in my hands. You better understand the cost of deceiving me. The leader had never doubted Lu Yun's feelings for her parents. So between the divorce and releasing her parents, the divorce was not unacceptable. I can agree, but I have one more condition. Lu Yun stared intently at the leader of the Qi fortress. I want to know the secret of the treasure map. If we find the treasure, I want 10% of it. The leader of the Qi fortress laughed loudly at Lu Yun's boldness.
Good.
You are indeed my chosen daughter, full of spirit. I agree. Lu Yun looked up slightly, feeling a strange sensation inside her. Everything had been guessed by Xiao Qi. The leader of the Qi fortress was arrogant, hypocritical, and very suspicious. If someone completely obeyed him, he would think they had ulterior motives. However, when Lu Yun asked for a share of the treasure, he felt it was only natural. Of course, he would never actually share the treasure with her. In his eyes, Lu Yun and her parents were already dead. Once he had the treasure map, it would be Lu Yun's end. Before he killed her, believing everything was settled, he would certainly not hesitate to reveal his secrets. This was much more genuine than forcing out uncertain secrets. After Lu Yun left the study, she immediately sought out Cheng Yanting.
What? Divorce?
Even though Cheng Yanting was very unhappy about the marriage, he was stunned when he heard the word divorce. What a joke. They had just married a few days ago, and now there was talk of divorce. Did they think marriage was just a game? Besides, there were still dealings between him and the leader of the Qi fortress. The divorce was not something Lu Yun could decide alone. Cheng Yanting's face showed great impatience, and he spoke harshly. Lu Yun, you asked me to pretend to be a loving couple, and I did as you said. What more do you want? Can't you understand? Stop causing trouble.
You don't love me.
Now that I agree to the divorce, isn't that what you want? Lu Yun clutched her handkerchief, her eyes misty. Cheng Yanting grew even more annoyed. If it were that simple, it would be great. What a fool. Enough. Don't say any more. We'll go back this afternoon. Seeing this, Lu Yun only scoffed inwardly. Luckily, she had no feelings for Cheng Yanting, otherwise she would truly be tormented in this marriage. As a man, Cheng Yanting showed no responsibility. This marriage was clearly something he had agreed to for his own benefit, yet he acted as if she had done something terrible. Others were at fault, and he was the innocent one. Cheng Yanting, my father has already agreed. We are getting a divorce. He won't withdraw the people he sent you, and he won't interfere with the Cheng family's business in Muyang City. All of Cheng Yanting's worries were resolved, and his impatience quickly turned to surprise. Are you serious? Well, what can I say? He was just being lazy, relying on others to help him instead of putting in the effort himself. Here, this is the divorce agreement. You just need to sign it. Lu Yun took out the divorce agreement, but Cheng Yanting felt that everything was a bit unreal. After confirming that the agreement was fine and getting a clear answer from the leader of Qi Fortress, he finally signed his name. You can go back by yourself this afternoon. I won't be going with you. Her dowry was pitifully small, filled with worthless items, so there was no need to take it. Cheng Yanting was more than happy about that. After saying goodbye to the leader of Qi Fortress, he immediately left Qi Family Fortress. At Qi Family Fortress. My dear daughter, aren't you going back with him? The leader of Qi Fortress looked Lu Yun up and down with a mysterious smile. Lu Yun knew exactly what he was thinking. By not choosing to go back with Cheng Yanting, it meant she had obtained the treasure map. Leader of Qi Fortress, before that I need to see my parents. At this point, Lu Yun was tired of pretending. Before she revealed the treasure map, she needed to confirm that her parents were still alive. Of course. The leader of Qi Fortress immediately had someone arrange it. About an hour later, Lu Yun's parents were brought in. They had no visible injuries, but they looked quite thin and were not in good spirits. Lu Yun sniffed, holding back her sadness and anger. After talking with them for a while, she nodded at the leader of Qi Fortress. They were taken away again, and Lu Yun followed the leader to the study. Lu Yun's parents were hidden in a small courtyard, guarded by 3 people. Xiao Qi easily dealt with the 3 guards, brought her parents out, and arranged for them to stay in another small courtyard. This courtyard had been secretly purchased by Lu Yun. It was in a hidden location. Even the leader of Qi Fortress did not know about it. As the villainess in the story, she could not just sit back and do nothing when her and her parents' safety was threatened. Calculating the time, Xiao Qi hurried back to Qi Family Fortress. Meanwhile, in the study, Lu Yun had also timed it perfectly and took out the treasure map. She did not use a fake map. This was the real treasure map given to her by Xiao Qi. After confirming the authenticity of the treasure map, the leader of Qi Fortress's smile became more genuine. Leader of Qi Fortress, I have studied this treasure map carefully, but I still don't understand its secrets. What is hidden inside? Lu Yun asked at the right moment. In the eyes of the castle lord, since she wouldn't live much longer, he was happy to answer her questions before her death. This treasure map is not an ordinary one. It is said to contain secrets about Mist Hidden. Lu Yun didn't understand what Mist Hidden was, but she didn't ask more questions and quietly listened. The castle lord didn't know much about Mist Hidden either, only that whoever possesses it would rule the world. Even items that came from Mist Hidden had skyrocketed in value. After the castle lord finished speaking, Lu Yun finally asked her question. Is Mist Hidden really that amazing? Lu Yun frowned slightly, not understanding why everyone was so eager to go after Mist Hidden.
Of course.
Do you know why I can firmly hold the position of the castle lord?
Why?
Ha ha ha, it's because of this sword. The castle lord laughed a bit crazily as he drew the soft sword he always carried. This magical sword comes from Mist Hidden. Just having this sword allows me to secure my position as the castle lord. If I could find the location of Mist Hidden.
Ha ha ha.
Thinking about dominating the world in the future made the castle lord even prouder. Luan knew about the magical sword he carried. It was said that using it could enhance the owner's power and protect them. So, how do we decipher this treasure map? This time, the castle lord didn't continue answering. Instead, he squinted, and his expression suddenly turned cold. My dear daughter, I remember you weren't one to talk much. Why are you asking so many questions? Faced with his questioning, Luan felt a surge of fear, her eyes flickering, but her face remained calm. Just as she was about to say something, the castle lord grabbed her by the neck.
Luan,
you're too inexperienced to act in front of me. Now it's your turn to tell me what you and Cheng Yanting are plotting. The only person the castle lord could think of was Cheng Yanting. After all, since Luan entered the castle, he was the only outsider she had contact with. Luan struggled to breathe, her hands flailing against the grip on her neck. Just as she was about to suffocate, the grip on her neck loosened. Luan fell to the ground and looked up to see the castle lord still standing, but there was a trace of blood seeping from his neck. The castle lord of Qijia Castle died quietly, and even the guards outside had no idea. Xiao Qi suddenly appeared in the study and took back the treasure map from the leader of the Qi clan. She didn't expect that this treasure map was related to the fog hidden she had been searching for. Although she didn't know how to decipher the secrets of the map yet, having it in her hands meant she would figure it out eventually. Along with the map, she also took the soft sword that the leader carried. Unfortunately, the sword did not have any special aura. However, for this world, the sword was indeed unique. Similar to the coin she had recently obtained, it was not a product of this world. This was a soft sword that lay between a common item and a magical item. It couldn't be called a low-grade magical item, but it had abilities that ordinary items did not possess. Xiao Qi tossed the soft sword in front of Luan. If you can protect the sword, then keep it. Although Luan was the adopted daughter of the Qi leader and had been seen as a tool, she was still in a better position. With the leader now deceased and having no children or relatives, the properties naturally belonged to Luan. Looking at the sword, Luan gritted her teeth and bowed several times on the ground. Please help me, senior. I will do whatever you ask from now on. Since the opportunity was right in front of her, why should she continue living a life of hardship? Why not fight for more? Xiao Qi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then found her answer. Get up. Eat this. She tossed a porcelain bottle in front of Luan. Without hesitation, Luan opened the bottle and swallowed a pill inside. This is not poison, it's a spirit-enhancing pill. It can increase your internal energy by 30 years. The spirit-enhancing pill could boost internal energy by 30 years, but if an ordinary person who didn't understand cultivation took it, they would surely explode. The last time Xiao Qi saw Luan, she was just an ordinary person without any strength. Surprising her, in nearly a year, Luan had learned some martial arts and gained some internal energy. Luan suddenly looked up, stunned. She didn't expect that what she had taken was not poison, but a spirit-enhancing pill. Being in the Qi clan, she had heard some news about the pill. The Qi leader had spent countless efforts trying to find the shadow of the Medicine Spirit Valley, but had failed. She couldn't believe such an opportunity had come to her. Thank you, senior. I will certainly repay you.
No need for that.
Just focus on your training. Xiao Qi then handed Luan a martial arts manual for her to study on her own. Since she chose this path, she must have some backup plans. It's possible she can still control the Qi family fortress. Alright, I'm heading back, but you can borrow Qi Sili's influence for now. No one knows Qi Sili's true identity, but on the surface, he is the favorite son of the fortress master. His skills and abilities are impressive. He has already taken control of most of the Qi family fortress. Unfortunately, he is dead. With Qi Sili's disappearance, The Qi family fortress has fallen into chaos. The fortress master is eager to find the fog hidden from the treasure map to restore order and then aim for dominance in the martial world, even to rule the world. Luyun's expression turned to shock. She wasn't foolish. If Xiao Qi suggested borrowing Qi Sili's influence, it meant he was definitely dead. Who would be so certain that Qi Sili was dead? Luan didn't dwell on it further and respectfully saw Xiao Qi off with her head down. Once the study was empty, Luan finally let out a sigh of relief. But the situation wasn't over. The real battle was just beginning. She had known for a long time that there was a secret room hidden in the study, and it took her over half a year to uncover it. This was thanks to her ordinary identity. In a place like the Qi family fortress, where almost everyone practiced martial arts, no one would be too wary of an ordinary person, giving her an opportunity. After hiding the divine sword in the secret room and tidying up the study, Luan collapsed on the ground and, after adjusting her emotions, let out a scream.
Ah!
Cheng Yanting set out half a day earlier than Xiao Qi, but was still caught up by her. When Xiao Qi arrived, Cheng Yanting and his companions were being robbed by bandits. Her earlier efforts to spread the news had indeed attracted the bandits. Although the bandits were numerous, Cheng Yanting had skilled fighters from the Qi family fortress with him. Before long, the bandits suffered heavy casualties, and Cheng Yanting's side also lost several people, leaving only him and the fighters from the Qi family fortress. However, he was well protected and unharmed. As the bandits prepared to flee, Cheng Yanting ordered their complete elimination, leaving only the dying bandit leader. At that moment, Xiao Qi struck from the shadows. The wind blades swept through, killing all the Qi family fortress fighters, leaving only Cheng Yanting. The bandit leader fought back desperately, landing a blow on Cheng Yanting's neck, cutting it halfway through. His head hung loosely, clearly unable to survive. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qi was certain that Cheng Yanting had already been abandoned by fate. He was not the main character, so the main character's aura no longer existed. Xiao Qi swiftly dealt with the bandit leader, taking his body and those of the Qi family guards she had killed into her space, giving them to the bloodthirsty demon Flower. The scene only showed the bandits robbing Cheng Yanting, resulting in mutual destruction, with the bandit leader escaping. Xiao Qi perfectly concealed herself, eliminating the annoying people while staying completely out of it. Shortly after she left, officials hurriedly arrived, only to find a field of corpses. Life in Liha village was calm and peaceful. After exhausting the last trace of special energy from the coin, Xiao Qi successfully advanced to the foundation stage. This was great. She no longer had to worry about her period. Due to her training, Xiao Qi had stayed in the mountains for many days. When she returned, she learned that the first batch of tomato and chili sauces had already sold out and was very popular. The village head quickly went to Bei Yuege village to place another order for sauce jars, which kept Bei Yuege village busy as well. In addition to the sauce jars, Bei Yuege village also had to produce toilets and ceramic pipes. Of course, a portion of the profits would go to Liha village. If it weren't for Liha village, Bei Yuege village might not have known what was happening. At this time, Lu Yizhou had begun promoting the toilets in the city, and many merchants, after trying them, started placing orders. Lu Dagan was extremely busy, and many men from Liha and Bei Yuege villages worked alongside him, earning a good amount of silver. Since it was the first batch of tomatoes and chilies, along with the sauces, the villagers of Liha village made quite a bit of money, and every household had extra funds. Many families built new houses, and the village lacked enough workers, so they had to hire from nearby villages. Nearby villages also benefited financially. Additionally, due to the tomatoes, chilies, and toilets, merchant activity increased significantly. With more merchants coming and going, the need for labor also grew. Every household earned money, leading to more purchases of meat and grain, which in turn boosted business in the town and even the county. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiu's orchard welcomed the harvest season. After a rain in the village, the already difficult roads became nearly impassable. The village head immediately decided to repair the roads. Since the village's factory had just started and the public funds were insufficient for the repairs, Xiao Qi contributed some extra silver. During weekdays, her family's carts are often on the road. Xiao Jiu invested some money to ensure that the road to Liha village is well repaired. Her orchard is about to be harvested, and a bad road would be a problem. The villagers contributed a bit, knowing that fixing the road would benefit everyone. With enough funds, the village chief decided to do a thorough job instead of just a simple repair. The chief is in charge of the road work, while Xiao Qi spends her days at home practicing and refining medicine, as well as learning to brew wine and roast tea. She usually lets son Xiaohua handle the regular tea, but for higher-grade tea, she needs to do it herself. Miss, the second miss is here and is waiting for you in the east guest room. Xiao Qi tossed the discarded tea leaves into her space for use as flour mud, washed her hands, and then went to the living room. Big sister, in 2 days, we can start picking the fruits from the orchard. Some fruits are already ripe, and they can pick a few each day. Both the water fairy peaches and big cherries are delicious. However, Xiao Qi had previously told her not to worry about selling the fruits, so she came by just before the harvest. Yes, please have someone pick 2 baskets each of the water fairy peaches and big cherries. I'm going to the capital tomorrow. By the way, have you prepared the small baskets I asked for? The small baskets are for the Luan fruits, made of finely woven bamboo, and are very delicate. The bottom is filled with cotton, and the top is lined with silk. Each Luan fruit needs its own small basket, so the demand is quite high. Besides some villagers from Liha village making these baskets, many from nearby villages also come to help. Of course, the baskets must meet quality standards. Any that don't will be rejected. We've prepared some, but I'm not sure how to price the Luan fruits. Xiao Jiu looked a bit anxious. The prices for the water fairy peaches and big cherries are not cheap. The peaches cost 1 tael of silver per pound, and the cherries are even 2 taels per pound. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. 5 taels of gold each.
Ah?
Xiao Jiu was stunned by the price. 5 taels of gold for 1 fruit? The pricing of these fruits is not meant for ordinary people. The water fairy peaches and big cherries are intended for the wealthy. Lowering the price would still make it hard for regular folks to afford them, which would significantly reduce income. As for the Luan fruit, there will be people willing to buy it.
But
Xiao Jiu fidgeted with her cloth, hesitating for a long time before speaking softly. The wealthy people in the Moon Kingdom are limited, and fruit spoils easily during transportation. Its taste is not as good as when it ripens on the tree. Don't worry, as long as these fruits are stored properly, they won't rot in a short time. The 3 types of fruit were specially selected by Xiao Qi and have been improved to last much longer. 90% ripe water peaches can be stored for up to 10 days, and if ice is added, the storage time can be extended to half a month. The storage time for big cherries is similar, with no impact on taste. If picked at 80% ripeness, the storage time can even reach a month, with little effect on flavor. This is a fictional setting in a cultivation world, so please don't take it too seriously. As for the Luan fruit, due to its special nature, it can be stored for up to 2 months. Alright, I will listen to my sister. Xiao Jiu had already hired people, and was just waiting to give the order to pick. Now, everyone in Pear Blossom Village was busy. Even the children were helping out. They were busy, but they were really happy to be making money. Sister, there's one more thing. Xiao Jiu hesitated, unsure if she should speak. Xiao Qi listened quietly, not rushing her. Finally, gathering her courage, Xiao Jiu revealed her thoughts. I have been looking for news about our parents. Recently, I received word that someone seems to be our father, and I want to go see. After saying this, Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Qi anxiously. After spending more than half a year with Xiao Qi, she had a good sense of her sister's character. She knew that Xiao Qi didn't care much about finding their parents, but she never stopped her either. Now that there was news of their father, she was afraid it might upset her. On one side were relatives, and on the other side were also relatives. She truly didn't know what to do. You can decide everything, but you need to understand that if he returns, don't just hand over everything you have. They may be family, but you're first yourself, and then his daughter. I understand, sister. Xiao Jiu nodded quickly. She knew why her sister had such concerns. Their father was too kind-hearted. He treated everyone in the family well, whether son or daughter, equally. If there was food, everyone shared, without saying that the son should eat more and the daughter should eat less. Sometimes, when he had a little extra money, he would buy sweets for them. There was no doubt that he loved them very much. However, compared to his family, he seemed to care more for outsiders. When something happened in someone else's home, he would rush to help without asking about his own family's needs. If someone else needed money for medical treatment or food, he would rather let his family go hungry and cold than keep the little money they had. Take Xiao with you, and bring one maid and one nanny each, he instructed. Okay, don't worry, big sister. I won't let Xiao out of my sight, Xiao Jiu replied, feeling warmth in her heart as she understood Xiao Qi's concern for her safety. The next day, Zhang Chong loaded peaches and large cherries into the carriage, along with 5 small baskets filled with beautifully packaged Luan fruits. To avoid bumps on the road, the carriage moved slowly. It was almost noon when they finally reached the city. First, let's go to the Lu residence. Zhang Chong carried the 2 baskets of water peaches and large cherries inside, while Xiao Qi held the 5 small baskets. Nanny Zhang had been waiting since early morning. Miss Xiao, please come in. The lady has been waiting for you. As they walked through the corridor, Jiang Wanning came to greet them at the inner hall entrance. Qi, you finally made it. Nanny Zhang, please bring some tea. Jiang Wanning's face was full of joy that she couldn't hide. Is there some good news that has you so happy? Am I that obvious? Jiang Wanning placed her hand on her face, but her smile remained bright. To be honest, ever since you suggested those ideas last time, my husband has started implementing them in the city. Recently, he sent the finished products to the capital and received high praise from the emperor. Thanks to improvements in sanitation and waste management, the city environment in Pingyuan was gradually getting better. Lu Yizhou also thought about combining it with urban greening. Moreover, both the waste management and the ceramic toilets along with soap had started to turn a profit. Once fully promoted, countless merchants would surely flock to Pingyuan. By then, the large-scale planting of tomatoes and peppers would also be ready for sale. My husband also sent tomatoes, green peppers, and chili peppers to the capital, and the emperor was very pleased. A few days ago, an imperial decree arrived, promoting me to a 4th-rank noble lady. If it weren't for Lu Yizhou just being promoted to governor, he would surely have received a promotion this time. But there was no rush. Promotion was only a matter of time. The emperor wanted to implement waste management and urban greening in the capital, which would definitely require her husband to be transferred there. I really don't understand why you don't want to join in on something that makes everyone else so happy. If it's a good thing, you should be part of it too. If it weren't for Xiao Qi's strong desire to stay out of it, she would definitely want her share of such good fortune. Everyone has their own goals. Mine are different. I haven't even congratulated you yet. By the way, I brought a gift today, so I thought I'd come by. Xiao Qi quickly changed the subject and placed 5 baskets filled with special fruits on the table. Jiang Wanning looked at the delicate little baskets with confusion. What are these? That's a secret for now. I brought you 2 new kinds of fruit to try. Before long, 2 young maids brought out the washed and cut water fairy peaches and large cherries. This is a water fairy peach, a type of peach.
Give it a try.
The water fairy peach was quite large, weighing about half a pound. Jiang Wanning picked up a silver fork, took a piece, and as soon as she tasted it, her taste buds exploded with flavor. It was delicious and juicy, even better than any peach she had ever eaten. Where are these peaches from? Once, her husband had received 2 tribute peaches from a noble, and they had shared one. That had been the most delicious peach she had ever tasted, but this one was even better. They're from my sister's orchard. They just ripened, so I brought some for you. Try this one too. Xiao Qi pointed to the large cherries, which were completely different from the smaller ones. Not only were the pits small, but the flesh was thick and even sweeter and juicier. Jiang Wanning set down her fork, her eyes brightening. Both of these fruits are incredibly delicious, even better than the tribute ones. How many more do you have? In her mind, These two fruits were several times better than any she had eaten before. However, she couldn't say that the peach was better than the tribute peach, fearing someone might overhear. They haven't been officially harvested yet, but if you want some, I will definitely save them for you.
Ha ha ha, you really understand me, a Qi.
She definitely wanted to buy both kinds of fruit, not only to share with friends and family, but also to send to the higher-ups. Those officials and nobles loved these kinds of things. After trying those two fruits, there's still this one. Xiao Qi handed a small basket to a maid to wash. No need to cut it, just wash it and bring it straight out. The special fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, full of juice, and if cut, the juice would run out. The fruit usually has no seeds, and on a Luan fruit tree, only one fruit has a seed. The seeded fruit looks different from the others, making it easy to identify and use for planting. However, even if you get the seed, it takes at least 100 years to grow and bear fruit. It's nearly impossible for others to grow this. Try this, Wan Ning, said Jiang Wan Ning as she took a small bite. The juice was indeed abundant, and the taste was somewhat similar to grapes.
But,
a Qi, what kind of fruit is this? The taste and color are very similar to grapes, and it has a lot of juice, but the sweetness is a bit mild. Jiang Wan Ning frowned. After tasting the first two fruits, this one felt a bit bland, like eating a grape that wasn't sweet. This is called Luan fruit. Its value lies not in its taste, but in its benefits. Benefits? A fruit isn't a magical potion. Could it really have some amazing effects? Xiao Qi smiled and explained. If eaten regularly, it can improve your appearance. You're still young, and if you eat one every day for a month, you'll look even more radiant. For older women in their 40s or 50s, eating it for a month or two could make them look 20 years younger.
what?
Isn't that like turning back the clock? Jiang Wanning's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even though she had a good relationship with Xiao Qi, she found it hard to believe. I must clarify, it's not about turning back time. It just makes your appearance look younger. When the time comes, everyone still faces their fate, Xiao Qi corrected her. Right now, the Luan fruit is still half a month away from being ready for harvest. If Wanning wants to know if it's true, she can find someone to test it. But I must warn you, this fruit isn't cheap. If the effects are real, Jiang Wanning wouldn't miss this opportunity. It would help her build good relationships with those ladies and could be very useful for Lu Yizhou as well. Jiang Wanning stared blankly for a moment before taking Xiao Qi's hand. A Qi, if this is true, I'll owe you a big favor. She hadn't repaid her previous favor, and now another one was added, leaving Jiang Wanning unsure of what to do. Wanning is joking. This is just a regular transaction. If you keep bringing up favors, I might not sell it to you, Xiao Qi replied. Okay, I misspoke. But how much are you planning to sell this fruit for? If the fruit's benefits are real, those ladies would likely go crazy over it, so selling it cheaply wouldn't make sense. 5 taels of gold. That's not too bad.
1. Wow.
Jiang Wanning spat out her tea. How much? That's highway robbery. But if the effect is real, 5 taels of gold isn't too hard to accept. There are plenty of people fighting over blood swallow nests that cost dozens of taels of silver per bowl. Then I'll take
10. No, 20.
With the 4 left on the table, I should be able to see the results. By the way, these are a gift from you, so you can't charge me for them. Jiang Wanning protected the 4 fruits on the table. Of course, I'll have someone deliver those 20 fruits tomorrow. The total is 100 taels of gold. How does Our Lady Wanning plan to settle this? Jiang Wanning. Her heart ached, her little savings would take a big hit. But thinking about the potential benefits, she couldn't help but smile. I won't lose any of your silver. When the time comes, I'll sell them for 6 taels of gold each and won't lose out. Jiang Wanning proudly lifted her chin. Xiao Qi couldn't help but laugh. All right, you call the shots. Let's not talk about that anymore. What are we having for lunch?
I'm hungry.
We have your favorite yellow croaker and some big shrimp. After lunch, Xiao Qi stayed at the Lu residence for a while. They hadn't seen each other in half a month and seemed to have endless things to talk about. I'm planning to take the Luan fruit back for my mother. Coincidentally, my sister-in-law's birthday is coming up, so I need to go back for that. Talking about her mother softened Jiang Wanning's smile. Her father was a low-ranking official, a mere figure in the capital. As a concubine's daughter, she had been raised by her aunt. But her aunt was short-sighted, only knowing how to compete for favor, even using her daughter to gain attention. She often made her sick and called her father over. She hated being a daughter instead of a son. Sometimes in winter, she was only given a thin layer of clothing or even soaked in ice water, getting sick many times each winter. Fortunately, she was resilient. Eventually, the main wife noticed something was wrong, dealt with her aunt, and allowed her to study with her legitimate sister. Later, as she grew older, her aunt tried to take advantage of her again, giving her harmful medicine with plans to send her to her father's colleague. That old man was even older than her grandfather. If it weren't for the lady of the house discovering it in time and secretly having a doctor help her, she might have already harmed herself. Later, her father was furious and sent her aunt to a nunnery, where she would spend the rest of her life in solitude. The lady of the house took her in and treated her well, even arranging a decent marriage for her. So in her heart, the lady of the house was like a mother to her. She planned to take a few of the miraculous fruits first and give the remaining 20 to her mother. Of course, she couldn't say this in front of Xiao Qi. Your mother should see results quickly after using it. Almost every woman loves beauty, especially since Jiang Wanning's mother was only in her 30s. By the way, do you still have the honey you gave me last time? Yes, but not much. Why do you ask? The honey came from a special place and was enriched with energy, making it taste sweeter and more effective. Speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to thank you. The honey you gave me worked wonders, so I sent a jar home. My little nephew has had a cough since birth, and despite seeing many famous doctors, he didn't improve. But after using the honey you sent, he felt much better. My sister-in-law even wrote to ask if I had more. Her little nephew had been sickly since birth, which worried her sister-in-law greatly. Now that he was improving, her sister-in-law was almost in tears from joy. After that, Jiang Wanning asked Jiang Mama to bring a box from the storeroom. Inside were some fashionable jewelry and a few fine gems. I mentioned it to my sister-in-law, and she specifically wanted to thank you for sending it, but I don't have anything unique like that. What's this? Are you feeling a bit jealous? You received something, and now I can't even say a few envious words? Jiang Wanning smiled and placed the items in Xiao Qi's hands. Xiao Qi accepted them without hesitation. I still have 2 jars left. I'll have Zhang Chong bring them along with the miraculous fruits tomorrow.
Thank you.
I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Jiang Wanning was touched, her eyes slightly red as she wiped them with a handkerchief. Xiao Qi was truly a blessing in her life. Ever since she met her, nothing had gone wrong. All right, how can someone your age still be crying? After comforting her a bit, she finally took her leave. Once outside the Lu residence, Xiao Qi had Zhang Chong drive her to a tavern in the south of the city. Miss Qiao, you've arrived. As soon as Xiao Qi got off the carriage, she saw Lu Dagan walking toward her. The restaurant realized the opportunity in improving the restroom and early in the morning contacted Lu Dagan to make upgrades. A clean and tidy restroom could bring in more business, and something new might attract customers. Is Boss Qian still at the restaurant? Yes, he is. Yesterday you sent a message, and I specifically mentioned this to him. He's been waiting for you this afternoon. Qian Fugue was someone Lu Dagan knew first. Initially, he was interested in the new restroom idea. Later, Lu Dagan introduced him to the sauces produced in Liha village. He had already shipped out a batch of sauces that received great reviews and was in high demand. That's why he came back for a second visit. Unexpectedly, before he could go to Liha village, he ran into Lu Dagan and mentioned that Xiao Qi wanted to meet him. Qian Fugue had heard of Xiao Qi, but didn't know much, only that she was very well respected in Liha village. Naturally, he wanted to meet her. Thank you. Oh, it's just a small matter. No need for thanks. You go ahead and get busy. Lu Dagan waved his hand, happy that Xiao Qi could use his help. Before, he built houses just to make a living. Now, his mother and wife worked at the sauce factory, and after work, they could also take on weaving jobs. The factory even had a day off every week, and his mother and wife would take the kids up the mountain to pick fruits for Xiaojiu, which brought in extra income. In just half a year, the money earned at home had already matched what he had earned in total before. Without Xiao Qi, he wouldn't have had this opportunity. In the restaurant's private room, when Xiao Qi entered with Zhang Chong, Qian Fugui was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Xiao Qi, he immediately stood up with a big smile. "Ha ha ha, you must be Miss Qiao, please have a seat. Waiter, bring some tea." "Thank you, Manager Qian." After sitting down, Xiao Qi directly asked Zhang Chong to place 2 baskets of fruit on the table. "Manager Qian, let's get straight to the point. I have a business proposal for you." "Oh? Is it about the sauces?" Manager Qian said this, but he was filled with doubt. Currently, only Liha village produced this kind of sauce. Others had tried to imitate it, but the taste was far from what Liha village offered. Not to mention the taste, the sauce from Liha village had a unique appearance and label that was hard for anyone else to replicate. However, the sale of the sauce in Pear Blossom Village is entirely managed by Village Chief Lu. Each villager can take home 3 jars each month for personal use. For larger purchases, they must go through Village Chief Lu. Could this person in front of him offer a better price? "No, it's fruit. I brought some for you to try," she said. "Fruit?" Qian Fugui hesitated and didn't rush to taste it. He did have a few businesses that sold seasonal fruits, but they had been trading with the farmers for many years and wouldn't easily change suppliers. Xiao Qi remained silent, waiting for Qian Fugui to make his choice. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qian Fugui picked up a peach, wiped it off, and took a bite. He thought that if the fruit was decent, he would buy some out of respect for her, especially since he had a strong hold on the sauce business in Pear Blossom Village. He didn't want to upset Village Chief Lu over some fruit and risk losing this profitable venture. To his surprise, the sweet aroma burst in his mouth. It was better than any peach he had tasted before. "What kind of peach is this? I've never seen it before." "This is a newly discovered variety that has never appeared before. What do you think, Manager Qian?" "Delicious." Qian Fugui eagerly finished the rest of the peach and then turned his attention to the second basket. This time, without hesitation, he uncovered the cloth and popped a large cherry into his mouth. It tasted better than the small cherries, with a fuller flesh. He had checked the fruit shops before, and these 2 fruits would surely be favored by the wealthy. If only his shop had these. Thinking this, Qian Fugui quickly asked, "Did Xiao Dongjia only come to me?" "Currently, you are the only one. Jiang Weining does not sell these 2 types of fruit. She only buys some to give as gifts. Her main responsibility is the Luan Fruit. Compared to the Luan Fruit, these 2 are just extras." Cough, cough. "Xiao Dongjia, may I have the honor of being the only one to buy these fruits from you? Are you sure you can handle them, Manager Qian?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, and Qian Fugui paused before quickly asking, "What is the value of this fruit?" Xiao Qi did not answer directly. "Master Qian, you have been in business for many years, so you must understand these fruits and vegetables very well. The challenge in selling them at a high price lies in their storage time and transportation, as the loss rate is quite high. In ancient times, transportation was not well developed. To transport fruits from one place to another would take at least 7 to 8 days, and some farther locations could take a month. Even within a week, many fruits would spoil significantly. Is that so? Does Mr. Qiao have a solution? For rare fruits to reach distant towns, they must be transported quickly without stopping. However, this greatly reduces the amount that can be transported, increasing costs, which naturally raises prices. I don't have a solution, but these 2 types of fruit have long storage times. If we pick them at 9/10 ripeness and transport them with ice, they can last over half a month. If we pick them at 8/10 ripeness, the storage time will be even longer, and the impact on taste will be minimal. Qian Fugui understood the key points. For wealthy families wanting the best fruits, they could have 9/10 or fully ripe fruits transported quickly with ice, and they would arrive in just a few days. Then, let's discuss the prices. After more than an hour of negotiation, Qian Fugui became the exclusive dealer at a high price. The water fairy peaches and big cherries from Xiao Jiu's orchard could only be sold to him, and he would buy as many as were available. The price for perfect quality water fairy peaches was set at 1 tael and 2 coins per pound, while ordinary ones were priced at 1 tael per pound. As for the lower quality ones, they were priced between 700 to 800 won per pound, with damaged ones not counted. The pricing for big cherries was slightly higher since they were not as easy to pick as water fairy peaches and required manual packaging to prevent damage, which raised costs. Thus, perfect quality big cherries were priced at 2 taels and 3 coins per pound, ordinary ones at 2 taels per pound, and lower quality ones at 1 tael and 6 to 7 coins per pound. Once everything was agreed upon, Qian Fugui wasted no time. He immediately went with Xiao Qi to Pear Blossom Village. He needed to see the orchard in person before signing the final contract. Upon arriving at Pear Blossom Village, he went to meet Xiao Jiu. Seeing that Xiao Jiu, like Xiao Qi, was just a young girl, Qian Fugui was quite surprised. However, he did not underestimate her. Xiao Qi had earned the respect of the entire village, which meant she must have convincing skills. If he tried to cheat in business, the whole village would likely not let him off easily, and he would surely fail in his sauce business as well. Not to mention the follow-up ceramic squat toilets, which are reportedly selling well and are also a profitable business. Xiao, let's go check out the orchard. Qian Fugui smiled broadly again. Xiao Jiu didn't follow anymore. She immediately took Xiao Tao and a young maid, riding in a carriage with Qian Fugui to the orchard. The orchard covers over 600 acres, with 400 acres planted with Liao Yen fruit. Liao Yen fruit trees are quite special, as only 1 tree can be planted per acre. In addition to the Liao Yen fruit, Xiao Jiu also hired people to raise some chickens, which would provide additional income when sold. The remaining 200 acres are planted with Shui Xian peaches and large cherries. Xiao Jiu had roughly calculated that the yield for Shui Xian peaches is about 800 pounds per acre, while large cherries yield a bit less, around 400 pounds. If she sells them at the price her older sister suggested, the Shui Xian peaches and large cherries alone could bring in around 160,000 to 170,000 taels of silver. Xiao Jiu's heart raced, and she dared not think further. After visiting the orchard, Qian Fugui immediately signed a contract with Xiao Jiu, which included the preservation time. If the preservation time differs from what Xiao Qi mentioned, he certainly wouldn't be so eager to buy the fruit later. If the preservation time is accurate, with his connections, he should be able to sell it even further away. Moreover, he has business dealings with other countries, so the selling price might be even higher. The first batch of fruit can be harvested tomorrow, and Qian Fugui wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to personally inspect the fruit first. Besides these 2 types of fruit, Qian Fugui also noticed the Liao Yen fruit, but when he heard Xiao Jiu say it was already reserved, he dropped the idea. He was already close to making a profit from these 2 fruits, so he had no time to think about anything else. Liha village was bustling again, with all available hands hired by Xiao Jiu to pick fruit in the mountains. Even 7 or 8-year-old children joined in. With not enough people in Liha village, every household called upon their wives' families or relatives to help out. When it comes to making money, it's best to involve family. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanning's carriage arrived in the capital. As soon as they reached the gate, a maidservant came to greet them personally. "Second miss, the madam and young madam have been waiting for you. Please come in with this old servant. See mama, how is mother doing?" "She's well. Today is quite fortunate. The eldest miss just arrived not long ago and was just talking about you." As they spoke, they had already entered the room. "Second sister, let me take a look at you. You seem a bit thin, but your complexion looks good." Jiang Qinghe pulled Jiang Weining close. The sisters hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they had a lot to talk about. "Where do you see me losing weight?" "I feel like I've gained a bit lately." "Gained weight? I can feel there's hardly any fat here," Jiang Qinghe said, pinching Jiang Weining's waist, making everyone laugh. After the laughter settled, the elder lady stopped them. "Look at you. You're married now, yet you still act so silly." "What?" Just because my sister and I are married doesn't mean I'm not your daughter anymore, Jiang Qinghe replied, making the elder lady chuckle helplessly. As everyone was joking, a few coughs were heard from the room. It was the young master in the young lady's arms, and Jiang Weining felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps because of her childhood struggles, she still hadn't had a child of her own. So, she treated her little nephew with extra care and quickly sent her maid to fetch some honey. Elder sister-in-law, I brought some honey today. I'll mix it with water for him to soothe his throat. You're so thoughtful, but do you know if your friend mentioned where to buy this honey? Jiang Xiaofuren asked, holding her son, her face full of concern. This was her only child, but he had been coughing since birth, and she felt helpless as a mother. Every time he coughed, she wished she could take his place. Elder sister-in-law, this honey is hard to find elsewhere. Air only has 2 jars left. After hearing about Yenner, he sent them to me. It's not surprising that such a rare item is hard to come by. You should take some gifts and personally thank him later, the elder lady suggested. Jiang Weining had previously brought back some tea leaves that her husband loved. After tasting them, he was amazed. He had tried some of the finest tea offered to the emperor, but none compared to the fragrant tea she brought back. It was unusual to have such rare items, but they were unsure of the identity of the person who provided them. They were afraid of offending anyone and hadn't dared to investigate further. But for now, things were good as they were. Digging deeper might cause trouble. As a daughter-in-law, I understand. Please don't be upset, but thinking of Yenner makes me worry. He used to cough day and night and never got a good night's sleep. Jiang Xiaofuren said, wiping her teary eyes. After drinking the honey water Jiang Weining brought a few times, he was finally able to sleep through the night without coughing. How could she not be happy? She wished she could give him a bowl every day to help cure his cough quickly. But she also knew that honey water was already a rare remedy for the cough, so she couldn't ask for more. She often worried that they wouldn't have enough honey at home, fearing her son would cough all night like before.
Thank you, second sister.
If it weren't for you bringing this honey, I might not have been able to get any at all.
You're too kind, sister-in-law.
I feel for Yenner since his health isn't good, replied the second sister. While they spoke, the honey water was ready. Jiang Qingyan loved it and quickly finished half a bowl. Jiang Xiao's wife gently patted his back and then had a maid take him to rest. Don't be sad. It's a good thing that we can temporarily control Yenner's cough. I'm sure we will find a complete cure in the future. The elder lady comforted her daughter-in-law, and Jiang Wanqing instructed someone to bring up the fruits she had brought. Mother, Aki brought me some fruits a few days ago, and they tasted so good that I thought I should bring some for you too. Following Jiang Wanqing's orders, the maids brought in the washed and cut fruits, placing a small dish in front of each person. After tasting, everyone showed surprise. Although the Jiang family was not very prominent in the capital, reaching the 3rd rank meant they had some wealth. They had tasted some tribute sent to the palace, but none were as delicious as these 2 fruits. Could these be this year's new tribute sent to the palace? Someone asked. Jiang Wanqing shook her head. No. Aki said these are new varieties from her sister's orchard, just harvested this year. Hearing that these were new fruits from the orchard, everyone in the room brightened up. Are there more of these fruits? I want to buy some to take home for everyone to try, Jiang Qinghe eagerly said. Yes, such rare treats are hard to come by. It would be nice to buy some for everyone in the household, the elder lady added, taking a small piece of peach and savoring it. She loved peaches, but hadn't tasted such amazing ones in years. Mother, these peaches and cherries are precious. It would be fine to send a basket or 2, but buying them might be difficult. I heard Aki mention she plans to sign a contract with someone to sell those peaches. Jiang Wanqing slightly downplayed the quantity. Previously, Xiao Qi had told her that if she wanted to eat them herself, she could easily give away 10 or 8 baskets. If friends wanted to buy some to take home, it was also fine to buy a few fewer baskets. But she didn't want to make things difficult for her. Since they had already signed the contract, she couldn't just break it. Where should we go to buy it? Jiang Qinghe looked at the empty plate and was a bit stunned. She hadn't eaten enough yet. Don't worry, big sister. There will definitely be some for sale in the capital. I estimate it will arrive in a few days. You can ask the maid to keep an eye out. If there really isn't any, I'll personally go to the orchard and pick a basket for you. Haha, my dear second sister is so good to me. Jiang Qinghe was so happy that her smile seemed to reach the sky. By the way, besides those 2 types of fruit, I brought another special one. The little maid brought out a Luan Fruit. Everyone looked at the purple fruit and then at Jiang Weining. What kind of fruit is this? This fruit is called Luan Fruit. It can help maintain youthfulness. Everyone. Facing the doubtful looks from everyone, Jiang Weining chuckled. Don't doubt it. I've already eaten a few. Not to mention anything else, my skin has indeed improved a lot. Jiang Weining was already young, so the effects of the Luan fruit weren't very obvious on her. However, after eating a few, her skin became much fairer and smoother. Later, she even had a doctor check her pulse, and these fruits had no negative effects on her body. In fact, her health was even better than the last time she was checked. Jiang Qinghe leaned in to examine her closely and found it to be true. Her skin was as tender as a freshly peeled egg. Her skin had never been this smooth before. I only brought 20 of these. Mother, would you like to try one? I'm sure you'll see results soon. Of course, I will try it, my dear. She couldn't let her daughter's good intentions go to waste. The lady smiled and asked Granny C to keep the remaining fruit safe, then picked up a washed fruit and started eating it. Jiang Qinghe watched with envy. Good sister, do you have one for me? I wanted to bring some for you, sister, but they are too expensive. My little savings are already gone. How expensive is it? Jiang Qinghe was very curious about what kind of price could make her sister say it was expensive. Although the Jiang family wasn't rich, they had never been stingy with money. Before they were married, their monthly allowance was even 50 taels, and their mother would also give them some extra support. Their clothing and jewelry were provided by the household. Throughout the year, I hardly spend any money, and I can save 300 to 400 taels in my little treasury. Such monthly income is rare, even among the prominent families in the capital. After the 2 of them got married, they managed the household finances and owned shops and fields, so they never worried about money. One costs 5 taels of gold, but I'll give you a good price because we are close, Jiang Wanning said, extending her hand. Jiang Qing, he was stunned. 5 taels of gold? That's 50 taels of silver for one? Is this a magical fruit? Could my younger sister have been tricked? But thinking about the tea and honey her sister brought back, her doubts faded. The tea was as valuable as tribute, and no amount of silver would be enough for it. The honey could relieve her nephew's cough, and even if it cost 100 taels of gold per jar, her sister-in-law would buy it, even if it meant spending all her money. The matriarch had only been half listening, but when Jiang Wanning mentioned the price, she nearly spit out the fruit she was eating. How much? 5 taels of gold? The Jiang family may not lack money, but they certainly didn't need to spend so extravagantly. For a moment, she was stuck between eating and not eating. In the end, she finished the fruit and sighed. Wanning, I know you want to share good things with me, but this is really too expensive. Mother, a small box of fragrance cream from Xianrong Pavilion sells for 10 taels of gold and is often in short supply. Those ladies are crazy about it. This fruit shows results in just half a month. Once you eat it, all the ladies in the capital will envy you. With you as a living advertisement, if we can make some profit from this. After hearing this, the matriarch, Zhang Xiaofuren, and Jiang Qing, he couldn't help but think deeply. Making money is one thing. Well, it's true that everyone likes money. If they could use this fruit to connect with influential ladies or even princesses in the palace. Realizing this, Jiang Qing, he spoke first. Sister, I'll send gold to you later. You can send some to me too. If my mother-in-law eats it, that would be 2 living advertisements. Jiang Qing, he had married well to the second son of the Minister of Revenue. As the wife of the minister, her mother-in-law held a high status among the ladies in the capital. Qinghe, after I see some results from my efforts, you can talk to your mother-in-law. If there are no results, it would be hard to explain without evidence. Even if the other party benefits, they might not remember her kindness. Some things must be pursued with effort to be valued. Jiang Qinghe and Jiang Weining exchanged a glance, both understanding the lady's intention. Jiang Weining was different. The lady treated her like a daughter since childhood, while Jiang Qinghe needed to please her mother-in-law. Alright, just as Qi said, these fruits will take some time to be ready for harvest. When you are prepared, just send a letter. The first batch of water fairy peaches and big cherries has been harvested. 20,000 pounds of water fairy peaches were transported and 10,000 pounds of big cherries. About 70% of the fruits in the orchard were perfect, 20% were ordinary, and only 10% were subpar. As for the odd-shaped fruits, there were very few, but their taste was still excellent. Xiao Jiu didn't sell them to outsiders. Instead, they were consumed within Liha village at 10 coins per pound, allowing anyone who wanted to buy them for home. However, even for subpar fruits, they were not allowed to buy in bulk for resale, as this was a benefit for the village. In addition to these two fruits, Qian Fugue also transported a batch of tomato sauce and chili sauce, along with a good amount of tomatoes and peppers. Sauces and vegetables were sold for cash on delivery. As for the fruits, Qian Fugue paid a deposit of 10,000 taels of silver. The remaining amount would be settled the next time he came for the fruit. He should be back in 7 days at the earliest. Of course, Xiao Jiu was busy with all these matters now, while Xiao Qi spent her days either training or refining medicine. Previously, Xiao Jiu mentioned looking for Xiao father, but was held back by the orchard matters, so she had to keep an eye out and wait until she finished with the orchard before seeking him. Miss, what would you like to eat today? The ingredients available are. Sun Xiaohua cheerfully listed the ingredients. Xiao Qi tilted her head. She was becoming increasingly reliant on Sun Xiaohua. Xiaohua, do you have any dreams? Sun Xiaohua had a great talent for cooking, and Xiao Qi had met many gifted cultivators before. These cultivators were all quite stubborn in their own ways. For example, she had a friend who was exceptionally talented in weapon forging. His dream was for everyone in the cultivation world to have a sword he forged. Now she worried that Sun Xiaohua might also be that kind of stubborn person, dreaming of opening restaurants all over the country, so everyone could enjoy her dishes. Dreams? Sun Xiaohua furrowed her brow and thought carefully. Is there? She has food, drink, and money now with her parents and family around her. Besides preparing meals for the young lady, she has plenty of free time to study various dishes. Every time a new dish is created, she feels happy for a long time. In addition to this, she can also learn to recognize characters from Sister Zhang. Why did the young lady ask like that? Could it be that the young lady discovered what she had been doing? Thinking of this, Sun Xiaohua's face turned pale, and she knelt down with a thud. Young lady, please don't dismiss me. I was wrong, I beg you. Sun Xiaohua trembled, knowing that Xiao Qi didn't like to see people cry. She held back her tears, making her small face look quite pitiful. But what had she done behind her back? She didn't even know. What did you do wrong? Sun Xiaohua opened her mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. What was her mistake? She didn't know, as she had said the same thing when begging for mercy from her previous master. Alright, I just asked casually. Don't think too much about it. You're doing great. As long as you want, you can stay here forever and no one can drive you away. Thank you, young lady. Sun Xiaohua finally calmed down. For lunch, we'll have garlic shrimp and a pot of osmanthus rice wine. The osmanthus rice wine is slightly sweet, similar to a drink, and goes perfectly with the shrimp. Yes, young lady. There's one more thing I'm not sure if I should mention. What is it? I've seen it several times, usually late at night when no one is around. Aunt Lulin's little flower often goes to the garbage pile to pick up some rotten vegetable leaves and eats them directly. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiu have a separate garbage area outside, where daily waste is collected. Every few days, Zhang Chong handles it, either composting or incinerating it. People from the village also come to collect some rotten vegetable leaves to feed livestock or use scraps of cloth to make hair ties. Liha village has a simple population. When Xiao Qi first arrived, there were only about 20 households. Later, a sauce factory was built, which became an investment for the whole village. Apart from a fixed portion given to Sun Xiaohua, once the sauce is sold, every household started to earn money. With the profit sharing from the latrine as well, the village now has a system of wages and bonuses. To encourage the villagers, they have already distributed money once in advance. At first, it wasn't much, but as the factory expands, it will surely increase. The money distribution is calculated per person, not per household. As long as you are from Pear Blossom Village, even newborn babies can receive some silver. Because of this, many people want to marry into Pear Blossom Village, some even willing to become adopted sons-in-law, and others are ready to be concubines. Currently, marrying into Pear Blossom Village or becoming an adopted son-in-law is acceptable, but being a concubine is not allowed. Aside from these options, there are many other chaotic ideas from the villagers, but the village chief has rejected them all. He firmly stated that if they continue with these messy ideas, they should not expect to work in the sauce factory anymore and should leave. Once he said this, the villagers quieted down. Moreover, the factory has just started, and if they focus on small gains and engage in these chaotic matters now, they won't be able to make money in the future. Lu Lin is the wife that Lu Dashi married 2 months ago, and Xiao Hua is the child left by his first wife. Lu Dashi's family is very poor, and he only managed to marry a wife when he was nearly 30, but his first wife died from excessive bleeding while giving birth to Xiao Hua. Originally, Lu Dashi had no chance to marry again, but after Qiao Qi arrived, she brought great changes to the village. Naturally, Lu Dashi no longer worried about not having a wife. Recently, through a matchmaker's introduction, he found a good match with Lin and brought her home. I remember this child, Xiao Hua. She's quite polite. Lu Dashi used to treat her well. But what's the situation now? After staying here for a while, Qiao Qi has gotten to know most of the people in Pear Blossom Village. Things were fine before. I heard that Lu Lin treated her well when she first arrived, but this month, I've seen Xiao Hua get hit many times, and she was even kicked out before dawn. Son Xiaohe needs to buy the freshest ingredients and has seen this happen more than once when she goes to town or the county early in the morning. Alright, you go cook and ask your mother to invite Lu Lin over. Compared to other villages, there aren't many children in Pear Blossom Village. There are only 9 under the age of 10. These children can't afford to go to school, and those who are a bit older have to help with chores, like gathering pig feed or picking mushrooms. Lu Lin had previously talked to her about sending her grandson to town to learn to read. However, her grandson is too slow-witted, and the teacher doesn't think highly of him. Unless they pay a higher fee, he won't be allowed to stay. Even if her family is starting to earn money now, who can afford the annual fee of 10 taels of silver? So, they had to give up on that idea. Xiao Qi suspects that the other party heard about Pear Blossom Village and is trying to take advantage of them. Not all teachers have high moral standards. She has enough money and originally wanted to set up a village school so that the children could go to school, both boys and girls. This way, the children would not grow up illiterate and unable to understand contracts. Later, when Liha village becomes prosperous, a small portion of the profits could be used to maintain the school. She didn't care much about the money needed for the school at first. But now she thinks about it. She only wanted Liha village to thrive, not to spoil the children. Is there something you need, Xiao Dongjia? When Lu heard that Sun was calling, she quickly put down what she was doing and came over. Hearing the title Dongjia, Qiao Qi was already used to it. Now everyone in the village calls her that. Please sit. I want to talk to you about building a village school. A village school? In our village? Lu looked shocked. She had never heard of any village building a school. Usually, only wealthy families have their own schools. Yes, I want all the village children to go to school, both boys and girls. Liha village is developing, and we can't let the children grow up illiterate and unable to understand contracts. Lu understood Xiao Qi's words. If Liha village could build a school, it would be a great honor. Plus, her own children would be able to attend school, which excited her. But we don't have enough money to build a school. The village hadn't considered road repairs before, and to encourage everyone, the village had distributed some profits early. Later, road repairs became a priority. After the roads were fixed, the village's funds were almost spent. I can provide half of the money for the school, and the village can cover the other half. If that's not enough, I can lend you the rest. When the village head returns, you can discuss it with him. If he agrees, come find me. Lu knew that Xiao Qi was doing this for the good of the village, so she had no reason to oppose it. Okay, I'll talk to him as soon as he returns. By the way, I remember that the village distributed money recently. Did everyone receive their share? She received some money too, and although it was divided by head count, the amounts for children and adult men were different. She received the largest share in the village, 1 or 2 silver coins. Of course, everyone received their share. Even the little ones got a few coins. Talking about this made Lu feel particularly proud. In the village where everyone shares silver, one wonders which village has such courage. Really? A few days ago, I saw a child from that family who was so hungry they were picking through garbage to eat. Xiao Qi still wore a smile, but Elvie sure couldn't help but shiver. She wasn't very clever and couldn't grasp the key point right away, but she sensed something was off. She quickly spoke up, "Don't worry, I'll tell my husband when I get home." Okay. With that assurance, Elvie sure left. That evening, village chief Elvie finally returned home after a busy day. After feeling uneasy all afternoon, Elvie sure seemed to find her backbone and hurriedly relayed Xiao Qi's words. She had been so busy lately that she hadn't even caught up on the gossip. So, she didn't know who Xiao Qi was talking about. After leaving the Xiao family, she immediately asked around the village. Only then did she learn that Xiao Qi was referring to the little girl from the LV de Shu family. Although the LV de Shu family was poor, they could at least provide her with something to eat, so she wouldn't starve. But now, while other families in Lihua village were doing better, the little girl's situation had worsened. At first, it was manageable. LV Lin could still give her some food. But ever since she found out she was pregnant a month ago, her attitude toward the little girl changed drastically. Not only was she beaten and scolded, but LV Lin also made her work from morning till night without giving her a single meal. Neighbors often felt sorry for her and would occasionally help by giving her a piece of bread or some coarse buns. However, when LV Lin saw this, she would yell at everyone. If she caught anyone giving the little girl food, she would threaten to send the girl to live with them. How outrageous! Her own unborn child is a treasure, but other people's children are treated like weeds. LV sure said this with gritted teeth. Now, while not everyone in Lihua village was wealthy, at least they could eat 3 meals a day. There was no need to rely on one child to save on food. But LV Lin not only refused to feed her own child, but also wouldn't allow others to help. This was pushing the little girl to the brink. Just because she was pregnant, she couldn't accept the child she already had. After hearing this, village chief LV furrowed his brow tightly and finally slammed the table in anger, cursing under his breath. What a disgrace. Is LV de Shu dead, or something? While LV sure still didn't understand the key issue, village chief LV had figured it out instantly. He knew very well that the prosperity of Lihua village was largely due to Xiao Qi. Having dealt with her for a long time, he had come to understand her character somewhat. The reason for helping Lihua village without expecting anything in return is that I initially saw everyone living in harmony without many problems. She could also live comfortably in the village. But now, she has witnessed Xiaohua scavenging for food in the trash. Doesn't that reflect poorly on the village leader's ability? How can a village allow a child to rummage through garbage for food? If they can't even provide this basic security, how can the sauce factory continue operating? They say to marry a wise wife, but this is driving me crazy. Today, the village leader had just secured a big deal and was feeling pleased, especially with the support of the county magistrate. He never expected to return and be hit with such shocking news. He was certain that if it weren't for the issue with LV Dashu, Xiao Qi would need to ask for his opinion about the village school. Knowing her character, if she wanted to build a school, she would have informed him and funded it herself. But now, she was upset about this situation. The village leader wasn't worried about the money. He was more concerned about angering Xiao Qi. If that happened, the sauce factory in Lihua village would be in jeopardy. After all, the ketchup, chili sauce, and several newly developed spicy meat sauces were all researched by Sun Xiaohua. The recipes were in her hands. Not to mention, the entire Lihua village relied on her to thrive. How dare Lin act out in his village? Did he think everyone in Lihua village was powerless? Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I've been busy lately, and I just found out today. This is someone else's family matter. Neighbors might help a little in secret, but they wouldn't know to inform you. The village leader was furious, his face red with anger. He quickly gulped down some water and called for his eldest son. Take a few people and go to the city right now. As soon as the city gates open tomorrow morning, bring back Dashu. I want to ask him why he should stay in Lihua village if he can't handle it. You also need to bring Xiaohua here. She will stay at her house tonight. In ordinary families, how they discipline their children is not his concern. But now, the entire Lihua village is united. Lin cannot push Xiaohua to the brink. She wants to trample on everyone in Lihua village. In the city, the new restroom at the tavern was still under construction, and several others were being built as well. Daijing had to oversee many projects, leaving him overwhelmed and short-staffed. After a hurried breakfast, he saw Dachuan jump down from a bullock cart and rush toward him. Brother Daijing, I finally found you. Do you know where Dashu is? Lu Dachuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking a bit pale. After traveling most of the night, he hadn't rested at all. Lu Dashu? What do you need him for? He's probably having breakfast and getting ready for work. What's going on? Oh, I can't explain everything right now. Don't go to work. Come back with me quickly. Something happened at home, and my dad sent me to bring him back. Lu Dachuan was in such a hurry that he hadn't even had a drink of water. Seeing tea on the table, he poured himself a bowl and gulped it down, then poured another for the person who came with him. Lu Dagan quickly called someone to fetch Lu Dashu. Dachuan, he hasn't arrived yet. What's going on? I'm not sure, but it's related to his new wife. I heard she hit Xiaohua and didn't feed her, and somehow Miss Qiao saw it. Everyone in Lihua village understood that anything related to Xiao Qi was serious. When Lu Dagan heard it was about Xiao Qi, he knew things were bad. The village head might be furious right now. Just a few days ago, Lu Dashu had happily told them his wife was pregnant. Who would have thought something like this could happen? Lu Dachuan rushed back with Lu Dashu, who was anxious and didn't know what had happened at home. Lu Dachuan told him it was about Lu Linshi mistreating Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashu looked even more confused. He had been busy working with Lu Dagan building houses and rarely went home. But every time he returned, Lu Linshi treated Xiaohua well, buying her food and drinks. Xiaohua was also understanding, taking care of her mother and saving the best for her baby brother. How could things have turned out like this? The ox cart was slow, and it wasn't until almost afternoon that they finally reached Lihua village. As they arrived at the village entrance, Lu Dashu saw Lu Linshi on tiptoe, looking towards the road. What are you doing here? Lu Dashu jumped down from the cart, frowning slightly. Lu Linshi's eyes turned red instantly, her voice filled with distress. Dashu, I don't know what I did to upset Aunt Lu. Everything was fine, but last night she took Xiaohua away. Alright, we can talk about it later. Let's go home. Though Lu Dashu was usually honest and simple, he understood the village head's contributions to Lihua village. Aunt Lu was generally friendly and, like the village head, cared for the villagers, who wouldn't greet her with a smile. Seeing that provoking Lu Dashu did not succeed, Lu Lin's face turned red, and she nervously clutched the corner of her clothes, feeling anxious inside. But she quickly relaxed. She had only scolded the child a few times. How could that be such a terrible mistake? There is no such logic in the world. They say it's hard to be a stepmother, and she didn't even hit her directly. She didn't mind that Lu Dashu was older. It was good enough that she could marry him, especially since she was pregnant now. Plus, she had already sent a message to her family early that morning, so they should be arriving soon. With her family backing her up, she didn't believe the village chief would dare to do anything to a pregnant woman like her. The village has a day off every 7 days, and today happened to be one of those days. When everyone arrived at the village chief's house, the outside was already crowded with villagers watching. The village chief did not chase them away. Xiaohua. As soon as Lu Dashu entered, He saw Xiaohua behind Lu Lin and hurried over. However, he usually didn't talk much and didn't know what to say.
Dad.
Xiaohua timidly called out, unsure of what else to say. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Lu Dashi carefully looked at Xiaohua and noticed that she had become much thinner compared to before. Her arms and legs were as thin as bamboo poles. He hadn't realized this during his previous visits.
What happened to you?
A sudden wave of guilt washed over Lu Dashu's face. He had feelings for his first wife. When he couldn't find a bride, his first wife had married him without hesitation, but she later died from severe bleeding after giving birth to Xiaohua. His feelings for Xiaohua were complicated, but in the end, he could only blame himself for not being capable.
How can you even ask?
You, as a father, are blind. Can't you see how Xiaohua has been mistreated? Saying this, Lu Lin rolled up Xiaohua's wrists and ankles, revealing horrifying bruises on her arms and legs. New injuries mixed with old ones. The little girl, almost 7, was smaller than the 4 or 5-year-olds in the village. Lu Dashu's eyes turned red in an instant, and he shot a murderous glare at Lu Lin, who had just entered. It was the first time Lu Lin had seen such a fierce look from Lu Dashu, and she immediately shrank back. But she quickly regained her composure, confidently showing off her still flat belly. Along with her were several men from her family, all looking fierce and intimidating. Lu Dashu, what's with that expression? It's just a little punishment for a child. Which family doesn't discipline their kids these days? If the child misbehaves, can't this mother discipline her? Are you saying that you all came to bully my sister because she is the stepdaughter? As soon as the Lin family entered, they began to argue loudly. The village chief's gaze turned cold, and the dozen or so men in the village immediately surrounded them. What? Do you want to cause trouble here? Do you really think our Pear Blossom village is easy to push around? With the village chief's reprimand, the Lin family quickly quieted down and started to reason. Village Chief Lu, look, the incident has already happened. I have already taught my sister a lesson, and I promise she will never lay a finger on that child again. The Lin family came to support Lu Lin, although they did not believe that Pear Blossom Village would dare to do anything to her. After all, she was carrying Lu Dashu's child. They did not believe Lu Dashu would abandon his son for a little girl. This baby might very well be a boy. Hearing this, the village chief turned to Lu Dashu to see what he would say. He had made such a big deal out of this to ensure that Lu Lin would promise not to mistreat Xiaohua again. After all, Lu Lin was pregnant, and he could not truly act against her. If this happened again, their family would no longer have to do any work for the village. Now that Lu Lin was working at the sauce factory, he naturally had the right to stop her work. Of course, this was also a warning to others. Lu Dashu's lips moved, but seeing Lu Lin's hand on her belly, he ultimately did not say the words to divorce her. He was not young anymore and naturally wanted a son. After thinking for a while, Lu Dashu looked seriously at the village chief. Village chief, I will make a promise here today. If Lu Lin dares to mistreat Xiaohua again, I will divorce her. After saying this, he glared fiercely at Lu Lin. If it weren't for the child she was carrying, he would have divorced her already. She had been so gentle when he first married her. How could she change so much during pregnancy, telling lies and being so cruel? Although Xiaohua was a girl, she was still a person, and the village would not forget her when distributing money in the future. There was no need for her to support her. Why did Lu Lin treat his Xiaohua this way? Lu Lin wanted to say something, but when she saw Lu Dashu's gaze, she took a step back, feeling guilty. Hearing Lu Dashu's words, the village chief immediately had someone write a promise, and both Lu Dashu and Lu Lin pressed their fingerprints on it. I will say this again, only this once. Xiaohua is not only Lu Dashu's child but also the child of the entire Pear Blossom village. If I find out you mistreat her again, even if Lu Dashu does not divorce you, Pear Blossom Village will not want you anymore. The village chief made this stern statement, making the onlooking villagers think carefully. In the village, the children, whether boys or girls, are not only their own but also belong to the entire Pear Blossom village. Normally, disciplining their own children is their business, but if there is any abuse, the whole village must agree. Just when everyone thought this matter was over, Xiao Qi walked through the crowd, her gaze fixed on Lulin's belly. Lulin covered her stomach with her hands, fearfully moving closer to the Lin family. There was a woman in the village who had remarried and was previously the eldest daughter-in-law of the Tian family. The Tian family used to have many members, but it was said that they fell apart after offending Xiao Qi. Moreover, Xiao Qi had a very high reputation in Pear Blossom Village. If she said something negative, Lu Dashu could be upset for a long time. Therefore, Lu Lin did not dare to offend Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, what's wrong? The village chief thought Xiao Qi was dissatisfied and hurried over to ask. Xiao Qi shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just a bit curious. Didn't she just get married for over 2 months? How can she already be 3 months pregnant? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared at Lulin's belly, their faces filled with curiosity. What? 3 months pregnant? Did she get pregnant before the marriage? Everyone's gaze towards Lu Dashu changed. This was clearly a case of unexpected fatherhood. Lu Dashu was also stunned by the news, momentarily unable to react. Why are talking nonsense? How can a pure woman like me be slandered like this? How will I live from now on? Lu Lin wiped her tears, crying pitifully. Lu Lin's mother immediately sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. You people from Pear Blossom Village are too much. Just for a worthless person, you want to drive my daughter to despair. My innocent daughter married into your village, and you want to blame her for something just because of a worthless person. The conflict between both sides escalated quickly, and it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. Lu Dashu was also uncertain, not knowing whom to believe. He had seen Lu Lin's purity on their wedding day. But Xiao's family wouldn't use such a thing to slander her. Village chief, just report this to the authorities and accuse the Lin family of marriage fraud. Claiming to be a pure girl while being pregnant, according to the laws of the country, how many years would they serve for marriage fraud? Xiao Qi was too tired to argue with them. Reporting to the authorities would reveal the truth. Upon hearing the news, Lin's father and mother panicked. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that the child in Lu Lin's belly was indeed not Lu Dashu's. The Lin family, who had been kept in the dark, felt utterly embarrassed. They were not her real brothers, but only cousins. Initially, they wanted to support Lu Lin because she was part of their family, and regardless of her mistakes, they couldn't let her be bullied. However, they never expected that she was already pregnant with someone else's child before getting married. Now, they had no face left to stay there. After giving Lu Lin a fierce glare, they left in shame. Soon, only Lu Lin and her parents were left. Lu Lin sat on the ground, pale and confused about how things had escalated to this point. Before she could figure it out, Lu Xiaochun and Zhou Dainu came over, holding a man with a shifty look. I brought your lover here. I've never seen such a wicked woman. Throughout the morning, Lu Xiaochun had been asking around about Lu Lin. He found out that Lu Lin was still unmarried at 25 due to her terrible reputation. He also learned that Lu Lin had a close relationship with a man. After some questioning, he uncovered the truth. The child in Lu Lin's belly was indeed his. Before marrying Lu Dashu, Lu Lin had planned to terminate the pregnancy. But the doctor warned her that if she aborted the child, it would be very difficult to have children in the future. She had no choice but to keep it. Since she was early in her pregnancy, she thought of passing the child off as Lu Dashu's, planning to claim it was a premature birth later. That's not all. This wicked woman secretly got poison, intending to kill Brother Dashu after giving birth and make it look like an accidental drowning. Then she would let this man marry in. What a malicious plan. Not only was Lu Dashu scared, but everyone else also turned pale, especially the women who wanted to bring in a husband. If the man who came in was also malicious, he could eliminate the original wives and then marry someone new.
It was terrifying.
The village chief felt a wave of fear as well. Pear Blossom Village was too easy to envy now, and they needed to come up with a solution quickly. Lu Lin's situation served as a warning to everyone. Without hesitation, Dashi divorced her, and the village chief immediately sent someone to report to the authorities. If it weren't for the timely discovery of the situation with Xiao Hua, they would never have known about all these issues. I'm afraid that by the time they realize it, Dashi might really be dead, and they won't even suspect anything. After Lin was taken away, the village chief mentioned the matter of establishing a village school to the villagers. Everyone agreed. Every family has children, and in the future, the children will study in the village, with all expenses covered by the community. If the children succeed, it will benefit not only their families but also the village. Once the decision to set up the village school was confirmed, the village chief followed Xiao Qi to the Xiao family. Xiao Qi, I feel bad asking you for more money for the school. For now, we will borrow from you, and once the community funds come in, we will settle everything through the village accounts. Xiao Qi didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll leave the school matters to you. If you need to borrow any money, go to Steward Sunday. Additionally, I will build a separate reading room. During her recent trips to the city, she bought many books, including some rare ones. These books will be placed in the reading room for students to borrow for free. The village chief was excited to hear this. There are bookstores in the town, and borrowing books costs a lot of money. He didn't expect Xiao Qi to have such a thoughtful plan, first helping Liha village earn money and now supporting the children's education. Xiao Qi, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for Liha village. Village chief, there's no need for that. We both want Liha village to thrive. After discussing some details, the village chief finally left. Just as he reached the door, he saw Ren Yuanan running in, looking anxious, and holding someone in his arms. Ren Yuanan, what happened? The person in his arms was covered with a long robe, and the village chief didn't recognize who it was. Village chief, is Xiao Dongjia at home? I've hurt someone and need her help. Everyone in the village had heard about Xiao Qi healing Zhang Xingwen. Plus, recently, the village chief's little grandson had a serious illness, and after seeing the doctor with no improvement, it was Xiao Qi who helped him recover. Since then, everyone accepted that Xiao Qi could treat illnesses. However, they both respected and feared her, so even minor ailments were not brought to her unless it was an emergency. Hearing Ren Yuanan's words, the village chief noticed that the long robe covering the person was stained with blood, and it was still dripping. Ren Yuanan had already left a trail of blood on his way here. If they waited for the doctor to arrive, the person might not survive. The village chief was alarmed and quickly ran back to call for Steward Sunday. Butler's son quickly led the person into one of the rooms in the back. This room used to belong to Xiao Tao, but it was empty after she moved out. There was still a bed inside with a soft mattress on it. Quick, lay her on the bed. You go get some medicine to stop the bleeding, and I will call the young lady, Butler's son instructed. No, she was shot with an arrow. We can't put her on the bed, Ren Yuanan said as he pulled back part of his long robe, revealing a woman they had never seen before. The woman had her eyes tightly closed, and her face was as pale as paper. An arrow had pierced her shoulder, with the tip even sticking out from the back. If it had been a little more to the side, she could have lost her life. Butler's son said nothing more and hurried to find Xiao Qi. Miss, Ren Yuanan has injured someone, and it's a woman. Without hesitation, Xiao Qi followed Butler's son to the front yard. Ren Yuanan was employed by her and had been working at the stable. A few days ago, she noticed fewer birds in her space, so she asked him to catch some live birds from the forest when he had time. His archery skills were excellent. How could he have shot someone? When Xiao Qi arrived in the room, she instructed Ren Yuanan to lay the woman on her side on the bed before letting him leave. Xiao He, come here and support her. Once the door was closed, Xiao Qi lifted the long robe covering the woman. The woman wore a white t-shirt on top and jeans on the bottom, with a pair of small white shoes. Both the t-shirt and jeans were stained red with blood. Her pale face was particularly pitiful. Xiao Qi's lips twitched as a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. It turned out to be the female lead, and she was a time traveler. The male lead was none other than Ren Yuanan, a rough male lead and his sweet, pampered time-traveling wife. The journey was warm, but the ending was tragic. The time traveler, Zhou Jiaojiao was injured by an arrow shot by Ren Yuanan during her arrival. Due to the delay in receiving help, she became weak and ill. However, the two were deeply in love. Ren Yuanan hunted and earned money, while Zhou Jiaojiao made their home cozy and warm. But this beautiful life lasted only 5 years, as Zhou Jiaojiao died during childbirth, taking both her life and the baby's. His grandmother also passed away shortly after receiving the devastating news. Heartbroken, Ren Yuanan went to the battlefield to fight. He rose through the ranks due to his military achievements and became a general. However, he did not die at the hands of the enemy, but in a struggle within his own faction. It was only before his death that he learned Zhou Jiaojiao and his grandmother's deaths were not accidents. Due to their special identities, those people had long begun to plot against him. Regarding the story of Ren Yuanan and Zhou Jiaojiao, Xiao Qi could only remember a rough outline. She didn't understand why that group wanted to harm Zhou Jiaojiao and Ren Yuanan's grandmother. However, she had already killed 2 male leads and 1 female lead since arriving in this world. How many more male and female leads were there? This was so chaotic. These thoughts crossed her mind in an instant. Xiao Qi used a bit of spiritual energy to protect her heart, and with a gust of wind, she broke the arrowhead and pulled it out. The room had a medicine box containing some basic supplies. Xiao He took out some hemostatic powder, rejuvenation powder, and some sterilized bandages. After applying the powders to the wound, Xiao He bandaged it up. "Miss, I have some clean clothes that I haven't worn. I'll go get them." "Go ahead." Xiao He quickly returned with the clothes, changed Zhou Jiaojiao's outfit, and wiped away the blood on her. Once Zhou Jiaojiao's breathing stabilized, Xiao Qi finally stepped outside. Ren Yuanan immediately approached. "Boss, how is she?" "She'll be fine after some rest."
What happened to you? How did you shoot someone?
Ren Yuanan didn't know how to explain. He had aimed at a bird, but unexpectedly, just as he shot, this girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, he hit her. He didn't even know how she had fallen. "All right, let's take her back tomorrow." Zhou Jiaojiao hadn't injured any bones, and with the spiritual energy from the courtyard and the rejuvenation powder's healing effects, she would be able to move by tomorrow.
"Thank you, boss."
Ren Yuanan was extremely grateful. After Xiao Qi returned to her room, she fell into deep thought. Since reaching the foundation stage, her cultivation seemed to have stagnated. Did she really need to kill Ren Yuanan and Zhou Jiaojiao to progress? Xiao Qi frowned, completely disagreeing with that idea. It was too random. But what were all these male and female leads meant for? She didn't believe their appearances were merely due to the chaos of this world. Xiao Qi rubbed her temples and suddenly had a thought. Her eyes brightened as she hurriedly asked Sun to call Xiao Jiu over. "Elder sister, what's going on?" "Xiao Jiu, come here and look at this." Xiao Qi laid out the treasure map in front of Xiao Jiu. She couldn't understand it, but maybe these male and female leads could. However, after staring at it for a while, Xiao Jiu still looked confused. "Big sister, what is this?" "This is a treasure map. Can you see what it shows?" During this time, Xiao Qi not only bought various books but also collected some topographic maps. Unfortunately, the terrain on these maps does not match the one on the treasure map. The treasure map is drawn so simply, it seems to be made to prevent future generations from finding it. "Big sister, I don't understand."
Xiao Jiu shook her head.
Although she had read some books with Sister Zhang, she could only recognize a few characters. Her big sister thought too highly of her. All right then. It seemed she was overthinking it. Xiao Qi could only let her go. In the following days, the village chief was extremely busy. He had another task added to his list, building a village school. In addition to the school, there would also be a library specifically for the village. He had to worry about everything, and it tired him so much that he ate less at meals. Seeing the village chief looking quite thin, Xiao Qi had Butler Sun send him a bottle of health pills. These health pills could nourish the body and strengthen it. She didn't want the village chief to overwork himself and fall ill. A person as useful as him would be hard to replace. While Lihua village was bustling with activity, Qian Fugue also transported some vegetables and fruits to the capital. Tomatoes and green peppers, after being presented to the emperor by Lu Yizhou, gradually became popular in the capital. Unfortunately, there was currently no supply in the capital, and demand was high. Qian Fugue had previously transported a batch of tomatoes, green peppers, tomato sauce, and chili sauce, which were almost sold out as soon as they arrived at various restaurants. This time was no different. Aside from those who had placed orders in advance, the remaining stock was quickly snatched up. The capital had no shortage of silver, and even though Qian Fugue brought a lot this time, it was still not enough to meet the demand. Shopkeeper Qian, you brought even less this time than last time. Why is that? Someone complained to Shopkeeper Qian after missing out. Shopkeeper Qian responded cheerfully throughout. In fact, he brought quite a bit, with dozens of carts arriving in the capital, but these items were rare. Moreover, a third of the load consisted of those 2 new fruits. Shopkeeper Qian, are you not sold out yet? The goods in those carts at the back haven't been unloaded, right? Some latecomers, worried about being scolded by their masters for not buying anything, became excited upon seeing the goods still in the carts. Qian Fugue had just finished his tasks and hadn't even had a chance to drink some water or talk about the new fruits. Hearing someone point it out, he quickly replied, "Gentlemen, these are not vegetables. They're fruits that I just brought in." Qian Fugue quickly had someone lift the tarp on one of the carts, revealing baskets of fruit inside. These fruits are all new varieties, never seen in the capital, and they are guaranteed to be delicious. Look at the quality. This must be a peach. What's the price? One person pointed to the perfectly shaped water peaches on the cart. This is an extremely rare new variety of water peach. For this perfect quality, I can offer you 2 taels of silver per pound. If you want to buy in bulk, we can negotiate the price. The crowd thought Qian Fugue was joking. 2 taels of silver for a pound of peaches? Is he trying to rob us? They didn't ask any more questions and dispersed. Qian Fugue didn't mind. He was targeting wealthy families with these water peaches and big cherries. An ordinary family of 3 might only spend 2 or 3 taels of silver a year. Expecting them to buy peaches? That was impossible. Manager Qian, are these water peaches really as good as you say? A voice came from behind. Upon seeing the person, Manager Qian immediately smiled broadly. Oh, it's Manager Li. What brings you here? Manager Li was the second manager of the largest restaurant in the capital, Wanghua Tower, responsible for purchasing ingredients. Previously, Wanghua Tower had ordered a batch of tomatoes and green peppers from him, which Qian Fugue had delivered early. He had planned to visit Wanghua Tower later to promote his fruits to Manager Li. After all, many high-ranking officials frequented the restaurant, so he wasn't worried about them being unable to buy. Haha, I came to see if there are any fresh ingredients, and I happened to stop by here. Manager Li, you arrived at the right time. Please try a water peach first. If you like it, you can buy some.
All right.
Manager Li immediately picked a water peach, wiped it casually, and before he could take a bite, another voice rang out. Manager, I heard there are water peaches here? The newcomer was a servant from the Xiao family. The water peaches and big cherries that Jiang Weining brought back had been shared among their household, and they ran out quickly. Thus, the madam had instructed him to keep an eye on this place, and buy more if he saw them. Besides the Jiang family, the Minister of Revenue also wanted quite a few. He had been waiting here for 3 days, and was surprised to finally find them today.